Chapter 1, Reincarnation. Groaning in discomfort, David lifted his body up from the coldness he was feeling, which had originated from a cold glass tube. He felt quite groggy and dizzy, and his head was incredibly heavy. He could hear a ringing sound in his brain, as though a gong had gone off, and it felt as if he had been hit by a baseball bat square in the brain. He couldn't think properly for a while in that moment. Shaking his head slightly, memory pieces he couldn't fathom suddenly started to flash through his mind, increasing the pain and the ringing sensation in his head by a few degrees. He couldn't help but groan loudly. The memory pieces flashed rapidly and quickly. It was like he was watching a cracked movie scene of someone else's life. Not comprehending what they were, David did what he does the best whenever he encountered something quite troublesome. Let it be, it's very tiring trying to think. David muttered softly to himself. The headache only got worse when he tries to pry into the tiny little details. Thinking too much was always his downfall, as it was too troublesome to him. Sighing to himself, he observed his surroundings to determine where he was, and he was immediately taken aback by what he saw. What's all this about? David observed his position and saw that he was in a sleek, neatly wired-up steel futuristic pod with glass cover, connected together with numerous large transparent tubes filled with green fluids. He was then surprised to notice he was in an underground laboratory, with countless numbers of youths, both males and females, looking no older than 16 to 17 years of age. They had their backs facing him, standing in a straight line side by side in rows and columns, not moving a single muscle. But amidst them, there was a space meant for someone, which was placed directly in front of him. Not much thinking was needed to know that the space was meant for him, but then, he realized something was wrong with the scene. He cast a confused glance at the group. Again and again, then, as if he thought of something, he looked down at himself and abruptly was about to shout. He suddenly bit his lips to stop himself. David inhaled sharply as he couldn't help but gasp in pain. It was a normal thing to gasp in a normal environment, but before the solemn atmosphere present in the underground lab, it was almost no different from shouting. The gasp tore through the solemn atmosphere like a sharp sword, displacing the previous solemn vibe. The groups of youths couldn't help but turn their heads towards his location. When they saw who it was, they all glared at him for daring to taint the sacred atmosphere. Embarrassed, he quietened down quickly, moving forward to his position while blushing in shame and nervousness. Coughing quietly to get rid of the awkward atmosphere. The students slowly retracted their gazes. David stood in his position, motionless, similar to his peers. Although he still didn't understand what was going on, but with the situation present right now, it was better to act normal and behave similar to the crowds, in order not to incur the wrath of the people present. As the saying goes, when in Rome, you behave like a Romania. Even though it was an underground laboratory, the space it contained was enormous and sufficient to accommodate the thousands of people present. If one spoke honestly, the laboratory was slightly creepy. With the tube pods, transparent glass, and the greenish liquid present in the environment. It is almost like the typical mad scientist hidden lab. His first thought was that he had been experimented on, or was going to be experimented on, and was going to be tortured along with the other students. His face turned pale as his lips quivered. He wasn't the type to be easily scared, but this was far too much for him. But soon, his expression turned normal. No one would allow himself to be tortured, especially the youths that were with him. This calmed his nerves severely. Clap. 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 A series of claps got David's and the other youths' attention. A neat, straight and fit young man dressed in a casual outfit with an average face in his late 20s walked together with a group of people dressed in white medical coats walking behind him. Not much thinking was needed to know that the people were scientists. Letting down his hands, the man spoke. "My name is Mu Chen." Mu Chen said in a deep voice. "I guess I should congratulate each and every one of you for surviving the experiment. Of the 1,200 people in your group, 308 of them failed the implantation of the catalyst, and that's considered very good considering the amount of failures we have had in the past." While Mu Chen was talking, Dav was intently observing his surroundings curiously. He noticed that the teens in the laboratory were of different origins, backgrounds, and ethnic groups like black, white, brown, etc. Since they were especially selected from different survivor strongholds stationed in various sectors, since the population of 15 to 16 years old kids in the stronghold are much in numbers, although 15 to 16 years old kids are in abundance. In the strongholds, some parents or guardians would strongly refuse to release their kids just to court death, because on the premises that the implantation fails, they will die without a doubt, and even if they successfully survive the transplant, they still have to face life and death situations before they grow in strength at a regular speed. While some families bet on the slim chances that if the kids were to survive and then become stronger, they could lead a good life, others cared way too much about their kids and it wasn't quite easy for the government to take them away to train them in different institutions. The only advantage the rich have the poor is that they could pay a huge sum of money to the government to skin the probability of the child surviving the implantation. At least that was what was being said in public. But the implant is only successful with a catalyst. Without a catalyst, the implant would fail without a doubt and the subject's genes and DNA would certainly collapse, eventually leading to an inevitable death. Owing to the threats confronting humanity, the government decided not to hold back on any newly developed catalysts, making them accessible to both the wealthy families and those families with nothing to their name, for a slightly expensive price. The first manufactured catalyst AA00 was an earth-shaking achievement produced a few centuries ago, constructed by a group of genetic engineers with the generic materials donated by the government through the blood and sweat of the countless soldiers and agents, fighting the various evolved life forms. Moreover, the materials weren't easy to gather since the corpses and organs of rapidly evolved beings, REBs, were difficult to collect. Moreover, killing a single REBs was not an easy feat as it involved several dozens of well-equipped soldiers with heavy firearms and cold arms just to tie down one of those monsters, slowly grinding them to death. The first test subjects experimented on by the government were the death sentence prisoners that had committed heinous crimes. The result was very disappointing considering the amount of prisoners being experimented on. Not a single one of them survived the experimental process as the genetic load was too much for the human body's gene pool, resulting to either genetic breakdown, which is a small predicament that could be solved with genetic therapy, or a big problem resulting to either mutations or death. Due to that reason, the catalyst implantation failed. But then genetic engineers around the world came together forming the Genetic Association. After several years of genetic coding, dismantling, and experiments, there were little breakthroughs, but suddenly, a scout assigned by the army of the government suddenly found an unregistered underground laboratory at the border guarding and dividing the territories between humans and the rapidly evolved beings. The laboratory was small, but there were about 30 humans, connected to different kind and types of tubes stuck into their mouths and bodies lying on a set of tables with locks tying them down. It was a chilling sight. But when the group of soldiers were stunned by the sight, a fast-moving figure began killing off the soldiers one by one. Its speed was very fast, not giving the squad a chance to retaliate, but after the whole squad of soldiers were almost wiped out without even injuring the figure, the captain, an extremely brave man, was seen pulling the pins of dozens of grenades attempting to die with the creature. Then boom. After that was nothing. By the time the reinforcements got there, the humanoid was gone. But the humanoid face was captured by the combat chem built with the military suit. Most of the things in the lab was seemingly destroyed by the grenades together with the humanoid. There was nothing to extract in there, but luckily only one tube containing an unknown liquid was found under the body of a veteran soldier. He was acclaimed to be the savior of humanity, and according to the president of the Genetic Association, the captain almost blasted humanity's hope at surviving, but a single brave soldier saved it with his life. The Genetic Association were completely oblivious to the fact that the man, with his experience of many years as a soldier, he comprehended that an unknown enemy is the most frightening. You either have to take cover somewhere or retreat back to safe zone. The veteran was just running to take cover from the monster, not even thinking about saving nothing, when he was abruptly blasted from the back. Therefore, owing to the explosion of the grenades, the kinetic energy forced him forward directly on top of the serum, unknowingly protecting it from the scorching heat of the blast. The unknown liquid was used as a reference to building, upgrading, and improving Catalyst AA00 to TY13 throughout the years. Chapter 2, Genetics. David was pretty much occupied with his thoughts. As he was observing his surroundings and thinking, not really listening to what Mu-Chen was talking about. His face steadily and gradually changed from his normally lazy expression to that of a serious one. Although he was a bit grateful that he didn't truly die, but being suddenly thrusted into an unknown and unfamiliar world made him feel a bit of fear. He couldn't help but recall a saying he had seen from one of the books he had read. Suffering a fate worse than death itself, his heart clenched as he struggled to calm his rolling emotions. At first he was still in denial, as something straight up from fantasy wouldn't just happen to anyone. In fact, he had a tiny bitty sliver of hope that this was all a staged act, but as he continued to observe his surroundings, the hope was crushed almost immediately. Owing to the fact that the technology being used in the laboratory is of one even he couldn't hope to identify according to the standards being used on Earth. And although he couldn't claim to have seen one, he was a sucker for techs and have made his own research on the popular ones that existed. The equipment were in different shapes and sizes, small and compact, completely different from his knowledge. This made him understand that the current technology used in this world is way more advanced and very different than those used on Earth. The evolutionary pod in which David and every one of the teenagers came out from were technologies David hadn't heard of while he was still on Earth. The pod seemed to have been programmed to implant and stabilize the conditions of the body after the implants. Gazing around in awe, he couldn't help but wonder if he was in the future or maybe he really was in an entirely different world. Suddenly, David felt a little tap on his ribs. Frowning, he looked sharply to his left side, almost impulsively glaring at the person who had hit him. "Sorry, but you were not really listening, and Mr. Mu Chen's looks alone is enough to tell anyone that he doesn't tolerate nonsense from people so." The boy who poked Dave's ribs with his arm explained himself before Dav could react, as though he could predict he was going to be glared at. "He looks a bit older than Dav, and also taller than him by a head but with a pretty decent features." Dav glared at the boy, the corner of his mouth twitching, wishing to release the words just at the tips of his tongue. Saying nothing for a few seconds, only to release a sigh. "Thanks a lot, genius," Dav replied sarcastically while looking away from the boy. He was not really in a good mood right now. He turned his attention towards the Asian man in front of the crowd who was busy explaining things that doesn't really make sense to him. "By the way, I'm Nihia, from Sector B-15 Ferris Stronghold." After a few minutes of silence between the two, the boy whispered, introducing himself to Dav while leaning close to his ear. Dav groaned inwardly. From his knowledge, he already assumed what kind of person the guy is, a talking machine. The best way to avoid them is to keep quiet. So David just ignored him, trying his best to understand the words coming out from Mu Chen's mouth. After a bit of rest and observation, his brain had finally settled from the ringing pain and he could finally comprehend bits and pieces of the memories he had inherited. From his memories, although most of the teenagers in the underground laboratory were from different races, some were from the same sectors or different sectors. As this world had been rampaged by the REBs and atomic bombs, humanity had no choice but to build different sectors and strongholds in the safe zones to protect themselves from further extinction. There are several sectors built in a single stronghold. Their names are based on the level, standards, and grades of their economic status. The rich folks occupies the sector A00 to B15, meanwhile F90 being categorized as the lowest sector in the Federation, which some people like to call the slums. But from his memories, Dav was sure they weren't going back to the sector no more. He wasn't sure why though. Some of you might feel indignant due to the fact that you were forcibly taken away from your parents, guardians, or from your comfort zones and then forced into the operation and transplantation, but I assure you that only those with little knowledge to none about the institution and the benefits to be gained would feel that way. Some of the youths were still hateful of the institute, but listening to Mu Chen's words, they couldn't help glancing at each other. While others who were well aware of the benefits, puffed up their chests with pride. They were still teenagers after all. Something like having an edge over their mates is quite satisfactory. David was a little confused at first because he doesn't really recall anything from the past relating to any institute. The mister at the front talked about it seemed he yet to inherit everything, but he recalled the original owner of the body being taken away from his parents. From his memories, he realized the real owner of the body, whose name is also David, doesn't really care much about his parents, since they too don't really care about him because he had been chosen by the representative of the institute when he was much younger because of his strength, which was almost twice as strong as kids his age instead of his elder brother. And to the normal families living in the shelter, every household has to release a child at least 16 years old to 19 years of age to the institute to train them into a powerful figure in order to protect the border from the invasion of the REBs. To the normal and ordinary families of the stronghold, being chosen was no different from a death sentence, since in the past few years, majority of the kids chosen in the past rarely came back at all. No message, no calls, nothing. It was as though they had died or had been wiped off from the surface of the earth. No parent would want that for their kids, leading some of the families to believe or assume that they are died, not knowing that they actually got it completely wrong. Only the truly desperate ones gamble on the off chance that their kids survived the hellish training. It would bring endless glory to the family. The wealthy families of the stronghold has some information about the institute and the operations the kids would go through. They are also aware of the fact that the success rate of the implantation is not absolutely assured, but that wasn't enough reason to deter the influential families from sending their kids to the institution voluntarily. They had witnessed and also tasted of the power to be gained from every successful implant. They couldn't care less, as they would nurture the kids in the arts of combat and soak them in serums as they grow up to increase their chances of survival. Dav frowned deeply as he seemed to be remembering some things, but he continued listening. I won't say much more other than this on that matter. Now, each and every one of you that has undergone the xenotransplantation would feel sore throughout your body. The process of transplanting the genome into the body is an extremely exhausting and stressful procedure to the human body and genes. The genomes transplanted successfully with the use of catalyst TY13 stretches the genetic limits of the human body. Muchen paused, staring at the young ones before him. As the teenagers recalled the pains they had passed through, most of them frowned in displeasure and a bit of fear. It was a traumatic moment they really wished to forget. He continued in a slightly sad tone as he appeared slightly dazed. Although, not everyone could hear the sadness in his tone. But he was certainly not sad because of the lives lost. He was just a bit sad that he had lost potential helpers. Those who had failed the experiments died due to the fact that their body couldn't handle the stress given to it. Their genetic codes couldn't accept the sheer amount of strength from the genome, resulting to gene overload, which also resulted to death, or they died due to a very simple fact: they couldn't bear the pain. Muchen said while thinking back to what he saw on screen, how those whose body couldn't handle the load their body had endured through during the transplant would feel their body dissolve at a rapid pace because their genetic codes had been tempered with, resulting to their genetic codes breaking down rapidly or simply implode, turning them into a pile of sticky black blood, with their cries of pain echoing throughout the room. But that was simply the least painful death one could hope to encounter in this line of work. Fortunately, the pods used are soundproofed by the Generic Association, since they were the ones who built the underground laboratory in accordance to the order provided by the military. Since the Generic Associations were provided materials by the military to fund their experiments, they could only succumb to them. Well, maybe. David's eyes opened wide abruptly to this revelation. According to Muchen's words, he had finally confirmed that the world he had reincarnated to is completely different from Earth, and he was not dreaming, neither was he hallucinating either. Although, on Earth, genetic codes could be read and even replaced, but only on animals and plants. The greatest genetic engineers on Earth only scratched the surface, since the best they could achieve through genetics is to make the human body a little stronger than normal, resistant to a few negligible viruses and diseases, changing eye colors, but they could never successfully change the structure of the human body. And since the real owner of this body died even before the process ended, he died only because he couldn't bear the pain. David couldn't understand, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Could the pain be that unbearable to the extent one could die from it? Dav thought. But what he doesn't know is that even he could die from the pain and wouldn't even last through half of the process. The other candidates whose family could afford to buy the serum from the Genetic Association at a very expensive price would ingest the catalyst annually from young. Although it wasn't a secret that ingesting the catalyst regularly and annually from the age of 5 would reduce the risk of dying from the pain by about 30% depending on the amount taken throughout the years, making it very expensive for those who aren't wealthy, impossible to acquire it repeatedly. Even Dave only had the diluted form of the serum 3 times, since his family weren't all that well off. Assuming the original owner of this body died during the transplant, his body system should have been failing by now or something, according to what he heard. His soul is already occupying the body which should have caused him die a second time, but he only feels his body extremely sore, which is quite the norm. Dav concluded that his soul had invaded the body a few seconds after Dave died from the pain. He couldn't help but feel extremely lucky. Now, I would like to talk about your talents. Talents are divided into different grades and are also given different treatment. Your talent would depend on the amount of days the soreness in your body persists. The lesser the time the soreness fades, the higher your talents. And it's divided into 5 different phases. The highest grade: 5 stars, 0 seconds to 10 minutes. Those are the absolute genius. We haven't had those in a few decades anyway, so I doubt any one of you would be among them. The second grade is a 4 stars talent, 10 minutes to 1 hour. Those are the rare geniuses, and I hope to see most of you become one. 3 stars, 1 hour to 1 day. A bit more than 1/3 of your population would be a 3-star talent. 2 stars, 1 day to 1 week, above average. 1 star, 1 week to 1 month. I hope you don't reveal yourself, or you might just suffer a fate worse than death in this institute. Muchen paused to catch his breath. The students exploded into various whisper. Chapter 3, Phantom Beastmaster. Muchen gazed swept intently at the teenagers in front of him. Even though they were almost 1,000 in number, he wasn't at all intimidated by the numbers. Let me talk about the phases of talent, and since I am only here to orientate you all, I won't really dive in too deeply on the topic. A 5-star individual, well, they are top secret members of the Institute, and it's literally impossible for any of you to achieve that kind of state, so let's forget about that. Now, a 4-star and a 3-star talented individual would receive special treatment from the Institute, which is written in the book of guidelines sent to your personal tags, and that's all about the talents. You would have to read other information about it for yourself. Smiling, secretly happy about the fact that he dodged explaining a very troublesome long topic to the students, Mu-chen resumed his speech. His tone grew stern as he stopped his previous pacing. Don't even think about faking the talent result, and do not think about lying about the fact that the soreness in your body is gone, as I'm sure some of you are already thinking that way. The soreness you all are currently feeling right now, at least, most of you, is called myalgia. It's very easy for us to identify those without myalgia. Well, it's basically very easy for anyone to identify those with myalgia. The reason is due to the fact that most of the body's nervous system would amplify any message sent to it by approximately 50 times or even more. Sensations felt throughout the body would be sent to the nervous system, amplifying the information by almost 100 times, and then, the signal would be sent to the brain directly. Mu-chen's voice paused once he noticed the blank look on most of the teenagers' faces. You do not understand any of the things I had just said, do you? The corner of his eye spammed rapidly as he saw the youths he was currently orientating shake their heads slightly, while some just looked down, directly avoiding his gaze. Sigh, I was under the impression that since most of you survived the transplant, you'd be slightly knowledgeable about such things, but looking at your dumb faces, such disappointment. Shaking his head in disappointment, he continued. Basically, it means that the pain in your body has been increased by almost 100 times. That is one of the side reaction to be expected from the xenograph performed, and judging from past experiences, it's totally worth that much of pain for the power gained. Mu-chen paused, his face turned deadly serious. He said, now, listen and listen carefully. None of you are out of danger yet, and as a matter of fact, some of you might really just randomly fall to your death. What? Someone shouted as soon as those Mu-chen's words landed in their ears. The crowd of teenagers immediately burst into an uproar. They had just barely walked out of a deadly situation only to jump into another one. No matter how calm one is, there is no way they would remain calm in these situations. Even though they had been informed to be respectful when in the Institute, the thought of dying still made the teenagers really flustered. The word dying is still a foreign aspect to them. David's heart clenched tightly when he heard those words. Mu-chen's furrowed his eyebrows since he disliked the ruckus made by the students. He raised his left hand to air slightly. The assortment of teenagers immediately piped down. But some people still kept blabbing. Noticing some of them dared to ignore his hand signal, angry Mu-chen stared intently at them. An unknown wave of pressure gradually began emanating from Mu-chen's body, causing the air behind him to distort around his body. His clothes flapped rapidly. As the sound a drum sounded out, sounding similar to a heartbeat. Ba-dump. Ba-dump. Woo. 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 The air in the surroundings immediately churned out, making his clothes flap rapidly. The wind blew fiercely, forming the faint outline of a certain type of beast, though not clearly visible, but one could make out from the outline of the beast's head, which is that of an eagle, beak equivalent to a sharp sword, the body of a lion, and the faint outline of wings behind it. Appearing very intimidating, the expression on his face shifted menacingly, making him look like a predator looking down at its prey with both disdain and hunger. The group of teenagers who were causing the commotion and those who weren't at all involved in it froze immediately, as they felt their hearts forcibly beat in sync to the loud beat. They gasped in both amazement and fear, staring towards Mu-chen with both fear and reverence. They all thought to themselves, so this is the reason they advised us to be respectful to anyone from the Institute. Meanwhile, David's eyes popped wide open in astonishment. At first, he thought he was mistaken when he saw the outline, thinking it was an illusion, but upon hearing the shocked gasp from other students, it was real. Damn, an expert, is that not a griffin? I thought it was a myth. David whispered as his eyes showed heavy surprise and astonishment. It was a lot to take in. He had just arrived in this world, and now, something he had never even hoped to see in real life just popped up out of nowhere, and that's coming from a random instructor at that. How powerful are the others going to be? If he was that powerful, he would be able to do whatever he wants. And maybe he could even walk this world unhindered, as from the vibe he kept feeling from this world was a dangerous one. David swallowed his saliva at the thought. Although David seemed to have only talked quietly to himself, but Mu Chen, who is currently utilizing his genetic beastly powers and having his ability skyrocketed by multiple folds and also increasing his ability for sound by many folds. His ears twitched rapidly as if they were made of paper. Mu Chen's countenance changed as his brain rapidly processed what he heard. His thoughts process turned blank in surprise, disrupting his concentration, which disturbed his focus, similarly dispersing the beast phantom behind him, which also allowed the pressure he was currently emitting fade out. Like smoke in the air, the wind also stopped stirring around the stage he was on, making the teenagers wonder whether or not the things that happened in the last few seconds was just a dream. David was still in his thoughts when he abruptly thought of something. If a griffin, which was a myth in the western continent on Earth, is used by just a regular instructor, then that means there would be werewolves, vampires, hydras, manticores, all kinds of legendary beasts in this world. He couldn't help but wonder why hadn't been sent here much earlier. Us. Beast Phantom Master. Someone in the crowd suddenly cried out loud involuntarily. Oh. Mu Chen was once again stunned. Thinking to himself, this group of students are quite knowledgeable. It is quite acceptable if the students are about Beast Phantom Master, since the nobles in each sector of the stronghold has some information about phasers, so it is quite acceptable, but for someone to be aware of the name of the beast he had implanted and constructed into himself is almost impossible, since he himself wasn't really aware of the name before he joined the Institute as an instructor, because it was under a level 4 secret file, only available to those with the same type of authority, which took him years to achieve. Only after he had a level 4 authority tag did he become aware of the name and the genetic map and codes did he generically edit and engineer a serum for himself. It was practically impossible for a student to be aware of the name Griffin. He stared seriously at David, but David was currently still in deep thoughts about how he would go about living, was not aware of the fact that he had caught the eyes of an instructor with a single sentence he whispered to himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this calm. Mu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. As a powerful person, if he stared intently at someone, not bothering to hide his presence, even a baby would be aware and turn his direction to inspect the person staring. Mu Chen was quite aware that David knew he was being stared at, but he was directly ignored. Sweeping his gaze away from David to the girl who spoke about the Phantom Beast Master. I'm impressed, someone actually knows about the Phantom Beast Master. What's your name, girl? He asked. The girl was stunned, once she realized Mu Chen was facing her. Then, having thought of something, she looked behind her, assuming Mu Chen was talking to someone behind her. Breathing out a sigh of relief once she saw that a girl was really behind her. Mu Chen almost rolled his eyes from irritation. Stop turning back, I'm talking to you and not the person behind you. As she realized that Mu Chen was really talking to her and not the person behind her, the petite girl blushed as the 800+ other students took a glance at her. But as a noble child, she quickly regained her composure. Keeping calm, she replied to Mu Chen. I'm Celine Valentine of the Valentines family from Sector BC-02. She raised her head up proudly while speaking in a loud tone. Her arrogant demeanor returned like it had been there previously. Mu Chen nodded his head slightly, since he had already deduced that only the nobles could have a slight information about the Institute. Mu Chen didn't talk about the fact that David knew about something he should not, because it wasn't the right place and time for that yet. But when the time comes, he would investigate the matter thoroughly. Okay Celine, good job. Make sure you receive 50 Geno points worth of resources from the duty space in the Institute, but it's non-existent in 2 days. Celine jumped up in joy while smiling happily, although she didn't know if 50 Geno points is an expensive amount in the Institute, but at least, it is still something. The other students gazed at her with jealousy and envy. Some of them also knew about the Phantom Beast Master, but they naturally found it beneath them to scream out loud. Mu Chen smiled slyly as he saw the girl happily jumping up in joy. Although 50 Geno points was nothing to him, it's half of what would be given to them by the Institute as new students. If her talent isn't good enough and her myalgia lasts for more than a day, the Geno points would be sent back to him after 2 days, making her unable to retrieve it any longer. He was just practically getting her hopes up for nothing. Chapter 4, The Institute. Mu Chen smiled slyly when he saw the girl called Celine happily jumping up in joy. 50 Geno points was nothing to him anyways, so giving it off was nothing to him. But, it's half of what would be given to the students by the Institute. If her talent isn't good enough and her myalgia lasts for more than 2 days, the Geno points would be sent back to him with immediate effect after 2 days, making her unable to retrieve it any longer. He was just practically getting her hopes up for nothing. If she wasn't a talent. Muchen was smiling slyly as he thought through his sinister plan in his head. Recollecting he still had some things to say to the students, Muchen continued. This week could be considered the most dangerous for you all. No, I take that back. It would be an extremely dangerous week for some of you, just like I was about to say before I was interrupted. Do be careful throughout this week. The pain from a simple paper cut might not be any different to being hacked by a machete. Muchen gazed at the students, wondering if they would repeat their mistake one more time, but they were quite sensible this time. Shaking his head. I'd advise you all, out of consideration for you guys, stay indoors till your myalgia heals, and also watch your steps and be careful of who you offend throughout this week, as it might prove detrimental. The only positive side to this situation is the pleasure. Muchen's eye lit up, the corner of his mouth lifted up into a sly smirk as he appeared to be thinking of something, making the crowd quite stunned. Almost 100 times the pleasure. One would simply faint from a simple pre-ejaculation. Hee hee. A light laugh escaped his lips. That's all for now. Exit the building, then follow the magnetic pole from your tags located on your left wrist. It will lead you towards your respective rooms. As for now, you're all dismissed. Murmurs broke out amidst the group of teens. People saying things in low voices like, what does he mean by pleasure though? Finally, thank goodness, wasted our time for something so trivial, etc. Though, not daring to say it out loud. David was frozen in place, an obvious frown visible on his face. It was deeply immersed in thought. Things Muchen talked about, like xenogenetic transplantation, talent phases, myalgia genome, etc., left him in a bit of panic. It was the fear of the unknown. But his expression, which was that of shock, soon steadily changed into that of excitement. Seems like this world isn't as simple as I thought it would be. Interesting. David thought in his heart. Smiling to himself. Once he thought about the amount of action he would experience in this world, his smile widened. And his heart pumped loudly in fear and excitement. Thinking about evolving and getting stronger wasn't a foreign concept to him, but he had only experienced those in games and not in real life. Thinking about the low probable rate of survival, his smile turned into something else entirely. It was fear, panic, and excitement. He was deeply immersed in his thoughts that he didn't notice someone had stood in front of him, trying to get his attention. I've been trying to get the attention of this guy since a long time ago, but he wasn't actually ignoring me. The dude is just really crazy. Sigh, what a pity, the guy named Nihia said to himself. Before David had the chance to sink further into his thoughts, he heard a voice interrupt him. We need to get out of here, or we would be the only ones left in here. Nihia said as he snapped his fingers at David. David gazed at him with a perplexed expression and then realized it was actually true when he gazed around him. Thanks. With that, David turned and also left for the exit. Behind him, Nihia glanced at him with an inexplicable expression. My intuition might be wrong. But if what father and grandfather said was right, I have no choice then. The words he spoke was a bit weird, but what was more chilling was his facial muscles that kept twitching rapidly as if trying to suppress his original emotion. After a while of pondering and suppressing, Nihia noticed that David had left a while and had exited the building. Hey, wait for me, . He hurried towards the exit of the building with David using the stairways. So, what's your name? Nihia asked. David. Hearing David's reply, Nihia immediately got fired up. Oh David, good name, good name. You know, my parents wanted to name me Neil, but then, my grandmother didn't quite agree with that, likewise my grandfather. Although my grandfather is a bit old, he still thinks he is quite young. The things dementia could do. There was one time David immediately stopped paying any attention towards Nihia. Immediately Dav and Nihia came out the building's exit. He was overwhelmed by what he saw. Gigantic buildings of different styles and architectures filled his vision. Observing his surroundings, he noticed the street was a bit filled with crowds, people moving in and out of different buildings, and that was the ground. The sky was an entirely different matter. Looking up at the sky, vehicles of different shapes, sizes and forms littered the sky. Zooming past each other in a speedy manner. They flew through the sky like they owned it. The one thing those vehicles have in common is the turbo engine-like thingy connected to both sides of the cars. Some cars connected 4 thrusters to theirs while a few other has only 2 connected that could be seen from the outside. Empowering the cars to move through the air like a soaring eagle at every angle possible, making maneuver seemingly impossible for them to perform. The holographic image at the top of every building amazed David the most. TSK TSK TSK, Holographic images. What next? Laser guns. This world is beginning to interest me more, he thought. Originally, the fact that he had reincarnated had taken a toll on his mind, making him a bit sick as though he was homesick or something. But now that he was getting to know the world he was in, the illness was clearing away like a fog in his mind. In a good mood, David began weaving through the crowds of people with Nihia in tow, following the directions the gravitational pull was taking them to. The thing called tag is a small dot on his left wrist. It is a super microchip inserted into his forearm by the Institute during the xenotransplantation for security purposes. It also serves as an identity tag for students of the institutes and in the outer worlds. Furthermore, it gives informations, serve as a kind of map for the students, helping device, etc. Performing various functions. David glanced casually at Nihia, who was still busy running his mouth off. Raising his eyebrows upwards, this guy doesn't get tired of talking, does he? Interrupting him. What do you know about the Institute? David asked him in a casual tone. He didn't feel anything wrong with asking, as he needed to familiarize himself with this world as much as possible. They sang me lullaby to sleep sometimes cause, what did you just say? Nihia's eyes opened widely as he blinked his eyes rapidly. I said, tell me what you know about the Institute Muchen keeps talking about during his speech. David repeated himself with hesitation when he noticed the changes in Nihia's expression. What? Nihia's mouth went agape. He was not to be blamed. How could one be ignorant about the Institute? Before going through the process of xenogenic transplantation, one would be informed of the dangers concerning the process of the xenogenic transplantation and things to take note or be careful about. Although, they weren't forced by the government to undergo the process. They were given two options. First, follow through with the process and become a student of the Institute, gaining both knowledge and power. Lastly, become a worker of the Institute, since the Institute is in a dire need of workers for odd jobs for a period of time until you retire. The choices made by the reckless teenagers who were filled with passion and ambition about becoming a powerful figure were very obvious, as majority choose the first choice. Noticing that Nihia was truly starting to get suspicious, David hurriedly made out an excuse. You see, during the process, my brain somehow got affected. I somehow couldn't remember some things. Oh yeah, temporary amnesia. I heard it's a side effect that rarely occurs after the process. Niwayad after some thoughts. The Institute was built by the government with the assistance of the Generic Association to nurture young people like us, transforming our lives into becoming more powerful. David listened attentively to Nihia's words. The xenogenic transplantation we underwent was just the first stage to getting stronger. It prepares our body for the second stage, which involves the engineering of stably fusing other foreign genes into our body. Sounds cool, right? Nihia asked while grinning. David nodded in agreement, while still trying to locate his living space, but since extracting information about the Institute is his top priority, he took it slow. After which, they only let us undergo the second stage once the myalgia in our body disappears and we trained our bodies to accept the genes. Once this process is done, the institution allows us to select a genetic modification serum which gives us different types of ability. Well, I'm not well informed about the process though, but it sounds really cool. Oh, and the training is only for a year before being sent to defend the borders. Nihia spoke enthusiastically, looking forward to selecting his very own genetic modification serum. David frantically absorbed the knowledge spewing out from Nihia's mouth. He analyzed the words from Nihia, breaking them down into simple phrases. And the gears in his brain was rapid turning. One could guess he was thinking really hard at the moment. David. Nihia called him softly. But David wasn't really listening, he was still frantically trying to calculate some things. David. He called out to him urgently as his gaze shifted between the pole protruding horizontally out from the building, which is almost 2 meters high in length, and David is currently walking into it. Most importantly, his head is certainly ramming into the pole if he continued in his current path. Shifting his gaze from the pole to David, who is still daydreaming, he called out to him more loudly. Hey, David. He yelled his name again, but to no avail. Their sensitivity had been enhanced by at least 50 times during this period of time. What would happen if one were to hit his head against a hard object during this moment? Nihia's eyes glinted in expectation, very different from his worried look. Chapter 5, Mu Chen's Ambition. Back in the underground lab, a man was seated in a large room, together with a group of people. Their seats they had taken formed a perfect semicircle around that man, facing the man who was sitting directly opposite them. Those people were 13 if one were to count. They were occasionally disclosing some reports duty persists them to give. They were of both genders, age ranging from mid-30s to late 50s. The individual who was seated before them was the eccentric Mu Chen that had just orientated the new students a while ago. But Mu Chen had his eyes closed in his seat, with his legs cross-legged like a boss. His fingers tapping rhythmically on the table before him, appearing deeply lost in thought. Is almost exhausted, and by my estimate, the amount of workers that would be available for the next operation would not be enough to carry out the operation successfully. I personally suggest we take our debates to the table of main institutes. The eccentric Mu Chen wasn't really listening to that report though, his thought was somewhere else. Amidst the group of people, another person spoke out from the group of people present. Yes, I think that would be a great idea. We could suggest the increase in difficulty in passing the tests of the new students by 100% seeing as more people survived the operation, almost double the size of th_. She hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by someone else. I disagree, more people surviving the operation is both our good luck and also the students' good luck and fortune to survive the ordeal. Increasing the difficulty by 2 folds, that's just far too cruel. I disagree with such ruthless methods. The men stood up while speaking with an air of justice. The woman who had just been interrupted was taken aback for a second and then sneered at him without the slightest bit of respect as she responded. Ha! Injustice my foot. It's useless feigning justification. We all know that a little more than 100 of your Klansmen kids are in this batch of new students. Do not think you kept it a secret at all, we all knew from the beginning. The man was stunned. He was about to refute it, but as he looked around, only to notice the remaining people nodding their heads in acknowledgement, while also showing faces of pity for him. Before he could dish out an excuse, a voice interrupted him instantly. Keep quiet, all of you. Not daring to do otherwise, the room descended into silence. And the men quickly sat back down. After a few seconds passed, Mu Chen spoke out again. Transfer the transplantation process clips of every survivor to me and all the information regarding each and every one of them, regardless of their status. Clear. Although puzzled by Mu Chen's weird request, their voices still resounded out. Clear. Not done speaking, Mu Chen continued. Also, regarding the situation of less workers, let the board worry about that, it's not what you've been paid to do. Dismissed. After the last person left the room, Mu Chen eye glinted with greed as he finalized his thoughts. If the kid could determine the name of my phantom beast while only gazing at its rough outline, he could also be knowledgeable about its behavior, characteristics, and even those of other legendary beasts. As Mu Chen thought it through, his smile broadened in a sinister grin. If the kid was truly knowledgeable about it, he could extract the knowledge from him and process them. Become a very powerful expert wouldn't be a pipe dream any longer. Reaching the atavism phase would no longer be out of his life goals anymore. How could he not be happy? Since David knew about the griffin, he would surely know a lot about other legendary beasts too. As long as he could extract those knowledge, he could turn them into both wealth and power. Since it required years of services to the Institute for him to get the genetic map of a single beast, people would work for him if he had more powerful genetic maps. The more powerful the beast was when it was alive, the more powerful the person would become after arranging all of the genetic maps in his or her body and completely merge as one. His social status would rise rapidly as his strength also surges. Maybe one day, when he is powerful enough, he could take on the role as the Grand Professor of the Institute and maybe take over the Generic Association. Now, he needed to plan a perfect move. Nihia opened his eyes wide. He wanted to see what makes this kid so special. His intuition, the curse that had been passed down for several generations, would activate when he saw him. Nihia shivered, seemingly afraid or excited for David as he knew what was to come. Since David had actually just undergone the operation, his body would be super sensitive to pain due to the myalgia, and even if he was a 3-star genius, since it's basically an impossibility to be a 4-star genius according to Mu Chen's words, forget him being a 5-star genius, cause there hasn't been one ever since the Institute has been built according to the Institute. Closing his eyes forcefully shut but sneaking a peek just to witness it. A small ding sound was made as David's head slammed right at the tip of the pole lay sideways. Nihia expected cries of pain or the yowling of a youngster, but all he saw was David's head tilting towards the head due to the force of banging his head against a pole. Coming back to his senses, David looked back puzzled, but when he saw the pole, he just nodded his head and his eyes showed a reaction of realization. After which, he continued to follow the magnetic pull generated from the imprint on his wrist. Nihia stared blankly at the scene. His mind had turned completely blank as he walked together with David towards the dorm. Although he was walking, it was as though he was an empty shell, as if his soul had been sucked away from him. His mind kept replaying the scene where David rammed his head into the pole and then acted like nothing ever happened. His mind kept playing the scene over and over again till he regained his composure. He calmly analyzed the scene as he deduced that either David's tolerance for pain is very impressive, or David might really be a 4-star genius, or the pole might actually be made of paper, but the clear ding sound that rang out when David's head brushed sideways of the pole still rang out in his head. It is certainly not a paper pole. But what Nihia doesn't know is that ever since David came out of the pod, he didn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, he felt really great but a bit sore. David himself didn't suspect a thing. That is until he was hit in his ribs by Nihia, which only caused a mild pain sideways. He began to suspect that he really was 5-star genius, but he threw that at the back of his head since it wasn't that important to him much. What was most important was how he was going to fit in without gaining suspicion from other people. It was already enough with Nihia alone. Chapter 6, The Young Lady, Philida. David continued navigating his way towards his room. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Boy. Nihia was walking together with him. He thought the guy had left a while ago. Glancing at him sideways. Do you need something? David was a little puzzled. He wasn't sure if this guy was tailing him because he was still suspicious, but still he continued walking. Nihia revealed a confused expression and asked, "What do you mean?" David frowned. He was beginning to feel a bit uncomfortable with the conversation. David gazed at Nihia intently. "I obviously meant, where are you going? We are supposed to be headed straight to our dorm rooms, but it kind of seemed like you were tailing me instead." Realization hit Nihia instantly, and when he checked their situation, it really seemed like he was tailing David instead of going his own way. Opening his mouth, he explained. "There is a little misunderstanding going on. It seems like the magnetic poles are likely to lead us to the same place." Tis made David pause slightly. The explanation was a plausible one. Well, he would notice if he was lied to at the end. He'd just have to keep his mouth shut and not answer any questions till then. Dav ignored Nihia as he continued on his way, and before long, he entered a street filled with buildings as tall as a skyscraper. Some were even more massive, approximately 400 meters tall, but the most amazing thing about that is their width. They were almost 500 meters wide, which is almost impossible on Earth, and frankly speaking, the architecture is just impeccable. They mixed myriad of cultures to construct the buildings, making them very unique. After a few moments of walking through the streets, David and Nihia arrived at two massive buildings. Although the buildings are separated into two different parts, which is very far apart. Currently David's imprint magnetic force was currently tilting to one of the buildings. So this is the dormitory on. Scratching his head in surprise, he muttered. A little different from what I was expecting. Oh, what were you expecting? Flying buildings. David heard a very sweet voice of a female sounding out from behind him. Exactly, since vehicles could fly, why can't they make the buildings also fly? It'd be nice to live in an aerial apartment, wouldn't it? Said David while expressing his thoughts. Still gazing at the buildings. The voice failed to respond as it was obviously stunned. Interesting train of thoughts, but you obviously aren't the first to come up with such idea and wouldn't be the last either. He didn't even turn to the person who had spoken behind him. His body slackened as he relaxed. He certainly did not recognize the person's voice in his memories, which signifies the person as a stranger. The main reason was mostly because of the enormous threats he could somehow feel from behind him. Previously, when a lady starts a conversation with him, he would have been very excited and continued the conversation, but it's time, it was totally different. If one gazed at his face, he would see how stiff it was as though he was too scared to say a word. There was the possibility that he was still having a side effect from the transmigration, but it was better to avoid such problems because he was still too weak at the moment. Those who survived the operation definitely aren't just your typical nobody, so being a little careful is obviously a wise choice. Oh. David only replied like that. Ignoring the person, David walked stiffly and left the location as he followed the magnetic pull towards his new home. He appeared to be quite relaxed but if one looked carefully, his almost stiff movement would give him away. As for Nihia, he had walked forwards a bit when David was amazed by the structures. Using her hands to block her brothers from stopping the fading figure which is David, Philida's eye flashed with a cold light for a second before she concealed it. Let him be for now. There is enough time on our hands to figure out his importance. Making a scene on our conscription day would look bad, wouldn't it? Philida said as she stared at David's departing figure fading through the distance, in contemplation. Yes, eldest sister. But I see no reason for your sudden interest in that fellow. He is just a typical guy you see every day apart from him being abnormally conceited to even ignore you. What's so special about him anyway? Amidst the group of people surrounding him, a young, handsome and tall youth, who was standing directly behind Philida spoke out loud. That's exactly what I wanted to find out. Philida replied in a casual tone. But her voice told cold as she continued. It hasn't even been a day since we got here and yet you already doubting my judgments. Although Evans didn't reply. His answer was obviously clear as day to all, but his fidgeting little finger betrayed his nervousness. And Philida seemed to have noticed. Although Philida was chosen as the leader of the younger generation in her clan amongst her mates, not everyone was satisfied with the arrangements. Brogan for one was extremely unwillingly to give up the position as the leader even if the clan leader chose her for the position himself. So, he secretly informed some of his clan's mates supporting him to subtly give Philida a hard time. Philida glanced at the young man, Evans, but she soon chuckled afterwards. Evan, you shouldn't force yourself to do things you can't do. I would spare you this time. Philida herself could be described as an epitome of beauty. Her soft small curvy eyebrows, her light green iris the most striking part of her body, her red luscious lips that seemed to pout every single moment, her smooth ebony skin seemingly soft touch like a golden pearl, body like that of an angel, curvy in both desirable places. Not too much but also not little enough to be grabbed by only one hand. Her black hair shone with the gentle wave of sunlight cascading down her hair, swaying gently against her shoulders, grabbing the attention of every male who passed by but couldn't greet her due to the amount of followers gathered around her. She was truly a beauty, a true seductress. Gazing at the group of clan's member by his sides who was watching her with feverish eyes, she didn't feel disgusted. Although they were called family, they weren't exactly directly related by blood, hence the lust. Her voice soon sounded out. It sounded very cold, waking the guys up from their stupor. If any of you want to question my authority, sending someone else to do your dirty job is quite smart of you but also cowardly. Well, let's go. Clan Elder has reserved the whole floor for us, let's not waste time needlessly standing here. She turned and she left. Brogan's expression turned ugly as he heard this, but he didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Evan let out a sigh of relief. Philida together with her clansmen separated into two groups. One group, all boys entering the males' dormitory, the other group all girls entered into the females' dormitory with Philida, disappearing from other student sites. Chapter 7, Elevate. Entering into the building, the magnetic pole led him straight into an elevator. The force from his imprint seems to change directions according to his situation. At the entrance of the elevator, he suddenly remembered something and paused. He turned back, only to see that Nihia had climbed into another elevator. He finally sighed in relief. He was finally alone and not feeling like he was being watched. David threw the thoughts to the back of his mind. He went inside the elevator, already containing several people inside. The elevator was almost 5 to 7 meters wide. More than enough to contain 10 people. Ignoring them all, David stood at the edge and resumed contemplating. Since he had transmigrated, there must be a reason for that. It was obvious that someone would just place him in this world selflessly to just exist to fill up the numbers. Shaking his head, every time he thought too deeply about something he always felt this strange headache striking his brain. He stood quietly and was expecting the elevator to start moving upwards. He missed the part where the other students each held onto the iron rod horizontally connected to the sides of the elevator. Although, he had no idea how he would get to his exact floor through the elevator since there wasn't even a single button to push. But since no one was panicking, he decided to follow the crowd and stood still. Ding! 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 David frowned, seems like a warning sign. He closed his eyes softly to ease his headache, about to lean sideways at the elevator when suddenly, Shwa! The elevator swiftly moved upwards without warning, at least for David. Bang! The acceleration speed was up to 50 miles per hour. David's but instantly kissed the floor. The teenagers inside the elevator stared at him in surprise. They all had a single thought in their minds as they watched David fell as the elevator continued rose upwards with increasing velocity. Had he never used an elevator before? Gradually, the elevator began slowing its ascension. David quickly noticed it. David quickly stood up, ignoring the stares he received from his fellow students. It stopped, but David didn't get out yet due to the fact that his imprint was still pulling upward. Someone else left the elevator but not without staring at David. David ignored him completely, holding on to the iron rod like the others did. After which, the door to the elevator closed and then resumed moving upwards. Seems like the elevator knows where we are to stop. How do they even do that? David thought while looking around curiously, but soon enough, he got tired after a few seconds. Feeling the magnetic pull changing its force forwards instead of upwards like before, David left the elevator since the door had slid open. Not willing to be intimidated by the odd stares from his fellow student. And before he left, "See you all next time," David said with a smile, then he exited the elevator. The moment he left the elevator, everything that happened already left him too, since it wasn't important, he forgot about it. But he didn't forget counting the floor he was in. After walking for a few seconds, David found his room. Staring at the written number on the door. 13,248. He felt really happy, he could finally get to his room after so much trouble. Now the only problem is getting into the room. There was no doorknob, button, or anything of the sort. It was just plain steel door. He knocked the steel door, hoping for some kind of reaction, but he was bound to be disappointed. "Open." His voice sounded hesitantly. "Please open," but there was no reaction. He was now getting frustrated, he was getting really tired now, he just wished he could get into his room, have a nice bath and sleep soundly for the whole free week off. He had been mentally drained from everything that had happened already. But it seems like the door had other plans for him. Bang. Hitting the door in frustration. "That won't work, you know." A little startled at the familiar voice, he turned back, facing the person who spoke. "Do I know you? I feel like we've met before." Dav asked, really puzzled as he scrutinized the fellow before him. He felt the voice was familiar but he forgot who the person was. What? The guy was obviously stunned at David's question. Not expecting David to ask that type of question from him. The boy's face turned red from anger instantly when he thought about the fact that someone he was starting to call a friend didn't even really recall talking to him. He gave David a cold stare before saying, "If you do not recognize me, do you at least remember talking to someone a while ago?" David thought while staring at Nihia for a bit, then hesitated, but still he shook his head. "I don't think so." Nihia was livid this time, he breathing turned rapidly, but before he could leave from anger, he heard David say, "Come on, I'm just messing with you. Don't take it seriously." David chuckled, but in his mind, he was panicking. He seemed to have lost some of his memories of a few moments ago. He didn't understand what was going on. Nihia's angry expression faded away like smoke as though it wasn't there from the beginning. "Do you by any chance know how to open this door? It's really giving me a serious headache," David said to Nihia, asking for his help. Nihia glanced at David oddly after most of his anger left. "Why are you asking? You didn't read the student's guide, did you?" Nihia asked the obvious question. David stared at him like he was a fool, and why the hell would I read something like that? Who does that anyway? He obviously wouldn't ask what or where he could get the student's guide. It would instead arouse Nihia's suspicions more. "Can you just tell me how I can open this door?" "It's actually really easy, you just have to hold your imprint facing the door for 3 seconds, then that's it. That's simple. Nothing else," David said while placing his hands in front of the door. A lightly audible voice rang out to him. "Scanning, please wait a moment." "Welcome, David, we've been expecting you." Chapter 8, The Empty Room. "Oh, really now?" David didn't seem startled by the voice. He had experienced a lot right now, he wouldn't be startled by pretty much anything as of this moment. What surprised him was the fact that the voice seemed to have been expecting him. The steel door opened widely for him to enter, and after saying his thanks to Nihia outside, he closed the door. He didn't wait for Nihia's reply as he was too preoccupied with his thoughts. He really had to rest, otherwise, the side effect from either the transmigration or the transplant would get worse. When he checked the interior of his room, it was really simple. "Who are the we you are referring to?" David said, speaking to the voice in a casual manner while observing the place he was going to stay for more than a year. The room was square in shape and had one thing in common: the 4 wall sides are pure white in color, but there wasn't a single bit of stain on it. It was just pure white emanating white lights, illuminating the room. The room had nothing in it. There wasn't a particular source of illumination. The 4 white walls of the room was the only source of light. But it was by no means obvious at first sight. Except if somebody explicitly wished to discover where the lights were coming from. That really surprised David, as he thought the wall of the room was a type of screen itself. Walls as screens, things in this world are still surprising to him. It was very stunning, yet the color white itself was an exceptionally exhausting and dreadful shading which made him think about the underground research center he came out from. It likewise made him consider himself been a trial subject. He shuddered, clearing the terrifying contemplations from his head. "Who are you and why are you expecting me?" David asked the voice which spoke out earlier when he opened the door. "My name is S-." David interrupted it. "Just stop right there. I don't actually care who you are nor what your name is, I just wanted to know how you accessed my room, which is an invasion of privacy anyhow, and why." David said with folded arms while frowning in displeasure. He hated invading other people's privacy, and likewise, he hates others invading his privacy. But his eyes kept on searching through the room for something. "That is quite harsh, but since it's your first day in the institute, you are preempted for now. And as for your questions, we are the AI responsible for this floor, which grants me a one-time authority to override every student room audio frequency which I've used already to speak with the others. You are one of the few left." David feigned exacerbation. It appears this AI simply needed to flaunt its authority towards them. He lacked the capacity to deal with such things. David filtered his room with a petal-like eyes. Be that as it may, once David didn't see any significant thing to an individual in the room, David frowned and asked, "What is up with this?" He looked a bit surprised as he asked. "Oh, that's the room's default wallpaper. To change it to any color of your choice, you will have to pay a specific sum of mon." The voice replied, but wasn't able to finish her sentence and was rudely interrupted by David. "No, I'm not talking about that. I meant to ask, why is my room empty? There isn't even a bed." "Oh, that. It's made like that so as to keep enough space for the students to practice with." As someone who didn't read the Institute's guide, you would have to pay a certain sum of amount for that informati dash. David didn't even wait for the voice to continue speaking. He immediately left the room. Nihia was just a few feet away. His face was as cold as ice and he was in deep thoughts with furrowed eyebrows. Suddenly, he could feel the wind behind him stirred up. As he was about to check what was happening out of puzzlement, he was suddenly grabbed by the shoulders from the back. Glancing at David with confusion in his eyes. "Hey, how can I access my stuffs in my room?" David asked. How were they supposed to survive with basic amenities? "Just lightly tap on your imprint for about 3 seconds, then tell it to detach the bed and the other things in the room. That's all. They were just hidden behind the walls." Nihia answered straightforwardly. "You should really check out the student's guide, as there would be more things more complicated than this," he advised David while lightly patting on his shoulders. I would do that. Thanks a lot. Would make sure to repay you. Don't wait up for me, I will be leaving." David laughed awkwardly and waved, making a beeline to his room. Again, not waiting for Nihia's reply. He entered the room, closed the door. Pressing the imprint for 3 seconds, before he could speak to the imprint, David heard a voice in his head. "Welcome, David. Since you are new to the system, it is advisable and compulsory to read the student's guide. Would you start and dash?" He would have really wanted to scroll through the manual, but he wasn't in a good condition to that right now. "Can you detach the bed for me?" "Detaching the bed now," the voice instantly reported. Schwa. Light sounds of a machinery instantly rang out in the white room as David saw a part of the wall in the room immediately flipped over, revealing its content. In a span of 2 seconds, the roll of metal quickly assembled swiftly with astonishing speed. His eyes immediately lit up as he saw the scene. It was still a bit surprising, and almost everything in this world seemed to remind him that he was in another world. But for now, he needed enough rest, as that seemed to be the only way the side effects he was experiencing could clear up. That was what his intuition told him. Chapter 9, Rotfeld Principle. The morning sun shone heartily through the air towards the exterior part of the dormitory, giving a slight metallic sheen to the earthy-colored shade of the hostels, making them look kind of nice and strangely beautiful. Inside a particular room, the bed rustled as a male student shifted his sleeping posture to a more comfortable one. After a while, the sound of a slight rumble rang out through the room, bouncing off the walls while making disturbing echoes in the room. David's eyes jerked. His eyes shot opened up gradually. He yawned with his mouth opened wide, however his eyes indicated he was still extremely sluggish. As he was going to close his eyes once more, the slight thunder sounded out again, however this time in a progressively furious tone. That was an extraordinary rest, Dav thought as he propped himself up from his bed. Guess I'm really hungry, caressing his rumbling stomach, speaking to the imprint located slightly below his wrist. A compartment detached itself from the wall, a network of connected machinery rapidly arranged itself, revealing a 1-meter-sized mirror. Sitting beside them was a bunch of tools needed to clean himself up nicely. Also in the other side of the mirror, was a small compartment with a hole in it, which Dav speculated was a type of waste bin. He took his bath soon afterwards, which was a weird experience for him, but it was quite nice. He left his room hurriedly, his stomach almost rumbling in sync with his footsteps. Upon following the pull of the imprint, he reached the cafeteria only to realize that it just opened like a minute ago. There was no food available yet. Seems like he had arrived too early. Sitting in one of the chairs in the cafeteria, he noticed he was the only one in there at the moment. Although it was a bit strange, he didn't think too much about it. He had decided to wait until the food was available, but until then, he intends to find out what the student's guide is all about, as it had places him in a tight spot the previous night, and also how to operate his imprint. Applying pressure on the imprint for approximately 3 seconds straight. Good morning, David, hope you enjoyed your days of sleep. The robotic voice of his personal AI rang out through his mind. Of course I did, thanks for asking. Although, it was only a computerized reasoning, it hurts no one to be polite to it. Wait, what do you mean by days of sleep? David asked, somehow confused by the words spoken to him by the AI. David was a really perceptive person. Thinking outside the box and noticing what others rarely notice, he was really good at that. The duration of your slumber was 52 hours, 12 minutes, 5 seconds, which is approximate 2 days, hence the word days. The robotic voice answered. What? He was stunned. David's voice was raised an octave higher than usual. He was truly freaked out. The fact that he had slept for 2 days straight surprised him, and honestly, he currently still wished to sleep a bit more. Although, he loves sleeping like really, but that doesn't indicate he would be blinded by it. Who falls asleep for 2 days straight without eating anyways? Breathing in deeply, he calmed his nerves. What seemed to be the problem? David asked the AI. I can't seem to comprehend your question, it replied. Right, I forgot it was an AI. David thought. I slept for 2 days straight, is that normal? David stated his problems to the AI. Although slightly abnormal, it's still considered okay. It was stated that due to the process undergone by the students, stressing out the limits of the human body, the body would need certain amount of rest. Sleeping for a day and maybe 2 is perfectly normal in order for the body to regain its energy. Although, 98.7% of the students woke up after a few hours of rest. I'm a very special being, so doing special things should be expected. David comforted himself. Now, can you kindly inform me what actions I must perform to operate my imprint? And how the hell you are talking straight to my head? He had just registered he had a voice directly speaking through his head. To operate the imprint, you just have to switch to the manual mode, which would decrease my rate of activities, to grant you access to the system. The reason I could communicate to you straight to your head is due to the Rotfeld principle. It's the combination of different complex theories and thesis on vibration and frequency. Several centuries ago, the entire human genes available in the genome was read and edited by the conjunction of many genetists from different parts of the world. They came together to form great inventions, thesis and theories, and one of those theories is the Rotfeld principle, which generally allows for telepathic communication through physical contact, gene frequency deciphering and electric brainwave frequency matching. The AI concluded. Silence reigned in David's head. Not hearing any robotic voice. Goodness, are you done? David finally asked, exasperated. You don't appear to understand the standards, the AI inquired. No, I didn't, cause you lost me there at Rotfeld principle, he replied bluntly. Switching to Rotfeld principle explanation for dummies. In layman's term, it basically means reading the frequency your brain uses to receive audio waves and then matching it to send message through the same brain wave. I think I get the gist of it. Before he could continue, a loud buzz sound rang out, indicating the availability of food. Seeing as the food was already available in the cafeteria, Dav hurriedly stood up for his. Standing before the machinery, he raised his hands up as he was told to. His imprint was scanned, then instantly, his food popped out from an available space in the machinery. David stared blankly at the box of sticky fluids on the tray. He couldn't comprehend what just happened. Chapter 10, 3 stars talented student. David stared blankly at the box of sticky fluids before him. He still couldn't comprehend how this was food. I need food, not this alright. Dav stated foolishly at the block of machinery before him. Since your star haven't been graded as of yet, that's what any grade-less student of the institute gets. A voice spoke out from the machinery. Dav recognized the voice as the AI who said it had been waiting for him 2 days ago, trying to flaunt its authority. And how do I get it graded? David asked. He was already pretty tired about this world's complex way of life in the institute. If you are adamant about not reading your student's guide, you could just pay a certain amount of money for answers to certain questions. The cost of the answer to the question you requested for is 3 gyno points, cheap right? The voice stated. David couldn't be bothered to speak with the money grubber who was bent on collecting gyno points for a simple piece of information. Applying pressure on the imprint for 3 seconds. Direct me to the place where I would be reviewed. David walked out of the cafeteria without looking back, but not without taking the box of sticky fluids in it. He was still hungry after all. David stepped into the elevator, but not without muttering out a curse. He hadn't forgotten the way the elevator embarrassed him in front of his mates. He waited until the elevator took him to the second floor, which was the floor the magnetic pole also pointed at. He had always wondered if the elevator reads people's mind, as it seems to know which floor whichever person wanted to stop at. Although he wondered, he didn't have time for that yet. He had to get himself graded as soon as possible. The taste of the sticky liquid was horrible. David's mind shuddered as he threw the empty box to the wastebin in the elevator. Although he hated the taste, he was really hungry, so he didn't even notice when he finished it. All he knew was that it had an horrendous, silky, and salty taste. Exiting the elevator, he hurriedly made his way to the review center. He made his way there very easily, as the other students were just waking up at this point in time. Opening the door to the review center, he was instantly surprised by the immediate surroundings. It was all white, the same as his room's default wallpaper. The tip of his eyebrow instantly rose upwards. Isn't it too early to be here at this time? A slightly flat but annoyed voice sounded out, distracting David from his observation. Dav immediately looked forward. His expression soon changed into an, as expected, expression. The person behind the desk had the same posture, expression, and even the behavior of those who works behind the desk on Earth too. For example, the slightly pot belly peeking through the hole from the midsection of the desk, also the, I don't give a f *ck, expression the man had. It made David miss Earth a bit. Just a bit though. Hi there. Not really. David replied, sounding a bit confused. Anyway, I'm here to get myself graded. David stated. The man was instantly surprised. Although Dav wasn't the first to get graded in this batch of students, he also wasn't the second and certainly wasn't the third to be graded among the students of the institute. But he was definitely among the top 200 talented students of this batch of recruitment. Oh, you should have just said that earlier, mister. As though I was given the chance to talk. David thought in his heart. I'm David, you can just call me Dav if you wish. David replied while strolling inside the room. I would call you Dav then, haha, please, sit, the man responded with a laugh this time. Quite different from his earlier moody expression. You just have to go through the test first before I can grade you officially. By the way, I'm Johnson, but you can also call me Mr. John if you'd so wish. John bent down from his seat. When he stood back up, he was holding a type of technological bracelet. Holding it towards David. Place it in any of your wrist. What is this exactly? David was a bit skeptical. He got seated. It's nothing really, it just helps us confirm if you're really no longer affected by the myalgia. John replied truthfully. You would feel a slight pain, mind you. John added. Okay, let's get this over with. David wore the bracelet on his left wrist. Now what? Puzzled, nothing happened. Do not be impatient to dash. BZZT. Electric energy flashed as the electrical current was discharged into David's body. That really hurts. DAV groaned and clenched his teeth rightly to endure the pain. Does it really have to be this painful? DAV complained as the pain faded from his body while removing the test bracelet from his wrist. What was that for? David said as he glared at the pot-bellied man before him. Sorry about that, DAV, I'm just following protocols. John replied to David, being apologetic. Retrieving the bracelet from DAV, he kept it back to its previous position. So did I pass the test? David questioned, rubbing his wrist gently. Of course you did. Splendidly, in fact, John smiled. Great, what if I didn't pass? Hee, let's just say, you wouldn't be here to ask any questions, DAV. John grinned as he relaxed to his chair. David instantly understood what he meant. The myalgia would increase one's sensitivity by a lot, and if one were to be electrocuted by the bracelet during that time, it was death straight away, no hope of survival. David frowned as he felt it was way too cruel. But it wasn't really his business. He just needed to know his grades. So what's my grade? He asked impatiently. Do not be impatient, DAV. You are now a 3-star talented student, and as a 3-star talented student, there are some private privileges specially reserved by the Institute for students as talented as you are. You can read the student's guide for more information. John beamed. An holographic image with 3 bright stars emerged from John's desk. John reached out to them. He grabbed at the 3 stars before swiftly throwing them along Dav's direction. Directly towards his imprint. David was shocked as he thought he was being attacked, but the 3 stars just disappeared into his imprint as if being absorbed into it, as though nothing had ever happened. It was a fascinating sight. Fascinating, but why 3-star, why not 5-star? DAV questioned subconsciously, as he rubbed his imprint, still marveled by the previous scene. John's smile instantly froze as he gazed at DAV with a deadly stare. Get out, now. John said in a deep tone. Struggling to keep himself calm. He had mentioned 5 stars like it was nothing. If 5 stars were that common, the Institute wouldn't be bothered with those THRE stars students. Okay, I was just asking out of curiosity anyway. No need to be that hard in me. Trying to defending himself, David raised both his hands up. Leaving the now angry John's office, David headed straight back to the cafeteria. Although, people are out from their beds already. Upon getting there, DAV had to wait in line for his turn behind some groups of teenagers. Finally his turn, he stretched his hand which has the imprint in it. You have already withdrawn your morning meal today. Please kindly step away from the line or pay a certain fixed amount of gyno points to purchase the types of food available for sale. The familiar robotic voice sounded out. F***CK, you call that SH*TTY liquid, food? What else do this world call food over here? Never mind, I don't want to know, DAV secretly muttered. DAV left the cafeteria in anger. He reached a certain spot in the current floor. He sat down to catch a breather at a bench he found at some point. He could see some students walking while tapping into the air rapidly. Some were even tapping furiously at what David can only describe as rays of lights. He was only able to see multiple rays of light and was confused why the rest of the students would do that. After a moment of realization, David raised his arm up. Applying pressure on the imprint for 3 seconds, he called to his personal digitalist computer. I want to see my own personal holographic image. David said. He needed to get used to this world quickly in order to avoid suspicion. Switching to manual mode. Please wait a moment. Initializing. 50 seconds to completion. Please wait. Chapter 11, The Institute Schemes. An holographic image tore the air. Visible only to David due to the fact that it had been registered and coded with his gene prints, making it quite impossible for others with different genetic makeup or codes as him to view its contents. David was thoroughly intrigued since it was his first time with such technology. Gazing at its contents, David saw a few series of options. Okay, maybe not few, it was a lot than he was used to. The options were all just placed randomly that David almost felt his brain buzz in exhaustion. It was much different than that of the handphones on Earth. Too messy. Arrange all of the information according to each categories they belong to, David hurriedly stated. He couldn't help but wonder. They created an awesome tech like this, but they couldn't even place the information in a proper order. DAV frowned, obviously a bit confused. Confirmed. Please hold on, David, this would only take a few seconds. his AI replied. The AI in his imprint rapidly got to work as bits and pieces of information started gathering at different specific locations. What surprised Dav though was the fact that they really looked physical, almost as if he could feel them, even smell them. Interesting, David thought with a smile on his face. With his command taking place, he finally got the system arranged as easily and as best as he could, and after a few minutes of thorough adjustment, it looked more like the ones in handphones back on Earth. Now, I can't keep calling it my personal AI now, can I? What name should I give her? Lizzie. Sounds common. How about Eliza? Dav contemplated while the fingers of his left-hand fingers kept moving as if he had something he kept twirling between each fingers. Ha! I get it now, Hazel. David smiled proudly. It was the first time he came up with a good name. Since we would be together for the better part of the years, I have thought of a name for you. David was still on the bench as he continued twirling his fingers. That is incorrect. I'm a property of the institution given to assist the new students to help cope with their situations, just for a certain period of time. The AI's robotic voice interrupted David before he could continue. David couldn't help but frown upon hearing those words. He had assumed that after graduation, the students would be allowed to take some certain things from the institute, but it seems like he was dead wrong about that. Process complete, please check, the AI's voice rang out once more, pulling Dav out from his speculations. His imprint shone a light blue light as the holographic images took to the air. The contents wasn't as messy as it has been previously, and with his tampering, it was close to perfect for his taste. David tried tapping it, his hands felt like they touched something solid, he could really feel the smooth texture of the border lines. David gasped in amazement. The technology of this world had really advanced by several degrees. Although he wasn't aware of the mechanism used, that didn't stop him from admiring it. Tapping open the library icon, a row of books instantly appeared before him. It was as if he was in a real library. Not really a fan of books, David dropped it, returning to his home page. He saw My Status written on one part of the screen. That sparked Dav's curiosity. He tapped on it. Name, David Syntax. Age, 16. Gyno points, 100. Stage, Spryher. Talent, 3-star. Exercise manuals, none. Gene, none. Blood cycle, 1 cycle per 3 minutes, average. Enhancements, none. Combat techniques, none. Current condition, quite healthy. Evaluation, 2 weak. As a new student, there are different opportunities to improve. An "oh" sound escaped his lips. He was pleasantly surprised at the status, but was also disappointed at the comment left behind. It contains things he was already aware of. For example, it contains information about his talents grade, which he already knew as 3 stars. Likewise, it contained information about his height, weight, and race. Sweeping his eyes through the status panel, Dav saw something different. There was an additional gyno points written there, which indicates that he currently has 100 gyno points left in his account. He had been wondering what the hell gyno points was after the money-grumbling AI tried extorting of them, but he forgot about that after. He clicked on the gyno points and the description popped up, which stated that it was the currency currently used in the institute, and as long as one has enough gyno points, one could purchase literally anything from the institute. Which earned a raised eyebrow from Dav. It made him quite skeptical about it, but since the institute allowed that sentence in his status page, it might seem to be true. Before he could do anything else, he heard a familiar voice call out to him from beside him. "Hey, David." Nihia ran towards Dav swiftly. "Oh, hey." Dav replied back casually. He was engrossed by the functions of his interface. And he also had the mind to stroll a bit around the institute, trying to get used to the institute as fast as possible. Since he had enough time on his hands, he wasn't really in a hurry. "Where have you been all this while? Searched for you throughout the whole of yesterday, but I couldn't get a single glimpse of you." Nihia was a bit angry. He really had a good reason for searching for David. He had been looking for him since yesterday, but to no avail. But now he saw Dav, the guy obviously didn't appreciate him coming to meet him. "I was looking for you to inform you that the institute had started lectures since yesterday. We were deceived by them. I don't really know why they would do something that devious, but it is slightly obvious they want to keep some people out from attending the lectures. The week-long holidays is obviously a trap from the institute. I've contemplated for a very long while, but I still couldn't find out what they would gain from doing something like that. They would only lost potential students. Not all the students knows about this information though. Only a selected few knows about the information, and even I knew about it only because I mistakenly eavesdropped on someone's conversation. Nihia rambled on and on. David stood there, listening to what Nihia had to say. Instantly, his heart lurched and he frowned. If what Nihia said was true, then there was something else going on. He really hated being deceived by people. David thought things through. And after a while, he immediately came up with some speculations. Those who failed the exams and also couldn't attend the class would be disqualified and then turned into labor workers for a few months as punishment. The institute needed more labor workers, which was why they were willing to deceive people so that after a week holiday, the ones with slightly more mediocre talents wouldn't be able to keep up, causing them to fail the courses, exiling them to a lifetime of workmanship. As David thought of this, his eyes squinted immediately. It seems like the institute wasn't a really peaceful place after all. Just the first week, and something like this is happening. His second speculation was that the students would get an enormous amount of gains if they attend the institute for this week. Although he wasn't really sure which is which, either of the two options won, nothing would stop him from attending the lectures. David instantly felt a headache coming in. Things really won't be easy here. Chapter 12, Skycruisers. David instantly felt a headache coming up. He wasn't sure about their plans yet, but he wouldn't let that affect him. I'm telling you, this might be some insane stunt the institute is trying to dash. Do you know where the lessons are taking place? Dav interrupted the still rambling Nihia. No, I don't. Nihia replied. Dav looked at him with his eyebrow raised. Did you not go for lessons yesterday? Puzzled David asked. Nihia immediately grew furious, his head fuming with smoke and anger. Of course not, I have been searching everywhere for you. Sorry about that, I was really busy throughout the day, I couldn't get hold of you. Thanks for that anyways. Although David still wasn't sure why Nihia was doing this, he still thanked him anyways. Nihia, who was on the verge of exploding, calmed down a bit. David's looks wasn't worth calling handsome. He is as ordinary as a passerby one would see in a marketplace. One without any remarkable features. Well, his droopy eyes might let one remember him, at least. Glaring at David angrily, Nihia breathed out loudly. Phew. Your schedule should have been sent to you already if only you would just check your inbox. Nihia exhaled. Although, I don't think some of the students are aware of the fact that they had their schedules with them all these while, it's as though our input had been defaultly silenced. Nihia pondered. David's hand that was about to summon his personal interface paused when he heard that, but he resumed subsequently. Calling forth his interface, he checked his inbox, thereupon containing different messages. From the institute mostly. He inspected them just by sweeping his gaze roughly, scrolling down when he saw not what he sought after. After a moment of searching lightly, he found what he was looking for. It turns out the schedule was hidden amidst the countless welcome messages sent from the institute. Rolling his eyes at such deception, David took the schedule with hands. He opened it like it was a real sheet of paper. It was almost like virtual reality mixed together with the real life. He still couldn't help himself from being amazed. Prying open the schedule. As he kept reading, his expression kept changing. From his previous amazed gaze, his expression fell gradually, just like a chocolate beaten by the sun. One time, Nihia couldn't tell if he was either laughing or crying. What tight schedule! David shouted in his head, throwing the schedule out in anger. Are you sure you want to permanently delete this message? A message instantly popped up from his interface. David stared blankly. A few seconds passed, he replied, of course not. And place that thing as top priority. David said after some thoughts. His headache was already becoming worse. Nevertheless, he didn't have to look up to know Nihia was on the verge of laughing. Go ahead. David looked elsewhere. Really? Nihia was skeptical, but he just couldn't hold it any longer. Ha 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 ha, why yo you can't, ha ha ha. Clutching his stomach, he almost laughed his guts out. He just couldn't stop even after a minute. Since the time David asked him, the first time in the dorm, to withdraw his bed from wherever it was hidden, he had known David really loved his sleep. But now, he wouldn't have enough time to sleep. David stood there, staring expressionlessly into space. The schedule he saw almost made him lost his mind. There was not a single day of rest throughout the week, even on weekends. They were to have lessons every single day in a week. For a whole 3 months, which after there would be tests every week, they would be given 2 days of rest, then they'd be tested based on what they had been taught. But the main point is that David wouldn't have enough time to sleep, as lesson starts as early as 6 a.m. in the morning every single day and ends at 6 p.m., giving the students enough time to study or practice, or so the institute thought. And the breaks only lasts for about 20 minutes, not enough time for Dav, who likes to slowly savor his food, and eating to his fill would take more than an hour. However would he cope from now on? Davs expressionlessly thought. If it wasn't for the fact that the curriculum has been circulated through his batch, he would have thought that someone was specifically targeting him. Shifting his line of sight toward Nihia, who was just getting up from the ground having finished laughing. Ahem. Thanks, I'm done. Nihia dusted his body. You are welcome. What's on your schedule for the morning? Regaining his countenance, David asked while navigating his way out of the building with Nihia in tow. Combat practice. You. Nihia replied. Same. David replied with a raised eyebrow. Surprised, looks like we are stuck every morning for 3 months, isn't it? Grunting, David picked up the pace. Hazel, the route towards my first lessons, lead me there. David spoke to his imprint. Stepping into the elevator, he descended towards the last floor of the building. Exiting the building, David checked the time, 7 a.m. They were late by an hour. How much time would it take to get to the combat field based on my current speed? David asked. His left hand towards his mouth. Jogging towards the combat field with Nihia tow. Well, mostly with Nihia complaining. 2 hours, 14 minutes, 43 seconds. Dav instantly staggered. Nihia almost bumping into him. That long. David immediately stooped uncontrollably. If he had made the mistake of not asking, he would have cried himself to death. What's wrong with you? Nihia asked, confused. Nothing. Do you by any means know how to get there faster? Uber. Taxi. Tilting his head slightly. Yes, that's what I've been trying to tell you. What do you mean by Uber and taxi? Someone you know. Nihia stared at David, shaking his head. It's nothing. Just answer the question. David was getting rather impatient. Alright, let's just call for a lift then. Almost forgot, have you been graded yet? Suddenly remembering something, he asked David. Yes, but can you just call the lift? Okay, I will, calm down. Nihia stood motionlessly staring at space for 30 seconds. David stared blankly at him for the whole duration of 30 seconds at a loss for words. As realization hit him, he instantly wanted to roar out in rage. Was this guy joking with him? What did this guy take him for? He wasn't able to though, as a shadow loomed over them, prompting him to raise his head in confusion. The shadow got much larger as it came closer to them, almost causing David to panic. He suddenly noticed the 4 thrusters at the sides of the object that was coming over them. He suddenly remembered seeing something like that earlier. It seems Nihia really called for a lift and wasn't standing blankly there for no reason at all. The skycruiser landed steadily and softly in front of David's slightly ajar mouth, wherein the thruster's output slowed down considerably as bursts and streams of energy and fire reduced. The skycruiser could be called splashes of color. It contains most of the primary colors. Blue, red, white, etc. Showing how ragged it was. It has an oval-shaped forefront exterior which is painted black. The 4 thrusters painted blue, the top of the skycruiser, another color entirely, and, basically, the skycruiser was a mess of colors, too ugly to even glance at. It was the size of a big bus. The flank, which David assumed was the hatch, slid open upwards with a mechanical sound. Whoosh! A shadow gradually began to emerge from within the commercial cruiser. What came out from the hatchway was a beauty. Chapter 13, Cyborgenic Lifeforms. At one section of the institute, in a luxurious office that one might call neither plain nor overdecorated. It was just a little over the top. In the room, a man could be seen sitting on the chair, directly in front of the desk, casually sway the omnidirection seat left and right. He had an average face, looking around late 20s. With black hair with a long ponytail. His eyebrows were also thick but short. Looking a bit weird or unique maybe. That man is Mu Chen. He was operating his personal interface. While others would only see him tapping at a wide beam of multicolored light, Muchen's personal interface had been genetically modified according to his genes and brain wave, allowing only him access to view the information contained herein. It was the same for everyone. He was busy making arrangements for the next batch of cadets to come. It takes an extreme amount of calculations and arrangements to successfully guarantee a high success rate. Muchen is someone who doesn't like other people do something for him, since he prefers doing it himself. He believes that to perform an important job to one's perfection, it's best to do it by oneself. So unless it's a simple matter, he sends his subordinates to do the job for him. But if it involves an important matter, he prefers to the job himself. A light sound rang out, making him pause his hands. Swiping his hands sideways, a message was sent to him. Taking the message by hands. If it was not for the illumination coming off the message, he would have been deceived to thinking it was a real paper message. Opening the message, his eyes began sweeping through the message, scrutinizing it as if his life depended on it. But his expression changed from his normal expressionless face to slight confusion. He was really confused. According to the information written in the message, it states that David was just from an ordinary family of 6. David, as the second born, has an older brother Derek who is currently 21 years old. His favorite hobby is reading and currently working as an engineer for a big company in the inner world, taking after the father, the pride of the family. David also has 2 younger sisters who are identical twins, currently 13 years old. One whose attitude is cold and the other who has a fiery attitude. Quite opposite characters for a twin. Muchen didn't care for that at all. What he really minded was the fact that David was just your ordinary average teenage boy back at the inner world. He goes to high school every weekday, comes back 3 p.m., goes to work at a mechanical shop at 3:30 p.m., comes back home 7:30 p.m. That was all he did throughout his stay in the inner world. Although he had friends, he didn't consider them his friends as he prefers being alone. A loner. There was nothing special that happened in his life. Well, one did happen, and that was when his brother Derek got a job in a big company with huge salary. But David and Derek weren't all that close, so saying it was a special moment in his life was a bit far-fetched. He wasn't especially close to his father Damon and also his mother Aaliyah. Although David's father Damon is an engineer, he wasn't given a job to work in a huge company, but nevertheless, they were above the average families in their sector. His mother Aaliyah works as an assistant to some big-shot family in the sector, not having enough time for the family but was the one providing mostly for the family. Muchen still didn't think of that as an important aspect to him. What he was mostly interested in is David's knowledge. How he gained the knowledge he had about the Griffin was what he was most interested in. Now, reading through the report, it basically states that David was nothing special. Even his family is nothing special. So where he got the information about how to recognize a Griffin was still a mystery. The knowledge would not have come from nowhere. Interesting, I love challenges. Muchen touched his non-existent beard, stroking it as if there really was a beard there. Thinking of the ways to solve the puzzle in the form of David. Seeming to have thought of a plan, Muchen smiled to himself, bursting into laughter soon after. Although he wished desperately to grab David, tie him up and then pry into his head to check what he knows. After which, advancing wouldn't be a problem for him anymore. He calmed himself instantly. It's best to take things very slowly. If he forcefully grabbed David now that he had been registered to the Institute, he would be in huge trouble. Although the Institute permits killing between cadets, they would investigate the cause of death to the latest details without anything going amiss. Also, ridging the results of the investigation is also an impossibility, as different people from different departments would be there to investigate personally and give their personal reports accordingly before the council will come into a conclusion. So, once a student was reported missing, the matter would be thoroughly investigated. Finding the cadet was just a matter of 5 hours of searching, since any random insect, bees, ants, rats, animals basically could actually be a cyborgenic life form. Cyborgenic life forms can be basically defined as a life form that has been genetically engineered from the moments their parents were pregnant of them to serve different purposes. For example, the eggs of a butterfly could be altered with a specific type of technique and then genetically modified to provide audio and video signals for surveillance purpose. Or can be implanted with a nanocam and a nanocircuit to merge with the life forms as it grows. So basically, it's impossible to escape from any crime in the whole huge island owned by the Institute, except if one owned a piece of gadgets. Due to these reasons, Muchen dares not to be audacious. He has to act carefully and cautiously. So approaching David is also a no-no, as that plan itself is a bad one. It would raise suspicions and speculations. Some impossibly stupid people might actually speculate that he was having an affair with a cadet. There are a lot of people fighting and scheming for his current position to the extent that they would come up with various forms of speculations just to sully his name and get rid of him for good, which Mu Chen would very much like to avoid. So the only option is to. Thinking of this, Mu Chen's maniac laughter resounded through his office, faint vibrations buzzing behind him, almost summoning his phantomic beast due to lose of control. He quickly got himself under control, regaining his countenance. He called for one of his subordinates. Putting down the barrier towards his office, Elder Ivar opened the door to his office and walked into the office with steady steps. Chapter 14, Dangerous. Putting down the barrier towards his office. Mu Chen watched as Elder Ivar walked into the office with steady steps. "You called me," Elder Ivar said as a statement. But inwardly, he was really slightly nervous. Ever since he found out that the secret he thought was still a secret was actually not a secret and had been secretly known amongst the other elders keeping it a secret from him. It made him a little angry, but there was nothing he could do about that as the information had already been leaked and he would have to suffer the consequences sooner or later. The fact that he had slightly more than 100 teenagers of his clansmen here was a slightly grave offense which is needed to be punished by the Institute since he had stolen the opportunity of other candidates and given them to his clansmen instead. Although he knew this day would come, but he didn't know it would come this soon. It was his judgment day. His body might seem unshakable, while voice was clear and full of strength. But if one could pay attention to him and fully concentrate on his voice and body, one would notice a slight tremble in his tone. He was a lot nervous than he showed. "I don't appreciate you wasting my time, so you should clearly know what you are here for," Mu Chen stated straightforwardly in a strict tone, not caring at all that the person he was speaking to was clearly more than 20 years older than him as Elder Ivar was in his early 50s, but the strength he gave off was still as young and healthy as a teenager. Wanting to open his mouth to reply in a negative manner, he instantly saw Mu Chen's stern expression hardened, making him lose the words just at the tip of his mouth. He changed his words. "Yes, I do, leader." Ivar's voice clearly trembled slightly, although trying to hold strong. That's good. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt. What do you think your punishment should be? Should I follow the protocols according to the Institute and remove you from your current position?" Mu Chen's thick eyebrow rose in a questioning manner. Elder Ivar was happy though because Mu Chen didn't directly punish him yet and only asked, which implies that he still has some sort of hope or opportunity left. Grasping it would ensure his continuous stay in the Institute. "What must I do to redeem myself, sir?" Elder Ivar was smart and did not bother beating round the bush also. He asked in a hopeful tone, since Mu Chen hadn't directly dished out punishments, it means that there was hope for him. "That's why I love talking with smart people." "Seems like you are smart." Mu Chen nodded his head in acknowledgement. "Thanks for your compliments, sir." Elder Ivar offered a slight bow with a tilt of his head. "Although, I ought to punish you according to the Institute's rules, but since I have something for you to do." Mu Chen smiled while he kept talking softly to Elder Ivar with him occasionally nodding his head. Seemingly satisfied, he sent Elder Ivar away, putting up the force field. Meanwhile, at David's place, the skycruiser landed a few meters in front of them. Coming out of the skycruiser was a very beautiful lady. Black hair, full pink lips, curvy body, soft ebony skin-tight body. Both David and Nihia gazes were stuck on her swiftly, their throats bubbling up and down as they swallowed their saliva down their lungs staring at this seductress. But both people, David and Nihia, reacted with different reasons entirely. One out of desire and the other out of fear. Phil-Lita came out of the cruiser instantly revealing the task she had accepted. The people she had been assigned to pick. She had bought the skycruiser after amassing a huge amount of gyno points from her few hundred clansmate. Then she had registered herself and the skycruiser for public transport. This was one of the best ways to gain more gyno points, and in a few weeks of working, she would have gained the amount used to buy the skycruiser. Of course she could have assigned one of her subordinates to drive the skycruiser, but she insisted on doing it herself in order to increase her experience in maneuvering a skycruiser since she would need it on the long run. She was immediately surprised when she saw the one before her. Her eyes flashing an unusual glow when her gaze fell onto David. The moment her eye flashed with the sinister glow, David's body instantly reacted. His eyelids drooped as if he was sleeping, leaving a slight space for him to see. His body instantly turned lazy as if nothing in the world could ever awakening him. Not sure if he was even thinking. At first glance, one would think he was just being lazy or was really sleepy. But he was actually at his peak performance right now, ready to swiftly respond to any threats available. As David felt his body undergo such changes, he wasn't at all surprised. It had happened quite a few number of times. It happened back at the orientation hall when Muchin released his phantomic beast. But he really wasn't paying attention to it because his attention was focused on something else. The beast. It had happened a few times while he was walking around the institute. He had determined that it only occurred whenever he was in a powerhouse's field of vision or immediate surroundings. Basically, whenever anyone stronger than him looked at him with scrutiny or just passed by him, he would always feel this way. And now that he had the opportunity of seeing a strong person up close, it was a lot surprising as it was a fellow student who made him feel this way, and a female at that. He figured out in that instant, she was not to be messed with. Not giving David enough time to respond, the girl spoke up at them. 2 gyno points. Non-negotiable. Phil Lita sweet voice like the chimes of bells in a Christmas morning rang out through their ears, mesmerizing Nihia more and more. Before David could furiously shout out, "Daylight robbery," Nihia was apparently faster than he was. With a slight gulp in his throat, he spoke. "Deal." Responding with a gorgeous smile, sending Nihia to a daze again. "Hop in then." Phil Lita replied as she swayed her hips back to the vehicle. Nihia quickly entered. David froze in front of the mechanism with hesitation visible in his eyes. After a few moments, he walked into the skycruiser, lazily yawning from time to time. But his eyes were actually scanning Phillida's every movements to the smallest details. He couldn't help but wonder how a girl like that could be powerful as to be a threat to him. It was terrifying. Turning back, Phil Lita turned back as if to remember something. "Have we met before? I seem to know you from somewhere," her questioning gaze towards David. Since David was at his peak in this moment, he easily recalled where he heard that voice from. Although he could just deny having met her before, but that would just complicate things more and more since she apparently didn't get the message the last time. "Sure, you told me something like, interesting, although you aren't the first to have ever thought of it, you also wouldn't be the last," something like that. David replied, casually recalling the words she had said. Stretching his body a bit. As if just remembering, Phil Lita nodded her head, reminiscing. "Oh yeah, you are that aerial apartment guy." She smiled. Chapter 15, Nihia's Dream. Phil Lita's smile bloomed beautiful as she introduced herself. "I'm Phil Lita, and you guys are?" Nihia. "My name is Nihia and that guy is called David. It's our pleasure meeting you." Nihia stuttered for a moment and then gradually turned a bit eloquent at the end. Placing her hands over her mouth, Phil Lita giggled softly. "Oh my, what had some names. We should get going since the others are getting quite impatient." Phil Lita smiled as she glanced at both boys. Her eyes stayed on David, who looked as though he was about to sleep, yawning from time to time. The chill in her eyes increased and she almost lost control of her emotions. "It's not the time for that yet," she muttered to herself, and with her signature smile, she swayed her hips as she entered into the cruiser. David and Nihia followed in tow. After walking through the hatchway, they appeared in a long row of seats. There were other people already seated in various parts of the seats. "All right, I shall get going. You guys should pick any seat you want. I will see you boys later." Her green attractive eyes glanced at them. With that, she flipped her hair and left to the control center of the sky cruiser. Nihia appeared to daydream even after they had taken their seats. David had no intention of interrupting such weird but interesting moments. He was glad to continue watching the myriad display showing on Nihia's face, but he was sure if Phil Lita knew what was currently brewing in this guy's mind, although he couldn't tell just how powerful the girl was. Since he had no idea how the power system in this world works. But he was sure of a single thing: if Phil Lita knew what was going on in Nihia's mind, she might actually just DEA with him without a single bone left to touch. "Hey! Snap out of it!" David interrupted by slapping the Nihia's face lightly. "Ow, what was that for?" holding his face while glaring at David. "You best tune it down. Whatever you were thinking, it might just lead to your death." David snorted and he warned. Startled, Nihia paused and then snickered as he turned away, muttering, "Seems like I have been underestimated." "Tell me about how you called the skycruiser without using your tag," David asked. Resting his back on the soft seat. It was even more comfortable than those he had tried on Earth. They were clearly made out of a different material. A strong beast's fur maybe. David guessed. And why would I do that? Since you wouldn't bother reading the student's guide to the end, you just keep bothering me with questions. I think I need to charge you for that. Nihia replied seriously. His mind kept telling him that he forgot something, but he ignored it. While holding David's gaze, David's eyebrow rose a little. He was a little bit surprised about the fact that Nihia suddenly grew some balls at this moment. Infatuation makes you bolder. David thought to himself, not wishing to blow things out of proportion since Nihia wasn't really in his right state of mind. I will read the book finish later, all right. But can you please kindly tell me how you called the cruiser without doing anything? Please. Nihia shook his softly as thigh, getting rid of the thoughts in his head. Beefer, he responded. The reason I could call the cruiser without actually performing a single action was because I upgraded my personal interface to the second level, which grants one the opportunity to speak freely to the AI by speaking using your brainwaves alone. Nihia answered David's questions directly. Oh. David was enlightened. Now he knew the reason. But at the same time he was puzzled too. He spoke with his AI using his mind already without doing any upgrading. Was he special? It seems the Institute already recognized his talents and knows how precious he is. David thought as his narcissistic side began to show. But talented students with 3 stars talents have their AI directly upgraded by 2 levels the moment they are registered by the Institute. They are treated with much more care than those with 1 star or 2 star talents. Oh, so that's why. David thought. He was already a 3 star. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he had registered as a 5-star individual. His treatment would certainly be better than this. To upgrade one's personal interface to the second level, one would need 10 gyno points to perform such tasks. From the second level to the third level requires 100 gyno points. Requires 1000 gyno points from the third level to fourth level. And from 5th to the 6th level, it requires 10,000 gyno points for upgrading. Making it very expensive to upgrade. Most students actually only upgrade theirs to the third level since the Institute would take back what was theirs, the AI. After the students graduates from the Institute takes back the AI. It was a waste of precious gyno points to upgrade something that wasn't going to be yours forever. So most students opt not to upgrade at all or upgrade to the third level as their limits. That's to say, only talented students with 3 stars talents and above would get their AIs upgraded. 3 stars talented individuals would get just a single upgrade. 4 stars would get 2 upgrades, while the legendary 5 stars talented individuals, which is as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn, would directly get theirs upgraded to the 6th level with immediate effect. Although the 6th level upgrade isn't the highest, it has a high enough authority to match some instructors if the Institute. The perks of a 5-star talented student are numerous beyond words. David should have been one. Let's just say he gave up on the opportunity due to his forgetful nature or for some other reason entirely. The surroundings shook. The familiar seductive voice rang out from the skycruiser. Sit tight, we are taking off now. The skycruiser was lifted up the ground slowly by the thrusters at its sides. Whoosh! The skycruiser immediately accelerated at an incredible speed, causing some of the passengers on it who weren't prepared for it since it was their first time on the skycruiser. And those people are David and Nihia. They were instantly pushed backwards. David's situation was alright since he swiftly grabbed onto the handle of the seat he was sitting on. But Nihia's situation was a lot worse, as he thrusted backward, almost tumbling backwards like a gymnast. His legs were almost above his head. Lucky for him, they were at the back of the cruiser, and although he was a bit embarrassed, it was nothing much since there was no one watching him. Well, technically, no stranger was watching him. Glancing sideways, he noticed David's mouth twitching from time to time. His eyelids also shaking. Nihia sighed. Just laugh if you want to, no need to force yourself. David's lips twitched faster. But he ultimately didn't laugh. Glancing at the abnormally silent Nihia from time to time, he asked. You okay? Yeah, I'm alright. Nihia replied, but he was still as gloomy as he was. He kept thinking in his head. What if Phil Lita was watching him right then? He would have embarrassed himself in front of her just because he doesn't know anything about the skycruiser. He made up his mind right then. His second goal right now is to buy his own personal skycruiser. Chapter 16, 30 meters high. Sitting quietly on the seat of the skycruiser, David looked sideways since he was sitting very close to the window. he could see as they soared into the skies in a seemingly predetermined route. He also noticed that although the sky cruisers were moving fast, and also about to bump into each other, they always magically avoid each other in the nick of time, brushing past each other in a smooth fashion, making one sigh in admiration at such precise control over the machines. Although David instinctively doesn't really like Lita, he had to admit though, she was really good at controlling the sky cruiser. An ability worth being jealous over. And whilst he hadn't been to the control center of the sky cruiser, he could only imagine how hard it was going to be driving the vehicle. David turned his head back, facing Nihia. As he was about to ask him something, he suddenly felt the sky cruiser decelerating, before coming to a stop, and then, a light thump was heard as the sky cruiser landed softly on the ground. Checking over the windows, the sky cruiser had come to a stop. Seems like we've gotten there, that was fast. David mulled over in his head. The hatch opened, spilling out crowds of teenagers. Amongst them, David and Nihia came out last. Yawning, David looked around curiously with his droopy eyes, while Nihia's eyes shone with both curiosity and expectation. Seems like he was really enthusiastic about the combat lessons, which David was really sure it wasn't something to be happy about. The flying vehicle landed at the edge of an open field. The field was almost as large as a football field. In the middle of the field, there are already students there standing in a single file and also according to their heights. See you later. Nihia left in a hurry in a bid to join them. A bit surprised, he watched as Nihia left like a hurricane to find his position in the line. David smiled a bit at the enthusiastic Nihia, before he shrugged, walking in large strides towards his position on the line, according to his height, which was located almost at the middle of the line. David stood there lazily for a few seconds. Soon after, he got really impatient since the lecturer isn't there yet. The rest of the students waited patiently for the appearance of their teacher without any complaints, like they were already used to it. Seeing as the other students who went for the previous lessons were quiet, the students who were attending the lesson for the first time also kept quiet. Well, with the exception of David. As David frowned and was about to ask someone what was going in, a tiny dot emerged far off the sky. Rapidly closing in on the students, the dot grew from its previous tiny frame to a much larger one since it was already close enough to be seen by the students. The figure of a slick-looking sky cruiser gradually emerged rapidly. The cruiser was completely pink in color, shining with a metallic shine on it, looking both badass and cute, with two omni thrusters at both sides, spewing out waterfalls of combustible energy. The students, when it got to the edge of the field, it only slowed down a little bit, but its speed was still considered quite fast. As he saw the sky cruiser speeding towards them, having no thoughts of slowing down, David's eyebrows rose in surprise. Looking at his fellow students having no thoughts of running for their lives or something, instead, their eyes shone in admiration and in expectation as though they about to watch something really interesting. Since they didn't run, I also wouldn't run. Let's see what would happen, David thought as he gritted his teeth. In that instant, as the sky cruiser was about to pass over the student's head, something immediately dropped down from the already open hatch of the flying vehicle. The object immediately closing in on them at a terrifying speed due to its inertia and gravity. That object was a woman. Cries of shock immediately rang out from the group of students, although it came from the students who were attending the class for the first time since they had been admitted into the institution. It was their first time seeing someone jumping down from an altitude of more than 30 meters high. Even if one had superhuman strength, it's no different from seeking one's death. As David recognized the object as a woman, his eyes immediately opened wide in astonishment. Thereafter, his lips curled up in a sadistic smile. Laughing in his mind, hee, courting death. Adopting a pose of one who wants to watch a good show. He gazed in expectation at the woman who was descending just like a meteor. The lady's descent didn't slow down at all. In fact, she changed her position, turning her head upside down with her face towards the ground, increasing her already terrifying downwards momentum. And as if she was still dissatisfied with her speed, she placed her hand straight by her sides, her blonde hair flapping behind her. Whoosh! Her body dived straight towards the ground, slicing apart the air like a knife to soft cheese with terrifying speed. As her body was about to hit the ground, she immediately performed a front flip, flipping her body and changing her upside-down posture to the normal standing posture, spreading her feet apart to a type of horse stance with one hand forward. Bang! The students immediately felt the impact. As tremors surged through the ground, dust and grass immediately rose up, flying everywhere, covering the whole area. Cries of fear immediately rang out from the new students. Although the ones who attended her classes in the past 2 days had experienced it before, they still couldn't hold in their disbelief as they stared at the figure in the middle of the rising dust. David's facial expression was exceptionally priceless as he was filled with incredulity. It was something he wouldn't have believed would happen even if he dreamt about it. It was impossible. Both scientifically and logically. He was expecting to see her in pieces at least. But he couldn't have expected that she was totally fine even after jumping about 30 meters from a flying vehicle. Chapter 17, Instructor, I really did not raise my hand. Staring forwards in disbelief, David watched as the dust, grass, and sand cleared up, exposing the figure within the 5 meters wide crater. It was a lady in her late 20s with blonde hair 5 feet 7 inches tall with a slim figure, passable amount of breast almost poking out of her shirt, wearing a tight but long trousers, pink lips, beautiful face that is currently twisted into one of savagery, which made guys think at least 3 times before asking out. The woman was still in her bent position, but beneath her legs, a 5-meter hole had been created. The lady raised her head, keeping her legs together, completely expressionless. She added a slight tension to her legs. With a swish, she jumped out of the hole she had created. I'm Ayala, but you shall address me as instructor from now till the end of your year. This would be the third and the last time I would mention something like this to you batch of students, so I won't repeat myself for those who ain't here yet. That would be your job to keep. Ayala said in the midst of tying up her loose hair into a ponytail. Glancing at the group of students whose faces still held expressions of incredulity, disbelief and in awe. They are still kids after all, she thought while trying to resist the tiny smile that had managed to creep onto her small lips. Letting down her hands from her hair, placing them on her hips. Her face turning serious swiftly. I have taught those who came earlier in the last 2 days. I won't repeat those topics I have touched upon anymore, and if you are interested, just ask around from the ones who came for the past 2 days, or you can do whatever you want, I don't really care. Flipping her hand, showing that she really cared if they asked around or not. Placing her hands behind her back, taking large strides while walking from the starting line of the assembled students to the end while making sure to maintain eye with each and every one of them. As if trying to intimidate them. When she got to David's position, David wasn't at all intimidated by her. Instead, he stared at her as if he was observing a very rare specimen. His slightly droopy eyes together with that weird gaze of his immediately caught the attention of the instructor. What sort of look is that? Instructor Ayala took a second glance at the student. She made a mental note to keep an eye for the students of hers because his face practically screams lazy. Now, who can truly tell me, why was the REB stronger than we were, some years back? Instructor Ayala asked. A couple of students raised up their hands in a bid to answer the question. Most of them were the new students who just attended her class for lecture today. The ones who had attended her lectures though were oddly silent, their faces having a faint grace of mockery they tried really hard attempting to hide from their expressions. Not really noticeable on hindsight. But although David's attention was on the freak of a lady, he was still sober enough to notice the slight smirk shown on some of the students who attended her first class faces. Making him both totally confused and suspicious. Looking at the over-enthusiastic group of students in front of her that are willing to give her an answer to the question, Instructor Ayala chuckled before saying, "Oh, I forgot to tell you all that, your personal AI won't work here. All the instructors in the institute are given special access to freeze the student's personal AI." A slight smirk gradually emerged from Instructor Ayala's normally stoic face, softening her stern facial expressions. Although she might or might not have forgotten to tell them that she could only freeze it during lectures. When the students heard her words, some of them had their faces of excitement instantly frozen, then from excitement into one of confusion. Few of the students were planning to cheat with the help of the personal AI offered to them by the institute, but with the words spoken by the instructor, it was all useless. David's eyebrows furrowed into a frown as he tapped at his tag 3 times to call forth his holographic image, but he saw nothing. This is bad. No one could record or even note some things down to the system. What are they trying to do? Doing that would increase the rate at which student failed during the final examination. Squinting his eyes, David thought things through, giving him a huge headache. Suddenly, his face smoothened into a relaxed expression. It's not really my problem. Sigh, just thinking of it gave me a headache. TSK, too troublesome trying to think. The students, still stunned about the new information, were gradually coming to their senses. Although Ayala had dropped the news multiple times to different batches of the new students that were admitted into the institute, she had long ago gotten used to their stunned expression, and it's getting damn tiring all the time. She was already a little sick of it. The numbers of hands being raised up in an attempt to answer the question was immediately reduced into a minuscule amount of student willing to answer the questions. Now that we have gotten that out of the way, you there, yes you. The one with the droopy eyes. Instructor Ayala pointed towards the one of the students one front of her. David's droopy eyes immediately widened as he realized Instructor Ayala was pointing her finger towards him. He surprised at first, then the expression of surprise soon morphed into that of confusion. He was really confused and actually not faking it. He wanted to roar out towards the teacher that he didn't even raise his hands. The hell did she still take notice of him, since there were at least 50 students currently standing in line with him? There was not really worthy of taking notes on him. Well, he was quite the bit handsome, but amidst the group of students standing in line with him, he wasn't even worth being graded in the top 20. And the most important and frustrating part of these is that he didn't even raise his hands. How did he still get the attention of the instructor? David was screaming in his heart, but he dared not say the least bit of his thoughts outside. It was unknown when it started, but his mind already had trace of fear within his heart ever since her performance of her Moor of Entry. If that tiny leg that created a few meters hole in the field on plain solid ground, one could imagine if that legs landed on someone else. So, he made up his mind not to mess with this lady at all. Chapter 18, The Scheme. Squinting his eye slightly, David pondered for a few moments before giving Instructor Ayala an answer. I have absolutely no answer to that question. Instructor. David answered truthfully. The instructor stared at David for a few seconds before turning her gaze away from him. Anyone else wants to give a try? Instructor Ayala said while looking at her other students. Hello, Instructor Ayala. I'm Phil Lita. A very sweet voice chimed in softly, grabbing most of the people's attention. David immediately recognized that voice. Although the way the voice sounds was as little different than it did before, making the ever-lazy David wants to look over to her. Lazily snapping his head in the direction of the voice, David's eyebrows rose slightly. She is a bit different than when I met her just slightly over 10 minutes ago. When David met her at the entrance of her sky cruiser, she was a little seductive and also a bit feisty. But now, she looks just like the innocent neighbor next door. Hence causing his raised eyebrows. Hold up for a minute. Instructor Ayala raised her hands to stop the innocent-looking girl from continuing with her words. Folding her hands, making those melons about to pop out of their pockets more enticing. Drawing a light gasp from most of the male students including David. Being physically lazy doesn't affect his sexual desires. He could tell by the swelling of his third leg rising with every beat his heart made. Gulping down mouthfuls of saliva, David recovered in time to listen to her next sentence. Kids, let me get things straight with you all. I really do not care for your names, or anything information related to you or about you. Ayala said while also not forgetting to send an indifferent gaze towards the students. When David heard her words, he didn't really care about it, he honestly didn't care about it. But then he glanced towards Phil Lita seemingly about to gloat in the face of her misfortune. Although he didn't really give AF*CK about her, he would be quite happy to see her fail. When David turned his gaze towards her, he saw that although her facial expression easily said she was angry, and although David's body language looked like he doesn't easily notice things happening around him. Mainly his slightly droopy eyes. But they were always sharp. Nothing could wax his eyes. Unless he lets them. Especially when there are strong being in his immediate surroundings. Like for example, the instructor who could threaten his life. She could do him in like she's killing chickens. When there are powerful beings in his surroundings, his eyelids would drop down, covering his eyes. His eye lashes would protect his eyes from being observed by the opponent. His body would relax a lot, and from another's perspective, it would look like he was just being lazy. But his muscles would be very tense, ready to respond to any threat in the fastest way possible. And right now, he could feel the threats coming from his front, his left and right side simultaneously. The one coming from the left, he could feel that they were two other people aside from Phil Lita. The threat from his left side is even a little bit bigger than that of Phil Lita. Which means apart from Phil Lita, there are other people, students amongst the batch of students who had been highly trained by their families. He keenly noticed that although her facial expression is on of embarrassment, which made the eyes of the other boys who saw them wants to hug her and protect her from bad guys, especially Nia, who is pretty much glaring at the instructor with squinted eyes. Philida's eyes were still as a lake without any ripples. Thinking for a bit, David made a speculation. Maybe she doesn't care what the instructor thought of her. But, from what I've noticed from her so far, she wouldn't do something like that. Unless she knows exactly what the instructor would say, and was waiting for that. What would she gain though? Oh, since the instructor doesn't want to know their names, the only person's name she knows now is Philida. What a scheming little girl. David's eyes twitched as he thought. If the instructor wishes to choose a person from the class or for some other matters entirely, Philida's name might just pop into her mind. Although I don't care about your names, what I do care about is your talent in the art of combat. If it's good, I would be very thrilled to know your name. But if it's mediocre. Instructor Ayala paused for a moment, staring piercingly at the students. Well, if we meet outside combat lessons, let's just say we never knew each other. Strangers to each other. Don't be bothered to greet me cause I won't bother answering you. Got it, the instructor said in a stern voice. Hey, blue blonde guy. Answer the question. She motioned to a boy with blonde hair and blue eyes who had risen hand up earlier to answer her question, while also glancing at Philida. Humph, although the girl looks like an innocent girl, she's actually pretty good at scheming. Too bad she can't fool me with just that. Not letting her continue would be her punishment. Ayala snorted as she thought, preparing to listen to the blue blonde boy speak. Yes, instructor, the boy replied in a calm tone that exuded his confidence and pride. The rapidly evolved beasts are strong because of their ability to absorb the mutagen in the air, which increases their combat prowess the faster and longer they could absorb the mutagen. The blue blonde boy finished his sentence while smiling. Instructor Ayala rolled her eyes while sighing, this dumb boy. Ignoring him completely, she spoke out to them, who else can answer the question? I mean correctly this time, she asked. No one replied because most of them would give the same answer as blue blonde boy. Seeing as Philida was the only one whose hands were up. Alright, speak up girly. Out of options, Instructor Ayala chose Philida. Chapter 19, Techniques. Philida's eyes twitched. Although she was a smart person, she was an incredibly proud person, especially her. And there is always limit to what a person like her was willing to take, before reaching her berserk mode. Hers is a very small height. First, you ignored me, and now when you have no choice but to give me attention, you choose to call me girly. Philida thought to herself as she was getting increasingly annoyed. In her clan, although she wasn't well known by the younger generation, that was because most of the younger generation didn't have the authority or privilege to encounter her. To talk less of having any knowledge about her. She had been under the tutelage of their clan's master, and the clan elders spared no efforts in teaching her. Only the upper echelons of the clan had known about her. She had received praises from the head of the family, saying she was the most talented individual the clan had seen since the last 200 years. Although she hadn't been given the transplant yet, her talent in various martial arts is to be considered terrifying. She could quickly grasp any techniques taught to her in 2 years or 3 years. An ordinary person could never train such techniques past the glimpse stage without soaking in bath water containing 1/10 of a drop of a serum while training with such techniques. It is very important to use only 1/10 of a drop of the serum before practicing such techniques. Using more than 1/10 of a drop could prove to be harmful on a long-term basis, otherwise it could result in an abnormal mutation to the body, causing unknown and unwanted changes to the body. Using the serum without such techniques is equivalent to courting death. Such techniques helps distribute the radiation and mutagenic energy to the proper and appropriate parts of the body without causing any serious damage or any huge changes to the body. Using serum would undoubtedly cause a side effect, but although such techniques doesn't reduce the side effect, instead, it helps in guiding the side effect, turning into a positive effect. For example, the mutation which might have caused one's head to expand like a balloon could be guided by such techniques to increase the bust of one's breasts or the one's buttocks instead, increasing a female's sexiness by a huge amount. The radiation from a drop of serum could kill a fully grown elephant in a single second without the slightest bit of struggle. Those techniques aren't any ordinary techniques, they had a slight trace of the profound secrets of phasers. An ordinary person would spend his or her entire childhood to train such techniques to perfection. But she spent at most 2 to 3 years to train such techniques to perfection, which was a testimony to her terrifying talent in combat techniques. Taking a deep breath, Philida decided to ignore the woman. She had been informed about the behavior and characteristics of each and every one of the instructor in the institute, and due to her intelligent person, opened her mouth to answer the instructor Ayala's had asked previously. The reasons REBs were stronger than we were back then was because of the differences in combat techniques, secret arts, and also the differences between equipments and killing weapons. Phil Lita answered as she finished her sentence with the sweetest smile she could muster. Instructor Ayala pondered when she heard Philita's words. Although, that wasn't how I would put it, but you have basically grasped the base of things I wanted to say. Instructor Ayala said as she glanced at Phil Lita for a second, and then with a slight nod of her head, she flipped her gaze to the rest of the students. If you have read the students' guidelines, you would know that there are 100 points to be gained out the semester. 20 points worth of attendance, 20 points for the monthly assessments, and the last but not the least, 50 points for the final examinations. Of the instructor. Since some of them haven't read the guidelines yet. Nihia glanced sideways towards his left side where David was located, with his expression almost saying, "You are also among them," but David's expression was completely plain, as if he had done nothing wrong. Meanwhile, he was among those who had not read their manuals yet. Normally, I would have waited a week to really start the combat lessons in the past, since that has always been the rules of the institute. We wait a week for all the students to heal from the myalgia, but it's been changed due to lack of helping staffs in the institute. Instructor Ayala continued with her words. The result of the report regarding lack of workers in the institute being taken to tables of the main institute is to reduce the amount of students that passes the cutoff mark of 100 point. The least amount of points needed to pass the semester was originally 40 points, but now, it had been increased to a glaring amount of 60 point to pass the semester, or one would be reduced to a mere worker whose job is to serve both the institutes and the students every which way they can. Basically, for a student to pass a semester, they have to score at least 40 points to be considered passed to the next semester. But it has been changed by the institute due to the lack of workers. And to create new batch of workers least amount of trouble, they had to choose from the untalented students, since picking them outside the institute was just practically inviting a wolf to one's house. There are also other institutes or schools who wishes to plant their spies into the institute, so. And although not choosing from outside the institute also had its disadvantages, its pros includes reducing the amount of spies being planted into the institute, reducing and containing them, but the con is that the spies are very well hidden, even among the teachers and students. Without them personally exposing themselves, it is very hard to expose them, since they were all very well trained by the institute, academy, or organization each of them work for. Although, the opportunity given to the students who had failed to pass the final exams are given one chance to repeat the semester still stands, but after that, their statuses would be reduced to a lowly odd job workers of the institute. Now, to the main event. Ayala's expressionless face turned devious with a slightly wicked smirk in her lips as it tilted up, her eyes turned incredibly sinister. Chapter 20, Spryher. Now, to the main event. Ayala's expressionless face turned devious with a slightly wicked smirk in her lips as it tilted up, her eyes turned incredibly sinister in the next second. The atmospheric pressure surrounding Instructor Ayala suddenly started rising in an increasingly steady manner, as her aura rose simultaneously with it. Woo! 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 The air in the field stirred up slightly as they surrounded her sexy figure, waving her blonde hair around like a cyclone. Her figure clearly visible through the dust surrounding her, as if she was the eye of a small tornado. Her eyes turned piercingly sharp in an instant, becoming slightly intimidating as if it could see through metal alloys as though was transparent. Upon seeing this, David's body instantly became lax as his eyes dropped further, his long eyelashes covering the entirety of his eyes, making them indiscernible by those who wishes to gaze upon them. But he could clearly see through his eyelashes as if they were completely transparent. His head bent slightly, with his hair covering his face. David wasn't a bit startled by his bodily reaction, nor was he surprised at. With his experience so far, he had noticed that his body reacted in this weird way if he was facing a dangerous situation or someone who could clearly threaten his life. He calmly observed the situation, with his eyes which was clearly shining with expectation. Clearly a little bit excited and also a lot cautious. As if he knew what was coming. He wasn't the only one though. A lot more people also readied themselves for combat, especially Phil Lita, whose face was relaxed. Clearly, she had been informed of what would happen. And judging by the relaxed and slightly serious looks of a few students, they had also knew what was coming. But the rest of the students clearly shown panicked expressions on their faces. Some managed to forcibly calm themselves down, but, while some, mostly the young girls, were on the verge of screaming out, "Bloody murder!" As the instructor gazed upon the myriad of rich expressions on the faces of her students, her evil smile grew more exponentially. She still had never gotten bored of this part of her lessons new students had to pass through during the combat lessons. Raising her left foot up slightly, she abruptly stomped her foot forcefully on the field. Boom. The ground beneath her crumbled as the sexy instructor's body was catapulted towards the air like a cannon shot out. Almost 15 meters in the, her body seemed to hover slightly in the air. She looked just like a goddess who had descended from the heavens as she seemingly floated in the air, with her hair flapping happily all over the place. Looking down on her students, her smirk grew more prominent, turning into a smile, making her appear very beautiful, a whole lot different from her previously stern expression. Suddenly, a metallic white thing with a schwa grew out from her left forearm, turning into a sharp bone blade more than a meter long. The blade gave off an invincible aura as if it could tear apart the air itself. The instant David caught sight of the bone blade that seemingly grew out of the woman's hand, horror could be seen inside his hidden eyes, and without notice, he dove headfirst backwards. The corner of his eyes caught sight of a few people who had jumped way more faster and longer than he did, Phil-Lita included. She was at the forefront in the air. Instructor Ayala's smile turned sinister and her eyes shone with a crazy glow, and with a low shout, "Ha!" she swiftly slashed diagonally towards the students below. Horror grew in the expression of the students below, their awe turned into fear as they intended to scatter. Shwa. She slashed out, and although the blade wasn't long enough to reach the ground, the air instantly condensed as a sharp but transparent blade emerged from the blade, growing into an almost 20-meter-long arc slicing towards the students at an inconceivable speed. Rolling to his feet, David's spine suddenly tingled. He immediately realized he wasn't out of danger yet. Turning his head, he saw the transparent sharp arc of blade cutting the air apart, coming toward him and the others. It was already 5 meters from him and the other students. Expressionless, David instantly stomped his foot to the ground, forcibly changing his momentum. His waist twisted immediately towards his left, then his body acted like an elastic as his tendons, muscles, and spine twanged like a bowstring being plucked, and with the rebounding force, his body performed a 360 towards his right side with amazing speed, a feat that was previously impossible by anyone. Without showing his surprise, not that he was even aware of the impossibility of the matter, even if he was aware, he wouldn't care right now, because he was well aware that his life was in danger right now. Distracting himself right now was basically promoting suicide. The transparent arc was already almost a meter away from him, closing the distance between them with incredulous speed. Not enough time to gather his strength, he instantly punched towards the blade arc with his 2 fists. Similarly, different kinds of actions were also taking place. The blue-eyed blonde guy actions were exceptionally swift. He stomped both his foot to the ground, then a weird vibration could be seen vibrating in a weird frequency starting from his thigh. Afterwards it swiftly grew like millions of crawling ants to his hands, then into his thumbs, which he held between his fist. One could see his thumb between his finger that were clenching to form a fist. The thumb was bright red as if it was about to explode owing to too much blood, making a creaking sound. Afterwards, he immediately punched it towards the arc blade. Phil-Lita's action was a little more relaxed, but she still had a serious expression on her face, because she had leaped backwards hoping to escape the blade arc, but feeling the danger behind her, she deduced that it was impossible to escape. One would think she should be either nervous or panicking right now, but she did neither. With her back facing the arc blade, she wiped her hands backwards, with her index finger pointing outwards, in which the color of her index finger was tinged with a hue of the color blue. Many students also attacked with their most powerful attack they could muster. Finger attacks, fist, kicks, all sort of attacks were immediately performed. Their attacks immediately connected to the arc blade. Chapter 21, The Initiation. Many students also attacked with their most powerful attack they could muster. Finger attacks, fist, kicks, all sort of attacks were immediately performed. Their attacks immediately connected to the large transparent arc blade. The expressions of the students immediately changed from their hardened expression to one of astonishment, confusion, bewilderment, and mostly fear. David's eyes opened wide as he glanced down at his lower body in astonishment and a slight bit of fear. The reason for that was because the moment the attacks of the students and the instructor was about to connect, their attacks met with nothing, only simple air. But the main reason for their fear was because the after effect of the instructor's attack, the transparent blade arc sliced through the bodies of the students, including David's. Phil-Lita's expression also had a bit of fear in them, and although she knew the truth, seeing a blade pass through your body, who wouldn't feel a tinge of fear? David paused for 5 seconds before he tried moving his leg in fear. Taking a step forward, his legs moved. He softly touched his waist to check if it was still intact, seeing as it wasn't separated from his body. He visibly heaved a sigh of relief. Who? David looked towards his left and his right, scanning his classmates for anyone who had been either dismembered or any who had parts of their bodies being separated from them. But his expectations was bound to be a lost cause. Few of the students were still frozen in fear and shock, just like an extremely lifelike man-made statue. He also used the opportunity to glance towards Nihia, who had his arms crossed in front of him, his legs standing firmly in a horse stance, seemingly unshakable. He was also frozen in a battle stance. David raised his head back up towards the instructor, only to find out that the instructor, who was previously floating in midair, had at some point in time, was already on the ground, with a lazy expression on her face and a hint of satisfaction shining deep within her eyes. She had her arms folded in front of her, supporting her already voluptuous and succulent breast. Appearing even desirable, if not for the near-death encounter they had just experienced a few seconds ago, the male students would be spewing out blood from their noses without stop, but the young men's thoughts was already preoccupied with the thoughts of fear and death. Their brain couldn't spare the extra brain juice to process the stimulating sight in front of them. Instead of the looks of lust they were supposed to have due to almost popped-out breasts in front of them, they instead had looks of wariness and fear as they stared at the instructor in front of them like one would do to a demon. Instructor Ayala sighed in satisfaction, watching the changes of expression on each student's faces. It was quite satisfying to her. It has been more than 3 years since she had been assigned to the combat lessons teaching department. She had been teaching combat lessons in the institute for 3 years straight to new students of different batches. Her schedule for the first week of the students was to teach them theories of combat, basically, the SH+TS they had gotten themselves into, and also, life and death together with some other miscellaneous subjects. After the first week of theories, debates and some simple and basic questions and answers between her and her students, she would place them into an impossibly difficult scenario, wherein their latent potential would be awakened, or more like forced out of them due to fear. It is like an initiation of a sort that every freshman has to undertake. Whosoever passes, great. But those who failed, no drastic actions like expulsion or the likes would taken. The freshmen would only change dorms and identity, simple. From the student's dorm to the labor house. And from a student of the institute, to a temporary labor staff of the institute. People like that were given the grace of 2 weeks after they failed the initiation to become a Spryher. If they failed, their statuses as a temporary labor staff of the institute would become permanent that instant. But if they passed, they would be allowed to join the institute as a student. Although the rules were there, those rules were one of the means the institute devised to keep the students from being lazy, but as time passed and the students of the institute grew plenty year after year, and their basic necessities were growing day by day with the low amount of labor staff and resources wasted on paying the labor workers that were assigned to cook, wash, etc. That particular rule was then known to be the one that provided free labor workers to the institute without wasting any unnecessary resources. Also, students who failed the initiation were considered ones with low talents in combat and having a weak heart, or otherwise known as having a weak will. At first, there was barely any students who failed the initiation. At most 3 to 4 would fail. And if the new student's luck was good at that moment, out of all the freshmen who had been admitted into the institute, none of them may fail. And even if some failed, they would be given the opportunity to turn their failures into success due to the 2 weeks trail in the labor house, becoming a Spryher in at most a week or slightly more than a week. But as the authorities in the institute realized that the numbers of students who become a permanent labor staff were almost non-existent, although it was a good thing, it was also a bad situation, as the staffs hired from outside the circle of the institute might include spies from foreign institutes. It was considered a great risk. After some meetings and considerations, the 2 weeks grace was reduced to only a week's time. And at that point, the students that failed initiation, or rather test, increased to almost a double of the amount that it used to be. This year, it was a lot worse and different from the past ones, and that is due to special reasons known only to the authorities of the institute. She has been hinted, but it was more like she had been asked, or rather, tasked, to perform the initiation as early as she could. But the final decision still lays in her hands. Well, at least that was what she was told. But as an extremely smart person, she only needed to be hinted once or twice before she would get the message very clear. Chapter 22, The Procedure. One of the information about the initiation is that it is a very simple and practical step. The main reason for making the students undergo the test is because after going through the process called xenograft, which means transplanting a foreign organ to one's body, and in this case, an organ which had been extracted from an evolution beasts, purified and prepared using different kinds of methods, techniques, and solutions by the generic association, had been directly transplanted and into the bodies of the students at the very beginning after they had chosen to join the institution. The procedure includes 5 stages to a successful xenograft. The first process is to cut open the flesh, tissue, muscles, and finally the bones, protecting the heart with precision. The second step is to pick a spot near or very close to the heart, then place the organ to transplant it very carefully next to the heart, where it would neither disturb nor cause any complications. The third step is a very complicated process, and with the slightest bit of mistake, the subject may very well end up with a cardiac arrest, or in a worst-case scenario, the subject may end up dead. That was why the evolutionary pod was created. One of the main functions of an evolutionary pod is the precision in the process of xenograft. The evolutionary pod was programmed to carry out the transplant with extreme accuracy with the help of an inbuilt tiny robotic arms installed with the tools needed for the operation. The only con about the evolutionary pod is that although the transplant carried by it is accurate, but it's always accurate by 87%, which although it was a lot, the rate of failure is 13%. Basically, out of 100 people, up to 87 people might succeed, while 13 people might fail. All who failed would die immediately without a doubt, either by the breakdown of their genes, or explode into bloody mist, considering the fact that go into a crazed madness. In some cases though, some subjects who survive through the process might evolve due to some special conditions, turning into mutated beings. The main reasons for that was because of the undulations of mutagenic energy emitted during the transplanting process. Those mutated beings had only one thing in mind: they crave for blood. Since the organs extracted from mutated beasts still had traces of their genetic characteristics within. Inasmuch as the generic association purified the beast's organs using different solutions, vials, etc., it still isn't enough to completely wipe out the traits of the beast's genetic characteristics. To completely wipe out the beast's genetic characteristics, the amount of resources needed to wipe out the stain of the beast's genetic characteristics completely hidden in the beast organs was enough to moderately purify the stains hidden in as much as 10 organs. The difference between the two purification processes is that one purifies the stains organs, in which the cost for resources are expensive. Stains means mutated beasts' genetic characteristics. Like the traits of when a wild lion meets human, time for snack, lip smack. Those whose body were grafted with such organ are bound to be 3 stars talents at the very least in the institute. The second purification process, moderately purify the organs, which is about 1/10 less expensive than a complete purification process, and is completely supported by the Institute due to the low cost of materials and services needed to perform the operation successfully. The only negative effect is that although the second purification process only purifies the organ, it is preferable because of its low costs and all. The dangers involved is also enormous if one was being considerate about the future. Every once in a while, there will be periods where one tends to lose control and when one's fighting capabilities would start to deteriorate from slow to fast. That was largely due to the fact that with time, the organ transplanted into the subject's body would start to reject the subject, which could cause inverse complications to the body. The solution to the problem that was arrived at by the cooperation of both the generic association and the government lead to the production of catalytic serums. The serum helps stabilize the body, increase the strength of the user, then finally, it could help one further increase in strength when one had reached the limit of his or her current strength. Those specific organs had been named by the generic association as genomes. All in all, it all boils down to the luck of the subjects in order to succeed, because a few minute flaws in calculation might lead to death. Another cause for error is that, due to the undulation of both radiation and mutagenic energy, the processing unit would be forced to make unnecessary calculation, leading to incorrect timing, and then the operation would be considered a failure. It's completely impossible to calculate such accidents so as to contain them. The process involves the possession of godlike skill of precision and steady hand movement. Which is why the operation is not being led by any human doctor, they were instead done with the help of the evolutionary pod. But a few doctors are also involved to ensure the operation goes smoothly without much failure. After the body parts protecting the heart had been shifted slightly, the pod would move its tiny set of robotic arms to cut apart a specific number of blood vessels, capillaries, and veins in the heart, which is directly connected to the body to help pump blood into the system. After cutting them apart, the blood that was supposed to sprout out would be directly blocked by the evolutionary pod, which was exactly what it was programmed to perform perfectly. The subject is completely immersed into a type of mixed prepared liquid that looks slivery white in color, almost like mercury, leaving only his or her head in the air to breathe. Also, the subject aren't allowed to take any painkiller shots, or it would directly lead to the increase in the rate of possible failure to 50% immediately. Chapter 23, Power System. The genomes from the rapidly enhanced beings also has a few tube-like capillaries and blood vessels like a human's heart would. But instead of the tube-like capillaries and blood vessel to be still as one would expect, they would instead twitch in certain periods, reminding one of a really creepy scene. A weak and soft-hearted grown man might just be frightened to death if he saw the scene. The evolutionary pod would place the genome sitting directly below the heart, at a spot where it would neither be moved nor shaken. If one were to jump up and down or perform an intense activity, it won't even shake. Then with amazing swiftness and accuracy, the plenty of robotic arms and tool started putting the tubular capillaries of the subject's heart, then directly joined them together forming one tube. As soon as the blood at the tip of the heart vein touched the genomes, the tip of the genome's tube immediately shot up, latching onto the mouth of the heart vein as if they had received some kind stimulation. Clearly, blood is like a type of fuel to engine to the genomes, making them feel clearly excited. Worms-like tissue sprang forth from where the two tips touched, swiftly merging together like seeing a stitching needle and thread. It wasn't only one capillary though, all of the capillaries from the subject's heart were latched onto by half of the genomes while they were seemingly sewed together to form a perfect vein as tough it has been there since the beginning. The job of the robotic arms of the evolutionary pod was mainly to ensure that the right blood vessel and capillaries are placed in the right tubes of the genomes. Placing them in the wrong tubes would result in the wrong flow of blood and energy, indirectly leading to death due to wrong flow of blood. The veins and blood vessels were clearly very impatient as they wanted to latch onto any blood vessels or capillaries they could find. But owing to the guidance of the evolutionary pod, it was directed to the right path and tubes. Only half of the tube-like capillaries remained from the genomes as they waved around the air quite frantically. If the grown man who had died watching the previous scene now gets to see this scene, it wasn't unknown if her ghost would also die. But it was only half of the tubes from the genomes that were already connected to the complete veins from the heart. Half were still being prevented from connecting to other things or causing any damage. After the veins from the body was thoroughly saturated, the evolutionary pod would guide the tubes from the capillaries using its robotic arms with precise strength and agility, guided them towards the veins and the tubular capillaries. The same scene as the previous one happened. As soon as they touched blood, they latched onto the target that they were guided to and then joined together. All the tubes began latching to their targets simultaneously, just like a shark who had smelled blood. After they had been properly connected, the robotic arms of the evolutionary pod shifted the rib bones, tissue and flesh back to their places, then with a few minutes of laser treatment, the opened-up flesh would be healed up, remaining just a small residential scar in the surface to show that one had undergone a life-threatening operation. Those are the steps a subject or student has to undergo for a xenograft. Now, back to the initiation. The main reason for the Institute to carry out such process is because the process of xenograft doesn't necessarily makes one a superhuman yet. One has to under a seriously extremely strong stimulation, like fear, joy, at the peak before climaxing for one's body to be willing to do anything or accept any foreign object to escape from danger, or more energy to reach the peak once more, etc. Only temporarily though. Normally, the body would not completely accept such foreign organ volunteeringly. It still needs a slight push from the outside. In this case, fear. After the genome had been temporarily accepted by the body system, it would also accept the changes to the body during that moment. As blood and water flows through the heart and then the genome, then directly to the body, one's stiff muscles would start loosening, the body would gradually get lighter, the locked and tightly bound joints would also start loosening, as the body would become slightly stronger. The main improvement that the xenograft gave is the flexibility of one's body, and the major improvement is one's agility. One's body would become very fast, almost triple that of their previous speed. One would be able to perform maneuver previously impossible for him or her previously. But not to the level of a world champion gymnastics or a professional stuntman. The higher one's heartbeat rate, the more one's body would continue to loosen. Even if the heartbeat rate decreases, the body's flexibility, agility, and strength would remain permanent like that. But to increase the rate at which the blood circulation through the first and the newly second heart and then the body, would become progressively difficult. Basically, increasing one's rate of heartbeat would become more difficult. Making a cycle past the previous limit would become harder and harder. Although, if one forced himself too much, one might not necessarily have an heart attack, one's heart might just burst out into pieces directly due to the power overload. Only geniuses who had been trained by their families to perform gruesome and tiring exercises during their younger age would possibly have little problems reaching the limits of the stage called Spryhers. Spryhers is the name given to those who have been xenographed and are seeking to reach the limits of the human body. For those who aren't geniuses, there are evolutionary vials they could purchase from the Institute at an expensive price. The vials contain some type of fluid that could spike an increase in one's heartbeat sharply. It is only recommended to students who think they had encountered some bottleneck. Chapter 24. Blood-heart-body transformation. In a simple definition, serums are concocted to contain a type of effect in which it gives a sudden increase one's heartbeat by giving a sudden jolt to the heart, which therefore spikes up the rate of heartbeat. Therefore, with even more velocity, the hearts would propel the blood at an even faster speed, whereby circulating and pumping warm red blood through the heart, which would then pass through the genome xenographed into the subject's body. The blood that emerged from the second heart afterwards wasn't the same as the one that entered it in the first place. The blood that emerged always had a tinge of blackness within, turning it into a dark red-colored blood if one could see through the body with a microscope, proving the blood had changed somewhat. After which, the dark red blood is then propelled and circulated through the veins, blood vessels and arteries, then right into the body system. Wherever the blood pass, it would continue strengthening and transforming the body positively. And it also expand the meridians and blood vessels, making them stronger with time, towards the bones, tissues, muscles, cells, etc. The entirety of the subject's body would be transformed steadily, following the increase in the number of circulation the subject's heart could propel. A normal human being can only circulate his bodily fluids and blood through the entire body 3 times in a single minute. That is the limit the heart of a regular and healthy human could achieve. The limit the heart could implement without the assistance of the genomes nor the gradual process of transformation made alongside the body as blood is being pumped into the system is only 3 times in a second. But for a newly made Spryher, the amazing fact is that their hearts could propel blood throughout the entire body 5 times in a minute. And that was only when the subject's xenograft was just performed. The numbers of circulation would increase progressively as long as the subject is involved in an intense activity which could make one's heart beat faster than it normally would. For example, exercises such as jogging, running, sexual activities. Basically any activity that helps increase the circulation of one's blood and heartbeat. Which means a Spryher could achieve 5 complete blood circulations in the body in just a minute, almost twice the amount of a regular person, making them superior to humans. And that was without performing any exercises yet. They could increase the amount by performing specifically intense activities. The vials made by the generic association contained some type of serum that had been concocted using special techniques and specific measurements which is exclusive to only the generic association. The main function of serum is that it is used to spike up an increase in one's heartbeat sharply, which would in turn increase the velocity of one's blood circulation. It is only recommended to students who are wickedly rich and also impatient or think their rates of improvement were slow. So they get some from the institute with enough gyno points. Meanwhile, after being xenographed, there must be an external stimuli that would help force the body to accept the foreign object, which is where the institute's initiation or basically test come to place. The combat lessons instructor would help with the problem, giving them the external stimuli, which in David's instructor case, fear. Meanwhile, the instructor smirked in a bewitching manner as she looked towards her students, their faces filled with fear and wariness as they glanced down between their bodies and the instructor. So they get some from the institute with enough gyno points. Meanwhile, back to the instructor. Instructor Ayala smirked slightly as she watched her students' fearful expression. Alright scaredy cats, listen up. That attack of mine was only an illusion. You all fell into my illusion when you stared into my eyes. The moment you all stared into my eyes was the moment the illusion started. The instructor explained. Although the illusion wasn't at all perfect since she needed them to stare into her eyes at any point in time, it was still enough to draw in the attention of the freshmen to the scene she had wanted them to see. But to do that, some of her actions has to be done physically, or it would be broken by these weak students of hers, as there might be doubts appearing in their hearts, which would be a huge disgrace to her. So to say, the part where she jumped 15 meters into the air and also, the part where the bone blades grew on her arm was also very real, and the part she slashed her blade towards the students were all real. It was only the transparent arc wind that was an illusion. It was impossible to create something like that in her current stage. Upon hearing her words, the students all heaved a long sigh of relief. They aren't dead. David especially. He had just came into this science-fictional fantasy world, and he hasn't even seen many things, tasted any foods, ride any cool cars. He wasn't in a hurry to leave as of yet. Not now, not ever. If he died when he had just come to this world, he would regret it extremely. When he was still blaming himself for not committing suicide if he knew he would be coming to this world. David's eyes spun as he thought. He glanced around, to notice, he wasn't the only one who was fearful of losing their lives. The other students were also relieved to hear that it was all an illusion. While some students who are elites also felt relieved, not refused to show it in their expression. They remained stoic, giving the impression that they weren't moved, even in the face of death. But the instructor could see right through them. For example, a student's hand was trembling unconsciously, and even when he tried to control it, and cover it by crossing both his arms, the instructor still noticed it. Another couldn't help his feet from tapping, channeling his fears towards the physical to help calm himself down. Other elites were also like that. After David was calm enough, he couldn't help but think back to the stunts he had just performed just a minute ago. His eyes couldn't help but widen in astonishment and surprise. Diving backwards was a very simple thing to do. But the maneuver he pulled towards the end, in which he had twisted his body as if it was elastic or like a springboard where one pulled back towards one side building potential energy and then fire at an extreme speed towards the opposite direction due to kinetic energy. It was an amazing feat. Chapter 25, Unusual. After David was calm enough, he couldn't help but think back to the stunts he had just performed just a minute ago. His eyes couldn't help but widen in astonishment and surprise. Diving backwards was a very simple thing to do. But the maneuver he pulled towards the end, in which he twisted his body as if it was elastic or like a springboard where one pulled back towards one side building potential energy then fire at an extreme speed towards the opposite direction due to kinetic energy. He didn't even think things through as he didn't have the time. It was life and death back at that moment. Normally he would be unable to pull something like that off in a normal day as he wasn't that flexible. As he was about to think things through thoroughly, he raised his head up to listen as the voice of the instructor rang out once again, cutting through his thoughts. Instructor Ayala continued, "Currently, I would like to congratulate some of you for finally stepping onto the first and most important step in becoming an expert." She glanced towards the students. Her expression had long since turned stoic. While her eyes unconsciously turned towards one particular student of hers for a second, her gaze in that moment was tinged with a hint of pity as she looked at him, but it immediately cleared up as if it had never been there. No one noticed at all. To those whose body already accepted the genome planted in them, she had seen their abilities during the test, and her personal artificial intelligence had already sent the list of students that successfully merged with the genome with their images directly to her brain. She soon spoke up once again, while fixing her glasses with her snow-white little fingers. "Not to waste my time and energy, I won't list out names. Those of you who feel any changes to your body, it could an increase in your flexibility, or if you feel that your body becomes lighter with every breath you take, or you feel a bit stronger, or lastly, you feel that your heartbeat has risen exponentially at one point in time, move to that place." She pointed towards a particular side of the field. Upon hearing her words, David immediately closed his eyes. He could feel that his heartbeat had risen, and although his heart rate was now calm, he remembered how fast it became when he thought that he was about to die. He also felt his body was getting stronger at each heartbeat. Although it was a tiny bit of increase, he could still feel it increase by a tiny amount. David's eyebrows furrowed as he felt something strange. He closed his eyes deeply and at the same time, concentrate his focus to increase his senses. He suddenly noticed something strange and foreign and weird, beating alongside his heart inside his body. He could exactly say what it was, but it felt like a second heart. Shock and interest appeared in David's eyes as he opened his eyes wide abruptly. He was about to check to confirm what he had just seen when a loud voice rang out from his front. "Be fast with that, don't waste my time, go now," Instructor Ayala shouted as she glared at the students whose expression keeps in changing like the light of a multicolored beam of light. Some of the students wore an incredulous score on their faces as if they couldn't believe the things they had noticed, while some were happily performing stunts like backflips and front flips, which was now as easily as moving their hands. But upon listening to the instructor's words, without hesitation, they immediately scrambled towards the position the instructor had pointed towards in that instant. David also rushed to line up together the other students. As his body seemed light to him, and his strength which had slightly risen, with the stomp of his foot, his body propelled him with too much force. He felt like he was flying. His body already tilted to one side due to the uncontrolled strength. If not for his quick wits, like David likes to think, instead of his instincts, he would have crash-landed face first on the field. He immediately turned his legs and waist as he used the force to perform a backflips, as he landing on the ground while heaving a sigh of relief to the fact that he almost died. Going back to his formal position in the new line of students formed, he instantly felt a dangerously cold gaze. His body reacted instantly as his eyes drooped lowly. His body relaxed while his body entered his abnormal battle mode. He suddenly felt his blood circulation slowed down considerably, but the force at which his blood flowed in became heavy. His heartbeat thumped with a force that attempted to break through out of his chest. It was like a patient panther, ready to pounce at any given moment. The transformations happened in an instant. David was aware, but he didn't have the opportunity to confirm. He scanned his surroundings for the hidden enemy. But as his gaze swept past the students, towards the instructor, he instantly saw the instructor glaring at him like an angry lioness. His heart immediately froze as he swiftly exited his combat mode, looking towards his shoes like it was an interesting piece of art. She had just shouted at the students to make haste and stop their nonsense, but this little bastard still deemed it fit to execute a backflip after she had just spoken. She felt she had been rudely disabled. But that anger was changed into suspicion and interest. With her keen gaze, she had clearly seen how his body seemed to relax as if he was about to go to sleep, which was weird considering the fact that he had just performed a backflip. What was even weirder was that his heartbeat also slowed down, but each beat was immensely powerful. It was pumping blood at a slow but forceful manner, as though it was restraining itself, waiting for a single moment to suddenly strike. As though he was executing a combat technique. Instructor Ayala was immediately surprised, as she had never come across such situations before. She made a mental note as he AI recorded the images and scans it had gotten from him. Although it was unusual, it only made her about 2% interested in him. Chapter 26, 1000 Cycle. She threw him to back of her mind soon afterwards. David quickly sneaked a glance at the instructor. Only after he realized she wasn't paying any attention towards him did he release the breath he was partially holding. David was soon a bit startled because he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt his body getting a tad bit lighter and his muscles a lot stronger than before. It might have been an illusion on his part, that is why he didn't dare to confirm anything yet without testing it first. David murmured to himself for a bit afterwards. He threw them at the back of his mind. He really doesn't like to think deeply, gives him a headache, and too much work. He was a lazy person at heart. Do anything related to work or thinking quickly bones him an headache. Putting the thought to the back of his head, David started listening to what the instructor wanted to say. Now that all of you had passed the initiation, I will explain some basic things to you. And since I am not your science lessons instructor, I will be verified with my explanation, and it's going to be really quick. I do really remind you all to keep quiet. Do not interrupt what I'm about to say, or that would be the end of today's lecture. Instructor Ayala announced as she glared at the students as if she could foresee them asking her questions which would end up in turn angry. And in a fit of rage she might just lecture them one by one, with whip. The feelings you ate all experiencing tight now came from the special object transplanted into your body, she said to the students after a while. She chose to tell them it was an object instead of a foreign organ modified by the generic association. If she were to tell them the truth, Dome might just freak out, while some may be disgusted towards their bodies. All kinds of situation would pop up. So informing them that it was an object, it would still reduce the different risks that may pop up. Upon hearing her words again, as the students were about to burst out into discussions amongst themselves, the instructor's stoic face became sharp and instantly stomped down her foot towards the ground. Bang! The ground instantly, as the force created a 1-meter ditch under the instructor's foot as dust rose up to the air. Her voluptuous slightly open breast shook with it, but it was swiftly shrouded by the dust in the atmosphere. It was obvious the instructor didn't use all of strength, but still, it silenced the students who were about to make a fuss. Quite satisfied with their obedience, she nodded her head in satisfaction before resuming her speech. As I said before, the object being transplanted into your body could turn you into an ultimate expert if you play your cards right. She paused for a bit, staring into their eyes. Seeing as they didn't seem to want to cause a ruckus, she chose to explain in details. The object installed into your bodies helps strengthen the body, but that is only depending on how fast you could make your blood circulate throughout your entire body. A normal human being could only make 3 blood circulation in a minute, which is the highest they could ever hope to make. But we are different, because we can increase our blood circulation through special training methods, and the more blood circulation we could make, the more stronger we would become. Now think carefully, if you could just make 1,000 times blood, how strong would you be? She finished her speech on a more higher pitch than she usually did. The students instantly thought, if a regular human can only make 3 cycle, how strong would one become if they could maybe execute 1,000 cycle in 1 minute? The crowds of students were already red in the face with excitement. Their breathing quickened as their heartbeat sped up. David's heart also jumped as his blood glowed at an even faster speed. The thoughts of becoming an absolute expert made him quite excited. Staring at the students, the instructor lowered her voice as it came with a bewitching and compelling sound. Feel your heartbeat quicken. David's eyes involuntarily closed, as he felt his heart thump loudly. Feel the blood pumping through your veins towards your body. David could faintly sense how the blood went through his body, passing along his veins. Feel as your body is cleansed, strengthened and tempered with the blood within you, feel the power. Do not forget that feeling. He immediately felt his body becoming lighter, his muscles getting stronger, and he felt his bones getting a lot loose. He could feel the power of his physical body increase. He felt as if he could control every single parts of his body. He could make any muscles of his jump according to his wishes. That is also one of the terrifying abilities they had gained. But there were also other students who obviously didn't believe her words. They weren't as naive as the other frog in a well students. 1,000 times circulation in a minute. Bah. That is almost like one man having the strength of 1,000 regular people. If the humans were that strong, they would have long since wiped out the Rebs, and they wouldn't be in a disadvantage even if they wanted to. For one to experience 1,000 circulation in minute, the veins would have to be stronger than steel itself. The heart must be even stronger than titanium. Because the heat frictional force from the circulation alone could probably roast a man to death. Even the sound of thumping from one's heartbeat would probably kill a man for to idlid noise. The blood would slouch and surge like a great river. Anyone with 1,000 circulation would probably be a god himself. Just his presence alone could kill a mortal. There hasn't been anyone with such achievement. Neither would there ever be. Other people advance in power after they had reached their absolute limit in blood circulation. The instructor was just keeping their hopes up, making them crave something that was totally impossible. Chapter 27, Lister. And as for you, the instructor turned to face the other side of the field. On the other side of the field, there was a single person standing in the other side. It was a young lady. She had a moderate body for any regular young lady her age, since she was roughly 17 years of age, light brown skin, brown hair, and black-colored eyes. Although she wasn't ugly, calling her slightly beautiful would clearly be an overstatement. She wasn't beautiful at all, but wasn't ugly either. Her eyes were very dull though. If one were to place a human-sized doll beside her, and another was asked to select who the real human was, using the eyes as a confirmation, one might just pick the doll, mistaking it as the real human instead of her, as the doll's eyes seemed to have more life in them than the girl. As she didn't move to the location the instructor had pointed to, together with the other students that had moved, it was clear that she didn't feel any sort of changes in her body as the instructor had said. In fact, she felt nothing at all. Instructor Ayala checked through her AI to verify her information. She had scanned through the students with the help of her AI to indicate those that had failed the initiation. And her name with the picture was the only one that had popped up to her brain. The instructor continued, while staring at her. As for you, a message will be sent to you directly. Follow the instructions in the message. Unless you can find ways to make your body accept the changes in around a week, do not let me see you here. I suggest you leave as soon as possible. She concluded her sentence. Taking her attention away from the young lady, she turned to face the other students. Upon hearing the instructor's words of advice and maybe a hint of admonishment, David inadvertently turned his gaze towards the young lady in question. He saw her ordinary face, her light brown skin, her deep black dull eyes, and her deadpan expression, which was almost as intimidating as the instructor's. He was instantly drawn towards her, as he couldn't help himself. He was completely infatuated with the girl. David was also the kind of person that has his preference or types for girls, and that young lady wasn't even in the category of those he would choose. But still, when he gazed at her, he couldn't stop. His heartbeat quickened as he was completely immersed in staring at every inch of the young lady. As if she felt something, her dull eyes moved whilst she glanced towards the particular spot where David was standing with the corner of her eyes. As soon as their eyes met, David's heart jumped while the blood in his body surged with full force. Her indifferent eyes meeting his fanatic ones. He wasn't sure why he was attracted to her, but he felt he would be extremely satisfied if he could just stare into her eyes all day long. She gazed at him for at most half a second before averting her gaze. She wasn't bothered to check him out before she removed her gaze from him. Nothing seemed to interest her, although she wouldn't admit that she was a tad bit curious about the boy whose expression was weird. It was the truth. No one had ever gazed upon her with such weird gaze, because she knew that although she couldn't be called ugly, she wasn't at all pretty. Her face was very ordinary and plain. Her looks were a bit just above average. A person who could enter the institute could obtain girls of different types. For one to show such expression upon seeing her for the first time is either fine kind of sick pervert, one who thought she was interesting, or one who is extremely infatuated with her. Love at first sight. Although she thought this way, Her expression didn't change one bit and her heartbeat that had already calmed down didn't even fluctuate. That guy had only risen her curiosity for half a second, after which, she had completely forgotten about him. She didn't even care. She was a person who had joined the Institute to become stronger and for the resources they offered to those who are talented. She had only filled her name when she had registered. Her address was unknown, family background also unknown. She basically filled everything else with unknown apart from age, name, sex, etc. She was incredibly mysterious. When the instructor had jumped up and slashed towards them, she wasn't in the slightest bit moved. Her gaze had remained dull through the entire process of the illusion without the slightest bit of ripples in them. From that, one could infer that either she had seen through the illusion or, she had means to protect herself from harm, or maybe she didn't even care about her life in the first place. Either way, it was a terrifying thought. As if she had thought of something, she lowered her head softly, closing her eyes, and for the first time ever, a slight crease could be seen in between her eyebrows as if she was experiencing a bad memory. In the next instant, her heartbeat doubled as her blood circulation increased in speed as her heart thumped. Her body had successfully accepted and merged with the foreign object. The instructor was still addressing the students when, as if she felt something, she suddenly froze in her actions. She frowned slightly while adjusting her glasses. She looked backwards towards where the young lady was. She was instantly surprised when she scanned the later thoroughly with the help of her AI. It instantly produced all information of her vital signs. She could feel the young lady's heartbeat and could successfully confirm that the young lady had succeeded in becoming a Spryher all by herself. "What did you say your name was?" the instructor asked the young lady with raised eyebrows. "Looking quite cute." The young lady glanced at the instructor with a wooden expression for a second before she finally gave in. "Lister." A slightly raspy voice that appears to be that of a young girl rang out. Lister replied back to the instructor. Chapter 28, Obsessed. "What did you say your name was?" the instructor asked the young lady with raised eyebrows. "Looking quite cute." The young lady glanced at the instructor with a wooden expression for a second before she finally gave in. "Lister." A slightly raspy voice of a young girl rang out. Lister replied back to the instructor. In that moment, David's heart skipped a bit as he mumbled her name over and over again while still watching her with his fiery gaze. As if he couldn't wait to eat her up. "Lister on." The I'm nodded her head. "All right, come over here, join the line with the rest of the students." She waved her hand over to Lister, ordering for her to come over. Everyone stared at her before completely losing interest. She was neither as beautiful as the goddess of an instructor from across them, nor was she as sexy as she was. She was just like your typical plain, normal, introverted, high school girl. Except, this wasn't high school. All but a few students kept their eyes trained on Lister as she walked over. They were wearing various expressions, and the one that seemed to be common was the countenance of surprise on their faces, while David's look was especially queer. They had received quite a bit of information about the instructor from different sources and are well aware she disdained asking the students who had no potential or talents their names. That was why they had various looks in their faces. The instructor felt that it was a pointless endeavor to spend worthless time and resources on those who have no potential nor talents. David watched as she walked towards the line with infatuation. It was only the moment she had joined with the line, whereby his vision was been obstructed by the other students, did he finally came back to his senses. He immediately shivered. What just happened? Dav was filled with bewilderment. He was almost unable to get out of his trance. If his gaze hadn't been obstructed, he didn't even know what might happen. He didn't dare think it either. He could guess his hormones were catching up to him. While he wasn't a loner in his previous life, he was still a virgin before he died. And in this lifetime too, he still remained a virgin. One could infer from the information that the hormones from 2 lifetimes of virginity isn't something a young boy could handle. He could barely hold himself back from going up to her. Calming his thoughts down, he finally had an idea of Nihia feelings for Philida. That was embarrassing. Taking a deep breath, he swore never to look at that girl called Lister in the face again. Instructor Ayala adjusted her glasses, clearing her throat. "The state you all are facing is called Spryh. Spry literally means full of life and energy, because in this state, one's body can be continuously filled with energy with the surge of your blood and the numbers of circulation one can make continuously without any limitations. Well, that's all theory though. While we call those who are in that state, Spryhers. the instructor explained. Now that we got that over with, I should give time to digest the information as we don't know the dumb ones among you, but, due to some complications, we will have to continue. Instructor Ayala, day after day. It's all up to you if you to practice all by yourself, to get stronger at a more faster pace. The instructor smirked as if she thought of something, but then she sighed. Since some of you deem it fit to ignore reading the student's guide given to you, I would just go out of my way to inform you. Freshmen are entitled to choose a techniques from the institute. You can exchange other techniques with gyno points. The students were a bit surprised, one part due to the fact that they weren't aware of it. But another part was due to her reminder, including David. He was also surprised, but it was mainly due to the instructor's reminder. He had scrolled through the student's guide, he was already aware of such information. He was already aware of the instructor's behavior by now, and he knew she wasn't the type to go out of her way and remind them of the techniques, since they were the one at fault because they had refused to read the guide. But he really didn't know what they were for. Now, look around you, Ayala instructed. David obeyed, and what he saw was absolutely nothing, just an empty field that was as large as a football field. He was confused as he looked back to the instructor in puzzlement. Just run 50 rounds around the edges of the field and I can leave here from this place. I'm already tired from all this. Instructor Ayala sighed while her beautiful face dropped, appearing quite beautiful. The boys unconsciously raised their hands, wanting to protect her, while their hearts clenched and their frown deepened, appearing quite pained. If David hadn't met Lister yet, he wasn't completely sure if he wouldn't act just like the other boys did. But the boys soon woke up from their trance as soon as her words registered in their brain. 50 rounds. How is that even possible? The students' eyes bulged while they all shouted out in disbelief, while some let out a casual laugh as though the instructor was joking. David just blinked his eyes as he also thought the instructor was joking. But reality was cruel to them because the instructor's face remained stoic, the meaning was all clear to them. Her expression clearly stated that she was serious. The last one still standing after 3 seconds would be forced to take one punch of mine. Although she said that, her face was serene. The students didn't need to be told twice, and David wasn't one to joke with his life either. He began running instantly. One punch of yours. I'm not ready to die yet. While he thought that, he wasn't slow in his actions as he picked up speed, as swift as swallow. Chapter 29, Misunderstanding. David had almost reached the 4th lap before he started to reach his limit. His was gasping out loudly while jogging, his legs had mostly turned into jelly since couldn't even feel his legs, but were pouring out like rain from his body, almost forming a pool below him. When he was about to reach his absolute limit he started to notice something was extremely weird. Something isn't right, David muttered. Although he couldn't say he was 100% familiar with this body, he was at least 50% familiar with it. Which was why it was when he had almost reached his limits did he actually notice that something was weird with his body. Because he had also almost reached his limits about 2 laps ago, but he had never truly reached it. This time, he focused his mind completely to observe what was happening to him. He continued running for a while, when he was just about to fall down due to the weakness of his legs when something caught his attention. David suddenly exclaimed. That was due to the fact that his heartbeat suddenly increased. And although he hadn't had enough time to measure it, he was sure his blood circulation had long since surpassed 3 revolutions per minute. Energy surged into his body, but it was very minuscule, and if he wasn't already monitoring his own situation, he wouldn't even notice anything at all. Seems like the instructor was right, the more heart pumping an exercise is, the more stronger one would become, he concluded. He looked around to notice that only few of the other students seemed to have also come into the same conclusion as he had since they suddenly picked up speed. But David was different though, he is lazy at heart and anything relating to work was everything he hated. Why would he waste his strength to run when he was clear at his limits to get stronger, what for? He had already long since discarded his dreams of ruling the world and tearing down every single library in the world. He was about to collapse to the ground just like this one black-haired student who had long since collapsed to the ground due to his weak willpower. But as he was about to give up, a whiff of the fragrance of the mixture between forest and something slightly metallic just like iron blew past his nose. David uncontrollable closed his eyes while taking in a deep breath. It appeared that he was drunk on that scent as he wobbled on his feet like a drunk. He only opened his eyes when he realized that the whiff was almost gone. He was stunned by what he saw, the black dress, light brown skin, black hair, crystalline drop of sweat ran down her back from her neck. It is her. David almost screamed in his mind. It was Lister, who had passed right beside David while jogging at a fast pace. She was almost out of his line of sight when energy rushed into his body, and without waiting for nobody, he swiftly picked up speed in that moment. He had already made up his mind to catch up to her and at least say hi. He ran, hit tired, filled with energy, picked up speed again, slowed down due to tiredness, felt refreshed, felt sore again. It was a continued cycle. David didn't know how much he ran, but all he knew was that he was almost about to catch up to the figure. He was just 10 meters away from her, when she seemed to slow down her pace. Frenzied, David picked up speed again. He was about 2 meters away, but energy seemed to have faded from his body. He was really tired. He tried moving his legs, but he could only move them by inch. He subconsciously tried to reach the young lady across-eyed him, but he couldn't even feel them. It only moved a bit before they instantly fell down back to their previous position. If David had the time to sense the changes in his body, he would be mostly shocked. His heart was reverberating through his chest, attempting to burst out of them. His blood revolved along his blood vessels, sounding like that of a flowing tap water. Meanwhile, his veins in his body were worn out and were ready to test through the first amount of friction the bloody revolutions had caused. If he continued, it was highly likely that his blood vessels and veins would end up tearing in different locations due to them being already worn out. When he was just a few feet from her, a loud and sexy voice immediately reverberated through his head. "Stop." David's head buzzed. He suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded as he broke out of his infatuation. His eyes met Lister's because she had turned her head back, but when she saw him, although her stoic face and dull gaze didn't change, her eyebrows still rose up in slight surprise as she saw through. The young boy. He has been following her closely for a while now when he was clearly at his limits. His willpower and resilience is above average. That was her only thought. David's sight darkened soon after as he dropped to the ground, unconscious. But before that, he mumbled out something beautiful. Lister froze in her tracks and observed him for more than a second this time, but that was all, since all she did after that was to turn back and continue jogging, resuming her assignment. It was unknown when, but Instructor Ayala was already crouching beside David as she scanned his vitals to make sure he was all right. When she checked, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Such willpower, although not that rare, was commendable. She didn't want to lose such hard-working students since the foreign organ could deteriorate when it was overworked. But he is clearly okay. The results showed that he was worn out, needed more rest and more importantly, more energy. Chapter 30, Energy Tank. She thought for a while, having thought of something troublesome, we'll just dump them in an energy pod. They would have to pay up once they woke up. Having thought up to here, she picked David up by the collar together with 7 other students. She spoke up to the few students who were still standing in a clear voice. "When you all are done with the exercise, you can then leave. See you in, whenever." With a single thought, she called forth her pink sky cruiser, which was over her head in just that the amount of time the eyeball takes to roll. Stomping her foot, she was instantly catapulted through the air, towards the opened cockpit. Passing through the entrance with a perfect arc. The 2 thrusters by the sky cruiser instantly trembled as if storing energy. With a whoosh, large amounts of heat burst out simultaneously, sending the sky cruiser reeling forwards at an immense speed, leaving behind clouds of warm air. Opening his eyes, breathing out heavily, he had to admit though, that was the most satisfying sleep he had had since he transmigrated. He was about to roll over so as to sleep more. His body seemed incredibly heavy. Opening his eyes, to check what was wrong. His vision was incredibly blurry and was stained with a tinge of blue in them. His drowsiness was instantly cleared as though someone poured cold water on his body. His mind swiftly cleared as his body relaxed and his heartbeat began to get heavy. Upon this, he tried to inspect his surroundings more carefully. When he inspected his surroundings, David froze in shock. That was because he is currently submerged inside a transparent fluid that had a tinge of blue in them. It was as if the fluid was previously blue and then it had been absorbed by something. He was quick to realize the reason why his vision was stained with the blue color. But the fluid was almost clear, and he could see far. It was when he focused his eyes adeptly did he realize adequately where he was. He was situated inside of a tank, floating freely inside the tank which contains the blue fluid. He looked around whilst he was still submerged in the fluid. He saw that he was in some kind of a laboratory and that laboratory was filled with hundreds of tanks. They were almost 5 meters in height. Meanwhile, the tanks also contains the same blue fluid, but some were more concentrated than the other and more concentrated than the one David was currently in. The tanks seemed to have different rows of tubes connected to them. The tanks were arranged systematically to fit themselves side by side, leaving only a slight space in the middle to walk on. There was almost at least 100 pieces of tanks arranged to fit perfectly in the wide space. David was thoroughly confused as to why he was currently submerged in a liquid. He thought back to the last thing he was doing before he woke up. As he went deep in thought, his eyes instantly glazed over, but his expression was that of one who was smiling. Shaking his head to get rid of the thought as his rationality came back. "I think I need to avoid that girl at all cost, don't I?" David muttered, but all that came out of his mouth was only bubble. Flapping his hands, David's head came out of the liquid. He could see more clearly now, and he saw that he was right about the large hall. It was a laboratory. He raised himself to step out the tank with the descending stairs that was connected to every tanks. Stretching his body, popping sounds rang out of his body, rumbling lowly like that of a muffled thunder. He noticed that he was naked, but his attention was caught up by something else entirely. Looking down at his hands, he clenched his fist tightly. The air seemed to howl at the sudden clench of his fists. He felt his body was filled with massive strength that wasn't there before. His movements appeared sleek, agile, and more graceful, almost like that of a trained panther. His blood flowed in his body, similar to a surging pond raised by the winds. His heart pounded ferociously in his chest, but it wasn't uncomfortable. In fact, he felt that it was exactly how it was supposed to be, or maybe even stronger. His skin and muscles appeared to be more toned than it previously was. When he touched his skin, it felt almost like leather, but not that hard though. A simple paper cut would be unable to scratch his skin. Smiling widely, with a light tap of his feet, he jumped down from the tip of the 5 meters long tank, not bothering to take the descending stairs. Instead of the normally loud sound of his body hitting the floor, with a light thump, he landed with the grace of a skillful feline, with his legs slightly bent, no broken bones or any complications. Upon witnessing that he possesses such, he abruptly burst into laughter like a madman while holding his stomach. He was both blissful and delighted. His heart couldn't help but be filled with pride. His laughter was loud, wild, and brazen. "Ha ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Keep it down, boy, or shall I do that for you?" A raspy voice, appearing to be that of an old man, rang out amidst his frenzied laughter. David's laughter was swiftly cut short by the voice. He couldn't help but turn his head around, towards the entrance of the hall where he appeared to hear the voice. He saw an old man sitting behind a desk that looks quite old and antique, and most definitely going to be very expensive. The old man was on the verge of reading a report, judging by the holographic sheet he was currently holding, when he was interrupted by the sudden laughter that came from David. Beside the old man was a group consisting of 14 people standing equally at both sides of the old man's desk. They were dressed in a neat white coat while standing quietly with their heads lowered. But they are currently glaring daggers at the naked David. Seeing as the group of people who were just a few years older than him dared to glare at him, he just rolled his eyes. Apparently, he was in a good mood, so he would let it slide just this once. "There is no need for that, old man. I would just leave right now," David said casually as he turned around to pick up the blue robe hanging by the sides of the tank. He swiftly took the blue robes casually, while putting them on gracefully. Sighing out audibly in happiness, he turned to leave the lab. Chapter 31, Shameless David. But what David was unaware of was that the moment he said the word "old man," the group of interns momentarily drew in a muffled gasp of cold air. Muffled because they had quickly suppressed their mouths with their hands. They glanced at each other, while trying to hide their astonishment. It was a well-known fact in the institute that the professor disliked people calling him an old man. The old man's eyebrows furrowed when he heard the words too. He gazed at the now smiling David, who was currently about to leave the entrance. It appeared as if he really didn't like being called an old man. And by a junior at that. It wasn't that he doesn't like called an old man, in fact, it had nothing to do with it. The problem was that he really wasn't an old man. Extreme power comes together with an extreme price. After passing through the stage of Spryher, the higher one's amount of blood revolutions are, the more possibilities one has in incorporating with a powerful gene. Although, it also has something to do with how long one could persist in the adrenaline state, but that isn't the main ground for advancement. The white-haired man was a 4-star talented individual back when he was still a student of the institute. He had advanced from the Spryher state at the 299th blood revolutions. He was undefeated by his peers and was also the most talented students among his peers. His confidence came from the fact that he could remain in the state of adrenaline twice the amount of his peers. Because of his confidence, he had chosen to develop and incorporate with a powerful gene that had the requirements of a 300th blood revolution Spryher. Because of his decision, he had been admonished and counseled by the head of the institutes, and also the instructors tried dissuading him, because the consequences of merging with a powerful gene when one's body is clearly not prepared for it nor strong enough to control it, one might just lose control. He was aware of this fact, but he remained firm in his decision. According to his calculations back then, he had a 10% chances of dying, 30% chances of transforming into a mutant, and a 60% chance of survival. In the end, he successfully developed and also successfully merged with the gene, but not without an extreme side effect. Although he merged with the gene successfully, it still took a toll on his body, with a considerable side effect, hence his white hair and eyebrow. He almost failed though at the critical moment, as the duration of his adrenaline was a second and a half late than his calculations due to him merging with the gene. The powerful gene sucked a bit of his life energy as fuel since his body had no energy to provide, making his face look slightly wrinkled and rough. So at first glance, he appeared to be an old man. Although he was like an old man, he was one of the strongest professors of the institute. One could infer from that fact that it was worth it to gain the power he currently had. If he was asked to make the decision again, he would still choose to merge with the gene. But if one looked closely, one would see his true appearance clearly. It was just that his face was a bit rough. The professor's flashback was interrupted when one of the interns by his side quickly spoke out before David had the opportunity to step out. "Wait, you haven't paid for occupying an energy tank yet." Upon hearing this, David's smiling expression dropped slightly. He tilted his head to the side slightly. "Are you referring to me?" David asked while pointing at himself. The intern who spoke up was a young man who looked to be 19 years of age. He had a light brown hair with a buzz cut as his hairstyle. A very handsome face with a slightly wide smile on it. But instead of making David comfortable, the smile hid a malicious intent which David had sensed since the moment the voice sounded out. David's body currently appeared to be relaxed, while his muscles hardened, akin to that of a tempered steel. But before his body could complete the transformation, he quickly put a stop to it, because at this moment, he was completely filled with absolute confidence. He believed that with his current strength, he could handle any of his peers at the moment. If it was before, he wouldn't be able to stop his natural instincts towards a strong being because he had tried previously, but it was to no avail. But now, he had grown slight stronger, and it appears his contract over his body appears to be more refined. The young man's smile dropped as his face hardened when he heard David's reply. He strode towards David with slow but heavy steps. "Yes, I was referring to you," he said, while stopping a meter away from him, glaring at David, face to face. "Oh, is that so? But how can I pay for something I know nothing about? I don't know what energy tank you are talking about. And I sure as hell do not remember coming into this place. So, whosoever has brought me here is the one to pay." David retorted with a wide smile and an innocent face before taking his leave. He was happy about his rapid increase in strength already, so he wasn't about to let a random nobody ruin his good mood. The blonde boy was stunned slightly, as he had never heard anyone speak such shameless words with an air of righteousness. "You clearly gained a lot from the energy tank judging by your laugh of happiness, but you are refusing to pay." As he thought of this, his face twisted in anger, and as the blonde boy was to speak out, he sensed the old man gazing at him with the corner of his eyes, so he quickly kept his mouth shut. Went back to standing respectfully by the professor's side, but not without shooting a glare at the shameless David. Laughing softly, David turned around to leave through the exit for the second time before he was stopped again to pay for the whatever tank. But reality was cruel, as a slightly raspy voice rang out of the hall. Chapter 32, The Scheme. As he was about to exit of the hall, he heard the same familiar raspy voice that had spoken out earlier. "What's your name, boy?" Sighing softly to himself, he had to contain his rising anger. "I just want to leave this place to test my strength. Is that too much to ask?" David thought while turning around. He didn't want to appear disrespectful, so he answered the old man patiently. "I'm David, you can also call me DAV. Can I leave now?" He was already getting impatient with these people. The old man behind the desk leaned backwards in his chair. He scanned David from head to toe, ignoring his question. The man spoke up after a while. "All right, DAV, it has been a very long time since someone dared to call me old man. You must be a new student, right? The old man spoke up indifferently. Before waiting for David's reply, the prof spoke out once more. "The tank you jumped out from is called an energy tank. And to use an energy tank, there have to be a payment of 50 gyno points for each usage. After saying all this, the prof went back to viewing the holographic report he was previously inspecting, ignoring the stunned David. Normally, to use the energy tank, one has to pay 50 gyno points to utilize a low-grade energy tank. Energy tanks are graded by the amount of purity included in them. A low-grade energy tank contains a high amount of impurities in them, almost taking up a 50% of the energy tank, which are harmful to one's body in progress, but they also contain 50% of energy in them. Too much impurities could shorten the time for one to lose control. It means it could lead to one losing control at a more faster speed. David's smiling expression had long since turned blank in that moment. Although he might seem as if he doesn't care much about things, he still knew what 50 gyno points are worth, and he knew they were worth a lot. Since the school gave he only 100 gyno points. Now, the old man was telling him he had to pay half of the gyno points given to him by the Institute for something he doesn't know about. Fine, he gained a lot from soaking in the energy tank, but the main theme here is, he didn't want to soak in there himself, and neither did he implore anyone to place him there, so a technicality wasn't his fault. Thinking up to here, he turned around slowly to face the old man's desk. His formerly confident attitude had honed through a 360-degree change. "Sir, since I didn't come here myself, I clearly didn't ask to be out here. So technically, it isn't my price to pay, am I right, sir?" David said while smiling politely at the old man. Upon seeing the clear changes in David's attitude, the interns couldn't help but blink their eyes rapidly in surprise. The blonde-haired guy wasn't even surprised at the change, he had already expected something like that from the shameless young man. He only wanted David to quickly step out of the hall. Once outside the hall, he couldn't wait to see what David's expression would be. The reason was that, the Institute has a type of rule: if David came out of the lab without paying for the energy tank he had used, he would be forced to pay twice the amount of gyno points the moment he set his foot outside the lab. It would still be automatically deducted from his account. And if he doesn't have the necessary amount of gyno points to exchange, he would be automatically assigned forcefully to a specific task for a specific amount of time by the Institute. That was the moment the blonde boy was waiting for. He could imagine how the other boy's expression would be, and that got him excited. That was the reason he instigated David, to make him leave the lab in anger without paying, so he could finally teach the boy a lesson on behalf of the professor to gain the professor's approval and favor. Upon seeing the change of David's attitude, the prof raised his eyebrow in slight surprise. After a moment, the corner of his mouth tilted upwards lightly. Your explanation was slightly convincing. Go ahead if you think you don't have to pay." The professor's smile widened as he rested his chin with his hands resting on the antique table. David heaved a soft sigh of relief when he heard this. He put on the brightest smile he could possibly muster and smiled towards the old man. "Really? Then I will have to thank you, sir, then. I will take my leave now." David thanked the old man and turned to leave. The old man's smile widened when he saw David leaving. Although David doesn't like thinking too deeply into things, his brain soon found that something was wrong with the old man's words and also the atmosphere. He chose to ignore it, but his body was soon reacting to something as his eyes appeared to droop slightly. He couldn't possibly ignore it this time. He turned around again to face the old man. "Do I really not have to pay?" David asked again. The man smirked and said, "Of course, you could choose not to pay if you so wish." When he heard the words, David's smiling expression had turned expressionless. The man's words clearly meant that he could choose not to pay, but he clearly didn't explain what would happen later, and from the old man's smiling expression, he was smiling as if wanting to watch a show. Even all of the interns, especially that blonde-hair bastard, had the same face. His expectant expression is more than disturbing. An old man like you being so petty, how shameless could you possibly be? As David thought of this, he put on a disdainful expression while he tapped on his imprint. And to the disappointment of the crowds, he spoke out the words they weren't expecting him to say. "Hazel, settle the account from the energy hall." A voice rang out. "Done." In 25 minutes, the science class would commence. It's advisable to leave at this moment. Looking at the dissatisfied expression of the crowds, David left. Chapter 33, Bizarre. Seeing David's back as he left, the prof just smiled. He wasn't the least bit annoyed. "David, interesting young man." He chuckled, turning towards the students standing at each side of his desk. "Enough fun for today. Now, the development of the slit-eye gene is a very simple and basic procedure, but why the F***ck haven't I seen anyone with a 100% success rate? The prof's raspy voice started off slow at the beginning, but then it was rumbling as loud as thunder towards the end. He threw the file in his hands furiously, which dispersed into multiple streams of light before disappearing since it was just a piece of an holographic image. The surrounding interns cringed as they lowered their heads. The professor seemed to be dissatisfied with their progress. But contrast to one's expectations, the interns were relieved because this time, reason due to the fact that in a situation where the professor was really angry, he would be silent, but in a case where he wasn't really that angry, he would throw a fit. In no time, Dav was out of the laboratory. He was currently standing at the entrance of the building. Although he was excited about his increase in strength, and also desperately wished to measure his strength, but he knew his priorities well and enough. Although he didn't look like much, he was a man of principles who knew that there was time for everything, during which, he would perform those duties to the best of his abilities. When it was time to eat, he would do so without hesitation and even enjoy doing it. When it was time to practice, he would also perform to the best of his abilities, and when it comes to reading well, although reluctant, he still forces himself to grasp the limit he had set for himself, and when it came to priorities, he performed them without any hesitation whatsoever, and his priority at this point in time was to reach the next lessons before the time runs out, and according to his calculations he would need to rush to the next class with his full strength in at least 17 minutes. Thinking up to here, he speed up the velocity of his body's blood revolutions, making his heart thumped in an oppressive manner. If one had an extremely extraordinary hearing, one could seemingly hear the slouching sound of his blood as 2 sounds of heartbeat propelled blood further into his veins and body as they vibrated with power. His body was currently filled with energy while his heart thumped repeatedly like a power piston in a cylinder with force. With his acting as an engine, he tightened his muscles and then suddenly released it. He dashed forwards with inconceivable speed. A single step from Dav was as long as 5 meters. He dashed at a speed of 5 meters per second. Dav was surprised at his speed, when suddenly his instincts warned him. While he was slow to react, his body seemed to react without his brain giving the signal. His body bent backwards forcefully as if he had no spine nor a vertebra bone in his body, akin to a broken stick. His legs were still running perfectly straight, but his upper body was bent backwards flatly parallel to the ground. In that moment he performed the action. He watched with wide eyes as a metal block almost 2 cubic meters brushed past his lips, bruising it slightly. Cold sweat instantly formed in his back as he thought about the crises he had luckily avoided. He had suddenly lost control since he had almost forgotten his sudden gain in strength. In that moment, he had a feeling like an epiphany, but also not an epiphany. Like he had comprehended something but also nothing. But in this moment, he couldn't care less about anything. He could only thank his luck. If he had rushed in head first towards the metal block, with his full moment, it was unknown what would have happened to him. Even with his increase in strength, he wasn't as hard as a steel metal block. His face and body smashing the metal block wouldn't be a pretty sight. The workers who were operating the machine that uses magnetic force to pull the metal block that easily weighed 300 kilograms were stunned. As the machine required 3 people who were in sync with each other to operate it, only 3 of them saw the scene. These 3 people had been in the institute for more than half a decade. They had seen plenty of bizarre sights, movements, diet, all sort of things. They had also seen plenty of fights among powerful people that they had long gotten used to them. There was even a time when there was an irreconcilable conflict between 2 instructors. The conflict evolved as they had to fight to resolve the issue. Their fights was phenomenon as the group couldn't step 100 meters close to them, otherwise, they would suffer, and in a worst-case scenario, they wouldn't even know how they had died and would only watch with wide eyes as their life slips away from their grasp. Clearly, some things within the institute couldn't surprise them anymore as they would just watch with dull eyes. But they were stunned by David's movements. They watched with slight surprise as the scene where Dav's body bent flatly backwards and his lower body still running with large strides. It was as if his upper body and his lower body were 2 separate entities. Both, thinking and acting differently. The large metal block, brushing against his lips. They couldn't help but look at each other, as if asking, what kind of bizarre gene did this guy merge with? But that was all. They were only slightly surprised at his performance because it was odd. Not because it was powerful or anything. Dav straightened his body once more. He felt he was truly flexible all over his body, although he had felt like that previously. It was a lot different this time. Recollecting he had someplace to be, he dashed out fast. Chapter 34, Unique Exercises. Ignoring the 2 stunned men, David put his thoughts together. Currently, there was only a few minutes left to the start of his next lessons. Although he wasn't sure how long it would take to get there on foot, but he had roughly estimated the amount of time needed to be around 20 minutes. If no situation pops up, that is. But under the circumstances where unexpected instances occurred along the way, stealing his attention, he would be severely delayed. Opting to call forth a sky cruiser wasn't an option either, because calculating the amount of gyno points left, his account would be mostly empty had he done that. He had to find means of earning points, otherwise, he would surely be doomed. In the Institute, there are numerous uses for gyno points which could benefit the students in lots of ways. For example, gyno points could be used to purchase an F-grade serum which could be used in strengthening one's heartbeat, blood revolutions, or circulation, and in the process, strengthening the body. They could be used to borrow manuals containing special exercises from the archives. Special exercises contains, well, exercises that are deemed special due to their effects of increasing the body's blood revolutions or cycle in a steady but at an increasingly fast pace. Special exercise are exercises which directs the body enhancements towards a particular part of the body, instead of the normal strengthening and flexibility part of the body, along with the increase in blood revolutions. Those manual doesn't contain regular nor ordinary manuals available to the public like running, push-ups, boxing, etc. They are the most basic type of exercise and their effects are only so-so. Moreover, one would need to train for a couple of years to gain a slight increase of strength and improvement in one's body. Some separate types of manuals. Advanced manuals, called unique exercises, could produce special effects when practiced to the highest level. For example, a set of body straining exercise when practiced, would place the fleshy body and muscles as the main focus of strengthening rather than the strengthening and flexibility of the bones, muscles, tissues, blood vessels, organs, etc., increasing its tenacity. When such exercises are practiced to the highest level, special effect would be produced, such as the ability to dissolve or absorb shockwave, explosive strength for a period of time, etc. Such abilities are rather useful, since one wouldn't need to waste the time, energy, and resources to strengthen the organs or blood vessels, etc. in caution of shockwaves during combat. As the highest level of a unique ability included the dispelling of shockwaves, protecting the internal organs from harm. Gyno points can also be used for reserving a spot in the energy tank. Gyno point also has the function of upgrading one's personal interface to the next level eval. Those are the list of uses listed in the student's handbook. Although there are more uses left, the Institute prefer the students to find out on their own. Firming his resolve, Dav dashed forwards with blinding speed. He could feel the rush of air blowing past his face, and the howls sounding in his ears as he rushed towards the direction the pull in his tag lead him to. Currently, he needed to be in his next class in 17 minutes. He was running out of time already. With swift steps, he made his way through the crowds as he weaved past them in haste, with speed surpassing his previous one. Although he didn't know how strong he currently is, he could guess his strength had increased by at least 2 folds. Gasping for his breath, he gazed at the large hall in front of him. He had estimated that it would take him about 15 minutes to get there, but judging by the time, he still had about 5 minutes left. Which meant he came 3 minutes earlier than he had anticipated. He was much faster than he thought. He looked towards the hall, and one could say that the hall was a very large one, almost 5 meters tall, looking menacing. The entrance of the hall gate was painted in a very dark color, akin to the mouth of a beast, as if it would devour those who entered into it. Although he was astonished, its aura wasn't enough to make him feel fear. He was just surprised is all. But that was thanks to the sun which was reflecting against it. After clearing his thoughts, he entered the hall with large stride through the entrance. In the hall, there were about 100 students seated in a 4-row seat formed in the shape of a semicircle in the hall. Immediately he entered the hall, he noticed as a middle-aged man also walked in from the forefront through the front entrance, just a few seconds after he entered. Not minding the men, David looked around the hall. He spotted someone waving his hands towards him. It was Nihia. He was a bit surprised though. Seems like our schedule is a bit similar. Although I don't really like him, he helped me a bit so. He made his way towards Nihia as he thought. The middle-aged man peered towards David, who was making his way to an empty sit. At long last, he just grunted while making his way to the stand at the forefront of the hall. The lecture was supposed to start 5 minutes early, but there was a 5 minutes grace each instructor must give before starting the lecture. But if there was a student who was still late despite the 5 minutes grace, the instructor had limitless rights to punish such student or leave him or her be. But if it wasn't the case, then the instructor would have no choice but to swallow his anger. Although Dav was late, he still came seconds before the instructor. Judging by the way the instructor gazed at him earlier, it was clear that he was looking to punish DAV, but he clearly couldn't, as there are several hidden monitoring instruments laying around watching them ready to be used against him. In the institute, there were many fighting off the chance to become an instructor. A slight mistake could just be devastating if used against the person. Chapter 35, The Foreign Organ. DAV had been clearly lucky this time. If he stayed to admire the hall's entrance for a few seconds, it was unknown what might have happened. But from the clear grunt the instructor gave, it was clear that the instructor was dissatisfied and has taken quite a note of him. DAV took his seat by Nihia's left empty seat. Not bothering with pleasantries, he just nodded his head as a sign of greetings. Nihia also didn't mind, as he knew that talking when the instructor hadn't said anything yet was just been rude and disrespectful. He thought Fave was aware of the fact, but he was just wrong. DAV was just reluctantly say anything to the blabbermouth, lest he run off his mouth once again. Sewing as the last person had settled in his seat, the middle-aged man scanned through the quiet students. Quite satisfied, he then opened his mouth. "This is science class, and my name is Stamos Vestro. I am your instructor for this semester. The code is 2340804792157. You may begin," Instructor Stamos announced loudly towards his audience in a flat tone. Upon hearing the words of the instructor, the students immediately perform a differing series of actions. DAV watched, wide-eyed as they performed the action to summon their holographic image. Not willing to lose out, DAV swiftly tapped his hands, calling forth his own holographic image, as fast as he could. But that was all, as he could not see through another's holographic image, which was imprinted according to each student's genetic code. All he could see was a ray of light whose color appears to be interchanging. He gazed around, only to realize he wasn't the only one at a loss about what they were supposed to do after calling forth the holographic image. He immediately turned towards Nihia, sewing as Nihia seemed to be aware of what the other student were doing. "What's going on?" DAV said in a low voice to Nihia, who was seemingly busy swiping something in the ray of light. "Connecting my neurogenic interface to this virtual pathway network, but using the code provided now by the instructor." Nihia answered fluently, as if he had expected the question from David. David was stunned, as he stared blankly towards the now still Nihia. Coming back to his senses, "What is that supposed to mean?" he asked in a more forceful tone this time, but clearly with an almost audible voice. Sighing, Nihia answered again, but his eyes appeared as if he was in a daze. "He is currently immersed in the virtual space. Just input the code 2340814792157, the AI would do the rest." Hearing these words, DAV immediately did as he was told. He typed in the code. As a result, a single option was given to him, listed in the interface. Science 101. He delayed no longer and clicked on it. The instant he did so, his eyes also appeared dazed as they glazed over slowly. Blackness immediately filled his vision. Burst of lights exploded in the next moment as they swirled around in his head. After a few seconds, he realized he was in a large hall, not quite different from the one he was in real life. Nihia was also seated beside him like the previous times, and the Instructor Stamos was also standing at the forefront. Where is this?" He punched him thigh, but it is just fragments of light though. As his hands and thighs turned into multiple fragmentation of light before forming back together. The only difference was that the four walls surrounding them were replaced with four white walls. He was jolted out of his thoughts as the instructor took the liberty to address the students. "Ahem. I'm quite sure you've read the students' guidelines and knew about this space, so I won't be delving deeper into the matter." He started with that. Upon hearing this, David almost snorted loudly. Typical lecturers, not willing to waste their time explaining. We'll go straight into the main topic for today. Spryher. As soon as he said the words, the surrounding light instantly distorted, morphing into a big and clear word, Spryher. David was momentarily surprised as he shouted in his head, "Virtual world." He was currently immersed into a light virtual space the instructor had borrowed or created from the virtual network provided by the institute. It's called a light virtual space because you can't feel a thing here, and one's body is just made up of multiple condensed brainwaves and electrical current directly connected to the gene responsible for the optical nerve transferring images to the brain and also manipulating it in tint amounts. It's a complicated process though. The instructor continued, Spryhers are beings modified to grow stronger at a more faster rate than a regular Homo sapiens ever could. The moment the words came out of his mouth, the lights from the surroundings covered to form two images of internal view of an human. They are pretty similar to each other, but David was quick on the notice that one of the human in the images seemed to have two hearts beating almost simultaneously. His mouth almost dropped, as he thought back to when instructor Ayala informed them that there was a foreign object implanted into their bodies. Not everyone took it seriously, him especially. He had never thought too deeply about the fact that there was something foreign in his body. The instructor gestured, the images floated to him as they stably took form beside him. The main difference between a Spryher and a regular Homo sapien is the fact that we have another organ which performs the functions of a heart, beating alongside our original one. The instructor pointed towards the organ which was located beside the organ of one of the images. The dark red organ was beating alongside the heart, and if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't even know which was the real heart among the two. Chapter 36, Paths. The dark red organ was beating alongside the heart, and if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't even know which was the real heart among the two. After explaining that, he continued, the function of the organ is to transmute and purify the blood, mutating it into a type of mutagenic fluid which strengthens the body as a whole. He made another gesture. The organ which was attached to the heart instantly expanded by several folds as the inside became clearly visible. The students could see as blood rushed through from the original heart, then, from the blood vessels of the main heart, blood was pushed towards the foreign organ. The blood pumped directly into the organ through a major blood vessel, then into the tubes connecting both organs together. The image showed as the blood entered into the organ, it passed through a tiny tissue-like substance, after which the blood split into multiple paths as they followed a few twists and turns into different tissue-like substance. It could be seen clearly as when the blood emerged from the tissue-like substance which was still inside the organ, the color of the blood had gone slightly darker as they passed through the tissue-like substance. After which, the passages met, to form a single passage, leading to a dark black stone-like object, embedded right at the center of the heart. Dav was amazed as his mind was seriously blown away. He had never once liked the subject pertaining to biology as it proved to be a difficult topic for him, but with this level of explanation and experience, he was amazed by the mysteries involved. If not for the illustrations given by the virtual space, he was sure that he would be unable to understand a single thing, if they were explained to him by words. The mutated blood was then seen circulating through the body. As soon as the blood passed through a tissue, or bones, it could be seen that they got a little denser and also simultaneously softer. One wouldn't know how to explain it without seeing it. Each time the blood circulated through the body could be seen, getting stronger with each cycle. The students couldn't help but cry out in astonishment, as they were amazed by the scene in front of them. Signaling with his fingers, the image compressed again from the enlarged organ to the internal part of the body. Choosing a path is very crucial at the beginning stages of being a Spryher. Now, it all depends on what exercises characteristics you chose to indulge in, as the end results are the same. All you need to do to get stronger is to make your heart beat faster. The faster you could make your heartbeat flow within your limits, the faster your rate of improvement will be, so choose your exercise characteristics wisely. Before we depart, any questions? The instructor peered at the students, but he was secretly hoping no one would be on their right senses to ask yet, but clearly, it was still wishful thinking. As he saw several students light up the question raise. It was a tiny button at the bottom left corner, at the edge of the table. When tapped, a slightly visible ray of light would burst forth, as if trying to pierce the heaven. But to call it a bright ray of light was an overstatement. The light glowed dimly but visibly. It was clear enough for the instructor to see. Upon seeing this, the instructor's face dropped for a bit. He was hoping the students would be dazed by what they had seen and was wishing that no questions would be asked, but clearly, he was asking too much as numerous dim lights shot upwards. With an expressionless face, he picked a random light. "You there, what seemed to be the problem?" His voice boomed in an obvious flat tone. He is clearly not happy. David saw with raised eyebrows as the instructor picked the dim light glowing beside him. It was Nia. Eyes in him. Although a bit startled, he composed himself rather quickly and he asked his question. "Instructor, earlier you said the stronger in the heartbeat, the stronger we would become. Doesn't that mean that we have no limits to how stronger we can grow, if it depends on that?" Nihia asked in a puzzled tone, but judging by his face, he was obviously excited. Dark clouds instantly boomed on the instruction's face, as his formerly expressionless face turned gloomy. "If that was the case, why would I be here teaching a bunch of dummies? I would have been living my life freely and unrestrained." He almost shouted out loud. But he managed to restrain his anger. He had gone through this numerous times, but he still wasn't used to it. Feeling the glare and the brewing anger coming from the instructor, Nihia flinched slightly. Taking a deep breath, Stamos replied flatly. No, one can't just grow stronger just like that, there are the so-called bottlenecks. And just because you want your heart to beat fast, doesn't mean it would actually do that exactly. Without waiting for his reply, he called out to someone else. You said something about exercise's characteristics, then you elaborate clearly on the matter, the young lady asked. The instructor nodded his head in approval. There are lots of ways to get people excited and get their heartbeat to spike up beyond its limits. It is just like choosing a suitable Tao path for oneself. Choosing an oath in which your exercise can be executed to get the best results. Seeing the still confused expression of the students, the instructor enumerated. For example, for first-timers like you, after encountering the first bottleneck, you would be tasked on your first assignment to kill REBs of a low level. The thoughts of killing a beast humanity loathes gets most new students' heart excited. While some geniuses might just reach a new height with just the thoughts itself. Chapter 37, Exercise Characteristics. It is just like choosing a suitable Tao path for oneself. For those who originate from the Asian continent. And for those from the Western continent, it's just like choosing a knighthood path, and those from the European continent, it almost like choosing which voodoo attribute is best, and in this case, it's choosing the best manual in which your exercise can be executed to get the best results. Seeing the still confused expression of the students, the instructor enumerated. For example, for first-timers like you, after encountering the first bottleneck, you would be tasked on your first assignment to kill REBs of a low level. The thoughts of killing a beast humanity loathes gets most new students' heart excited. While some geniuses might just reach a new height with just the thoughts itself. Some might just be a natural-born sadist. Torture makes their heart rate soar, resulting to an increase in strength. That is just some of the orthodox path, but the unorthodox ones, the action of murdering someone in cold blood gets some people's heart jumped, excited, and pumping at an abnormal rate, which would inevitably lead to an increase in strength. Sexual activities also is a path, can be orthodox, can be unorthodox, as there might be people who wishes to be immersed in such actions both day and night. But if a virgin make was asked left alone with 3 naked ladies in a room, he is sure to become stronger after a few days of rest and accumulation. By the time the instructor finished his sentence, he was already smiling in a lecherous manner, as if remembering what he had done in the past. Adjusting his mood, last question. All right, you there? The boy stood up upon hearing instructor. He asked, what happens if the organ was damaged? The boy asked. David was also curious about what will happen if the organ was damaged. The instructor's face turned gloomy once again. Although that question seemed smart, it was a truly foolish one. What happens when your heart is damaged? Of course you die. After that explanation, the instructor made another the gesture as he made a scissors fingers, pointing it towards the heart. As if to cut off one of the vessels, in the organ, the vessel in the virtual image also cut off as if it was real. Blood instantly spilled in all direction, coagulating around the heart and the organ, making the heart fail, but it failed to pump as it normally would. Eventually it stopped. The faces of the students paled in an instant. A piece of advice, when in combat, protect your heart, at least, before your head, the instructor concluded, and with a swing of his hands, the lights faded away as the students were logged off from the virtual space. Dav came to, he saw he was still seated, punching his laps, he felt pain shoot up. Okay, now back to the real world, he sighed. Without waiting, instructor Stamos left the hall through the front entrance. Nihia turned towards Dav. I heard you were in the energy tank in the last 4 hours, how was it? Smiling a bit. David frowned. 4 hours. I was out that long, obviously puzzled too. Although he likes sleeping, that doesn't mean he liked being unconscious. With a smile, Nihia replied, yeah. But how was it though? I heard one would become stronger when one coming out of the energy tank after exhausting oneself through an exercise, he said excitedly. A small smile instantly formed on David's lips, as he looked at his clenched fist. He felt his surge in strength, and he could only say one thing. It is satisfying. Tapping his head, Nihia exclaimed, I knew it. There who went into the lab together with you had been showing off their newly found strength before you and the instructor came. By the way, that was a lucky shave. Imagine you came a few seconds late. You would have been thoroughly punished. That's for sure. David eyebrow locked. I wasn't the only one on the lab. Dav asked. Of course not. Nihia retorted while mumbling, you think you are special or something, but he replied, there were 5 students alongside you, who also fell unconscious, but after the instructor left, she came back to pick up the remaining 4, that's all 9 of you who had gone to soak in the energy tank. By the way, I heard it was expensive to stay there. As much was it anyway? Casual as usual, Nihia asked. Upon hearing the first sentence, David's frown deepened, as there were 8 other students alongside him who were either stronger, weaker, or on par with him. It wasn't good news to him at all. But upon listening to the remaining sentence, Dab instantly cast a glare at Nihia, who remained as oblivious as ever as they exited the hall. 50 gyno points. Dav answered through gritted teeth. Nihia immediately chalked on his saliva. 50 gyno points. Isn't that a little too much? Well, considering the fact that you all got to grow stronger in a more faster rate, it's slightly worth it. By the way, I never knew you were very diligent with the exercises. You were focused all through the run, not even once lost focus. I honestly admire your tolerance. Nihia said, with a DVD full of administration. He nodded his head, but Dav's keen sense noticed the expression of mockery hidden in his eyes, well, not entirely hidden. Do you believe I won't pull out that untamed tongue of yours? His expression had turned gentle again, giving the aura of an handsome young master. Seeing his serious things had gotten, he quickly changed the topic. I'm going into the archives to select a suitable exercise for myself. What about you, wanna tag along? Nihia asked. David pondered for a couple seconds before answering. I would also like to see what this archive is. They walked together towards the archives. How is the training here compared to those of our family? A slightly old man in a clean attire, seated on a large and expensive-looking seat, asked. Chapter 38, The Ant. How is the training here compared to those of our family? A slightly old man in a clean attire, seated on a large and expensive-looking seat, asked. Phil Lita thought for a bit before answering. I don't know yet, as we have yet to be taught anything tangible as of yet. But I feel that the training in the Institute is going to be a tough one. Phil Lita answered curtly and respectfully towards her clan elder. Nodding his head in approval, great perspective as always. There shouldn't be anyone that could pose much threat to you at this moment. You must grasp this opportunity to grow stronger than your peers during this period. Phil Lita nodded. I will make sure to keep that in mind. Good. The clan elder nodded his head. Then he asked, the ant was around the corner, what did you observe from it? Phil Lita was startled at first, as she wasn't aware of what the clan elder was talking about. But soon, her eyes gleamed as she replied. The Scorpio King ant is weak, as to other ants, a bit special though, as it seemed to have the ability to sense danger close to it, and takes off. It also refuses to drop a trail or clues, as it seemed to be wary around strangers. I hate such pets, Grand Elder. Why don't you tell the clan to give me another to choose from? Phil Lita whined as if she was a little girl throwing a tantrum. The pour of her pink lips, her glistening golden eyes, the beautiful and lovable face was more than enough to make anyone falter. But the clan elder didn't even blink. He just spoke again. Try to get friendly with it, all right? I'm leaving, don't bother to see me off. Right, you know what manual you should choose, right? The elder asked as he was about to step out of the room. Nodding her head in confirmation, N. Perfect. He took his leave. What a smart lass. If I wasn't the one who instructed him, I would really think she was referring to a Scorpio King ant. Hee, this is also a good thing. Muchen laughed slightly. He squeezed the file containing the audio recordings tightly. It instantly burst into multiple rays of light. That was one of the ways to delete files from the holographic image. David gazed at the building with slight awe visible on his face. Since he had been transmigrated into this world, this was the only building that made him feel genuine awe. The building's height couldn't be measured as it had been hidden away by the clouds. It was a supermassive skyscraper, literally scraping the sky as far as one could see. The building gleamed with the glow of vicissitudes of life visible by the full color of the building. David wasn't the only one stunned. Nihia was also stunned, as this was the first time either of them had seen the building. Snapping out of their stupor, they entered the building together with the others who were coming in and out of the building with varying expression. As soon as they entered, Dav's was instantly met with rows upon rows of shelves just like a library's, but the difference between the two was that there was nothing in those shelves, as there are supposed to be some books in them, but there was nothing. David was immediately puzzled as he saw some students holding their hands out as if they were holding books within them. Although he was puzzled, it wasn't for long though. He called out to Nihia. Let's go ask the receptionist. Dav said, pointing at the far distance. There was a young lady who looked to be in her early 20s, behind a large desk which was empty, but her actions showed that she was flipping through the pages of an invincible book. Already standing in front of her, Dav immediately called out to her. "Ma'am, we need your assistance with something," Dav said to the young lady. She dropped the invincible book she was holding while she raised her heads towards the person who was seemingly disturbing her. "Good morning, what can I help you with?" the young lady said with the fakest smile Dav could have sworn he had ever seen in his entire life. It was just too fake. Nihia was too got goosebumps from that smile. Blinking his eyes, Dav replied, trying to choose an exercise manual, "We'd like your advice on what to do as we are new here," Dav replied. Upon hearing his words, the young lady squinted her eyes as scrutinized both David and Nihia, then as if she had realized something, she immediately dropped her fake smile. As if to confirm more thoroughly, "So to say, you are both new here, right?" Although puzzled, he still nodded his. The moment he nodded his head, the young lady instantly ignored them and continued flipping through the invisible pages, not minding them at all. Taken aback, he was at a loss for what to do. He couldn't help but call out once again, "Excuse me. Don't disturb me. Just input the code from there and you can access the archive." Then she looked menacingly at both of them. "If you look for me again, I will make sure to squeeze every bones in your bodies into fragments." Humph, she sat down after her threat, to continue her readings. Not without muttering, here I was smiling and thinking they were from the supervising department. TSK TSK TSK. They enjoyed the free smile I had practiced for a few weeks. Dav was flabbergasted. He had never seen such violet woman before. What the hell had come over her? He shook his head to clear his thoughts. Nihia had visibly frozen in place as he also seemed to be in a state of shock. He dragged Nihia towards the notice board where the archive's code were posted. Calling forth his interface, he tapped in the code. Reality instantly flickered like it was a glitch. In the next moment, the empty rows of shelves was instantly filled with books. The entirety of the archive lit up like a swarm of fireflies. It was an incredible scene to behold. Observing his surroundings, he instantly saw what he came there for, the exercise manual. The sign shone in an obvious manner. Located in a section of the archive. Both he and Nihia went there, obviously excited about getting an exercise manual. When he got there, a big sign of warning filled his vision. "Do not touch." Touching means selecting the manual. Dav's eyes instantly furrowed together as he was thinking, how would he know the one suitable for him if he doesn't flip through the pages? Both of them glanced at each other, obviously thinking of the same problem. He got closer to the sheaves where the manuals are located. Different titles assaulted his vision as there were different types of manuals placed there. Chapter 39, Threefold Step. Dav's eyes instantly furrowed together as he was thinking, how would he know the one suitable for him if he doesn't flip through them? Both of them glanced at each other, obviously thinking of the same problem. He got closer to the sheaves where the manuals are located. Different titles assaulted his vision as there were different types of manuals placed there. Cold Shade Manual Exercise can only be practiced with temperatures of 15 degrees Celsius or below. Suitable only to those with cold personality. When practiced to the highest level, although it was impossible to freeze an enemy, one could temporarily suppress an injury with the technique, almost like temporarily freezing it. In freezing environments, one would be like a fish in water as one's ability would be increased by at least 5% with each level practiced. There were always 7 levels in an ordinary exercise. The path was clearly not his as he didn't really have a cold personality, so David skimmed through it with his eyes. Upon laying contact with any exercise manual, details would be given to him. Joyous Act Styles Exercise Manual can only be practiced with the assistance of at least 3 women. Increases with each level mastered. The pheromones coming off of a woman will act like a berserk-inducing drug or an anesthetic. The higher the levels mastered, the stronger the inducing drug would be. When practiced to the highest level, one could smell the scent of any woman within a radius of 100 meters in the surroundings regardless of the obstacles. Dav's eyes widened upon seeing this, while his body stiffened. His throat couldn't help but swallow. The manual was a very tempting one. About the ladies used during the practices, they would be provided by the institute as long as one has enough gyno points to pay. But his bubbling desire was quenched as the image of an ordinary-looking lady flashed past his mind. Shaking his head, he continued to check the manuals that were suitable for him: Raging Waves, Hidden Sting, Inverse Stand, etc. As he looked through the manuals, he hadn't yet discovered the one with the perfect personality for him. His treasures his life above anything else. He had come to realize something. Every single transmigrator seemed to act carelessly. What a joke. If someone who had died unexpectedly was reincarnated, that person would treasure his or life more than anything in the world. Living recklessly, shuffling on the verge of death after each battles, David could only call that stupid. Transmigrators would be mentally scarred from the first death. Their subconscious are supposed to be cowardly when it comes to life and death because they had experienced death once, they wouldn't want to experience it again, for that might be the time they truly die. Although he didn't know about anyone else, dying once had left a deep impression on him which prompted him to choose every means necessary to maintain his own life at all cost. Firming his resolve, he decided, henceforth, I will totally focus on my defensive strength. Once I am thoroughly invincible, I will then focus on attack. Normally, with each blood revolutions, one's entire body would slowly get stronger, but exercises manual focused the strengthening of the body in a single area of the body, making the pace of strengthening faster and more efficient, and when it reached a certain point, special effects could be gained. Nihia and David had long since parted ways since they have to choose their manuals while not being distracted to avoid picking up the wrong manual. They also wished to keep the manuals they had taken a secret from each other. David's eyes froze for a moment as he gazed at a particular manual silently laying amongst other manuals. But its color was red in color, as if warning others not to touch. Threefold step. It was a lower limb training method. DAV wasn't at all interested in a lower limb exercise manual, as he had decided on focusing on strengthening his upper body, but the moment he laid his eyes on the manual he couldn't keep his eyes off it as the description popped up. Threefold step, originally called 12-fold step, but due to its difficulty when practicing and side effects, when practiced to the first level, 1 step is equivalent to 3 steps, second level, 1 step equals 6 steps. When practiced to the highest level, 1 step would equal 12 steps, invincible in the same level. Almost as fast as an orange level REBs. Warning, a slight mistake when practicing could lead to the legs being crimped. Dav's eyes shone when he saw the first description. He was reminded of the time that he ran all the way to the lecture hall. His speed then was so terrific he almost injured himself. But if this exercise manual was successfully practiced by him, his burst speed would soar through the roof in an instant. He could successfully flee whenever his life was in danger. The thoughts got his blood pumping, his heartbeat rate increased sharply as it spiked past its formal limit. He unknowingly made an advancement in his blood revolutions. It was supposed to be exceptionally loud due to the silence in the library, but it was surprisingly not. As if a silencing spell had taken effect, but as he skimmed through the warning, he quickly calmed down. Although it was a powerful technique, its drawback is also powerful. Crippling the legs just because of a slight mistake. The consequences are a bit too harsh. Dav shook his head as he mulled over it. Speed is king. He could use the speed in combat, and as long as was careful, and not complacent, he could win a more powerful 4. And at the first sign of danger, he could just flee without looking back. And with his weird ability to sense danger, like his body reacting to danger as it normally would, he could just dash out, with incredible speed. As long as he had a few meters head start, the enemy should forget about catching up with him. Although, he wasn't a very decisive person, evidence to that, he chose a different manual from his initial decision. He gritted his teeth as he decisively took the book down off the bookcases. Chapter 40, Training Mode. Although, he wasn't a very decisive person, evidence to that, he chose a different manual from his initial decision. He gritted his teeth as he decisively took the book down off the bookcases. Before he left, he checked in Nihia, only to realize that he was still on the verge of choosing an exercise manual. So without any courtesy he took his leave. As David shut his door, he was too impatient as he wanted to quickly start practicing on the manual. But he quickly calmed himself down. He sat himself on his bed to get his breathing in order. Any single mistake could lead to his lower limbs being crippled. Trigger training mode. David said in a slightly solemn tone. One had to pay specific amount of gyno points for that, but since he was a 3-star talented student he had a 9 times free usage, after which he would pay for the next one. The moment his voice sounded out, a soft cybernetic voice rang out in his head. Activating training mode, his AI replied. His room instantly darkened, and in the next moment, it was bright again. But a few things had changed in the span of that moment. The 4-corner plain white wallpaper of his room had changed into a 4-cornered mirror, reflecting his face back at himself infinitely. The room had also expanded to a 50-meter wide apartment. David sucked in a deep breath. An adjustable room. It was unexpected. David could roughly guess the principle though. It seems the institute would pay those students who had the radius of their rooms reduced. One of the few ways to earn gyno points. Taking a deep breath, he opened up his 3D projection. In a folder he had renamed a library, he touched the file called the Threefold Manual. He took out the book from the projection like one would a real book. Thus is only possible due to the fact that the brainwaves and nerves in his body are being stimulated based on the genetic coding of the body into thinking that one was physically touching something. It's up to oneself to determine fake from real. The moment one bonded with an AI from the institute, one's genetic code would be deciphered by the AI and then kept secret. Even the institute doesn't have any rights to exercise control over the genetic codes of its students. Any attempt to pry into such information either by hacking or attempting to pry the AI would initial the self-wipe sequence, as all the data in the system would be wiped off instantly. Holding the manual in his hands, he opened it. A ray of light flashed as the content within was revealed. Threefold step, a technique that compresses the power of 3 steps into one. First level, threefold step. Second level, sixfold step. Third level, ninefold step. Warning. A slight misstep might result into crippled legs. For better results, best practiced within a gravity room. Levels of the gravity can be increased over time. 20% effectiveness when practiced with the gravitational room. The training speed slows down by about 1/3 without the gravity room. Note, gravity room can be replaced with gravity stones. P.S. Took the most talented individual 3 months to learn it to the prosaic level. Gravity room. Although he hadn't heard of it, DAV could still infer from its name the functionality, but gravity stones. He had absolutely no idea. Practicing this manual is more difficult than I imagined it to be. And what is prosaic level anyway? Forget it, probably the final level. DAV frowned as he could remember that although other manuals had their conditions, it wasn't these much. I guess that was the reason the institute made it glow red. Checking his PC for info about the gravity room, the information popped up instantly. He was mostly correct in his assumptions though, as the gravity room increases the gravitational force in the room. The gravity room only had 20 levels to it, which is equivalent to 20 times the normal gravity. It was slightly expensive to use though, as 1 hour of usage costs 5 gyno point per usage. Shouldn't things like this be free? DAV grumbled. Tapping softly on the holographic image, the results of weight buttons came through. Gravity stones are literally buttons that weigh an enormous amount of compressed matter. It's made from a unique stone found at the depths of the outer world. In its normal form or state, the material is no different from any other stone which could be found anywhere. But once a bead of mercury is dropped onto it, its molecular structure changes in an instant. As the mass would gain an obvious increase in weight, its atomic structure changes as the chemicals reacts to each other, but its physical structure remains the same. But there is a drawback to it. The moment the gravity stone was immersed into the liquid, the atomic bonding in the stone gets thicker and heavy and also very fragile. In the instance where the stone had suddenly fallen off, the moment it landed on the floor, it would shatter into multiple pieces. The material turns in incredibly fragile, and although it won't be crushed by its own weight, it would still shatter if it was dropped. The institute molded it into a shape of a button due to the fact that it could easily be fixed onto one's clothing and also easily removed. The suitable place to fasten the material would be on the shoulders, where the gravity can easily take effect on the body. There are different qualities to the gravity stone. They weigh 50 kilograms, the next, 100 kilograms, the next, 150 kilograms, the next 200 kilograms, etc. And they simultaneously cost 50 gyno points, the next, 100 gyno points, the next 150 gyno points, the next, 200 gyno points, etc. Dav's eyes blinked rapidly when he saw the prices listed. Without any hints of hesitation, he swiped his hands, closing the page decisively. I need to earn money fast. DAV pursed his lips as he thought. Meanwhile, he opened up the manual. Although training with the gravity room or training with a gravity stone would speed up his practice by much, he didn't have enough money tokens that happen. He decided to train without any equipment. Although things might be slow, it was still a start. Checking the manual over and over again, he made sure to memorize everything and the key points, more specifically. He started from one section first. Learning how contract his heart muscles, making it skip a beat. Adjusting his breath, he started breathing in a weird but a particular manner. Chapter 41, First Technique, Threefold Step. Adjusting his breath, he started breathing in a weird but a particular manner. Breathe in, breathe out. Buzz buzz buzz. One could hear a faint vibration like the sound of a buzzing bee from his breathing. His heart beat softly but was increasing in momentum as it started beating heavily. In, out. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Upon noticing this, David was confused. The momentum instantly faded while he was immersed in his confusion. It had taken him 5 minutes to learn this particular aspect of the technique, and it would probably take around 20 minutes to perfect it. If this goes on, it would take me more than 3 months to reach the highest level or the prosaic level like the manual had written. At most 6 months. Didn't that mean he was half as talented as the student who had practiced it to the prosaic level in just 3 months? Dav's frown deepened. As expected, there are more talented people in the institute. Better keep it down than to invite disaster onto oneself. But although he thought that way, he was incredibly surprised on the control he had over his body. It seemed as if he could move any part of his body even down to the cellular level. Even his organs, he felt as if he could shift them slightly or at most, move them at a limited pace of frequency. Although the instructor had said something like this before, it was still stupefying to experience it personally. Clearing up his thoughts, he proceeded to the next aspect. The rhythmic control of his legs' muscles. What David was unaware of, was the fact that although a Spryher had incredible amount of control over their body, it wasn't to the cellular level. It wasn't to the extent of that they could move every single part of their body. It was an impossible feat. It is even more of an impossibility to move the organs as one wished. Even expert phasers don't have the ability. But, David felt as if he could do it, although he hadn't tried it yet since he was pretty preoccupied with training on the manual. Within the span of 5 minutes, veins bulged out of his legs like little snakes as they scurried about in his leg in a seemingly ordered manner. His muscles bulged out as his leg seemed to swell by 2 folds. The training suit provided by the institute seemed to stretch to its limits. In 10 minutes, he had mastered the aspect of the technique. For the last aspect, it was to control his foot so that the moment he stamped down his feet, the force would be transferred upwards to his waist. The aspect took him only 2 minutes and some seconds to master. All that was left was to perform the aspects, both simultaneously and respectively. He went back to his bed to get his breath in order and prepare for the moment. Getting off from his bed, he took in deep breath. Let's begin. He placed his right foot forwards as if to take a step. His body tilting forwards at a slight angle. The key to the training depends on how much control one could exercise in the bones, muscles, breathing, blood vessels, etc. It's a given that those with the gift of multitasking would learn them at an astonishing pace. Dav's breathing became heavier, and his eyes drooped slightly although it would take time learning the first level of the technique. But within his gaze, was a hint of stubbornness. He wanted to see where his limits were. His body was adjusting to his mood. Breathe in, breathe out. Halfway into taking another breath, he froze suddenly. In that moment, the muscles in his body contracted, he could feel them tightening as if he was exerting an enormous amount of force. Thump. 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 His heart pounded fiercely in his chest like stampede of a fierce bull. Suddenly, the muscles in his chest tightened as he felt his heart skip a beat. That was the moment he was waiting for. He instantly took a step forwards. But if one saw the left leg which was about to land on the ground fiercely more clearly, they would see as the muscles in his legs twitched rapidly as though a dragon was swimming within. Veins bulged slightly, twisting fiercely like little snakes scurrying around his leg. But the moment was rhythmic as they vibrated in a peculiar manner. He was running out of time. He had to land his left leg before his heart continued its raging momentum. He had less than half a second left. Ah! David seemed to have transformed into another entity as he roared out loud. His leg that was about to miss out by a few milliseconds was instantly forced downwards. Bam! Thump! Pump! 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 Almost at the same time, his leg landed. His heart sounded out like a drumstick striking a gong, and also, assuming he hadn't grown stronger with the help of the energy tank, it would be impossible for his legs to land before his heart sounded out. He was confused as he thought he wasn't going to successfully stomp his foot before his heart sounded out. But he was swiftly distracted from his thoughts. He felt the blood which was supposed to circulate in his body rushed with max velocity towards his left leg fiercely. He could feel as his left leg was filled with incredible blood energy. It was strengthening his left leg at an astonishing pace. The cells within his leg sucked in the energy like a sponge to water. Dav's eyes shone brightly. It's this feeling. This was the feeling he was looking for. The feeling of hot blood pumping into his leg, strengthening and providing endless energy. Excitement shine in his face as his eyes seemed to glow a dark red hue. After a few seconds, the energy seemed to be fading. As if sensing something, Dav's VNs bulged. His body breathing started to become heavy as his body senses this heaviness. The feeling was so thrilling, he never want to lose that feeling. His momentum had almost faded away due to him being distracted, savoring the feeling. But, he tilted his body forwards again and with explicit precision, he directed his right legs forwards, while simultaneously contracting the muscles in his chest. His heart contracted forcefully and expanded as David's eyes seemed to redden. The feeling is here again. Pump, pump, pump. David could hear the sound of his heart expanding and contracting under the massive pressure. As a result, more strength rushed to his body. Suddenly, his heart skipped another beat. Before it could continue, the muscles in his legs vibrated as the blood vessels seemed to open more widely. He stomped his leg with incredible force towards the ground. Bam. Thump. He was clearly faster this time. Dark red blood pumped into his leg but was instantly met with the tremor gained from his leg stamping against the floor. The forces smashed the incoming blood towards his flesh, bones, muscles and veins, strengthening them at an incredible speed. Endless amount of energy seemed to fill every fiber of his very bones. Dav desperately wanted to moan out in pleasure, but doing so would disrupt his pace. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he was incredibly focused. Without being needed to be told, he took his third step. His heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he stamped his rhythmic vibrating foot to the ground. Two sounds rang out simultaneously from his room. Panting heavily, but he didn't seem to notice. He continued with his practice. Chapter 42, Man Beast. Without being needed to be told, he made his third stride. His heart skirted a beat. Decisively, he stepped his rhythmic vibrating and protruding feet to the ground. Two sounds rang out all the while from his room. Gasping vigorously, yet he didn't appear to take note. He proceeded with his practice, completely overlooking his environment. Somewhat more than 20 minutes, David unexpectedly dropped down to the floor. He was completely depleted as he gasped for breath rapidly. Enormous measure of sweat trickled from him, splashing his effectively wet combat suit. He was at present depleted of energy, as he didn't have any left. His legs jerked every now and then, much the same as the tail of a fish that had left the ocean. The legs that had expanded by two folds started contracting at a speed seen to the unaided eye. The protruding veins and muscles started to decrease one at a time, until it at last got back to its usual size. The curving snake-like veins were like snakes settling down to rest after a massive dining experience. A couple of moments later, wheezing sounds rang out from the room. David had fallen into a deep sleep. A couple of moments later, the room, which had extended already, returned to its original size. It was the evening of the full moon, as the delicate beam of moonlight arrived on the earth. It was said that under the full moon, no evil will stay covered up. On this day, REBs would go crazy as they get more berserk during this period. In the same building, which had a different dorm number on its entryway. Inside the room, a youngster could be seen. He had entirely respectable highlights with a marginally attractive face. His stature, when contrasted with David's, he is taller by a head, with a marginally attractive face. Yet, at present, his demeanor seemed turned as though he was retaining something inside him. Battling a kind of devil inside him. Veins swell in his brow as he gritted his teeth, faint recoiling sounds came out as though it is squashed to pieces. Out of nowhere, his face turned savage. He had lost the battle. At that time, his real hair developed at an amazing speed as they grew out from his body, looking very thick and ductile. Hints of bones breaking rang out nearly simultaneously. Snap. The bones in his legs appeared to snap in reverse. The muscles in his body burst out furiously. As the youngster appeared to have grown a couple of feet taller. A whoa. A long and horrendous yell tore through the environment. The youngster appeared to have transformed into the combination of a monster and a man. As sharp teeth jutted from his lips, uncovering a sharp glint. The room was transformed into a wreck. The clusters of mists cleared a path as the main beam of the sun pierced through the air. The breeze blew about, delicate and delicate. The fowls trilled delicately and the ants made a remarkable crickety sound as though they knew not to be exceptionally boisterous. It was a staggering inclination for one to encounter it. It was the ideal air to meditate. A few figures could be seen on different spots around the residence of the Institute. There were in various positions as they zeroed in their brains on rehearsing their exercise manual, since this was the kind of prerequisite their manuals mentioned. From this, one could construe that their manuals inclined towards the improvement of the psyche, and when the brain was incredible enough to shape such a psychological force, their rate of improvement would burst out furiously as they had enough mental force and enough command over their bodies to flow their blood at a quicker speed. Subsequently, the expansion in strength. In any case, the manual isn't reasonably suitable for all, as some others have violent inclination. In spite of the fact that it may help quiet the brain, it's difficult to make an advancement from it, as it is a totally different way from their genetic characteristics. David scowled in torment as he strolled through the passage towards the cafeteria. He had woken up before, however he was promptly attacked with an unbearable craving and torment. It was the appetite that woke him up before. Furthermore, the torment that constrained him awake, in spite of the fact that the sleep had given him a portion of his energy, it was of a very little quantity. As he strolled, any individual who saw him would think he was busy the whole night, as he was by all accounts sapped of energy. He immediately advanced toward the cafeteria. Food cold be conveyed to his room, yet he expected to update it by one more level to access such applications. Humph. Dav snorted as one of his hands delicately tapped on his legs. His legs were somewhat sore since he woke up. Rehearsing the manual appeared to have spent the greater part of my energy. Later on, would need to practice only after I have eaten to my fill. He entered through the recognizable access to the cafeteria. There weren't a lot of individuals who had woken up yet, so there were even less individuals who were currently within the cafeteria. Not even trying to check his surroundings, he went straight towards the machinery. His imprint was examined as a voice sounded out. "Great morning, David. Have an extraordinary day." The second the low automated voice sounded out, an opening was made in the machinery as it slid in from a hexagonal shape. Seeing the plate of food, he got it right away. He was not in the disposition to talk at this moment. Subconsciously looking for an agreeable spot to sit, he spotted one at the corner other than the airbox/viewbox, which had an incredible perspective on the institute. After sitting, he promptly started to eat. He didn't worry about what he was eating this time, he simply cut and popped it into his mouth. The menu picked by the establishment for the morning was a couple of bits of prepared vegetables. The sum was minuscule, and in the event that one truly needed to, they could count the sum in the lunch box. Nevertheless, as David popped a solitary bit of leaf inside his mouth, his taste bud exploded with sweetness as he was unable to help murmuring, it was unexpectedly delicious. In any case, he was too ravenous to even think about savoring the taste, so he just chewed it, and afterward gulped it. The moment the food entered his stomach, a warm current spread all through his whole body. He started to feel rejuvenated, as his recently sapped energy appeared to return to him. He was amazed. Without being told, he popped another spoon of vegetables into his mouth. The warm current expanded exponentially. He could feel his sore legs improving as energy could be felt accumulating in them. "This is good stuff." Dav nodded his head in affirmation. As he was going to take his fifth spoon, which was additionally the last of the vegetables contained in the plates, an uproarious voice interrupted him. "Ha, is this guy the reincarnation of an hungry ghost?" The noisy voice of a person sounded out from the cafeteria. Chapter 43, Four-Stool. The individual who had spoken was a Caucasian young teenager. He had a long, light brown hair which he tied in a ponytail. A pretty tiny but long nose with a perfectly symmetrical lips. All in all, he was a pretty attractive guy. He was currently walking towards David's position. Dav's spoon, which was about to enter through his mouth, paused as he heard the voice. But as if he heard nothing, he placed the final scoop into his mouth, chewing on them softly. Closing his eyes, he was decent enough to savor the taste this time. Sighing in delight, he opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a brown-haired teenager directly in front of his table, staring angrily at him. Behind the teenager were also 3 male students, glaring at Dav as if to swallow him. One had a large build, his arms almost as thick as one's thigh. He stood behind Nick like a loyal bodyguard. The other had a good physique as he was just slightly shorter than the muscular guy, but he was with a bald head. The third student was shortly and a lanky youth. One glance at him, one would instantly see that he was extremely sly individual. His eyes seemed to shift from place to place. No one knows what plans he was cooking up. David was a bit startled, he was previously so immersed in the feeling that he had completely ignored his surroundings. Looking at the guy, David frowned. But upon noticing his angry expression, David's eyebrow rose slightly, thinking they were asking him to give up his seat. Suddenly, his expression regained its calmness. "I'm done anyway, you can have the table now." David gestured while he stood up, making his way out of the cafeteria. He knew that the best reply to give someone like him is to just ignore them. Nick's expression changed slightly as he gazed at David's back, who is currently walking towards the exit of the cafeteria. Nick had an ugly expression on his face. Suddenly, the lanky youth whispered something in Nick's ear. His ugly expression loosened, returning back to his arrogant and humorous expression. He seemed to remember something, as he smiled maliciously. "Wait!" Nick called out towards David. He was a few feet from reaching the exit when he heard the voice. Dav's expression tightened. He glanced towards the Caucasian youth with the corner of his eyes. "What is the problem?" Dav was getting impatient. And it was clear from his tone. Nick wasn't angry at all. He had thought of a plan. "You seem familiar to me," he tapped his head with his head lowered as if to remember. "Oh, I think I got it now. You were with us when the instructor dropped us in the energy room." Nick spoke out with a smile. It was news to Dav, as he hadn't thought of the fact that he wasn't the only one that had recuperated in the energy tank. But, so what? Although they might be in the same set, he doesn't appear to be concerned. "Then, what about it?" Dav replied in a dull tone. He didn't see the point of this conversation. Nick's smile froze, but then it became frosty. "According to the rules set by the Institute, I can request a compulsory duel to a student per week, in which the other party must accept, as long as there isn't a big enough gap in the power level." His smile grew wider as he said this. He was already imagining himself beating him up. They were up to 5 students that the instructor had dropped to the energy room. He had challenged 2 other students who had been to the energy tank with them, and he had won. But although he won, it wasn't an easy win though. If it weren't for the fact that he was a 3-star talented individual, he would have lost the first battle, not to mention the second. His 1 day of practice is almost the same as a 2-star talented individual's 2 days of practice, but that wasn't enough to DW. He had actually selected his exercise manual 2 days ago. The energy tank had already strengthened his body by a fair amount, and together with his talent, and through a night of practice, his blood revolution had reached a level of 20 cycles per minute. A terrifying 1 cycles per 3 seconds. From its previous 12 cycles per minute. He was definitely stronger than he was, and previously. He was confident enough to defeat most of his peers. Although not all, he was still confident on defeating most of them. As he stared at David, although he tried to hide his malicious smile, but it was still oozing off of him. David's frown deepened further. Although he had skimmed through his student's guide, he had read of something like that, and he knew Nick wasn't lying either. He was just puzzled about the fact that Nick was so sure he was one of the students that was taken to the energy tank. Scratch that, it's difficult, thinking deeply into things. His train of thoughts was interrupted as a voice rang out in his head. Nick requested for a duel. "Do you wish to accept? Yes or no?" The cybernetic voice of his AI rang out. He subconsciously was about to accept the battle, seeing as he had no choice. His body failed to react though, as he instinctively felt that something was wrong with the sentence. He checked it again only to be sure that something was really wrong with the phrase. He requested the battle, instead of imposing it on me. Trying to trick me. He seems he had used his force duel on someone else, or he was saving it for someone special. Ha! Does he take me a fool? Without any hesitation, he rejected the request immediately, and without waiting for him to talk, he walked out of the cafeteria. But before he could completely steer clear, he seemed to hear a roar, shouting out the word, "Coward." Hearing those words, David couldn't help but smile faintly while he muttered, "Why would I bother myself when I can possibly ignore the matter?" Back in the cafeteria, Nick's expression kept changing several times. But it wasn't in a good way. At long last, his expression settled on a shade of green. He was exasperated, indignant. He had used a bit of psychology. He had threw in a suggestion that was almost impossible to ignore towards David. Those with little mental power and a cowardly attitude, or even an ordinary person, would subconsciously accept the duel, thinking that they had no other choice but to accept the duel. But David was clearly different. Although he had almost accepted the duel, he still rejected at the end. He had used the same method into tricking the second person he had challenged to think he had no choice but to fight. It worked perfectly. But it obviously didn't work on David. As he was about to bellow out in anger to vent, the lanky youth behind him spoke up again. In a gentle but clear tone, "Boss, since he saw through the trick, why don't you just make Spryher battle him?" The youth pointed towards the huge guy by Nick's side, indicating for Nick to make the huge guy who is called Spryher to battle Dav in a compulsory duel. Chapter 44, Young Master Nick. In a gentle and clear tone, "Boss, since he saw through the trick, why don't you just make Spryher battle him?" The youth pointed towards the huge lackey by Nick's side, indicating for Nick to make the huge guy who is called Spryher to battle Dav in a compulsory duel. Nick's maddened expression calmed down slightly, but he frowned. "What makes you think Spryher is a match for that guy? His physique had been strengthened by the energy tank. You haven't been to the energy room before, you probably don't know its mysteries. Spryher is no match for him." Nick shook his head slightly. He had been to the energy room and had soaked in the fluid for a few hours. He knew how strong he became. Even if Spryher is a 2-star talent, he hasn't been baptized yet by the energy tank yet. Nick frowned. Sebastian laughed slightly. "I have already considered such matters. Although that guy had been strengthened by the energy tank, and there might be a possibility he might even be a 3-star talent. Even more so, he might have practiced his exercise manual, his combat prowess might even be comparable to yours. But..." Sebastian's smile grew as he continued. "What is the use of such power without control? I am absolutely sure that guy hasn't had enough time to study a combat technique nor an exercise technique. But Spryher has, to the prosaic level at that." He pointed towards the huge guy. Upon hearing his words, Nick's eyes instantly lit up. "You mean to say, Spryher had started practicing a technique? And he had reached the first levels of it?" he asked, facing the huge guy behind him, staring at him with expectations in his gaze. Upon seeing him nod his head in acknowledgement, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha. Good. Excellent. Practicing a combat technique to the first level in just a few days of been in the institute was astonishing. That person deserved to be called a 3-star combat genius. A 4-star talent, and a 3-star combat genius as his guard, he was indeed very happy." Spryher had been working for Nick's family since he was young. When Nick was about to study in the institute, his family had used their connections to also admit Spryher into the institute. For the sole purpose of protecting Nick. Spryher couldn't help smiling also. He was especially anticipating the moment. He had been with the young master since he was young. He had also done a lot of evil things for him which he was willing to, since he enjoyed every moment of it. His favorite part was the sound of bones breaking. It is always incredibly satisfying to hear the sounds of bones breaking and the cries of pain and despair. He had always tried his best to hold himself back since he was in the institute, but now, he couldn't help but anticipate the battle. David was still smiling, but then, he remembered something as his expression turned savage. "Why was I not informed of this earlier? Wait, why didn't you inform me first? What stunt are you trying to pull?" He turned towards Sebastian furiously. "Is this guy trying to control my people?" Sebastian was taken aback. He hadn't expected Nick to be smart enough to notice something like that. He had met Nick a few days ago and had given him a couple of ideas. He had noticed that Nick was just the typical dumb young master. With just a few occasional words of flattery, he gained his trust. But now, the dumb young master was getting a little smarter. It was like they say, if you spend enough time with someone smart, it would surely rub off of you. "Do not be angry, boss. I had told Spryher that I would surely inform you, but it totally slipped my mind because I was too happy for you. There aren't many people of our class that had reached 3 cycles per second. It's not a stretch to call you a genius seen once in 5 decades. Sebastian lowered his head in an apologetic manner while he flattered him endlessly. But if one looked carefully at his lowered face, deep in his eye, there was an obvious glint of cunningness deep within, but he had lowered his head. Nick was unable to see it. The feeling of being flattered had overwhelmed him. Still though, he snorted, "Humph, I will let you off this time. And as for that guy..." He snickered. He escaped today doesn't mean he would successfully escape every time. He turned towards Spryher. He would definitely attend history class. At that time, send him the force duel when you see him. I'd like to see how he would escape this time. Smiling sinisterly, he flung his sleeves as he turned around to walk towards the meal dispenser. He would have happily sent one of his lackeys, Sebastian especially, to pick up his meals as a punishment, but it was impossible to pick a meal up for others as one's imprint is needed to be scanned by the machine. Taking a deep breath, the morning cool breeze blew past his face as he came out through one of the entrances of the dormitory. He spoke to his AI for a few seconds, before he set off towards a direction. It was currently 7:45 a.m., he had no class for now until 9 a.m. He needed to know how strong he had become, so, his destination, the training room. The strength quantum room was just a few hundred meters away from the two dormitories. The male and the female. In just a few minutes, he was directly in front of the building. He entered the building. The strength quantum building contained several hundreds rooms in the building as they had been numbered. He walked through the hallway, passing by the room numbered 1 all the way to room number 79. Fuss was due to the fact that the rooms from room 1 to 79 had been occupied. Evident from the large holographic image that shown occupied. He reached towards the entrance of the room. He stretched his wrist, which had his imprint, directly under the protruding flat metal material, stuck by the wall 5 centimeters away to the door. A few dull rays of blue light scanned his wrist. The next moment, the door opened up. Entering through the door, a robotic voice rang out, welcoming him but also reminding him that he had 8 free uses left, after which, he would start paying the necessary amount of Gyno points to use the room. Chapter 45, Strength Analysis. Entering through the room, a robotic voice rang out, welcoming him but also reminding him that he had 8 free uses left, after which, he would start paying the necessary amount of Gyno points to make use the room. DAV wasn't surprised, but that didn't stop him from raising his eyebrow even if he had expected something like that. The room was a very large, way more larger than his room. The entire room was built with a special dark red metal. It was up to 7 meters in radius and also soundproof since it was entirely made of metal. Even if one screamed his lungs out, the sound would remain locked in the room as the echo would keep on reflecting from one side to the other until its energy faded. Wang, dang. The bright white days of lights coming from instantly dimmed as a whitish-blue ray of light came from the corners of the metallic wall, giving a slight mysterious feeling and a beautiful feeling at the same time. It was only bright enough to illuminate the surroundings. A voice momentarily rang out in the room. The quantum chamber is programmed with the physical body analysis. Help to analyze and detect the corporeal body data. Approach the measuring padded wall to start. The voice ended. Upon hearing this, he scanned the room with his eyes. His gaze landed on 2-meter-tall wall labeled as a strength measuring tool. Taking in a deep breath, he abruptly punched out. Thud. A dull sound was heard, a few numbers shown over the place his fist had landed. 726 kilograms. Taking back his arm, he frowned slightly as he felt something was wrong. This level of power wasn't comparable to the strength he had shown when he was practicing the other night. Oh, so that was it, he muttered as he remembered what he was missing: heartbeat. He wasn't circulating his blood to his limits. He had read from the manual that it was important to warm up his body first, as they just had the operation a few days ago. It was imperative not to jump into an exercise or a battle without a proper warm-up first, otherwise, the heart was likely to fail due to excessive load. Just like an engine, you just don't jump straight to 200 kilometers per hour, no. You start from 1 first or something might go wrong. Performing a few light exercise first, DAV felt his heart beat quick as he picked up speed on his light jog. Hot blood pumped into his veins in a rush. He felt the energy level in his body rise at an insane amount. Thump. 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 He quickened his circulation to its limits. Only stopped increasing it when he felt his heart was about to burst out from his chest. The resounding sounds of a stick constantly striking a gongan, echoed out of the room. Massive veins popped out of his body. His muscles had bulged slightly as he seemed to increase in height. Veins gathered in his eyes as they seemed to glow red in the dim room. Endless energy seemed to fill his entire body. But the most noticeable thing was his legs. They had expanded by 2 folds. Veins as thick as a finger twisted fiercely in his leg. Muscles could be seen protruding out of his legs as they almost seemed inhuman. He felt as if he could flatten a mountain in a single stomp. Ah! He punched out with incredible force. The air seemed to have been pierced through like a bullet shot out. Whoosh! Boom! The sound akin to that of a thunder rang out as his fist created a small wind tornado. The padded wall caved in that moment. The previous numbers was replaced with a set of data. Physical strength, 3773 kg. Blood revolution, 30 cycles per minute, CPM. But David was too immersed in the power he was currently feeling to bother reading the set of data. The power was intoxicating and equally thrilling. He had only ever felt it yesterday. He felt his legs contained a terrific amount of energy. If not released, he might cripple his legs into exploding. Twisting his waist slightly, his upper body tilted to give way to his right leg. Bang. Leg strength, 6002 kg. Blood revolution, 31 cycles per minute. A loud sound reverberated through the room. But David wasn't satisfied, as he felt he hadn't even released 1/3 of the energy still accumulating within him. The tip of his right foot had sunken inside the wall. But the wall was slowly healing itself when he removed his leg. Another string of data popped up. But Dav ignored it, as he was clearly anxious. Suddenly he seemed to have remembered something. He spoke up without hesitation. AI, endless running mode, now. A slight mechanical sound rang out. The previously stable ground of the quantum room started to move. Without waiting for the transformation to finish, he constricted the muscles in his heart, making his heart skip a beat. He had already performed the oscillating technique on his legs. The veins in his legs was twisting with the faint vibrations of his muscles. Some blood vessels in his legs were forced shut by his muscles, giving extra velocity to the other blood vessels needed to perform the technique more efficiently. His legs stomped towards the moving floor as his figure seemed to blur forwards. It appeared as if he had taken 2 steps forward instead of 1. Bang. Thump. Leg strength, 9501 kg. Blood revolution, 33 cycles per second. Technique, 3-fold step. Progress, barely 2-fold step. Tips, breathing rhythm, wrong. The sound of his foot hitting the ground and his heart beating sounded out at almost the same time. The tremor of his stomp conducted from the ground towards sole of his feet, spreading to his muscles, bones and blood vessels, changing, tempering and strengthening them with the aid of the dark red blood provided by the second heart circulating through his entire body. Without waiting for the sound to fade, his body tilted forwards like he had tripped, falling head first to the ground, but before reached a few inches to the floor, his left feet quickly came forwards as his heart constricted, missing a beat. He stomped forward ferociously with incredible momentum. Bang. Thump. The same familiar sounds rang out again, but it was clearly louder this time. Thunder reverberated as the end gave way. Pump. 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 His blood pushed its way towards his body system, providing him endless strength and momentum. Even the veins in his legs had started to ache slightly, as they had been blood pressured, since his legs seemed to contain most of the energy. His eyes were terrifyingly bloodshot as he gazed squarely towards the target. Leg strength, 9614 kg. Blood revolution, 34 cycles per minute. Technique, 3-fold step. Progress, barely 2-fold step. Tips, breathing rhythm, wrong. Note, 1. Gongan, also called the talking drum. The talking drum is an hourglass-shaped drum from West Africa, whose pitch can be regulated to mimic the tone and prosody of human speech. It has 2 drum heads connected by leather tension cords, which allow the player to change the pitch of the drum by squeezing the cords between their arm and body. Nigeria. Wikipedia. Chapter 46, Ranking List. Leg strength, 9614 kg. Blood revolution, 34 cycles per minute. Technique, 3-fold step. Progress, barely 2-fold step. Tips, breathing rhythm, wrong. Bang. Thump. Leg strength, 9721 kg. Blood revolution, 35 cycles per minute. Bang. Thump. Leg strength, 9803 kg. Blood revolution, 35 cycles per minute. The thunderous sounds went on for some time. Dav's stamp progressed rapidly over time as his leg strength increased bit by bit. Exactly 39 minutes later, he was interrupted as a loud voice rang out. The list of the rankings are being released. Ascertaining your current position. Congratulations, Student David, as you have ranked 7th position in the Rookie Strength Rankings list. You will be rewarded with 3,000 Gyno points. Please wait, it would be sent to your account in a moment. Keep up the hard work. The voice faded into oblivion. Dav paused slightly as he seemed to have regained some of his sanity. He didn't forget to push the emergency stop button to stop the room-sized treadmill. Newbie rankings. It's already been decided. Dav frowned slight as he pondered. Normally, as it had been written in the guidebook, There was always a space of a week before the rankings would be decided upon and then posted by the institute, but now, it wasn't a week, yet they had retrieved the information from the quantum room and then posted the rankings in advance. The rankings was decided in this way: all the new students would need to test their strengths in the quantum room, which in turn would measure their strength accordingly. The bodily strength data would be sent to the institute to be analyzed and then posted on the institute's bulletin board for every student to see. It was supposed to happen 4 days later, but judging from the message recently sent to DAV, it appeared the institute had other plans. The real elites among the new set of students in the institute were probably making use of their time practicing somewhere else, making use of their spare time preparing for the rankings which they thought would occur in just 4 days. But who would have known that something this unexpected would happen? And so suddenly at that. Even those who had some sort of connection in the institute were even less prepared. Which means those that are currently on the ranking lists were not that strong. They were just lucky to have tested their strength the moment the assessment for the rankings was taken. It's the so-called being in the right place at the right time. David didn't allow being on the ranking list get to his head. The situation, in fact, gave him a sense of urgency, arousing his young and hot-blooded competitive spirits instead. David knew he wasn't the strongest amidst his set. In fact, quite the opposite. He thought he was quite mediocre according to his calculations. There were more than 1,000 new students in the institute, DAV included. They all came from different sectors in the inner world and also powerful families. It would be a difficult matter to ascertain the amounts of elites among the 1,000 students. The moment they became aware of the matter about the rankings, chaos was sure to ensue in the institute. In fact, they are probably aware at this point in time. According to his speculations, he had previously thought he had no hopes of reaching the top 100. It wasn't that he was being overly humble or overestimating himself, it was because of his special ability to sense danger from those with power levels higher than his. As far as he could remember, when meeting a dangerous person, his body would react differently. His eyes would involuntarily droop down, leaving a slight slit for him to see. His body would relax while his muscles would tense up like bow of a string ready to be shot. That was his unique combat-ready mode. If one saw him in such state, they would think he was sleeping while standing. Such states was perfect for an enemy to lower their guard, giving him enough chance to launch a sudden attack or even a sneak attack in some cases. Being on the ranking list is not purely for the fame, but for the gyno points involved. Gyno points are incredibly useful to the students as they could be used for a variety of different useful resources and programs. Just the amount DAV had gotten, 4,000 gyno points, is a large sum of amount to the new students at this very moment. If used well, even a 1-star talents improvement sold could rival a 3-star talents for a short while, if used wisely. Those new elite students were sure to become extremely pained to the point of fainting due to the loss of the huge amount of gyno points involved. But it wasn't that there is no remedy to the problem. The most common way to snatch another's ranking was to challenge the person. The problem is even if you challenge the person and won, the gyno points can never be retrieved unless the person was willing to transfer it to you. DAV sniffed as he shook his head slightly, to clear his thoughts. It was then it dawned on him that he possessed 3,000 gyno points on him right now. His mouth went agape. He couldn't help but gulp down a lump of spit. He had been struggling for a few tens of gyno points not quite long ago, but now he had several thousands in his possession. He couldn't help but thank his luck. But fortune and misfortune often come hand in hand. The students would be in every corner, trying to challenge him at first sight. The true elites would probably cook up some schemes to make him cough up the 3k gyno points in his possession. The fact that only 2 students knew his name and his face wasn't enough to protect him. As long as you have enough gyno points to spare, it was a simple matter to find information about someone. The options available to him was to hide in his room, practice his exercise methods to improve his strength, request for some resources with the 3k gyno points, staying indoor the whole week until it was time for the weekly assessments, or could just fight those who came for him. Since he was just rank 7th, he wouldn't attract too big a fish, as the true elites would go for those in the first, second, and third position of the rankings. Ranking lists. 1. Graham Storm. 1,000 gyno points for more info. 2. Bucky Wright, 900 gyno points for more info. 3. Nina Cutt. 800 gyno points for more info. 4. Lucas Nija. 700 gyno points for more info. 5. Mex Rawl. 600 gyno points for more info. 6. Khalifa Drake. 500 Gyno points for more info. 7. David Syntax. 400 Gyno points for more info. 8. Su Xiao, 300 Gyno points for more info. 9. Daniel Stromart, 200 Gyno points for more info. 10. Eva Lux. 100 Gyno points for more info. Pay the required amount to glimpse into their info. Chapter 47, Fight, I. Ranking lists. 1. Graham Storm. 1000 Gyno points for more info. 2. Bucky Wright, 900 Gyno points for more info. 3. Nina Cutt. 800 Gyno points for more info. 4. Lucas Nija. 700 Gyno points for more info. 5. Mex Rawl. 600 Gyno points for more info. 6. Khalifa Drake. 500 Gyno points for more info. 7. David Syntax. 400 Gyno points for more info. 8. Su Xiao, 300 Gyno points for more info. 9. Daniel Stromart, 200 Gyno points for more info. 10. Eva Lux. 100 Gyno points for more info. Pay the required amount to glimpse into their info. David's expression twisted slightly. Even if he was aware that you could glean into anyone's basic information with enough Gyno points, he was still a bit hopeful. Judging from the side note in the ranking list, it was clear his expectations was squashed quite thoroughly. The institute would give out basic informations about the students in the top 10 for quite a price. The amount of Gyno points earned from such transactions would be divided into two. One portion would be taken by the institute. The other half would be given the students whose information was being revealed. It was another way of earning Gyno points for the students. This reinforced his resolve to fight it out with those out to battle him. Although he hadn't been to the institute for long, he already had a glimpse of how difficult it was to acquire Gyno points. DAV made his way out of Quantum Room. David could see several figures also dashing out of the Quantum Room in panic. Since the dormitory wasn't that far from the place, he could vaguely see what was happening over there. Even if he didn't see it clearly, he could roughly guess the situation. Quite a few shadows were weaving through the way as they seemed to fade in and out of existence from the dormitories. They were rushing towards the Quantum Room with inconceivable speed. There was one that was quite eye-catching among them. He was a burly figure with a huge shape. He is incredibly tall, standing at 2.2 meters tall. His skin color was as dark as the night sky, but his hair made him worth quite the second look as it was green in color. What made him quite eye-catching wasn't the fact that he had no clothes on his upper body, nor was it the fact that he was pretty handsome with chiseled streamlined muscles rippling with force. It was the fact that he was literally jumping his way through the obstacles. Running a few meters in the ground, and although the floor he stepped on didn't cave in, it still dragged up quite the dust. Then, boom. He shot towards the air like a cannonball. 20 meters. He had crossed 20 meters in a single leap. David could hear the sounds. When he saw the shadows flickering, he knew things were going wrong. But at the sight of the jumping figure, his expression changed slightly. From the figure's physique, it was obvious he was practicing a strength-enhancing exercise method. Which implies that speed wasn't his forte, strength was. But surprisingly, he was jumping 20 meters at a distance. It was an incredibly frightening sight. In a bit over 7 seconds, the shadows and the figure would arrive at the Quantum Room. Although the figure was quite intimidating, as well as the flickering blur of figures. Damn it, it hasn't even been a week and yet, freaks like this already exist, he cursed in his mind. DAV wasn't the least bit intimidated by any of them though. Placing both his hands in his trousers, he lowered his head by a bit as he walked towards his place. He just wished he had an earpod to listen to a few music, it would be pretty amazing. Smirking at the thought. In that moment, his eyes hardened. His blood circulated to its limits, blood pumped into his veins as his heartbeat quickened. Stepping sideways, his body flashed. In an instant, he was already 10 meters away from his previous position. Boom. A booming sound was heard as a slam-bang crater opened up his previous location. An awfully raspy voice rang out in slight surprise. Sturm let out a surprised sound as David evaded his attack by a sudden bodily movement. He had attempted to stomp David out of his way, but his attack missed. Interesting, chuckling slightly, he gazed at David for a moment, after which he ignored David. He had his eyes on someone else, he wasn't willing to waste a single second. It appeared as if 7th position in the rankings wasn't good enough for him. David frowned gently when he saw the African youth leave, but he didn't say anything. He just watched him as he ran and leaped further into the distance. Suddenly, anger shone in his expression. Whoosh! He twisted his sideways as a fist passed right beside him. His shirt fluttered ceaselessly. FVCK off. He let out a shout of anger. With the twist of his waist, he subconsciously used threefold technique. His leg muscles expanded, VNs popped out from his leg as they seemed to ripple in a consistent frequency. He stamped his foot towards the figure. Upon seeing this, the figure's expression couldn't help changing as they let out a yell. With the limited time, the figure managed to cross their hands together. Boom. The figure was instantly blasted backwards. Their feet dragged 5 meters backwards. Letting out a muffled groan, the dust cleared, revealing a young lady. She was an incredibly beautiful red-haired woman with her delicate face and figure. But currently, her expression was extremely serious as she stared at David. That kick had almost broken her bones. The force had shaken her organs and disrupted her blood circulation as it was in disarray because she wasn't prepared for it. She needed time to quell down her blood, gather and circulate them again, which would take a few seconds. David was also pushed back due to the resultant force. But it was immediately nullified as he performed a simple backflip. David stared at the figure, as the dust cleared, and he saw the figure, his angry expression calmed down slightly. But still, he was annoyed. A tender voice came out from her mouth, "I'm Janine. Don't worry, I know yours too." She smiled slightly towards David. David stared at the red-haired, his eyebrow furrowed together as he looked towards her. "You paid to get my information?" Janine's expression darkened by a bit. She nodded, "Yes, I was hoping you could lend me your position on the ranking for just a week." She put on a hopeful and teary expression, twisting her body quite seductively. She was hoping to distract him, just a little. If it were the previous him before he met that odd girl, he might have been tempted, but he just looked on coldly as he snickered, "And I would just relinquish the position just because you said so." Her eyes became more teary when she heard that. She sobbed softly, "See, can you go this one favor for me? I promise to return it after a week." His frown deepened as his expression turned cold. How could he not know what she was trying to pull? He refused to budge for even a second. She was disappointed when she saw David wasn't willing to be distracted. Chapter 48, Fight 2. She was disappointed when she saw David wasn't willing to be distracted. Dav was incredibly wary of her. She had taken a threefold stomp from him but could still remain fine. Even if it wasn't the true threefold step, it was still quite powerful. He observed her more intently before he noticed that something was wrong. Her face was slightly flushed and an almost unnoticeable vein appeared on her head. At first he thought it was because she was exerting her strength, and as she was a red-haired beauty, seemed to be normal, right? But now it doesn't seem likely. She came here even after reading my information, which means she has something to rely on, but she's stalling time for something. What? David thought to himself while he gave her another look over. Not giving it too much thought, he said sternly, "Sneaking an attack on me was quite a despicable move. You should apologize and I will let this go." Janine stared blankly at David, wondering if he was joking. After a few moments, to her surprise, she saw that he wasn't joking. She abruptly burst out laughing as if she had headed the funniest thing in the world. In that instant, David's eyes shone. This was the moment he was waiting for. Pushing his blood circulation to its limit, power flowed to his system. His muscles bulged slightly as that appeared quite worked up. All of a sudden, he punched out. His fist screamed towards her head like a bullet. Clearly not expecting the sudden attack. Her face changed slightly. Clenching her fist, she also punched out. Crackling sound could be heard. She was playing for a contest in strength. Bam. The muffled sound of flesh rang out. Ripples of airwave dispersed as thousands of kilograms flesh collided. Dav felt pain as an incredible vibrating force traveled from his fist through his arm, attempting to crush his organs. His expression couldn't help but change slightly. Strong. He gasped inside. He stared at the girl before him. Bam, bam, bam. David was pushed back by several steps, attempting to dissolve the strength. His face was flushed as he glared at the girl before him. Although he had dissolved the force, the vibrating strength was still there. He couldn't quell it just by moving backwards. His arm dropped limp to the side as though it was useless. The vibrating force in his body seemed to have locked down the nerves in his arm, making him lose control over it. Meanwhile, Janine took 2 steps backwards. The difference in strength was clear. Janine glanced at David while smirking. "Do you know why I chose you among the others?" Her smile grew wider. "That's because from the information I was given, you practiced a red-level technique. I don't know if I should call you stupid or more stupid." Her expression changed as she appears to be honestly confused about the matter. 3-fold technique is a red-level techniques, and red-level techniques are 2 grades higher than a simple black-level technique, and it's also almost impossible to reach the prosaic stage in 6 months. "Why would you choose one?" she said with curiosity in her eyes. David's frown deepened as he watched Ber. "What is she trying to do? Hoping to distract me by spouting nonsense, but there might be a possibility that she was telling the truth," so he made a mental note to inquire about the levels on techniques. "Cut the nonsense." Stomping his legs, he dashed forwards with incredible speed. Janine smiled when she saw this. As expected, his male ego is not willing to admit who is stronger. "What a stubborn fellow," she clicked her tongue. Circulating his blood, his heart beat loudly in his chest as blood flowed from his vessels to his muscles and bones, but especially his legs. A few meters from each other, he swiftly lashed 2 kicks towards her. Janine wasn't stupid enough to accept those kicks for the second time. She sidestepped the attack and then attacked, attempting to make use of the opening behind David's back. Her fist swished through the air, targeting his back. All of a sudden, David twisted his body, which was in midair. With the momentum, he launched a fierce horizontal kick towards her head, as if he were playing a soccer ball. The air cracked as his kick picked up the wind with force, carrying all of his momentum. Looking at the leg that had swelled to be bigger than her waist, she turned pale. As if she had no bone at all, she bent herself upper body backwards. Whoosh! Her face stung as the kick's wind blew past her face. Not inclined to let the momentum fade, he dropped to the ground while performing a 360 horizontal sweep towards her legs that were supporting her body. The ground seemed to split by the sudden intrusion. As if she had expected something like that, she executed a back flip. Since the momentarily force of his kicks were evaded by her, he pursued her. "Get over here!" he shouted crazily as his foot kicked off explosively, and akin to an arrow released from a bow he shot towards her. His left hand shot out in the blink of an eye, reaching again for her head. Janine's expression turned ugly for the first time. When she came here, she was full of confidence, thinking it would be an easy win. She had not expected that she would be the one at a slight disadvantage. She did not have time to dwell on such thoughts. She was incredibly angered as Fist was rushing straight at her, causing her eyes to twitch. A slight chill ran through her head. Tremor Fist. With an angry bellow, she punched both hands at the incoming David. One fist aiming at his oncoming fist, while the other was shooting towards his head. In an instant, an ethereal waves of air seemed to ripple on her fists. Layers after layers of air waves surged forward with incredible momentum, forming slight air whirlpools from the ferocity of her fist. It appears that even if David has twice his current power, he wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Good, David said expressionlessly as he planted his legs stably on the ground. He appeared to be as unshakable as a mountain. HS moved his right hand, which was supposed to be paralyzed, and his left hand forming a claw with both hands. He grabbed at the incoming Tremor Fist. Boom. As the two attacks collided, a blast of shockwave visible to the naked eye shot outwards in all direction, clearing all the dust in the surrounding area which had been generated from their fight in an instant. Whoosh! The surrounding spectators couldn't help retreating back a few steps in shock as they felt as if a hammer had smashed against their skull, making them almost unconscious. The moment his claw held the fist, David felt as if he had been hit by a speeding train. His head felt very faint, but he managed to hold out still. Gazing into her eyes, David's lips seemed to curl up to a smirk. Janine immediately began to develop a bad feeling. She swiftly wanted to retreat, but her fist seemed to be locked with a force akin to a vice grip. Not waiting for a single moment, Dav circulated how blood to its limits as it seemed as though his blood flowed like a stream. His vein appeared to be on the verge of tearing as his heart propelled blood into his system. In the next millisecond, he unceremoniously constricted his heart. It skipped a beat. He had long since raised his right foot up as he pulled Janine towards himself. 39 cycles per minute. Threefold technique. First level. The muscles in his right foot momentarily seemed to expand by 3 folds, power seemed to have been accumulated in his leg. The pressure they exuded gave one the feeling of horror and helplessness as one looked at it. With her hands locked in place, Janine could only watch as her wide eyes opened in horror as the massive mountain of foot descended upon her. Kaboom! The sound was akin to a missile being dropped as visible shock waves spread throughout the surroundings, stunning the onlookers around, excitement visible on their faces. They couldn't help but retreat even more steps in order not to get caught in the shock wave. Like a kite whose string was suddenly broken, Janine shot through the air like a cannonball. Her fate, yet unknown. Chapter 49, Battle Conclusion. Like a kite whose string was suddenly broken, Janine shot through the air like a cannonball. A tyrannical shockwave flung David unceremoniously towards the ground by the force. It was as though someone had dropped a few bombs next to him. He bounced a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. After a few seconds, Ooh. He panted heavily with his two arms were limp besides of him. He could not feel them nor could he move them. The tremor from the girl's technique had traveled through his arms and disabled his nerves. The bones in his hands had been shaken quite massively as cracks could be seen in them. The tremor didn't stop at that, it was traveling towards his heart and his internal organs with stampeding force, attempting to destroy it. If the tremor wasn't taken care of quickly, he might turn into a bloody mess. David's expression soured as he thought, vicious. That young lady was very cruel to use an exercise technique on a fellow student in the institute. Although it had been written in the guide saying was allowed in the institute, there are a few rules that came hand in hand with the killing. David turned his body over, resting on his back. He was currently circulating his blood to its newfound limits. 40 cycles per minute. The saying was true, fighting helps to increase the blood circulation. His blood rumbled like a small river as his heartbeat quickened. The blood pressure from his body was quite effective in stalling the strange force. Even then, David wasn't the least bit worried about it. He already came up with a solution earlier when he had first taken her fist. It had crippled his arm effectively, and was supposedly to remain so until he could find a peaceful place to practice his exercise methods in a bid to quell the strange force. Of course, what had happened next had astounded Janine. On a normal circumstances, she wouldn't have performed the technique with both hands, but she was a bit maddened at that moment and, she had thought David's arm temporarily useless. She was incredibly mistaken. She had let down her guard, which had cost her greatly, as she hadn't expected David to have the means to resolve the force. And that fast, in fact. Frankly speaking, if he hadn't came up with the solution which had resolved the force, it was almost certain he would be the one with the most injury. The idea he came up with was to use the oscillating force developed from the practice of the threefold step exercise technique to subdue, overpower, and devour the strange force affecting his arm. The threefold step is a technique that amplifies the strength in one's leg by 3 times on the first level, which means that practicing them for the arms would greatly amplify one's strength. And at the same time, it would seem as if that person wasn't satisfied with Earth and greatly yearned for the afterlife. The threefold manual is specially made for the legs, which means practicing them for the upper limbs as a strength amplifier was clearly courting death. Reason for that, the blood vessels in the legs, its amounts, position, sizes, etc. vastly differs from those located in the arms. Using the techniques wrongly might cause the blood to surge and then pump in reverse, which is known as blood deviation. When one encounters a blood deviation, one would be lucky to escape if it lead to a few blood vessels and nerves rupturing. Otherwise, it might very well lead to death. Every manual issued such warnings at the beginning pages. Meanwhile, David wasn't planning on practicing the full technique. Even though he had just started the technique just yesterday, it felt incredibly familiar to him. He had divided the key points of the manual into segments and had made sure to practice each of them to mastery. He firmly believed in the phrase divide and conquer. One part of the segment includes a breathing method, another part consists of the heart muscles constricting method, while the last part involves vibrating and oscillating the muscles in his legs at a very fast pace. An example of that is in a situation where one was freezing, the muscles in the body would vibrate, intending to warm up the body, chasing the freezing sensation away, which in turn leads to the body shivering in. But there was always a frequency to such techniques. Using the wrong oscillating frequency could lead to self-implosion. It took him quite the while to learn that segment, but he did so successfully because of the incredible control he had over every part of the body. It was the last segment that saved him from being wounded by Janine's vicious technique. He had picked the last segment, which included the oscillation of the muscles. He had performed it on his arm at that moment. Even if it was quite impossible to move his fingers and arms, his muscles were quite the exception. It worked. He was surprised at first but didn't show it as he was in a battle. He wanted to use it as a trump card and apparently, it worked quite well. David's lips curled up as he thought. Vibrating the muscles in his arms, the flesh in his hands were moving and surging like the waves of a great river. It was a scary sight to behold. It was as if millions of ants were scurrying about under his skin. An unstoppable force was generated in his arms. Tremor was instantly formed. He directed the force towards the foreigner. When compared to each other, the foreign force was like the stampede of a beast, but when met with the swarm of billions of ferocious ants, it had no other choice than to get swallowed up. The invading force was ripped to shreds in an instant, left with no time to struggle. Even for a bit. David swiftly controlled his vibrating muscles, attempting to calm the force he had generated. If it reached his internal organs, without sufficient control, it would be no different from courting death. Whew! He breathed out a sigh of relief as he thought. Although I managed to calm the force down, the cracks in my bones had expanded. I need to recuperate to heal up. Thinking up to here, he stood up shakily on his feet. He turned towards the direction of his room. Ignoring the astonished crowds, he started walking. You are quite the tenacious one, aren't you? He hadn't walked 3 steps when the familiar tender voice spoke out. David froze. Chapter 50, Facade. You are quite the tenacious one, aren't you? He hadn't walked 3 steps when a familiar and tender voice spoke out. David's body froze visibly. Suddenly, he felt his heart skip a beat without him intending it. Strange lights flickered in his eyes. He was thinking at an incredible speed. He turned around slowly and looked towards the voice. His expression calm. His eyes couldn't help but twitch by what he saw. Janine stood up unsteadily from the floor. Her current situation was quite pitiable as blood flowed down her lips. Her hair was in disarray, the slight makeup she had on her was messed up as dust and sand had settled on her face. Her expression right now was ugly, borderline sinister. Most importantly, her shirt had been blasted into oblivion by David, but, to David's surprise, she wasn't naked as he expected. No, quite the opposite. Her inner vest was unharmed. David could see a slight silvery metallic substance fading back inside her body. He could guess a few things and came to a conclusion that it was what had protected her from the power of the threefold technique. If not, she would have at least ended up with a sunken stratum and a row of broken bones. David's heart uncontrollably clenched in apprehension. Oh! I won't fall before you do. You seem quite all right to me. So, you should be able to handle another round. David's expression was nonchalant as he made a motion for them to continue their combat. He rotated his blood to their limits. His heart beat wildly. Like the roar in an alternator. Blood surged, like a river, as his physical body was strengthened to its limits. His muscles had bulged by quite a bit as he appeared taller by a few centimeters. 40 cycles per minute. The wind seemed to be stirred up by the pressure. His current expression was quite savage as he hated hatefully at her. She was the first person he had ever suffered a loss from. His hate towards her was growing by the second. Janine was so angry that she smiled sinisterly when she heard him. But as if she had remembered something, her gaze flickered with a strange light as she glared at him with hatred. It was likely he was angering her on purpose, making her intent on attacking him. She was currently weak, and although her physical strength without blood revolution was nothing to scoff at, judging by the pressure he was exuding, their powers were almost quite at the same level. If she forcefully roused her blood velocity, she would definitely injure her internal organs, which would in turn lead to at least 2 months of recuperation. She had assumed he was also the same, but from his stance, he was either putting on a facade or he was for real. She hesitated. She had been tricked once and she wasn't willing to be tricked for the second time. She stared intently at him, wanting to figure him out. In the end, she gave an hateful glare that was enough to chill any heart down his way. Bastard. I will take that position from you by any means, you just wait and see. Stomping her foot in anger, she turned away, and with a few leaps, she had vanished from sight. Exactly 4 seconds later, cough. Cough. David's body crumbled to the floor as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was incredibly weakened. He was just putting up a howl, hoping to scare her off. His internal organs were almost severely injured. Singlet of tears had appeared in several positions in his veins and blood vessels. They were on the verge of rupturing. But it wasn't worth mentioning, as he could just recuperate in the energy room for a few hours. He would be fine again. He was exceedingly lucky that she had chosen to leave when she had. If not, he would be no different than a chicken in a slaughterhouse. He suddenly smiled. That was a good fight. It was worth it. He had been hoping to spar with someone to see how strong he had become. Unexpectedly, he was given the chance to compare. Wiping off the blood in mouth, he limply left the place, the crowds of students and the onlooking workers. Congrats on winning your first forced duel. Your account will temporarily be protected from any forced duel for a week. After which, the protection would expire. Good luck. The cybernetic voice faded into thin air. What? Stunned, as he wasn't aware it was a forced duel. He was really tired as he walked through the familiar hallway that led to the energy room. Walking into the large door. It's you. It's you. Two voices rang out simultaneously as David glanced at the figure behind the counter, directly opposite the expensive chair and desk he had seen the old man sitting on previously. David's voice was quite casual and weak while the other voice rang out in an accused tone. It was the blonde guy David had an argument with the last time he was in the energy room. And it appears that the other party also recognized him and also held a bit of a grudge against him. John stared at the rude junior before him with slight annoyance, apparent in his tone. Why are you here? Increasingly annoyed, John spoke first. To make use of the energy room, obviously. He rolled his eyes at the stupid question. Ignoring him, Davis made his way toward the pod that looked like a coffin. The piece of machine looked like the gaming capsules he had read from the fantasy-like web novels in his dream. No, not his dream, it was his previous life. It was a cryogenic pod. Its main purpose was to freeze the human's bodily activity. The body freezes, the heart slows down by a lot, the brain cells would also be slightly frozen. The reason for that is because, for one to enter an energy tank, one would need to be in deep sleep, which could only be induced by the cryogenic pod. In the deep sleep state, one's body would temporarily forget to breathe. After a few moments of deep sleep, a mechanism in the cryogenic pod would be activated, transporting one's body directly into the energy tank. The fluid in the energy tank contains different kinds of elements, in which it includes oxygen, a massive amount of energy, mercury, protein, carbohydrates, etc. The oxygen element contained in the fluid was to provide the brain and body oxygen. The mercury is to aid the fluid in penetrating the body more easily. The massive amount of energy was to help strengthen, heal, and enhance the body. The element contains the crushed genetic nucleus of the rapidly evolved beings mixed with special vials and concoction. The body was the main deciding factor in such cases, as it would readily absorb the fluid since it was beneficial to the body. There are levels to energy tanks. On a normal circumstances, the first is the black-grade energy tank, which was especially meant for those who just started on their own path to power. Chapter 51, Cryogenic Pod. There are levels to energy tanks. The Institute has 3 levels which it kept available to the public, and 1, exceptionally kept privately for and by the Grand Professor of the Institute. The first type, which is the black grade, is only meant and used by Spryhers, the newbies of the Institute. The students who gain strength on the circulation of the blood. Cost 50 gyno points per usage. The second, the brown grade, is only meant to be used by those who had advanced in their practices as Spryhers to become a phaser. Becoming a phaser is the true beginning on becoming an expert, as they had opened up their genetic pool and had merged perfectly with a gene, after which they could casually utilize the genes they had fused with, phasing in and out. Utilizing the brown grade energy tanks. Costs 5,000 points per usage. The third, the red grade, is used by Phantom Beast Master. Phantom Beast Masters are a level above phasers. They had perfected the series of genes they had fused with into a single powerful entity. When in battle, the peak of their states, they could call forth a Beast Phantom, making for a perfect long-ranged attack method. Costs 500,000 gyno points for a single use. Most instructors in the Institute are stuck at the peak of this level, while a few instructors had a bit of luck to advance from the level to the next stage. The main reason for that due to the fact that it was necessary to utilize the energy tank, either for strengthening the body or for recovering from injuries sustained from battles. To improve further, the most common, easy, and perfect way to advance is through combat, and not battles with fellow humans nor an ordinary spar. No, only battles with stronger REBs would most definitely increase one's strength. If the battle is lost, and was successfully able to retreat unharmed, one's battle capability would increase by a fair amount. But if one was successfully able to win, killing the strong REBs, one's strength would soar at an amazing pace. But although the strength increases, if that person soaked in the energy tank, the rate of improvement would double at that moment. David was quite unaware of this, and he was especially not informed on how to get through to the energy tank. He ignored the blonde guy and moved to the front of the energy tank. A 5 meters transparent glass tank that was filled with unknown blue fluid to the brim stood in front of David. Not waiting to admire the beauty of it, John watched on with a wide smile as the ignorant junior walked towards the energy tank, his mind screaming, "Jump in! Jump in!" Although he had been assigned to guide the new students on the process of utilizing the energy tank, but he could do nothing to those who ignored him. In his mind, he wasn't at fault since the ignorant junior didn't wait to listen to his explanation. Dav ascended through the stairs leading to the top of the tank since it was almost 5 meters long in height. Standing at the edge of the tank, Dav gazed at the thick bluish liquid, adjusting his state of mind, ready to submerge. He was about to enter, when he instinctively felt that something was wrong as his body was reacting in a weird way again. He muttered something to himself afterwards. He climbed down from the stairs. He had deduced that his way of entering the energy tank seems to be wrong, otherwise his body wouldn't react in such a way for no reason. It seems to be the exact reason the senior was assigned here. Dav's eyebrow furrowed. Damn it. I don't FVCK up. Need to amend things with that arrogant prick. Clearing up his expression. Greetings, senior. With the grandest smile he could muster, he turned to face the blonde guy who seemed to have a malicious smile on his face. Forgive me for my negligence, as I had been in a bad mood earlier. I apologize for the inconvenience I had caused, he continued with a smile that was certainly fake and a tone which seemed apologetic but also bland. John's smirk widened. Oh, and what does Junior want with me? He directly ignored David's apology as he went straight to the point. David felt things were going bad, and without hesitation, he dropped the pretense. I assume you were put in here to assist the students through the energy tank. David's face had turned expressionless as he looked at John. He was just being polite earlier, thinking the senior might be compromising, seeing as he had lowered his pride. But it seemed the senior had other plans in mind as he refused to budge a bit. Noticing that David had dropped his pretense, John couldn't help but laugh widely. Haha, you are right, but what about it? Folding his arms, John leaned his back against the chair, while gazing provocatively at David. Do you mean to say you won't assist me with it? David smiled as he asked. John's job was to assist the new students. As long as he said no, he would definitely lose his job. John's face darkened as he glared at David. You sure are sharp with your tongue, aren't you? Thanks for your compliments, I try my best, with a slight smirk, he replied. Gazing at David for a moment, he abruptly said, Okay, you win. Walking towards the metallic long box, John pointed out. That's called a cryogenic pod. It induces you to a deep sleep, after which, transporting you into the tank. Just tap on the button to open the lid. John said straightforwardly, as if he had forgotten the earlier argument. David stared suspicious at John, as the change in attitude was nothing short of suspicious. Waving his hands, do not worry, I have no authority nor power to open the pod without your permission. So, be at ease, he assured him. Although David could guess he wasn't lying, his mind wasn't eased in the slightest. Instead he felt restless. He couldn't understand how a person could change his attitude like that in a blink of an eye, just like a switch. But, he was way too tired to care about that. So, he ignored the alarms ringing in his head. He pushed down the button under the gaze of the smiling John. Air puffed as the sounds of mechanisms rang out. With a whoosh, the metal lid opened, revealing a space that could fit a regular human perfectly. Not bothered about anything, he just wanted to take a rest, he laid down the space. With a light thud, the lid closed as David had laid within. Lying down in the pod, he could hear his heartbeat and the sound of his breath. Under the span of a second, atmospheric chemicals was injected into the air. As the air in the pod became chilled, as cold seemed to seep into his body, he could immediately feel the immersed chill rising. No wonder it's called a cryogenic pod. Dav could only mutter these words before he fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, outside the pod, John turned around to walk back to his desk as he snorted. You think you can just walk scot-free? Going to the energy tank twice when it's not even a week yet? He truly is ignorant, he smiled while his eyes glowed with a satisfied expression. From his expression, it appears that entering the energy tank twice in a week is quite dangerous, but this was David's second time in the energy tank in the span of 2 days. No one knows what would happen. Chapter 52, 10 Blows. In the Institute, it was known that using the energy tank recklessly would increase the rate at which a Spryher would lose control. Lose control as in becoming mentally deranged or being controlled by the hidden genetic characteristics within the transplanted organ. In simple terms, since the organ is originated from the body of an REB, there exists a possibility that the beastly characteristics of the monster still exists within the genome but are extremely weak to detect or to be a threat. But as one grows stronger, the hidden genetic characteristics would also begin to awaken and also grow stronger alongside the user, waiting for an opportunity to strike, attempting to devour and gain control over the microorgans and microcells that made up the brain's helix structure, DNA. In a more superstitious elaboration, it's like the monster soul, weakly hiding within the organ. And as the person grows stronger, it also grows stronger with him until it could finally cause chaos and devour the soul of the user. The dumb ones causes chaos and tries to destroy the body, while the smart ones seem to wait for an opportunity until they strike unexpectedly. David was unaware of this as he hadn't been informed yet. John also refused to inform him either, because of the grudge between the two. Serums are especially created to counter and subdue such problems. Roughly an hour later. In Energy Room, different energy tanks had been occupied, as could be seen through the slightly blurry and transparent glass tanks. One could roughly see the outline of a few figures in a deep sleep submerged deep within the tanks. In a particular tank, the bluish fluid contained within the tank faded. It was now almost transparent in color. The fluid let out a few bubbles, occasionally disturbing the peaceful surface of the fluid tank. Splash. A loud splashing sound was heard as a figure emerged from the previously calm surface of the fluid. Cough cough. David spat out a few drops of fluid that managed to find its way to his lungs. Grabbing the edge of the tank, he stood up. David gave a long breath of air. The glee was evident in his eyes. He could feel his injuries had healed by a significant amount, and the exhaustion that had pierced deeply into his bones seemed to have faded into thin air. Clenching his fist, David felt countless energy coursing through his entire body. It was almost as if each and every part of his body and cell was emanating with vitality. He felt full. He clenched his fists and sensed the warm currents of blood flowing through his veins, into every part of his body. His strength had improved by a fair amount, but not as immense as the previous time. Jumping down the 5-meter-long tank, he touched down softly to the ground. He could sense the wild flow of energy which was increasingly flowing through his body, with the gradual pump of his heart, beat softly as he landed. Letting out a breath of turbid air, he turned towards the entrance, intending to leave. From the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of John. "I hope you enjoyed utilizing the energy tank. Please make sure to come again very soon," John said with a bright smile as looked at David walking through the door. "I'd like to see if you actually have enough gyno points to come here for the third time." "No, I hope he does, hee. Only then could he continue coming here every time, completely ignorant." Of course, he said the words on his head. He was well aware of the fact that new students are allocated 100 gyno points by the Institute. Since David has been to the energy tanks twice, he assumed that David had nothing left, which was quite a pity. He couldn't help but shake his head in lament. Nevertheless, the consequences of using the rank twice would manifest sooner or later. He couldn't wait to see David's expression when that happened. Smacking his lips in anticipation. He also felt no need to waste his time on someone whose potential would soon be exhausted. He is no threat at all. In at most a year, he would be given to the army anyways. At the entrance of the energy building, David felt a sudden chill. Abruptly he turned his head around, as if he could peer through the countless steel walls to gaze at John. He silently mused, "I knew it. That bastard must be planning something incredibly sinister. Need to be careful." Just a bit before lecture starts, he shook his head as gazed towards his tattered training suit. Dark frozen blood stains were visible on the surface. It seems he does need to freshen up. He made a dash towards his dorm. A mass of students sat in an extremely large auditorium, murmuring things to each other while at the same time, each checking out their projection image. Their faces flushed in excitement. A few students surrounded a Spanish male youth as he projected an image live. One could temporarily disable the security from their imprint that stops outsiders from viewing only rays of lights and make them see the real images. News soon circulated around the hall, so it turns out that a few new students were attacked by their fellow students roughly an hour ago. And although none were killed, a few were injured quite severely. The motion pictures of their fights had already circulated among the students. However, the atmosphere was quite intense. One of the videos contained a fight between Sturm, the hunk guy that almost stomped David, and a thin but handsome blue-haired Chinese-looking youth. Their figures were quite the contrast, as one was thin while the other was huge. As a result, one could tell the outcome of the battle with just a single glance, as it was obvious that from sheer power and pressure there was no doubt about Sturm losing the fight. But what had happened next was beyond anyone's comprehensive ability. Sturm was beaten to unconsciousness in just 10 blows. Just 10 punches. How inconceivable was that? The students watching could only gasp in amazement as they watched the blue-haired figure walk out of the video's range. It was at this moment that David walked into the hall. Shwa. Numerous eyes swiftly fell on him. He was instantly confused and a bit pressured. Chapter 53, Vibration and Oscillatory Method. The students watching could only gasp in amazement as they watched the blue-haired figure walk out of the video's range. It was at this moment that David walked into the hall. Shwa. Numerous eyes swiftly fell on him. He was instantly confused and a bit pressured. Frowning slightly, he ignored the gazes while he walked towards a particularly empty seat. Settling down, he saw that most people were projecting visible holographic images into the air. Not willing to lose out, he stood to ask a student. The hell is going on? Looking away from his holographic projection, Grover cast a sidelong glance at David. Stop bothering me, go as, his speech stopped as he visibly froze. His lips quivered a bit as he turned around again as if to confirm something. He stuttered for a few seconds. It seemed as if he had recognized David from somewhere. David didn't say anything, he just watched on with a deadpan expression. Finally getting himself together, Grover replied, there were quite a few impressive battles amongst the elites of our set, roughly an hour ago, excitement visible in his eyes, he sputtered on. And the cause of this was none other than the rankings list that was unexpectedly released a few hours ago by the Institute. His eyes shine as spittle flew all over. I heard that the rankings list was supposedly supposed to be released after a week, but the Institute unexpectedly released it before the official release date. It was like chaos on Earth. Those terrifying monsters that were previously wolves in sheep's clothing wishing to gain an extra advantage immediately pulled off their cloaks and battled those at the top 10. David blinked his eyes. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who had been attacked by others. Not noticing David's pondering expression, Grover's tone turned soft as he whispered. Word got out that the first position obtained 10,000 gyno points. David's eyes widened a bit as he asked, really? Although he had made some speculations about it as he had calculated the numbers of gyno points the others in the rankings list would be allocated, based on the amount given to him. He didn't want to arouse any suspicion, bringing trouble to himself. If he had acted like he knew, one might suspect he was among the lucky bastards enlisted on the rankings list, which would turn out to be an extremely troublesome matter to deal with. Although some might have known of his identity. It was very expensive though. Not many of the students are that rich. Even if they are, they would likely keep it to themselves. It was 300 gyno points, not 30. Grover tapped his arm, projecting an image to the air. David only saw a few rays of dim light. In just a few seconds, the image distorted. Soon afterwards he could see a video of two figures standing a few meters apart. He instantly recognized the huge one to be Sturm, the bulky figure that almost attacked him earlier, but couldn't recognize the other figure. Unexpected, Sturm was knocked back in the video in a contest of strength and beaten to unconsciousness at the 10 punch. David's face tightened. He had seen through the basics of Sturm's strength. Dav knew he was no match for him. Fighting him was basically courting death. Even if he had used the same tactics as he did with the red hair, it was highly likely he would lose. But now, there was someone who could beat him into a pulp in 10 blows. Just how do this people practice? Grover moved closer. I heard that the blue-haired guy is called Lu Feng. I also heard that with his combat prowess, he was only capable of retaining the third position, he whispered. David's heart clenched uncontrollably. Although he had not thought himself very strong, he had also never thought of himself this weak. Thinking back to when he assumed he could sweep through his peers, it was a truly laughable thought. Third place. With that strength. What about first and second? What kind of monsters are those? As if hearing his thoughts, Grover continued, they say the first and second place in the rankings lists are very strong, but no one actually knows who they are. Calming his nerves, David pondered, although there exists a possibility it was true fact, it could all just be rumors. Knocking himself up just for something like this, it wasn't his style. Thanks. He turned back to his seat after saying that, leaving the slightly chubby Grover, wide mouth. In a few moments, a very large middle-aged ugly man entered the hall. The class immediately descended to silence. The previous chattering sound died down. Good morning, students. I am your instructor for this class. I do hope we get along quite well. With a flirtatious smile, he winked at the female students. The students instantly felt a chill running down their spine. The guys glared at the instructor almost simultaneously. David's lips couldn't help but twitch. What was this situation? I will make sure to attend to you guys quite thoroughly, but for now let's get down to business. I will take you things concerning theories. As if he didn't notice their glares, he continued. Exercise methods and combat techniques are two separate things entirely. This captured David's attention as he thought she was speaking specifically to him. Exercise methods or manuals exponentially increases one's rate of heartbeat, thereby increasing and improving one's overall body capabilities such as strength, flexibility, speed, etc. permanently. The instructor's voice has gradually grown solemn. When practiced to the highest level, special effects may be obtained. Listen carefully, I said maybe, his voice stern. Now, let's visit the matter concerning combat techniques. Combat techniques are fighting methods that increases one's strength, reaction time, speed or other aspects explosively for a short period of time, reducing one's stamina in exchange. Just in case you don't mix them up in the future. For example, the impulse fist. Go to your combat instructor for further information. I am only here to sort out the theoretical problems in cultivation. The instructor pointed out. David felt his mind buzz as if trying to tell him something, but unfortunately he didn't quite grasp it. Smiling softly, he continued, now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk about the levels involved. Both exercising methods and combat techniques are divided into different grades and which is then divided into 3 different levels. Black grade, brown grade and lastly red grade. That's as far as the best of you could get anyways. They are all divided into 3 levels in which the power level, gyno points and difficulty increases respectively. Low level, mid level and high level. For example, the impulse fist is a low-level black grade technique. Easy to learn, costs 499 gyno points and increases one's strength by a bit. The rebounding body is a mid-level black grade technique. A bit hard to learn, cost 899 gyno points because it's a body technique, increases the bodily defense by more. The drill punch is a high-level black grade technique. 999 gyno points. He watched the student's odd expression, causing him to smile. To my main reason for coming here, like I said previously, it's to deal with problems regarding theories on the practice methods and combat techniques. To start with, every instructor or professor in the institute says that there are practically no easy shortcuts to help improve one's strength because most ways are very dangerous, which includes constant dangerous battles with REBs or things like that. But I will tell you, there are shortcuts to everything in life. It just depends if you are willing to put in the effort, take it or not. The fat instructor smiled, handsomely, as if he just said something casual. Chapter 54, Change of Heart. David didn't seem to hear the last part of the instructor's speech as his brain seemed to be electrocuted. At some point in time his expression had long since crumbled. He had finally figured out what was amiss. During the time he went to select an exercise manual, he was unaware of the categories. Although he had read through the student's manual, he only skimmed through it. He had been ignorant and had chosen a combat technique instead of an exercise manual. A red grade one at that. He didn't know whether he should break out into tears or laughter. All of a sudden, the words Janine had said during their battle regarding a red grade technique made quite a lot of sense. Slapping his forehead in his foolishness, from the beginning, even with the name of the technique, 3-fold step, one would know that it was a fighting technique. There was nothing else he could do, unless he went ahead to select an appropriate exercise manual, but by the time he starts practicing it, most average student's strength would probably surpass his during that time. This caused a massive headache to David. To my main reason for coming here, like I said previously, it's to deal with problems regarding theories on the practice methods and combat techniques. To start with, every instructor or professor in the institute says that there are practically no easy shortcuts to help improve one's strength because most ways are very dangerous, which includes constant dangerous battles with REBs or things like that. But I will tell you, there are shortcuts to everything in life. It just depends if you are willing to put in the effort, take it or not. The ears of every student perked up as they wished to listen to the shortcut they could to improve themselves. This captivated Dav's attention swiftly. For now I will only mention those concerning combat techniques, exercising manuals comes later. Every combat techniques, the black grade, brown grade, even the red grade utilizes the vibration and oscillatory principle. The instructor was visibly shaking in excitement. The discovery was made by a genius in combat theories a few decades ago by Insti Bristol. He made a bold assumption saying even in the ancient times, when the martial saints still ruled over Earth, the mass destruction techniques they all had performed was proven to contain destructive and mysterious oscillating and vibrating frequencies that could casually slice mountain peaks and even smash them apart. From the bits and pieces of information we have managed to excavate from the ancient runic battlegrounds, we have strived to come up with a few strong battle techniques of our own rather than stealing the genes of the REBs to make them ours. Becoming a Spryher grants one the ability to control any exterior parts of the body more easily, and as time passes or as one grows stronger, controlling the interior parts of the body becomes a possibility. To begin learning a combat technique, the control of the muscles are the most important. It requires vibrating the muscles to a specific frequency and a few external actions such as body movement. He let out an audible sigh. Within the Institute there was obviously this with terrifying controls over their bodies, but they would never be able to control their overall muscles perfectly. But David was an exception. It was unknown when it started, but he had noticed with rapt attention that he could control most part of his body, if not all. It was a terrifying thought, but he had Bieber once thought much about it and hadn't really tested its limits either. When Instructor Ayala had mentioned something similar to that, he had been mistaken into thinking it was the normal ability gained from becoming a Spryher, except he was wrong. David felt that if he really tried his best, he could make his blood move throughout his body. It was inconceivable thought, as anyone who headed him would probably laugh his ass off. Even David felt that he was probably mistaken, and hadn't tried to experiment it with himself. It was probably because he had been busy, he hadn't had enough time to ponder on it thoroughly. He had even almost forgotten about it. But the instructor's words drove him wide awake. But right now, he desperately wanted to test it here, with the instructor in place just in case something went wrong. The instructor then proceeded with an heavy sigh. It's a pity that we haven't managed to find any test subject with extreme control over its muscles and body. We might just be able to extract the secrets from it. This words immediately drew Dav's actions to a standstill. Test subject. Extract. He could help but shiver at the thought. It was unknown what would happen if he was discovered. Although he hadn't experimented on it, he knew his body wouldn't deceive him. He calmed himself down. He planned on testing it after the class. It wasn't that there weren't any beast or humans with extreme muscle controls, it's just that they had trained themselves to a very high level, making them powerhouses each on their own. To experiment on them just for the sake of increasing the muscles' control was just too wasteful. Even the Grand Professor would oppose to such wasteful uses of precious material. Scrolling down through the list of top 10 individuals in the rankings. When it got to the 7th place, David Syntax, the pretty fingers visibly froze. Philida's eyebrow rose as she pondered. Suddenly, she tapped in the option selecting for more information in exchange for 300 points. She was previously interested in him, but now that she had been ordered to keep a watch on him, it had evolved from simple interest into an extreme curiosity. In spite of the fact that 300 gyno points was no small amount, she had paid 300 points with no hesitation. It was impossible for her family's elder to transfer some to her, as that was going against the rules of the Institute. The most he could was to grant her some preferential different. Otherwise, he would definitely lose his job in the Institute, since there were many people vying for the positions in the Institute. 7th, David Syntax. Room No. 13,248. Combat techniques, threefold step, red level technique. Current location, archive, 1st floor. Battle status, currently protected. Her beautiful lips pursed as she went deep into contemplation. Exchanging for one's information won't include the exercising method of the individual, which was quite the dilemma for Philida. However, she believed that the Institute definitely had a detailed information on David, she just had to find means to get it. But she soon frowned. Red level technique. What was this guy trying to pull? Should I call him ignorant or too smart? Her thoughts soon changed. Just because she was asked to keep an eye on him and also retrieve some information on him doesn't mean he was very intelligent. He could be a worthless individual, and the only thing keeping him valuable is the information he held. Coming to this conclusion, David's threat level dropped by half, and the reason why it don't fully drop to the lowest level is because she could never underestimate someone who is in the 7th place on the rankings list, protected at that. Protected means currently unavailable for any forced battles. Chapter 55, Lu Feng. It was a bit past 6 p.m. in the evening. The sun was about to set as the evening revealed itself. The archive. Lots of students were currently in the archive either to read the past experiences of their predecessors' experience in exercise manuals and had taken the paths they had chosen, or were reading each manuals cautiously and carefully in a bid to select a suitable paths for themselves. David once again entered the archive. He typed in the virtual space code, and then got ready to actually select his own exercise manual. But he saw something with the corner of his eyes which instantly grabbed his attention. It was the young lady who had misled him the first time he came here. She was still in the same position as before, seated behind the counter and reading. That's right, he didn't think it was his fault at all for choosing a combat technique instead of an exercise method. He had already set his mind to it that it was the fault of the girl behind the counter. But with his magnanimity, he decided to just let it be. His view distorted as numerous manuals and books filled his vision. There was at least 5 different stairs going to the next floor. David chose randomly as he still had something else to do when he got to his room. Standing in front of the bookcases, he still felt a bit overwhelmed and a little intimidated. It was unknown when, but he felt that he had matured a bit. At least, he didn't have the sudden urge to burn down the library this time compared to the last. Compared to the last time he picked up a random book and left, he observed his surroundings in detail. The books on the first floor contains black-grade exercise manuals, which is obvious by the black-colored outer book covers. The first floor is then divided into 3 different sections, containing low-level, mid-level, and high-level technique respectively. The second floor comprises of black-grade combat manuals, which is also divided into 3 areas: low-level, mid-level, and high-level techniques. The third floor and the fourth level comprises of brown-grade books, while the fifth and sixth floor contains red-grade techniques. David had unknowingly gone there the other time. Striding with large steps, he went straight towards the exercise manuals. ElectriBoost, an exercising manual that requires the use of electricity, jolting the hearts to help revolve the blood in system at a faster rate. When practiced to the highest level, minuscule amount of electrical voltage could be produced when the blood is being circulated to the highest level. Traits, more suitable for those who couldn't stand in at a single place for long periods of time. Revolving Dragon, extracted from the mysteries contained in the breathing technique called True Revolving Dragons. When practiced to the highest level, one's every breath would propel the blood at a domineering speed, akin to a revolving dragon. Traits, more suitable for those with domineering actions. Energy Cache, stores more energy in the body than an average Spryher could. When practiced to the highest level, the body could contain at least 25% more energy than an average Spryher. Triads, more suitable for those with the ability to hold in their anger. The Unrestrained, just as the name implies, it expands the blood vessels, allowing energy to pass through unrestricted. When practiced to the highest level, every punch could release 25% more energy than an average individual. Traits, as the name implies, it's more suitable for those that are unrestrained. Time passed in the blink of an eye. It was roughly a bit more than 1 hour when Dav made his decision. He picked up a particularly manual, then went ahead to select another combat technique. A black-grade mid-level one this time. He left the archive for his dorm. When he was just a street away from his dorm, the sun had gone down and the shy stars were finally getting bolder by the minute. The streets that were particularly bustling faded away like smoke as Dav turned into an empty alley, a shorter passage towards his dorm. All of a sudden, 2 figures emerged from a corner of the street. Dav instantly squinted his eyes to see them. Both simultaneously male and female. He immediately recognized the female figure, but the male, he seemed to have seen him somewhere but couldn't remember clearly where it was. He swiftly felt an ominous feeling from the incoming figure. His mind tensed as his gaze drooped, his body reacted. He stood still casually, almost as if he was relaxing while standing. His muscles tightened as his body relaxed. His heart constricted for a longer period of time, before suddenly releasing itself in a very powerful force, propelling blood at a massive velocity towards his body, giving him a slow but stronger steady flow of energy. He was like the calm before the raging storm. He could clearly feel a very threatening vibe from the male figure, thus his body reaction. His instinct were practically screaming danger, and for him to quickly retreat, but as he had gained more control over his bodily instincts, he forcefully suppressed it as he knew there was little actions the 2 figures could possibly make under the ever-watching gazes of the Institute. Not giving enough time to think, the blue-haired male figure and the red-haired female stopped 15 meters away from him. The distance was clear enough for David to see them much clearly. It was Janine, the one who had fought against David in the morning, but she came with someone else. The blue-haired figure was clearly an Asian teenager. He has an extremely thin lips, slim and long nose, finely curved eyebrows that very much looked carved. What was exceptionally outstanding was his piercing blue eyes that glistened like stars in the skies. Any lady would be specially smitten by them. David suddenly had a look of realization on his face. He recalled where he had seen the blue-haired figure. It was on the figure who had beaten Sturm unconscious in just 10 blows on the projection he had seen earlier in the day. Janine's eyes went red for a bit. She held onto the blue figure's arm as she sniffed. "Big bro, that's him," she said as she pointed towards David. As soon as those words landed out, those blue eyes moved. They landed on David's. David's body relaxed more as he looked gazes with those piercing blue eyes with a relaxed body language. But his instincts screamed danger in that second. The blue-haired figure pointed towards David. "You, send me a force duel, take a punch from me and I will let this slide," Lu Feng said in a soft but strangely domineering voice. His expression, indifferent. Chapter 56, The Silencer Series. But he. "Be quiet," Lu Feng cut her off with a sidelong glance. "I know you," that was the only thing he said before ignoring her totally. Janine could only pout, feeling aggrieved at his second words. David felt immense pressure as if he had been locked into by a beast. He felt that as long as he said the word no, the beast would lose its patience and attack quite abruptly. Lowering his head, his long fringe covered his eyes slightly, preventing them from being seen. Dav seemed to be thinking of something and only after staying silent for a while did he say, "And what if I say no?" Dav seemed to smirk. Lu Feng's gaze sharpened and the air seemed to get colder by several degrees. Janine's teary face seemed to smile by this development. Action and reaction are both interwoven. "I advise you, the consequences would be severe," Lu Feng said towards David with an indifferent gaze. "What nonsense is this guy spouting?" Dav muttered under his breath. "What a joke. You came here, blocking my way in the middle of the street, spouting nonsense about whatnot. Who the hell do you think you are?" Dav said in a sleepy tone, even had a slight smile on his face, but the words he had spoken were surprisingly forceful as his droopy eyes locked gazes with the blue ones. Dav didn't hold back with his tone as he knew that aside from a few small pranks, there were not much harm Lu Feng could perform. And who knows what would happen if he really sent a force duel to him. He obviously wouldn't stop at just one punch, he might just cripple him. In the Institute, they greatly place emphasis on their rules and laws, and as there were many surveillance instruments placed at every corner of the massive island, there was never a chance for anyone to break the rules. Although the Institute allows injuring and even killing of fellow students, that was under the premises that one of them had force dueled the other. But if that wasn't the case, the Institute would immediately rusticate both students involved in the fight as long as both of them are injured regardless of whose fault it was. But if it were a one-sized battle, there were a few changes that would be made to the punishment that would match a better verdict. Dav knew this, and that was what gave him the extra courage to not compromise. Well, he might also not be clearly aware of his words, as the former David would at least compromise. Extreme excitement shone on Janine's face as she observed the deteriorating situation, and without missing a beat, she pointed. "Big bro, can you see how arrogant he is? I only requested for him to lend me his position for a while, but he said I had to battle him for it. As I had no choice in the matter, I had to send him a forced battle mail, but I didn't expect him to be so shameless as to sneak attack a lady. That's enough." Cutting her off once again, Lu Feng gave her a glare this time. "Just because you are in a protected state, you believe I can't do nothing to you." As he said those words, he lifted his hands. Within his fingers, there was a fine blue cube the size of a few inches. It was a bit transparent, as one could occasionally see a few streaks of electricity flowing through them. Even with the slight bright street illuminators, the streak of blue electricity flashing was still visible. The instant Dav saw the cube, his heart thumped loudly in his chest. Technology is every man's romance. With the little time he had gone through some of the few basic and low-level techs available in the Institute. He finally got the reason his bodily instincts was screaming danger despite his favorable situation. It was because Lu Feng had one of the gadgets in the Silencer series with him. A Lowe's level in the Silencer series, particularly the F1 B4U cubic EMP, is a type of gadget which is grouped into the Silencer series of contraptions. The contraption wasn't at all harmful, but the only uses was that it could silently silence any operating device available within the 100-meter radius for 30 seconds, cutting off its ability to send and receive data via myriads of waves or rays. It is a specifically low-grade silencing contraptions judging from its first few characters, F1. In the Institute, there are a few special gadgets things that could counter or tamper with the equipments of the Institute. These gadgets are not necessarily sold within the Institute nor by the Institute, but they were still also being sold in the Institute. In every Institute, there exists various underground factions, or like the average person would like to call it, cults. These cultists are a very secretive group of people that were formed within the Institute. As the security and surveillance within the Institute were rather tight, the members weren't even allowed to interact with themselves. They could only recognize themselves through a few secret gestures, actions, by the style of clothes they put on, or by their hairstyle, and even by the type of music they listened to. The Institute were rather aware of them. There were countless measures the higher echelon of the Institute could take to get rid of such organization, but the Institute chose to tolerate them. The reason: what is the use of a good cop without a bad one? There must be balance. Although this had caused the rate of killings within the Institute to soar because of the cult wars that happened from time to time, causing a few geniuses to perish, it wasn't anything too serious, as it was a situation salvageable by the Institute. If the situation got worse, the Institute sent in a few powerhouses to clean them up. Meaning to massacre 60 of the members in various cults before finally leaving. That was one of the disadvantages of joining a cult group. Also, one would stop receiving the full support of the Institute, which means, the resources that would normally be given to a student would not be exceptionally given to a cultist's member. That is also one of the disadvantages. But the advantages are quite good and the benefits are numerous. The F1 before you cubic EMP normally could be bought within the Institute, as it was a necessary device for those who venture out on a mission to the outer world. It normally would cost 1,000 Gyno points when bought through the system available by the Institute. But within the black market protected by several cults, it only cost half the price, 500 Gyno points. From this, one could see the advantages and temptations of joining a cult. Everything within the black market cost half the price unless one gets scammed. That was the punishment for being truly ignorant. Seeing the cube, only one word desperately came into Dav's mind. Fuck. Chapter 57, the F1, before you cubic EMP. Fuck. The size of his legs instantly exploded in size, his heart constricted, skipping a beat, his muscles quivered like raging waves. Energy rushed into his very bones. Everything happened in that split second. Bam. He stomped his foot explosively as he retreated hastily. At the same moment, Lu Feng smirked when he saw this. He then flicked his fingers, hurling the blue cube straight towards the ground with a snicker. Crack. The electric blue ice cube hit the ground with a loud smash. The sound was akin to that of a glass cup smashing towards the ground. Instantaneously, visible arcs of electricity exploded from the cube, parallel to the ground. It expanded with speed of light, forming a barely visible force field, a 100-meter radius, in the blink of an eye. Despite his efforts, Dav could only watch with wide eyes as the radius of the lightning arc passed through him. The barrier had been formed, then it went transparent as if the event hadn't taken place, but David knew better. He knew he was in danger this time. In less than 30 seconds, the whole 100-meter radius had gone silent. He couldn't even send in a distress signal, as no kind of sound waves or data could pass through the invisible barrier. From his forehead, tiny droplets of sweat could be seen, showing how incredibly tense he was. Without any warning, an electric current scurried down his spine, filling his back in an instant. The danger was right behind him. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached for David. It grabbed at his shoulders. Dav's expression changes slightly. He didn't even know when Lu Feng had reached his back. His body instantaneously reacted. Blood flowed into his veins with massive velocity as he twisted his shoulders slightly, evading the grab. Swoosh. He could feel the threatening force pass his shoulders. Right now, his side facing Lu Feng, he could vaguely see Lu Feng with the corner of his eyes. There wasn't enough time to change position. The time he needed to face Lu Feng was already enough for Lu Feng to deal with him. He had to find a way to salvage the situation. Every person had their strengths and weaknesses. Lu Feng was fast and also very strong. If he wanted to win, he had to display his strength to its fullest and use it to his advantage. This did not only apply to the opponent he was currently facing, it was also applicable to the opponents he would face in the future too. Using one's strength to counter others' weaknesses. This was the basic knowledge in combat. But in this case, what was his strength? A vague realization crossed his mind as he seemed to grasp it. He thought more thoroughly and he figured it out suddenly as joy appeared in his heart. I have got it. My strength lies in my extreme body control. Previously, when the instructor had implied not everyone could control the muscles in their bodies perfectly, he had thought nothing of it, but when he also heard it from the theory lessons, he knew he was an exception, as he could feel that the muscles, blood vessels, veins, and even his internal organs seemed to be under his control. He had been eager to test it specifically, but there just wasn't enough time. A 3 talent could just faintly control 50% of his overall muscles active in the body, but DAV felt as if he could control all his muscles perfectly. Even the control of the organs, which was usually quite difficult for even Powerhouse to control, he felt if he tried really hard, he could move them. It was inconceivable. He was simply a cheat, a bug-like existence. He was one of a kind. He had to use as little movements as possible to counter Lu Feng's speed. It was the idea that had suddenly popped up in his head. Swiftly making a decision, DAV hurried and leaped to the side. He didn't even retaliate, as he instinctively knew it was a waste of time, it would cause him harm instead. Dav's heart muscles constricted as it skipped a beat. His legs' muscles expanded. Instantly, he stomped his foot towards the ground with the force of a hammer, propelling him sideways. 3-fold step. He shot sideways with amazing speed. But despite that, he still didn't feel the comfort he had expected. The chills down his spine remained there. Lu Feng had followed behind him like a specter at night. There was no way to fight it all. The explosive energy wasn't something he could withstand with his current body. This time, his expression had dropped by several levels. He had used the 3-fold technique, which directly increased his speed by 3 times. Yet, Lu Feng could still keep up with him. Doesn't this mean Lu Feng was at least 3 times stronger than him? There was a sudden whoosh. Another attack was coming behind him. It was a fist. This time it was headed directly towards his head. This move was extremely vicious, as the opponent would have his skill broken with the force used if hit. All of a sudden, Dav's eyes flashed. It was like he had eye at the back of his head. With a gentle and soft movement of his head, he dodged the attack. Whoosh! An astonishingly powerful force passed his neck, missing it by a few centimeters. Twirling the surrounding air with force, Lu Feng's exerted force missed its target. Not missing this chance, his body's placement, which was sideways facing Lu Feng, twisted sideways in that moment. He was now facing Lu Feng directly. This made Lu Feng angry. His opponent did not have a higher blood revolution, which was as high as his, but was able to evade 2 of his attacks and also used the opportunity to change position. It was like a slap to his face. Moreover, he had used a silencer device already, which made his heart ache. That amount of gyno points wasn't very easy for him to acquire. He still had 25 seconds left. He must end this humiliation this instant. Without hesitation, he exhaled at once and made a low shout. His muscles quivered as one could faintly hear the blood in his veins circulating with ferocity. Almost like the faint roar of a flood dragon. Dark Dragon Claw. Chapter 58, Dark Dragon Claw. The Silencer series still had 25 seconds left before running low. He must end this humiliation this instant. Without hesitation, he exhaled at once and made a low shout. The muscles in his arms quivered as one could faintly hear the blood in his veins circulated. Almost like the faint roar of a dragon. Dark Dragon Claws. Lu Feng's hands took the shape of a dragon's claw and performed a combat technique. His entire body lifted up as he soared in the air. He soared forwards as grabbed towards a vital part of David's body, his heart, where his second heart was located, with his vicious attack. The claw was sharp and violent, incredibly ruthless. The wind formed by the claw released piercing sounds, leaving behind faint shadow. This was Lu Feng's peak performance, and any ordinary student would not be able to respond to that. However, his opponent was not an ordinary student. Dav's expression changed as he let out a yell. Blood rushed into his body with incredibly momentum. Hua's arms budged twice as he managed to cross them. He felt an intense power smashing into his body like a moving mountain. He had used all the power in his veins and had blocked it instinctively, but he was tossed through the air. Dav's perception rotated as he was flung away. Twisting his waist arduously, he landed on the ground. He stamped his feet so hard on the ground, he could barely stabilize himself. His arms quivered beside him. It was hurting so bad he thought it was broken. He had to use his special rhythmic vibrating frequency to barely calm it. The opponent did not go easy on him. The explosive force which Lu Feng used was just too overbearing. One more time and it was unknown if it was just his arms that would be breaking. Dav's sweat dripped all over him to the floor, As steam seemed to rise from his head, his skin was already red, showing the high level of blood activities operating within his body. He was completely exhausted, he had reached his limits. But he was not satisfied and would obviously not give up just like that. He was not resigned to this circumstance. He had had enough of people telling him what to do. Suddenly, he felt a sense of crisis. He raised his head instinctively. Lu Feng had attacked with another dark dragon claw. Dav inhaled deeply as anger flashed across his eyes. Ah! Blood seemed to rush into his head as he bellowed out in pure fury. Dav had gone berserk. Dark blood-red tiny veins popped out his eyes as they seemed to shine dark red color. He flexed muscles hard, as his heart contracted, skipping a beat instantaneously. Numerous dark veins the size of the pinky finger popped out, moving erratically around his body, akin to little naughty snakes. His muscles expanded explosively by almost 3 times again. Threefold step. But this time, it wasn't his leg muscles that had expanded by almost 3 times, it was his arms. During the time that he was in class, he had briefly pondered whether he could use threefold step for his arms instead of his legs, but he had squashed that thought from his head almost immediately, as that was just his mischievous side clawing its way out. Using a combat technique meant for legs, using them for the arms was just asking to be crippled. Any single mistake in frequency and in blood, flowing to the wrong blood vessel or veins at the wrong time and at the wrong frequency the muscles were oscillating at would result in a bloody mess. The flesh exploding. Although he had stopped the thought, his subconscious was still swayed by it. Right now, it was his rage and his pride controlling him as he seemed to have stopped thinking entirely. Dav's muscles trembled imperceptibly like raging waves. He stretched forward both of his fists suddenly, smashing them down at the incoming claws. Boom. The screeching sound was quite loud in the surroundings. The 2 ferocious attacks clashed fiercely. It was like the sounds of tempered steels colliding with one another. The moment the fist and the claw came into contact, Dav felt a great penetrating force barged into his body with intense momentum. Dav's body trembled violently and he retreated 10 steps consequently. The ground trembled with each step as he tried to negate the force rampaging his body. Lu Feng didn't have it good either and was made to retreat 3 steps. After their clash, it was obvious that Dav was still at a disadvantage, but things were different. He wasn't sent flying this time. Janine's mouth flew wide open as she stared, wearing a stunned expression, staring at David. Right now, her mind had gone blank. She herself didn't know the extent of Lu Feng's power, but she knew with absolute certainty that she could never receive a combat technique from him and remain the same. The force would thoroughly devastate her. Right now, Dav wasn't concerned about anything anymore. There was only one thing running through his mind, and that was the word fight. The moment they separated, Dav didn't wait any longer. He rapidly headed for Lu Feng this time. Lu Feng's eyes flew wide open in anger and humiliation. No body told him before he advanced towards David with another dark dragon claw. His fingers seemed to elongate as Lu Feng turned his hands into claws. The claw attacks appeared faintly discernible, but the killing intent penetrated through the air, turning the originally cold night more colder. Lu Feng's attacks were incredibly vicious and filled with a unique type of force, and he kept performing the killing move that others would find hard to withstand. However, Berserk David wasn't one to be underestimated either. Threefold step. Or in this case, threefold strength. Dav used his arms and his legs to perform the threefold techniques. His moves were incredibly sleek and smooth, in contrast to his angry expression. He moved with agile steps and incredibly control, not wasting a singlet of energy, but sadly enough, that wasn't enough. For every move he countered he had to step back for 10 steps before negating each forces, but Lu Feng didn't give him the opportunity to negate the unique force running rampant his body thoroughly. Before he could even make the 5th step, Lu Feng would swoop in like a crazy dragon, clawing towards his body with intense momentum. All this while, Dav had always trampled over his peers on Earth, no matter which situation it was. But by the time he crossed over to this world, this was the 2nd time his peer would attempt to trample him. He was quite unwilling to allow that. His eyes radiated a strong battle intent as the light in his eyes shone. With a great roar, he tapped deep into the energy reserves contained within his body. His muscles bulged explosively as his body expanded. Visible veins the size of a little finger appeared all over his body, moving like scurrying snakes, and his muscles quivered in a peculiar rhythm. His body seemed to expand in size. He grew from a thin teenager into an almost 2-meter giant. He had somehow used threefold technique for the whole of his body. Roar. It was as if he had turned into a violent great ape. He bent his body like a great bow and then... boom. He abruptly punched out. His fist smashed out towards Lu Feng's claws like a fierce heavenly hammer. Chapter 59, Body Strengthening Technique. Roar. It was as if he was a violent great ape. His aura surged as he faced off a wild and violent aura. Like a great beast of the wilderness, he bent his body just like an arrow to a bow and then... boom. He abruptly punched out. His fist screamed through the air with friction and he smashed out towards Lu Feng's claws like a fierce heavenly hammer. Seeing this, Lu Feng's expression changed greatly. Dav's current momentum was incredibly fierce and savage, like he could crush him with just a single strike. There wasn't much thoughts needed. He shouted in a low voice as he performed his trump card. His claws morphed into fists as he also punched out. Black Dragon's Decree. Boom. It was like heavenly judgment on earth. Visible shockwave spread through the air between Dav and Lu Feng. The air crackled, surging winds shook the surroundings, and even the force field EMP that had been installed seemed to flash in and out of existence, lighting the surroundings environment blue in color. Dav's huge body and Lu Feng's body remained still for a short moment. Abruptly, they were flung backwards simultaneously by their own force. Dav flew through the air like a projectile. He seemed to have lost all of his strength as his muscles shrank back to their previous size. His body also became smaller in the air as he returned to his previous positions. Bam bam bam. He landed towards the ground without any form of elegance. His body bounced 3 times on floor before sliding backwards a few meters, after which, it came to a skidding stop. Right now, Dav's current state was extremely dangerous and quite pitiful. He had been knocked out cold, dark red blood profusely dripped out from his lips to the ground. His body trembled imperceptibly while his muscles quivered like waves. His expression was currently furrowed as if he was experiencing a great pain. Light groans could be heard from his lips. Lu Feng's situation was still a lot better than David's. His clothes were tattered all over and blood could be seen dripping down his perfect lips. His previously perfectly combed and gelled hair had scattered all over with dust and sand in them. Sweat dripped continuously from his head, but his handsome face was incredibly twisted. He was angry. He was incredibly incensed. He had never once been in a situation like this one before. Who was he? Lu Feng, a terrific 4-star prodigy. He is the proud and incredible prodigy in genetics. The Institute had personally told him that he had hopes of advancing to the level of the Grand Professor, and if he was diligent and could overcome his peers, that he could be under the Grand Prof as an intern. That was the first step if he wants to become the next Grand Prof of the Institute. These were his ambitions and dreams, as he was an incredibly ambitious person. He aimed straight to the top. But what had happened to him now? He had been beaten back and had even failed to handle an individual with blood cycles no higher than 50 cycles per minute. It was a huge disgrace for him, and if word was to get out, he would have no face nor reputation left to protect. All his ambitions would turn to smoke. Visible but untouchable. Real but yet unreal. He would surely be doomed. Anger shone through his eyes as glared at David, who was unconscious a few tens of meters away. He shot forwards towards David, just like a moving phantom. Dav was defenseless now. There was nothing he could do to defend himself as he was unconscious. If nothing was done to stop Lu Feng, it was unlikely anything good would come out of it. Wait, as he moved, a tender but loud voice pierced through the atmosphere like the siren's call. It was Janine. Lu Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned to face Janine, glaring at her for the sudden intrusion. What do you mean? He questioned her with anger apparent in his tone. Janine shivered as she instinctively took a step back. I think he has passed the range of the EMP. Janine explained as she stuttered. Lu Feng's eyes darkened as he observed his surroundings for confirmation. 100 meters was an incredibly short amount of space to fight, but Lu Feng had though he could finish his opponent off without even going through half of the distance. He checked through his imprint, only to realize that it was true. David was currently just a few meters away from the EMP's range of coverage. At most, 5 seconds were all it took to cover such distance, but Lu Feng had thought he had things under control, but he was clearly wrong. If he stretched his hands, Lu Feng could even touch him and could possibly bring back him into the range of the silencer, as there were still 7 seconds left, but he knew better and he also dared not to try it. David's imprint had already disconnected from the Institute server, which was already suspicious. If it happened again within the span of 24 hours, there would be emergency backup and it would be a powerhouse that would show up in that instant. He dared not to try anything. His expression turned savage as he shouted with gritted teeth, he almost couldn't accept this situation. Even though he got what he was originally planning on doing to David, as he had planned to beat him into a pulp and then render him unconscious, he wasn't satisfied in the slightest. But there was obviously nothing he could do about it. Bastard. You won't escape next time, I will make sure of it. Lu Feng said, word for word. That was his last words. Turning towards Janine, he said, let's go. 7 seconds were enough to erase most traces of battles that had taken place. He had used a unique contraption he had gotten especially for this type of situations. As it was low-leveled, it couldn't erase all the deep traces, but as long as the Institute didn't personally investigate the matter, there was nothing to worry about. Investigations in this era was very thorough, and they could even use the unique heat frequency one's bodily heat changes at to recognize the culprit. Lu Feng left with Janine as quickly as they had arrived, as if they weren't there in the first place. When DAV came to, it was a bit past 3 a.m. in the midnight. He was unconscious for almost 8 hours. Chapter 60, Full Body Scan. It was a bit past 3 a.m. in the midnight when David came to. He groaned miserably as he tried to prop himself up with his hands but was unable to do so. Extreme pain shot through his very bones. At this moment, he felt as if his body was entirely made out of jelly. He felt as though he had undergone the most vigorous training that existed. His arms were awfully sore, the muscles in his arms were even twitching by themselves, barely listening to his stand-up. From another's point of view, David's condition was quite terrible. His body contained several bloody tears and lacerations because of the fragile outer veins, meridians and blood vessels rupturing, which was caused by the inappropriate usage and the abuse they had gone through. In simple terms, it was because he had used a taboo technique. A technique meant solely for the lower limbs. He had utilized it using his upper body, which caused some of his blood vessels to rupture by the sheer amount of velocity, speed, and power his blood had been circulating at. It was a miracle his major blood vessel wasn't badly damaged. David could be said to have luckily survived a disaster. What he had done was unprecedented and nothing short of a miracle. Although he wasn't the first desperate person in the Institute to think and use idea of using a leg technique for his arms, he was the only one that had survived after the initial exponential increase in strength and the burst in power. Others before him had died shortly after their battles due to excessive blood loss, internal bleeding, and the rupturing of several major veins that pumps blood to the heart. Those could be healed in a few minutes if the Institute got involved, but despite that, the victim still dies, due to the fact that they lost control as the beastly characteristics would choose that moment to erupt. The main reason David survived was simply because of his talent, absolute body control. The most amazing ability any powerful being would desperately wish for. As a result, the repercussions of using a technique incorrectly was mostly negated, but still, there were still some negative effects that had occurred in his body. But that wasn't enough to cause that much bloody tears on his body. One wouldn't know how extraordinary one was unless when compared to others. He was literally almost a bloody mess right now. Looking at the time, he was unconscious for almost 8 hours. Perform a full body scan. David's dry voice rang out as he decisively spoke with the AI. Accurate full body scan will cost 100 gyno points. Do you wish to continue? The cybernetic voice replied. Dav's expression changed slightly. 100 gyno points was no small amount to him or any new students of the Institute, but still, he had to know the full extent of his injuries to find the means of curing them fully without leaving some out. In the Institute, it was absolutely free and it costs nothing to make a full body scan at the Institute's infirmary, but the result of the scan would be straight up sent to the Institute, and the secret he himself wasn't sure he had would surely be exposed to the Institute, his absolutely body control. The Institute won't miss such a fine specimen and would spare no efforts at obtaining him. He wouldn't even be able to resist, and his disappearance in the Institute wouldn't even cause the slightest ripple in the hegemony called the Institute. Making the AI perform a full body scan on him would save time and effort, and at the same time, the result of the full body scan would be absolutely confidential. Unless he wished to release it to the Institute, he would be rewarded with a few gyno points though. DAV replied positively. In that brief moment, a few blurry rays of lights that were like lasers swept through his body. DAV felt tiny bits of electric current spread through his entire body. He shivered slightly in pleasure. The feeling was akin to being high on drugs or on the peak of a climax. Almost as if he was high on ecstasy. It was a stark contrast with the pain and soreness he had been feeling a brief moment ago. He couldn't hold it in as a slight moan escaped his lips. Body scan complete. Do you wish to see the results now? The robotic voice broke his moment as the initial euphoria faded. Sighing slightly, yes, show me, he replied. Some bits of energy had filled his body due to the initial body scan. Interruption in blood circulation and internal bleeding is the main cause of unconsciousness. Other diagnosis includes internal tremor, essential tremor, functional impairment of the neurons, central nervous system disorders, damaged reticular formations, tachycardia, acrotism, cerebral concussion, minor blood vessels laceration, tiny bone fracture, whiplash, knee trauma. Just stop. Dav shook his head because he was getting increasingly dizzy by the minute. What was this all about? The only few things he understood was the first few sentences, the rest was just alien language to him. Just give me the rough estimate of my condition. David interrupted and started moving forwards. In just a few moments, the AI reply came in. Scan revealed that user has multiple bone fractures, internal bleeding, essential tremor of the organs, interruption of the blood circulation, several veins burst, muscles straining, blood loss, etc. The most injury which seemed severe was the overworking of the hearts, which had almost led to a heart attack and organ collapse caused by performing in higher grade combat technique or by abusing the limits of a combat technique. The robotic voice rang out in his head. David took some time to ponder. He was truly lucky this time. A heart attack for a Spryher basically means death. Because, it was at that moment the second heart's genetic characteristics would strike, and if one was not very careful, one might just lose control. Solution includes submerging into the energy tank for a few hours. It would help heal the external and inter wounds. For better recovery, it is advisable to add a vial of serum, as there seemed to be a 50% chance of losing control. His injuries could be said to be serious and also not that severe. Dav's eyebrow locked together upon hearing this. Serums are expensive stuffs, not just anyone could afford it, but he had no choice if he wanted to recover quickly, avoiding the fate of losing control. If he left his body to recover itself, it might take up several weeks of his time, as he would be unable to practice, his blood circulation would not increase during this period, and he would remain stagnant, left behind by his peers, which was quite unacceptable by him. The position he had risked his life for would surely be taken from him. It would surely be a disappointing outcome. Coming out of his thoughts, he headed towards the energy room with slow steps. Almost every step caused him quite a bit of pain, causing his face to distort. There is something which is uncertain to be mentioned. He raised his eyebrow in question to the AI's words. What is it? The level of neurological activity and brain waves activities in the body seemed to be more than 10 times higher than every living organism record in the database. It could be a systematic error that led to such conclusions, but if it is not, this could be a huge discovery that could help humanity. In some ways. If you could submit the result to the Institute, the least amount of gyno points estimated to be given is 20,000 gyno points. Do you wish to proceed with the submission process? David's head was at first blank, after which, he was stunned, and then frantically, he hurriedly shouted, "No!" Sending the result to the Institute was just serving him 2 wolves on golden platter. He wouldn't even know how he died. What huge discovery that could help humanity. It was just a sure death sentence. He would find a way to assist humanity, but definitely not this way. Cough. Cough. He had used too much force to shout out loud. That was how terrified he had been. He didn't have any perverse wish to become an experimental subject. Chapter 61, His Resolve. David hurriedly headed towards the energy room. He needed to recuperate for a while, as his injuries was quite severe. He still had a bit over 3 hours left to his next lecture, so he needed to use every second of it to recuperate. 3 hours later, the sun shone brightly as Dav exited the energy room feeling a bit better. The injuries he had sustained from his fight were more or less serious. His internal organs had been shaken due to the tremor, and according to the full body diagnosis made by the system, the list of his injuries were quite long. He hadn't made a full recovery yet. However, he had healed up nicely enough to attend class without causing himself pain or making the injuries worse. He wasn't at all hungry since he had just soaked in the energy tank. He was filled to the brim with energy. So, he headed for his class, immediately calling forth a skycruiser. He was happy it wasn't the person he had met the first time. The lecture was quite long and boring, as David was too tired to listen. Such things were torture for him in his condition. In the Institute, it was important to attend lectures, as every lecture missed leads to a reduction in points for the final examination. although the points or credits deducted would be quite negligible. Once it piled up, it could cause a headache. Dav hurriedly left the hall after the lecture and headed for his room. This time, there was no accident and no one stopped him, since he practically ran to his room ignoring everything and everyone. A few minutes later, David was quietly sitting in his room, closing his eyes. When he opened them, he appeared quite relaxed and calm, as if nothing could ever shake him. Reaching for the metallic box in front of him, he opened it to reveal a syringe as small as an index finger. The syringe was the serum had spent 100 gyno points to obtain. It had been sent and had arrived through the transporter in his room. The box had been locked, as it requires his identity tag, which is printed in his wrist, to open. Inside the syringe, the black liquid flowed fluidly without leaving a single stain or smear of liquid on the body of the syringe, as there seemed to be little stats hidden within. It was a bit of a fascinating sight. David didn't care for this. The fear of losing control was the most important right now. Without warning, David suddenly stabbed at his thigh with the syringe, injecting then liquid into his body. A faint force appeared within his body. Dav discarded the empty syringe and closed his eyes. He quickly focused on the force, not giving the sensation time to fade. The force was slowly circulating along with flow of blood in his body, urging every cells in his body to move, accelerating their activities by an impressive amount. His body began to itch as though there were thousands of ants gnawing at his flesh, veins and internal organs. But it was bearable. The injuries in his body began healing at a fast pace. The tears in his veins, which had already been healed when he had gone to the energy room, also healed all over again. The flesh wounds he had gotten from the fight began to heal at an eye-catching pace. Although very slowly, in a matter of a few minutes, the wounds closed up nicely and scabbed over slowly. Dav felt the strange force enter his heart through his veins. His heart gradually turned a little hot, causing quite the discomfort. It returned to normal after a while. But David was disappointed to see the strange force started fading fast, until it finally disappeared. David opened his eyes, feeling quite refreshed and satisfied. Although he felt quite pain spending 100 gyno points on his healing, the outcome was quite satisfactory. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold. "Lu Feng, you just wait and see." A cold flint flashed in his eyes. He had been a little naive previously and had thought his life would be a little peaceful, and had even taken things as a joke on his first day. But now, he had realized how serious his situation in the institute was. Any small thing could lead to death. The whole while, his life had been hanging by a thread, but he had been ignorant. As he could remember, he had almost died 3 times while in the institute. The first time was when he had gone to the center to get his talent graded. If he lying about the fact that he was a 3-star talented student, the bracelet would have killed him, as his sensitivity would have been very high. The second time was when he had fought with Janine. At first, he thought it was a normal battle, but as he recalled the situation he was in back then, he couldn't help but shake his head at his ignorant self. If he hadn't practiced the 3-fold step then, he might have been dead or possibly crippled. The third time was with Lu Feng. The genius Asian-looking young man was way too strong. He didn't bother hiding his killing intent and struck sinisterly for the kill. Almost every single attack was a combat technique. Even when he had performed a taboo combat technique, he had still been sent flying. David's blood began to boil in anger. He had taken things far too easily. Now he was hoping not to make the same mistake. Calming his emotions, there was something he needed to check first. When he gotten the red grade combat technique and had practiced it, his thoughts at that time was that his rate of improvement was too slow compared to the genius who had taken over half a year to practice to the prosaic state. The first level of every technique was called the prosaic state, including the black, brown or red grade technique. Due to his ignorance, he had thought the final level of the technique was called the prosaic state. That was why he had assumed he was very slow in his practicing. Chapter 62, Formless Heat, Thermodynamics. But now he had gotten to know that the first level that had taken a 5-star genius of the Institute 6 months to learn had only taken him just 2 days master. He was put to quite the shock. He had never once thought himself as a genius, but this was just too overwhelming. In truth, the reason for that was because of the ability he has, the ability to freely control each and every part of his body at will. And also because he had divided the red grade technique into multiple pieces and also mastered each of them to perfection, was able to learn the technique so quickly. If the 5-star genius had some that, instead of practicing it together, it might not have even taken 3 months to master it. Opening up his personal interface, he clicked on his library while taking a book out from it. Before the fight with Lu Feng had taken place, David had gone to the school's archive to select a combat technique manual and an exercise manual which increases the blood revolution limits in the body. He had planned on practicing at least one of them to the first level last night, but his plans were ruined, and with his injuries, he wasn't able to. But now that they had healed, it was the best time to practice them. Time waits for no one. If he doesn't hurry to get stronger, he might really be left behind by his peers and possibly lose his life in this cruel place. Janine and Lu Feng wouldn't be the only people to covet his position. Others would eventually come swarming in sooner or later. The exercise manual David had gotten from the archive. Since it was free, select only one from the institute, he didn't have to pay to get it. Formless heat, a black-grade training method that utilizes the heat produced from the body to increase the blood circulation in the body. Formless heat contains 3 levels. When practiced to the highest level, users' combat power will increase by a small margin along with the increase in body's temperature, using the first law of thermodynamics. Converting the heat energy to strengthen the body. For example, when in combat, the increase in the bodily temperature is an inevitable phenomenon during combat or in exercise. The training manual uses the intense heat produced by the friction in the body to increase one's strength by raising the blood circulation and blood revolution limit in the body. As a result, consumes more stamina. Gathers the body's heat to forcibly propel the blood, leading to an increase in blood revolution. Warning, only allowed once per day during the beginning stages. Failure to heed to the warning might result to a heart attack or heart failure, as the heart might not be able to withstand the velocity of blood flow. David's expression changed slightly as he saw the description. It was totally different from what he was expecting. It was still better if all it did was increase his strength at the final stage. What David found unacceptable was the fact that it reduces one's stamina. During his fight with Lu Feng, he had figured out the importance of stamina in a fight. It was unknown what the outcome of the battle would be if his stamina was just a tiny bit lower during the fight. Even if he was twice as strong, he doubted he would be a match. It wasn't a matter of underestimating himself, it was the plain truth. David hesitated. His gaze then hardened as he decided to practice the exercise manual. Although he wasn't entirely safe, he still had about a week of safety left. That is if he was careful. Clang. Clang. Firming his resolve, David's room expanded by almost 3 times its previous size as sounds of machinery echoed from his room. Circulating the threefold step, his leg muscles twanged like the sound of a bowstring as it reverberated, almost like the breath of fierce tiger. They quivered with force as his muscles oscillated like the waves of a river with a specific frequency. 42 cycles per minute. His heartbeat quickened as the sound of a heart beating and his blood slouching could be faintly heard from the room. Suddenly, his heart constricted. His legs' muscles instantly exploded in size, veins the size of one's finger wriggled like live snakes, as he took a large stride forwards. Whoosh! Threefold step. Without warning, he shot forwards like a bullet, with amazing speed, as he was instantly propelled forwards by the force that exploded from his legs. No, it wasn't threefold this time, it should be called the fourfold step. It seems as though the battle had benefited him by quite a bit. He had instantly moved by almost 4 times his previous speed. It was quite astonishing. He stopped only after executing the technique until he was at his peak state. His breathing was rough as the technique consumed quite a lot of energy from him. But he kept propelling his blood as his heart kept beating at a very fast pace. 42 cycles per minute. The reason he executed threefold step was because the training manual requires the body to be of an high temperature to successfully train in the method. And also he was testing to see if there were any hidden danger left in his body before practicing the exercise manual. But it seems to be alright, there seemed to be no problem with his body. David took in a deep breath. As his chest puffed out, he seemed to hear the blood flow in his body like a river, accompanied with the beating of his heart like the tempo of a drum. Abruptly, he shivered as the muscles in his body quivered. The room's temperature seemed to have gone down by several degrees. His heart suddenly felt a bit pained and was rapidly growing hot. It was in stark contrast to his body temperature as his breathing turned ragged. His heartbeat suddenly quickened by a margin and felt as though it was about to leap out from his chest. It was very uncomfortable. His body felt extremely cold after performing the technique. But the strength which filled his body at that moment clouded his pain. He had grown a bit stronger in just a few breaths of time. It was euphoric. His body seemed to be brimming with energy, and he also felt his body surging with great strength. He clenched his fists, the air trapped within seemed to crackle in celebration. According to his calculations, he had grown stronger by almost 5%. It was incredibly. If he continued with the practice, multiple times a day, and his strength kept growing by 5%, he would leave his peers in the dust in no time. But it was a pity he could only afford to practice the exercise once a day. If one checked his body temperature at that moment, it had reduced by 40 degrees. 51 blood revolution per minute. Chapter 63, Scorching Fury. If one checked his body temperature at that moment, it had reduced by 40 degrees. The technique had utilized most of the heat generated from his body to spike up an increase in his heartbeat. But in just a few seconds, his body temperature swiftly reverted back to its normal measure as they rapidly absorbed the hot air contained in the surrounding atmosphere. Before he had started practicing the exercising manual, he had spoken to the AI, which provided him with a hot temperature. Environment. The reason for that was because the exercise manual gathers all the heat in the body and using it to forcibly spike an increase in heart rate. It was a very dangerous process that requires delicate and fine control of the muscles and also blood. That exact moment was the most dangerous part in the execution of the practice. If the body's temperature failed to increase during that period of time, some of the most important organs in the body would fail to operate, which would lead to death of the person. You might think that performing an exercise manual was easy, simple, and safe, but in fact, it was quite the opposite. There are a lot of instances where a slight mistake and a lot of situations that could lead to your death once you start practicing. Every exercise manual contains a certain amount of danger. A simple blood flow in the wrong veins could lead to internal bleeding. Oscillating the muscles at the wrong frequency could rupture the whole muscle system and even the nerves, resulting in one being crippled. There is always a certain amount of price you would pay if you want to gain power. David let out a breath of turbid air. His eyes rolled rapidly, he was thinking. The warning contained in the technique clearly stated that at the beginning stages, you can only perform the practice once in a day. But David felt that with the absolute control he had over his body, he could perform at most 5 sets of formless heat before his heart and body reach its limits. It was an inconceivable thought, but as the owner of his body, he knew what was best for his body and also knew where his body's limit lies. He hesitated because it might just be a misconception of his because he had grown a bit stronger. The Institute only has a high-grade black tier combat manual. He no longer hesitated. In just a span of 20 minutes, the temperature of his body lowered by a few degrees 4 more times and also rose back to its normal temperature, absorbing the surrounding heat. David was keeping it safe. He didn't want to cause harm to his body, just for the sake of growing stronger. If his body was injured, it might slow down his progress instead. Controlling his heart rate to its normal measure. He focused on the strength he had gained. According to one's calculations, his strength should have increased by at least 25%. But David felt it was a little lower than that. It seems the more one circulated the formless heat, the lesser the effect would be, since his body was gradually getting used to the process. He had meditated on his fight with Lu Feng and he realized that he lacked an attack combat technique and also experience in fighting. Lu Feng had performed a total of 2 combat technique during that night, which was obviously at the prosaic state, while he only had an evasive technique that increases his speed. It was his stubbornness, or as he would call it, his willpower, that saved him. Turning his holographic image on, his fingers swiftly tapped on the structure of light, after which, he brought out a book whose structure is made of a few clusters of lights. Scorching Fury, a high-tier black-grade combat technique that infuses every move made by the user with an explosive force which contains a burning sensation. Contains 3 levels. When practiced to the 3rd level, every punch and kicks have a 70% chance of burning the affected area. When practiced to the perfection state, burning blood, the explosive power and scorching heat contained within one's fist could be used to roughly temper a block of black iron. Every moves made will be double its attack power. The reason David had chosen this technique was because it could assist him in practicing his training manual for a long time. Continuing to use his body's heat would eventually lead to a problem, so he chose a combat technique that could help him produce that heat. And also, he had decided to follow just one path. He knew his temper well, which was as unrestrained as fire itself, so choosing the formless heat was the perfect choice for him. Moreover, since he had chosen an exercise manual with the fire attribute, he then proceeded to select a combat technique with the same attribute, as it might superimpose, which would lead to an increase in his strength. A few minutes later, David threw the book back into his imprint. He had memorized the entire instructions contained within Scorching Fury. It was only at this moment did he realize that his intelligence had somehow grown by a lot. Although he could confidently say that he was intelligent, He had never gotten last place in any of his classes, he was always placed second to the last night place. But it wasn't this exaggerated, he had memorized the entire technique in a matter of a few minutes. It was a lot surprising to him as he had just noticed this. Suddenly, a rumbling sound could be heard from his room as his chest rumbled. Thump. 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 His heartbeat rose as blood circulated through his entire system. Strength and energy filled his entire body. The massive 20% increase in strength still felt a bit strange and awkward but oddly comforting to him. Executing Scorching Fury, the muscles in his arms quivered, growing hot rapidly as they oscillated in a particular frequency. His blood surged faster and faster, directing them according to what was written on the formula. His heartbeat continued to rise until it reached its limit. 51 CPM. 1 cycle per minute. Chapter 64, Increase in Strength. Executing Scorching Fury, the muscles in his arms quivered, growing hot rapidly as they oscillated in a particular frequency. His blood surged faster and faster, directing them according to what was written on the formula. His heartbeat continued to rise until it reached its limit. 51 cycle per minute. Without warning, he punched out. Boom. A soft booming sound echo bounced off David's walls as a slightly visible heat waves could be seen surging out from his fists, the air distorted from the heat that emerged from his fist. But David wasn't satisfied with it. Since nothing had happened to the black iron puppet. Not waiting for the euphoria to fade, he threw out a second punch, a third, a fourth. He continued to punch out using the Scorching Fury. As David continued to execute the combat technique, the heatwave emerging from his fist became more and more visible with each fist thrown out. If one were to look at David, one could see his stances becoming more and more refined as his fists proceeded to tear through the air. The heatwaves that were formerly scattered and all over the place were becoming a bit more condensed around his fist compared to his previous punches. Prosaic state in just 2 minutes. From his normally 2 punches per 3 seconds, it gradually grew by the minute. If it were a normal punch, without the use of combat technique, any random Spryher in the Institute could easily break the world record back on Earth. But the activation of a technique takes a significant amount of time to circulate the blood and oscillate the correct frequency and also heartbeat. Everything must be right. So in this situation, it was considered very good to execute a technique in 3 seconds when you just started training it. Whoosh. 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 David's punch got quicker and faster as the temperature in the room rose at a fast pace. He was like an angry beast, raining punches at the puppet like a mad beast in a swift but savage manner. Sweat dripped down his forehead like rain while some were already evaporating in a slow pace due to the heat, but David didn't care. He continued executing Scorching Fury. David's eyes flashed with a brilliant glow and without hesitation. Ha! David shouted, and then without caution, he took a large stride forward. His heart that was beating as fast as a piston suddenly constricted, not even waiting for a second. His leg muscles shook and it expanded by almost 4 times its previous size. Whoosh! Threefold step. But that wasn't all. Scorching Fury. His muscles burned as his blood suddenly grew very hot and painful. To ease his pain, his leg swept at the human-shaped steel made of black iron human puppet, not far from him. He kicked with full force, releasing the energy threatening to burst out. Boom. An explosive sound thundered outwards. The air cracked with thunder as the earth shook like an earthquake. Dense visible ripples of shock waves and heat wave exploded out with terrifying force as steel shards shot out in all and every direction. David's kick had crushed almost half of the steel's head. Scorched marks could be seen as it covered the remaining half of the black iron human puppet. The hot temperature only melted a few scraps of iron at the edge of the human-shaped iron puppet. David's face paled and was immediately sent flying by a terrifying force. He was thrown to the ground, while panting loudly. He had exhausted all of his strength in that final attack. Ha ha ha. David suddenly burst into laughter. He was very satisfied with his own accomplishments. He finally had a trump card he could finally call his own. Scorching Fury together with threefold step. That combo was simply too terrifying. He was certain that if he met Lu Feng right now and manages to catch him off guard with the move, even if Lu Feng has twice his previous strength, he would certainly be gravely injured if he tried to counter Scorching Kick. But it was obvious he couldn't execute the move for more than 3 times or his veins and nerves would be scorched by the temperature. Even if he has extreme control over his body, there was nothing he could do to protect his organ. If one day his body grew strong enough to withstand such usage and temperature, he could freely use it, but until then. David clenched his fist tightly. He finally had the strength to protect himself, even if it was just from his classmates who are constantly chasing after his life and his position on the rankings list. It was just the beginning though. Although there are still a lot of new students that are stronger and more capable than Lu Feng, they wouldn't be interested in a position as low as the 7th place. The image of a female student suddenly flashed past his mind, Philida. He didn't know how strong she would be right now, but he could guess her strength should have surged by a lot, but he wasn't going to underestimate himself. If he too was pushed to his limits, he could temporarily gain the strength to fight back, but not without a heavy cost. David then recollected circulating threefold step with his entire body. At that time, although he couldn't remember much of what had happened due to his anger, what he knew was that he had a sudden surge in strength. What if he executed threefold step with his wild body without regards and then simultaneously also executed scorching fury? The increase in strength would be devastating. David suddenly shook his head. His perception and his sensitivity of his body told him that he would certainly be the first person to die from internal heat if he tried doing that. He was beginning to trust his instincts even more than he did himself. Scorching kick. That was what he named the moves. Do not blame him, he has had a bad naming sense ever since he could remember. That might be the one thing which would reign constant on this life. The next day, David stepped out of the hall and headed towards his next class, which was actually combat lessons. He could walk there since there was more than enough time to get to the field before the lesson starts. Hey, David. Dav turned his head towards the person who called out his name. Standing beside David as they continued to walk, Nihia smiled as he said, I didn't see you yesterday, did something happen? Towards Nihia's question, Dav glanced sideways at Nihia, and was about to reply, but he weirdly stopped. Dav frowned as he took another glance at Nihia. Something flashed in his eyes for a second before it retreated afterwards. Although it happened in a split second, but strangely, Nihia caught on. Is there something on my face? He asked, running his face with his hands. David retracted his gaze as he nonchalantly replied. There was, but the breeze blew it off already, so don't worry about it. And also, I was having a few problems with my training method, but it's all good now. That was the reason why I was unavailable yesterday. Dav said. But not without stealing another glance at Nihia, as his frown couldn't help but deepen. He could only hope that what his instincts told him was wrong. Chapter 65, Metallic Palm. The duo arrived at the field where the lessons was going to take place with Nihia, charging in tow. There were other students that had gotten there earlier before them. David scanned the field with his eyes. He saw some other students who he could recognize. His gaze lingered on Nick for a second, before he retracted it. His gaze suddenly hardened when he saw the figure of a person. It was Janine, and she was chatting with other male fellow students flocking around her all the while, smiling cutely. One wouldn't help but admire her beauty as her fingers twirled around her blazing red hair. It was a magnificent sight. But David was still filled with anger to notice such details. His hands itched to gift her a punch, but he contained himself while he checked her immediate surroundings, but to no avail. He couldn't find the person he was really looking for, which was Lu Feng. Suddenly, as if feeling the gaze of someone lingering on her for too long, she looked over towards David. And as she who it was, her expression turned rather ugly while she tried concealing it quickly. But the people with her were exceptionally sharp students. They noticed a change in her expression. Whale, a very handsome black-skinned youth with an exceptionally huge figure, frowned when he noticed. With that, he asked, Is anything the matter, Janine? You look somewhat uncomfortable. Without waiting for her to reply, Whale glanced towards the direction she had faced before as he squinted his eyes towards David's position. Is it that skinny guy over there? Did he do anything to you? The other students with her also had a slight frown on their faces as they faced Janine with a questioning look. At first she denied it, but since they insist, she explained, he is called David Syntax and is currently holding the 7th position on the rookies rankings list. Upon hearing this, the others all nodded as they looked at David's figure in a new light. Those whose name are on the rankings list, although some are not very powerful, they still possess a considerable amount of strength. So what's the problem? Whale was confused. Janine's expression then turned sour as she continued. I had approached him, hoping to negotiate with him by buying the position from him. I told him I will pay any price for it, but he actually wanted to take advantage not of me. I had no other choice than to initiate a forced duel with him. Who would have expected him to sneak an attack on me? At the end of her speech, tears threatened to spill out of her eyes. This immediately infuriated the male students around her. But they weren't stupid people. Among those that are in the institute, less than 20% were dim-witted. They immediately saw through her lies, but still, there had to be some truth in her words. Therefore, David was at fault matter what. Nihia and David had just settled at a position on the soft grass of the field when suddenly David felt several piercing sensation down his spine. He immediately looks back and saw the several male students with Janine earlier glaring daggers at him. David couldn't care less about them as his body didn't even react to their threat. It was only a single individual among them that gave him a slight reaction, the black dude that was currently heading over towards his direction. David's expression turned ugly instantly. Janine had done it again. It seems she likes other people doing her dirty job. This was the second time someone had come, wanting to battle him for her sake, and honestly, it was getting a little frustrating. Whale headed towards David as he stretched forth his hands in greeting. "I'm Whale, what's your name?" Whale asked with a smile. A little confused, David stood up, shaking hands with Whale. He knew something was up with the scenario even without his primal instincts warning him, but he couldn't tell what it was as he couldn't figure it out. He would just take whatever came his way. Stretching forth his hand, they clasped hands. Upon seeing this, the students shook their heads upon the naivety of this fellow student called David. Acta ally daring to shake hands with Whale. That is just asking for his bones to be crushed. Nihia just stood to the side, watching the drama unfold with an expressionless face, seemingly having no intention of supporting David at all. Whale had gained a nickname within the short period of time he had been in the institute. Hands of Steel. Which is related to the combat technique manual he had chosen, Metallic Palm. A low-tier black-grade combat technique manual. Gradually transmute the hands to be as hard as metal itself. When trained to the highest level, one's hand will shine with a metallic luster and could easily crush stones to powder with the hands alone. Obviously, Whale hadn't practiced to that stage yet. He had only reached the prosaic state, 1. But still, his hands could crush the fragile bones in one's finger. He had used this technique to secure the 9th place for himself in the rankings just recently. As David clasped hands with Whale, he felt as though his hands had been locked in place with a vice grip, too. His expression changed slightly as he felt a force squeeze at his hand, threatening to crush it. Whale only smiled as he pushed his blood circulation and also activating the combat technique, Metallic Palm, and continued to increase the force in his grip. David's expression loosened as he also pushed his blood circulation, urging his blood while his strength continued to rise as he forcefully resisted Whale's Metallic Palm with his strength alone. It should be known that Dav's blood revolution had reached a terrifying 53 cycle per minute. Almost at the bottleneck of 1 cycle per second. A stage where one can decide either to continue increasing his or her blood revolutions or advance to the next stage. Advancing to the next stage while at a blood revolution on 1 cycle per second would result in a successful breakthrough. But those that advance at that level can never hope to compete with those that advance with a 3 CPS, 3, in strength. The more blood revolutions you have when you can circulate, the more strength you gain when you advance. Dav smirked, "I'm David Syntax. 1. Beginner state. 2. A tool or machine specifically used to clamp or hold wood or steel for cutting or filling. 3. Cycles per second. Chapter 66, Second State, Dark Sheen." David looked at him and chuckled, "I'm David Syntax." The spectators were surprised as they failed to realize what was going on. Every person who had dared to shake hands with Whale all retreated with fractured bones in a matter of seconds, but obviously, David was still fine and even had the strength to laugh even after it was almost a minute. "I don't think Whale is using his full strength yet," someone couldn't help but say. "Yeah, maybe he has developed a new hobby of slowly torturing his prey," another guessed. The other students nodded their heads in agreement. It wasn't weirdly that a person could develop a new habit. It happens often if one chose a path that was a bit non-suitable. Whale's expression shifted as saw that the force he was executing wasn't enough to deter David. Intact, David looked to be comfortable. Whale immediately increased his force output to 80%. Meanwhile, he sneered, "Let's see how you can remain smiling with over 80% of my power together with my metallic palm." Propelling his blood further, newfound strength empowered him as he increased the power in his hands. There was a slight creaking sound as the power of their hands colliding increased. What was slightly unexpected is that despite Whale increasing his strength further, David could still remain smiling despite the situation. This made Whale frown slightly as the outcome he was expecting didn't happen. His face grew dark. Angrily, he glared at David with cruelty in his eyes, and immediately, he pushed his blood circulation to the limit. The euphoric sound of his heart pumping and the intoxicating feeling of strength filling his body invaded him. He still couldn't get used to it. He wanted every opportunity to feel this moment, and together with the sound of his opponent screaming for mercy. It was an exhilarating feeling for him. He wasn't a mindless idiot that would cause trouble for a girl who might not even consider dating him. But if she did consider him after he defeated this opponent, it was the legendary killing two birds with one stone. With a sneer, he activated his combat technique, Metallic Palm, with full force, not bothering to hold back anymore because it seems his opponent has a little bit of ability. Whale's hands shone slightly with a dark color that shows that he had activated his combat technique. "Oh, it seems this guy had a bit of ability to resist hands of steel to this point," a young-looking spectator said when he saw the sheen on Whale's hand. Clearly speaking about David's ability to resist Whale. Indeed, he has already forced Whale to activate his combat technique. It's worth praising him for. I don't think he would last much longer anymore. Another student shook his head in pity. "Why do you say so?" one person asked. "Whale's technique has surpassed the first state and had already reached the second state, Dark Sheen," the guy said as a matter of fact. "Really?" the others gasped in amazement. For one's combat technique to reach the second state in such a short time they had been in the institute, it is indeed an amazing feat. It showed how talented Whale is. 5 seconds passed, nothing. 10 seconds passed, still nothing. The audience began to notice that something was wrong with the situation. But after another 5 seconds passed, Whale suddenly felt a foreign force invading his palms, which was impossible. He doubted if it was his mind's playing tricks on him. One of the advantages of Metallic Palm is that it is resistant to forces such as shock waves, heat waves, vibration forces, tremors, etc. of the same states and grades. For example, if one person had attacked using a low-tier black-grade combat technique which had only been practiced to the first state, and the other person had countered using the another low-tier black-grade technique which he had also practiced to the first state, the force would counter each other and neither would gain the upper hand. It would all depend on the strength level and blood circulation or fighting experience of each person to win against the other. But if one of them had practiced the combat technique to the second state, and the other had only practiced theirs to the first state, the outcome would be different, as the individual who had upgraded his technique to the second level would undoubtedly win. Whale wasn't ignorant of the fact, and he would dare say he was the only one who had practiced their combat technique to the second level, but an average cipher didn't have the potential to do that. He placed his pride on his talent, as he is a 3-star talented student. It was the sole reason for his confidence. Also, he had an enormous amount of blood velocity which circulated his blood with force. When pushed to the limit, his blood circulation had reached a terrifying 50 cycles per minute the last time he checked. That was another reason for his confidence in defeating David. That was why when he felt the energy entering his palm, he had dismissed it. But he could clearly feel a sort of energy reacting to his palm. Suddenly, Whale's face changed. He could feel that his hand, which was clasping at David's, was quickly getting hotter and hotter. With each passing seconds, "Pi pi pi pa pa pa." A popping sound was heard and a slight sizzling sound accompanied it. One could see smoke emerging from the clasped hands. Whale felt a terrifying heatwave passing through his metallic hand's defenses, attempting to burn through his hands, vessels, and blood. His face changed as he attempted to pull back his arm, but it was to no avail. It was as if his hand had been locked by an iron vice. Subsequently, he immediately recognized the technique David had used, Scorching Fury. He couldn't help but be surprised and furious. It was a high-tier black-grade technique. He hadn't expected his opponent to have the boldness to practice a high-tier technique. Practicing a top-tier combat technique will undoubtedly make one powerfully among one's peers, but it was impossible to reach the first state without at least a week of practice just to reach the first state. Following that, to reach the second state one would need at least 2 to 3 weeks which of practice to touch upon the second state. The problem was that there was not enough time to practice such technique. The students were already at each other's throats, and the weak would be trampled upon by the strong, also having their gyno points and resources snatched from each other. No one was stupid enough to give you time or the chance to grow stronger. It was the typical law of the jungle in here. The only difference is that the law of the jungle also has its own rules. Chapter 67, Sparring Match. The crowds instantly exploded into discussions. They couldn't understand what was happening. Were they not supposed to hear the crunching sounds of bones as expected? But why was there the sound of something popping and frying, and what was with the slightly aromatic smoke of iron and meat emerging from their hands? Janine's expression had since turned ugly. This fellow is really useless. Here he was bragging about how talented he is, reaching the second state of his technique. But what happened now? He was about to get his ass handed to him. His value immediately dropped more than half in Janine's mind. At a particular position on the field, Philita was sitting on the field with some of her clansmates who had been assigned to this lecture with her. She was slightly surprised by what she saw, but she thought it was to be expected. SJE had figured that there had to be something special about him since she had been assigned to secretly keep an eye on him, and even before she had been told to, she had been interested in him even before that. She gazed at him with a deep look while she contemplated. Nihia also glanced at David, as he thought. If he couldn't even resolve this little problem by himself, 55, then he isn't qualified to be a threat to me. But his normally gentle and easy to bully expression was nowhere to be found. Instead, it was replaced by an indifferent look. A bit contrast to what one would expect. The crowds contemplated as they stared at David's smiling face, and the twisted expression Whale was slowing surfacing. A guess gradually took form in their mind. Some people still couldn't comprehend what was happening. It was then. Oh! I see something interesting going on here. A loud, dull but sweet voice rang out from the crowds. The crowds hurriedly parted ways as a curvy figure of a 5'7" tall lady emerged. It was Instructor Ayala. It was unknown when she had arrived, but she had somehow arrived at the midst of the squabbles. The students quickly arranged themselves in a straight line, not daring to delay. David reluctantly released his opponent's hands. He sighed to himself. It was such a pity. This was a rare chance to test out the strength of his fellow students, and also a chance to hint at them that he was a tough nut to crack. He wasn't as easy to bully as he looked just because his expression looked lazy. Whale hurriedly retracted his hands. The burning sensation was already becoming unbearable for him, and if the situation continued for a little while longer, his metallic palm would be thoroughly broken, which might lead to his hands becoming crippled. His face twitched in fear as he retreated from David with terror. He didn't want to stay a single second with this deceptive person. He looked quite lazy and easy to bully, but who knew he was actually acting a wolf clothed in sheep's wool? Looking down at his hands, it was already disfigured. Some parts are red in color while some parts are black, and some parts looked as though they had been burnt. The lines segmenting the palms, which is usually deeply imprinted in everyone's palm, had already been burnt clean. His palm was as bald as his head. Absolutely no difference. Seeing as the students had gotten into position, Instructor Ayala smiled cheerfully. Her smile was just as radiant as the sun itself. This came as a surprise to the students and also David. Ever since the students could remember, the instructor had never once smiled at them, since she was always so indifferent in any situation. It appears that something bad might happen very soon. And as if confirming their thoughts, Instructor Ayala spoke up. I was about to take you guys on some combat lessons, getting to familiarize you on how to deal with different situations using myriads of tactics. But, she paused as her smile widened. Gazing at both David and Whale. I think most of you find that boring, isn't it? She questioned, and without waiting for them to answer, she continued. So, since most of you find it very boring, well, don't we take things to a more practical level? She clapped her hands. Now, let's spar. Saying this, she brought forth her holographic image to the air, as she typed in some information into her system. No need to waste my time. Your opponent has been randomly chosen by my AI and would be sent to you in 3, 2, 1, now. As soon as she finished her words, every student in the field got a notification. David also got one. Opening up his system, he saw a new message stating, Sparring match, your instructor has initiated a sparring match. Reward for winning, 20 points. Rewards for losing, -5 points. Opponent, Daisy Vega. Tally, number 16. Time, 5 minutes. The information was as simple as that. There was nothing else about his opponent he could take advantage of. And according to his understanding, it seemed that they would be the 16th group to fight. David frowned at the lack of information, but was also somewhat relieved. If he couldn't view the full information on someone, then that means that others would be unable to gain access to his either. It was both comforting and frustrating. There wasn't even a picture of the girl he was to spar with. The only way he would know was when the time comes for them to step forwards. She would undoubtedly do so. Retracting his thoughts. What number were you given? Nihia whispered to him. 16, you, he answered in a low voice. It a little early than mine. Mine is 22. Nihia answered in a low tone filled with a silly smugness. But David just glanced at him, after which he didn't say any more. It was unknown what he was thinking about. Instructor Ayala instantly took off to a particular position on the field. Suddenly, the instructor suppressed a groan slightly as a bone blade gradually grew from her forearm just like X-Men. David watched in mild surprise and the other students as the bone took form, growing into a 1-meter bone blade. David had thought it was an illusion when he had first seen the bone blade during their initiation process, but now it seems as though it was real. Then the instructor used the bone blade in drawing a 10 meters radius circle in the middle of the field, indicating it was their sparring field. As the students were still stunned and awed by her display of power, Instructor Ayala grew a bit smug and angry. "No need to mindlessly waste my time, people. Tammy, Emma, you are up. Hurry up," she hastily called them. Chapter 68, 9 Revolutions Fist vs. Whiplash. 2 female students quickly walked up to the ring that had been drawn by the instructor. One of the girls, Tammy, is a blonde girl with the sharp eyes that radiated a certain amount of confidence. She was a bit curvy and also quite beautiful, compared to her opponent. At first glance, Emma appeared quite short. She has an average face but her hair color was pink. One might doubt whether she had dyed it, but it appears she was born with it. As the two settled on the stage, the instructor wasted no time and immediately shouted, "Start." But what was surprising was that neither of them made their move yet. Instead, both of them stood opposite each other, observing themselves. Tammy stood arrogantly with a slight elegance in her posture, looking down on her opponent. Opposite her, Emma stood in a battle stance, not daring to underestimate the one before her. She had heard about Tammy's deed. Tammy had forced the individual who was currently at the 9th position. And although she hadn't won, she only lost by a few moves, which proves her competence. After a few seconds passed, Emma seemed to have lost her patience and without warning, she rushed up towards Tammy and launched a spinning kick towards her head. The air whizzed by the force of the attack. It was clear that if the attack had landed on someone, it would at least break a few bones. But the attack had hit nothing but air. Tammy's body swayed lightly like the leaf of a willow tree, as she evaded the deadly kick that was heading towards her head, showing she had learnt a type of footwork technique since she easily evaded the attack. Emma wasn't at all disappointed though. She didn't have any hopes of taking Tammy out on the first attack. And if that really happened, she would count that as her luck. She was only testing the waters. It was normal courtesy to test each other's strength before getting serious. That was what Emma thought, but as she was about to pursue her opponent to keep her momentum steady, her eyes caught a fist that was sent hurling towards her face, accompanied with the faint sound of an engine rumbling from a distance emerging from the fist. 9 Revolution Fist, a fist technique which taps into the power points in the bloodstream, revolving the blood located in the blood vessels, veins and meridians 9 times and also increasing the force in the fist 9 times. The fist technique was originally a red grade technique, as it is only a red grade level technique that can increase one's power by that much. But the Institute split the technique into 3. Namely, 3 Revolution Fist, 6 Revolution Fist and finally, 9 Revolution Fist. 3 Revolutions Fist had been simplified by the professors in the Institute into a black grade technique. But if you thought it would increase your strength by 3 times, then you are in for a big disappointment. The 3 Revolutions Fist only increases the attack force by half, and only if you practice it to the perfection state would you be able to unleash twice the strength contained in your fist. Emma's face changed slightly. Her opponent had used a combat technique. She hadn't expected her opponent to utilize a combat technique only a few seconds starting the match. She was hoping they would test the waters first, testing the limits of their powers before delivering the final and killing blow. It's obvious what Tammy was trying to do. Tammy wanted to end the match as quickly as she could. And from this, one could infer that she is more impatient than Emma was. Circulating her blood technique, and activating her combat skill, Emma could hear the joyful slouching of blood flowing through her veins faintly resounding in her body, and with her heartbeat propelling like an engine. Suddenly, she also threw her own punch. Fist against fist. Swoosh. Emma's fist was soft but surprisingly fast. But as the two fists was about to collide, whiplash. Emma's arm unexpectedly grew soft, almost boneless. In a flash, she swiftly wrapped her arm around Tammy's incoming fist like a vine or a snake entangling a stick, holding onto them strong and resilient. Whiplash, a technique which softened the bones to an unbelievable degree, making them soft and resilient. The force behind Tammy's fist instantly slowed down immediately. Not wasting any time, Emma drew Tammy towards her. Surprised, she stumbled forwards unexpectedly. Tammy's face turned dark in that moment. She had thought that the fight would be an easy win for her, but unexpectedly, she had been placed at an absolute disadvantage. It was absolutely infuriating. Her face grew red as she turned angry. Without evading it, she moved towards Emma as though she was in her trap, and then... boom. An headbutt. She had headbutt Emma unexpectedly in her moment of anger. On normal circumstances, she would have never done that, as she considered herself above such low tactics, but her anger had gotten the best of her. Emma stumbled back in shock. Her head was dizzy as she was unable to comprehend what was happening. A little bit of blood flowed down her tiny nose. Not waiting the slightest for Emma to recover, Tammy stepped forwards and proceeded to knock her out cold with a single punch. David raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't been expecting this outcome, and neither did anyone. But this was also a lesson to him, as he told himself to be more cautious. They were different types of technique in the institute, so he told himself to be extra cautious. Instructor Ayala glanced at Tammy with a wired look as she said, "Good, perfect. During your spar, I hope you are able to utilize every single bit of power and advantages you can possibly get." After saying that, she called out to the next people that had been selected to spar. But not after placing Emma's knocked out body in another part of the field. 2 male youths came out this time. Both were incredibly handsome, as though they were models. One was Latino with a white punk hairstyle, while the other looked French, but he was a bit more handsome than the former, with a black and heavily gelled hair that shone with the sun. Chapter 69, Gene Control. The bright cool sun shone softly through the wide field, creating an illusion of the field filled with golden, greenish grass, instead of the normal green grass. Groups of students went up to the ring in twos, and after a few minutes of sparring, only one would come down unscathed. Sometimes, both students that had gone up the ring would or might up unharmed, but that was only due to the winner's overwhelming victory or mercy. There were a few students who were quite merciless and cruel, and without the slightest bit of hesitation. They leave their fellow students with something they can remember them with: broken bones. Although the instructor hadn't said anything regarding rules, the students were all aware that there are limits to their actions. They didn't dare to cripple their fellow students, talk less of severely injuring them. The least the students could do was to break a few bones. With enough treatment, it would heal in a few days or at most, a month. The punishments given by the Institute to those who didn't abide by the rules proves to be very severe. The Institute appears to be very serious about their rules. It was like a national anthem of the Institute. David and the other students watched as various display of techniques are put into use. Some performed well, while some were just there to get beaten. This gave David the opportunity to gauge the level of his combat strength and ability amongst his fellow students. Although it isn't very accurate, but he could say with confidence that very few had the ability to resist his combo of Scorching Fury and Threefold Step. With his ability to control every part of his body as he wished, he could easily influence every part of his body according to what was written on the manual, and a few minutes of practice, he could easily master any technique he wished to. That was the reason why he could master a red grade technique, which was even very difficult for a professor to practice even to the prosaic state. Only the grand professor who has the highest strength and authority in the institute could easily practice a red grade technique, because the stronger one becomes, the more control they would have over their body, muscles, and even blood. With the grand professor's strength, he long since has the ability to control every part of his body. Although it might appear to be quite difficult, the fact was that he could do it. There was a theory that had gone around the world of the generic association. Word had gotten out that if one was strong enough, one could control even the very genes that made up his or her existence. Controlling the genes. One might take the sentence lightly if one wasn't a genetic engineer or a Spryher. If one dared to say this world outside just as lightly, 9NE would incur the wrath of all the Spryhers in the world. Even the powerhouses wouldn't fail to join in. Controlling the genes, in simple terms, means turning into a demigod. With the ability to control one's genes, one could basically rearrange the genes and DNA in the body, easily genetically rearranging and editing the genes. Which means, one could acquire basically any ability as long as one has the genetic codes. An owl with a night vision or a bat with the ability to see at night is made up of additional genetic codes. Which means if one could read the genetic codes which made up the ability, one could rearrange the genetic codes in his eyes to also obtain the same ability, temporarily or permanently. Analyzing the genetic codes of animals and beasts could be done using the genetic gadgets produced by the Generic Association, which is made up of the geniuses who had gotten together around the globe. Although David was aware of how terrifying his ability is, he was still very ignorant about the fact that his ability was one which every professor wished to acquire but can only slowly accumulate. The level of influence and control he has over his body is almost equal to that of a grand professor's. David wasn't aware of this. If he was well aware of his situation, he wouldn't dare to perform threefold step in public or in private even if his life is at stake. As that is basically saying, although I don't have much talent, I have a few secrets on, or in, me. It would basically mean his capture. There are literally eyes and ears everywhere in that institution, the cybergenic life forms. If you read chapter 13, one mistake, and everything would be revealed. And once revealed, the Institute wouldn't even bat an eye as they would capture him, excited to open him up, experiment on him and also read his genetic codes which gave him the ability. In order to replicate such ability. By then, he wouldn't be able to die even if he desperately wished to. He wouldn't have the ability to decide his fate. He could only watch as he was being dissected and operated on. His fate after being reincarnated. If the Institute was successful in its experiment and could replicate David's ability, he would be hailed as the savior of humanity. But by then, no one knows if he would be dead or alive. If every Spryher in the Institute was equipped with such terrifying ability, they can easily learn a red-grade technique as if it was a low-tier black-grade technique in a short amount of time. Increasing the blood circulation wouldn't be a problem anymore, and in time, the REBs wouldn't be a problem in a few years. In at least 2 to 5 years. Ignorant of his situation, David watches two other students walk towards the ring. One was a male student with pretty decent features, a handsome face, straight nose, pretty thin lip and a greasily but pretty curly hair. Ah. Isn't that Khalifa Drake? A student mumbled in astonishment. His friend who was beside him also appeared quite surprised. You are right, he is Khalifa Drake. The one who is currently holding the 5th place in the ranking. Didn't they say he had hurriedly paid some weak student 100 gyno points in order to keep his position? Another student said in disdain. You look quite smart, but who would have thought that you are so ignorant? The first student insulted. You, pointing his finger in anger, he was about to retort but wasn't given a chance to. What do you? Think about it, if you had the amount of gyno points he was given, wouldn't you buy a few serums and other things with no expense, to quickly increase your strength? With a roll of his eyes, the other students cut off. That is quite true, since he is smart enough to think about paying someone to force a duel with him. I'm certain he could very well think of this too, another agreed. Listening on, David then glanced at the lady who was also going up to the ring, but his expression turned serious in that moment. It was Phil Lita. Chapter 70, Phil Lita, Black Grade Technique. Phil Lita walked quite elegantly towards the ring. She is one you could call the epitome of beauty. An ebony-skinned beauty. A perfection in itself. There isn't such a thing as racism in this world. Who would have time for that when the world was still hanging by a thread? The REBs are threatening humanity and you still have the time and energy to discriminate against one's race. Are you mad? It seems like something is wrong with your brain. If others were to find out, he or she would be severely cut off from the world. If a race was to evolve the first and fastest after the REBs, it would be the race with the least amount of enhancements done to its body. Only those who are blank can have their genetic codes rewritten. Only a blank paper can something useful be written or drawn on. Phil Lita wore a blue short dress which hugged her upper body, showing off her bountiful figure that was tempting to burst out, and a long blue leggings that popped up her perfectly shaped behind. It was quite the distraction. If one were to compare who was more beautiful between her and instructor Ayala, one would be at a loss for words. Both are quite the beauty. Phil Lita, the temptress, walked and then settled on the ring while waiting for the instructor's signal to start. David watched with a serious gaze as if his life depended on him. At the beginning, when they had both met, it would be an overstatement to say that he wasn't the least bit interested in her. He would be lying if he said he didn't wish to get closer to her. Who wouldn't be? But although his brain wanted to, his body wouldn't respond to him. Also, he could faintly sense if one was a threat to him, and according to his bodily instincts, her threat level had already reached a terrifying state. David had once thought with his ability now, there were a few students who he couldn't deal with, but as he came close to the few of his fellow students, he realized that he was completely wrong. Although he felt quite threatened because of a few students and their number counts went up to 10. But, there were about 900 new students in the institute, David included. There are only 50 students here, attending the combat lessons, which means that, the students had been divided into various segments in and assigned to various classes. Therefore, by calculation, if 5 people were of threats to David in each of the 18+ segments, amongst the 900+ students, there might be around 90+ strong students in the institute which could easily crush David. It was only a rough calculation though. David wasn't all that serious about it. He wasn't going to discourage himself. If given enough time, he was confident in surpassing most of them if he was diligent enough. Calming his mindset, he settled down and calmly observed the fight which was about to take place. Start. Khalif didn't move to start. He stood stably and stared at Phil Lida with a feverish but restrained look. It appears that he knew how to hold himself back and is quite smart. With a slight smirk, he spoke up, "If I may speak freely, you are quite a rare beauty. But it's a pity I would have to mess you up in this round. I apologize in advance. Although you are more tempting than the credits, but I wish to pass, I apologize once more." Just like a man of manners, he apologized beforehand. Phil Lida gazed indifferently at Khalif as she spoke coldly, "Stop your nonsense and make your move," not giving him the slight but a face. Khalif's face dropped for a sec before he composed himself. As UW-, he didn't even complete his sentence when he suddenly disappeared from his location. Bang. All that was left was slightly deep footprint. He had shot forwards with terrifying speed as if he was a phantom. Phantom Daze, a technique that allows one to burst out with terrifying speed or strength in an unexpected but swift manner. In less than 2 blinks of an eye, he had appeared before Phil Lida and abruptly, he swung his arms towards her like a sledgehammer as his fists crackled crazily like thunder. Hammer strike, hammer bash. He had reached the 2nd state already and almost close to the 3rd state. Smashing his fists towards Phil Lida like a crazy ape trying to beat down his foes. Boom. Boom. 2 muffled sounds rang out simultaneously, almost like the sound of a hammer heavily hitting a soft and hard sofa. Khalif's eyes popped wide open in disbelief. He gazed and saw 2 long and slender arms holding onto his own. If it were in a different situation, one might think it quite romantic, and Khalif couldn't happy if the situation was slot different. But this situation was a mystery to him. At the last moment, Phil Lida had stopped his fist's attack technique which contained several thousand kilograms of force contained within. Without waiting for him to snap out of his surprise, Phil Lida held tightly onto the wrist, and with a slight twist of her waist, she tossed his body to the ground, intending to knock him down. But Khalif wasn't smart for nothing. Every Spryher is more flexible than an average human. It seems Phil Lida had forgotten. With a little maneuvering, Khalif landed on his feet, unstable. Upon seeing this, she immediately took action. Like a dancing butterfly, she rushed towards Khalif while he was still unstable. Arriving before him, she suddenly flicked her index and middle finger simultaneously, as if she was dusting a bit of dirt off her hands. Boom. Khalif's body shook widely as though he had been struck by lightning. Even though he blocked the attack with a hurriedly put-out hammer strike, he had still been affected. With a kick, he was sent flying like a soccer ball off the ring. Landing heavily to the ground, he couldn't stand up, he couldn't even lift a single finger. He had been paralyzed thoroughly. The butterfly's flick, 2 fingers. 2nd state of the technique. A black grade technique. For those of you who are unaware about the grade of techniques, from lowest to the highest. Black. Brown. Red. LOL, sorry. I only reveal this much, otherwise it'd be a spoiler. Thanks for reading and your support. Chapter 71, Family Trend. The butterfly's flick. Double flick. This signifies having reached the 2nd state of the black grade technique. Having seen this, it is safe if one assumes that she is a genius, but that is not necessarily true. Although she is a genius, there was not a single genius in the institute who would learn a black grade technique to the 2nd state in such a short amount of time. It was basically impossible. But there were exceptions to that. There are a lot of families in the sector who are knowledgeable about the ways of the institute. And there are also some families that have their own people graduate from the institute. They have also had their fair share of geniuses. Once these geniuses become powerhouses, they were expected to drop a few techniques to the family, for the sake of the younger generation. But it was impossible to do so, since the institute would never allow their techniques to be taken away, much less taken away. It was the product of their predecessors' past experiences, experiments, and excavation. It was their sweat and blood. Precious secret resources. They would never allow them to be taken away. But those techniques could be simplified thoroughly that even an ordinary person would be able to practice them, and then with a few gyno points, they could be sent to the family for the younger generations to learn in their few younger years and master in preparation to entering the institute. For example, the family Phil Lita came from, the Gold family. The Gold family has seen a few years of prosperity since their family had given birth to a few geniuses who had proudly graduated from the institute and turned into strong individuals over the years. Which means, the Gold family would undoubtedly own a few simplified versions of techniques. There was a time the Gold family had produced a very strong individual, and it was unsurprisingly a woman. The lady had then chosen to simplify a black grade technique, since she was a 4-star talented student. It was a bit easier for her to learn the technique in a bit over half a year, but that was owing to the fact that she had been chosen as an assistant instructor, so she could safely practice without fear. No students would dare offend her. She had a bit of time on her hands. She was the one who had simplified the butterfly's flick and had submitted it to the institute. Ever since Phil Lita could remember, she had been practicing the technique since forever. It had become a part of her already, as it was almost instincts to her. It was also the technique she had executed during their initiation, if one looked into it. So when she had gotten admitted into the institute, with no hesitation at all, she picked up the butterfly's flick reel technique and had practiced with it. And in just a few days, she had reached the second state of the technique, which was terrifying in itself. But if the Gold family had thought of this method to produce strong geniuses, the idea had obviously come from somewhere. And the Gold family was obviously not the first family to have such mindset. This mindset had become a trait in the families residing in Sector AA00 to AA99, as they had the resources to do so. The rest of the families in other sector, according to what was shown to the public, they do not have the resources to support such things. Therefore, it was obvious that Phil Lita wasn't the only one to have practiced a black grade technique. There might even be more terrifying geniuses who might have surpassed her, but it was unknown. Meanwhile, the students gaped in admiration as they stared at Phil Lita. "Isn't that the butterfly's flick?" an Asian female student blurted out in pure disbelief. "Ah. Right. I remember now, you are absolutely correct. But isn't that a black grade technique?" a student said in a confused tone, obviously finding it hard to believe. "Pfft. Black grade technique? If that was a black grade technique, then I'm a spy sent from other worlds," another student retorted in scorn, refusing to believe a single word of it. "But it's true. It's even in the second state. The double flick," the Asian student argued back. "Ta. As if," the other student scoffed. "It was still a bit unbelievable when you said it was a black grade technique. But now, you are still claiming it's in the second state. Do you take me for a fool?" Thus, an argument ensued. Some had recognized the techniques when they had been trying to select theirs, and some had marked it down, intending on practicing them when they were strong enough, but who would have thought that someone had already practiced it to the second state already. They had still been struggling to reach the second states of their black grade technique, but someone had already reached the second state of a brown grade technique. It was unbelievable and unacceptable. It made them feel worthless and useless. David squinted his eyes as his eyebrows furrowed. He didn't know what was going on, and from his experience and rumors he had heard, it was impossible to practice a black grade technique without a few months of practice, making your body get used to such movements, ways, and paths. As far as I know, it is basically impossible to achieve such speed. So, what is going on here? David muttered to himself with a confused expression. Seeing his pondering face, Nihia attempted to clear his confusion for him. She had probably been practicing the simplified version of the technique since she was a kid, he said dismissively. But, he suddenly stopped as he gazed at David with a serious but confused look, and he asked, "Why do you not know this?" Nihia's gaze was serious. It was the first time he was showing such expression in public. It was also David's first time seeing his true expression. Without waiting for David to reply, he continued, "Although you don't like reading, but it is something you experience yourself. Or repeatedly told by the else in your family. If you are still ignorant about that fact, it means you might have lost your memory, or you are simply not from the top 5-inch sector." Nihia's frown deepened while he pondered. "So why do I feel such threats off you?" Confused, Nihia muttered in a low voice. Chapter 72, Daisy Vega. Glancing at him, "I don't remember telling you that I am from any of the top 5 sectors in the Federation," David stated dismissively. "Why, is something wrong?" he faced Nihia with a piercing gaze. Nihia had an uncertain expression, but then, he relaxed as he smiled. No, it's nothing serious. It's just that this information is made available only to those families originating from the top 5 sectors. David glanced at him for a moment before retracting his gaze. There wasn't any surprise or suspense in the next few matches. It was normal, and only the different techniques being used made it interesting. David was suddenly startled. That was because a notification had popped up in his head, a sound which only he could hear. He was next. Ignoring the gazes from the crowds, David walked into the ring. His opponent was already there, waiting for him. A beautiful girl with chubby cheeks, cute face with an innocent look that makes one want to squeeze them in happiness. It was just too cute. Although her body wasn't in the perfect curve, it was still sensual. Her bright black eyes with her black curly hair that screamed zero. But David wasn't deceived by her appearance at all. He was certain not to underestimate her. It was inevitable that the rankings this week wasn't accurate at all. The students are well aware of this fact, which was why there hadn't been much conflicts amongst the students. A random student whose looks might seem funny, and personality is one that doesn't take things seriously, might just be strong enough to compete for the first place in the ranking. The smart ones remain low-key, but the smarter ones made friends with almost everyone, as no one knows who is who. There wasn't anyone to blame other than the Institute. But finding fault with the Institute over such matter is as ineffective as punching the air. It's a wasted effort. The Institute had suddenly published the rankings much earlier than it was scheduled to, startling the students badly. Many of the new students had hoped themselves up in their room to practice their manuals and techniques for the rankings they had thought would be released to the public. But who would have known it would come up much earlier? As David thought about it, he was firm on his resolve that no one was to be underestimated right now unless their strength had been thoroughly revealed. It would be best to remain cautious and calm. Adjusting his stance, he immediately brought himself to his top state. He circulated his blood, increasing its velocity, and it swished like a water tap along his veins to every part of his body. Strength began to fill his body in a fast pace along with the increase in his heartbeat. In less than a few seconds, his blood revolved like lightning in his system. The force he used to propel his blood was only 70% of his power. Every Spryher has the ability to regulate their blood velocity. It is like an innate ability gained the moment they had been turned. David chose to revolve 70% of his cycle as he doesn't want to reveal his true strength yet. It would be a nice surprise to his opponent once he burst out with his full strength. In the next second, he immediately heard a soft shout, "Start!" Not wasting a single second, David punched out with force, without the slightest bit of technique. The ripped as the fist tore through the wind, swinging towards the young lady who seemed to be scared witless. Daisy stood in her position like a statue, as though she couldn't move due to the fear of the force coming with the fist. But surprisingly, she raised her palm as she countered the fist with her palm. Pa. Pest. The astonishing sound that one had expected didn't come out. Instead it was the sound of flesh being slapped. David's face didn't change. It was as though he had expected something like that would happen. Every new students by now already own a attribute, trait, or a calling card that they could call their OWN.SO. This wasn't much of a surprise to him. David only felt his punch hitting something very soft as his fist almost sank into her palm. There was even a slight force attempting to pull him forwards. It wasn't the feedback he had been expecting. It was as if he had punched a bunch of stacked cotton. It was extremely uncomfortable as he had to forcibly pull his strength back so as to not get dragged by the suction force forwards. Upon closer inspection, Daisy's chubby body rippled as they seemed to be redistributing and redirecting the force invading them, and at the same time, creating a suction force to pull on more of the invading force. As he didn't use his full strength yet, it was quite easy from him to break free of the situation, and also, he had been cautious. With a slight flex of his hand, he easily broke free. He retreated back a few steps as he gazed at his opponent. Daisy was slightly surprised. Although it looked like she had taken the fist easily, the strength that had entered her body almost broke apart her flesh. If it weren't for the fact that she had just entered the second state of her technique, a piece of her flesh would definitely burst, unable to contain such strength. But she had no need to fear. Although there are geniuses like Phil Lita who had high talents, they are only too few. There are even some students who hadn't even reached the prosaic state, the beginning state, yet. They are still stuck at practicing the techniques they had chosen. It might probably be due to the fact that the technique doesn't suit their personalities or some other reason entirely, like the talents. However, there are still a few students who have reached the second state, but they aren't much anyways. Calculating the facts, Daisy guessed that the probability that David had practiced his technique to the second level was slim. Therefore, she only giggled cutely when she saw his actions, not really taking him serious. The only thing she was wary about was his strength, and she guessed that he had practiced his training manual more diligently than he had with his combat technique, which was quite smart to her. But she shook her head in her mind as she thought, it is a pity he had met me, my technique specifically counters strength. Although she mourned for him, it disappeared in a flash. Come on little guy, I know you can do better than that. She placed her hands on her waist and cheered him on with a huge smile on her face. The surrounding audiences laughed slightly at the funny sight. At a position in lines of the students, Nihia could be seen frowning to himself while gazing at David intently and also muttering something under his breath. Phil-Lita smirked as she nodded her head in confirmation. She had already confirmed her suspicions of him. He was quite weak as she had predicted. She was also quite sure that he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single finger flick from her, not to mention the second state of the butterflies. Flick, the double flick. Seeing the audience laughing with him as the main subject, David was a bit flustered. He wasn't one who liked being the center of attention. And although he wasn't antisocial, he wasn't very bold either. He couldn't even remember when last he had gone to a stage. And now, with the crowds publicly laughing at his expense, David got a bit flustered. But with the level of control he had over his body, such stage fright was easy to curb. He managed to control his emotions in just a few breaths. Not saying anything, David instantly activated his technique. Scorching Fury, first state, first-degree burn. Although he didn't say anything, he wasn't one to take an insult lying still. He is still a young and passionate young man, and also a hot-blooded youth. Without the slightest bit of hesitation. His muscles quivered as they oscillated at a particular frequency. The friction produced gave rise to heat, and the velocity of his blood flowing in a particular part in his arms expanded the temperature in his fists by a huge degree. He instantly blasted the high-tier black-grade technique towards her laughing face. He didn't believe her face wouldn't cave in due to the force behind fist. Heat spread through his veins and the temperature in the air increased noticeably. Whoosh! Daisy smirked slightly. She had expected this since she taunted him purposely. She wished to end the fight early, and more importantly, she wants to see his trump card. Raising her palm again, she accepted the fist her palm once again. Bam! Crack! Fist and palm colliding, Daisy's feet sank a few inches down the field with the force as crack seems to spread with her as the center, and then, she couldn't help but take a step back. She hadn't expected David's attack to be this strong, enough for her to take another step backwards to direct the force towards a new ground. That was her own technique, redirecting and redistributing forces. When their attacks had collided, this time it sounded like a proper hit. Heat waves spread through the air and then dispersed rapidly as if they had been forcibly dispersed. Her face had long since turned serious while she thought. David didn't give her enough time to ponder. He instantly blasted another scorching fury towards Daisy fiercely. Chapter 73, Alpha's Claws. Bam. 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 David kept punching with scorching fury towards her, and Daisy kept taking a few steps back, one at a time. Soon, she was very close to reaching the ring line drawn by the instructor. She was as well aware that the moment she crossed the line, it signifies that she had lost the spar. Also, her points would surely be deducted. Damn. Daisy's gaze grew dark as she panicked slightly. Then without warning, she stamped her feet towards the ground. She stabilized herself and with a low shout. Rebounding force. Her vascular muscles quivered and veins suddenly popped up from her arm with sheer power. She had accumulated enough power in her. In the next instant, and with an unprecedented speed, she released all the power in her with full force. She had used this technique many times to turn back a bad situation, and it had never failed her, not yet at least. She instantly hurled the deadly palm at David's chest. The air gave way as the wind screeched with the force. A normal Spryher would be too late to react and would only watch as the palm hit them. David's face immediately changed slightly. The power within those palms would most likely kill, if not injure a normal human, but thankfully, he wasn't. And without hesitation, he stomped his foot as propelled his blood velocity along his vessels to its limits. Raw strength filled his body as his second heart kept pumping dark blood liquid into his system. That wasn't all, he also activated the second state of his technique. Second-degree burn. That's right, he also had the time to execute his own technique. Heat engulfed the area of his hands as the surroundings distorted from the heat. As blood-red veins covered a great length of his arms, squirming and quivering like worms, it was a terrifying sight. With a great measure of strength, David punched out with full force. Bang. David felt a horrific amount of force poured into him, his body quivered as if it had been hit by a train. He was badly shaken by the impact, taking 4 steps backward to negate the force. For deep footprint could be seen on the field as the grass had been crushed long ago. Veins covered his body as his eyes appeared quite bloodshot. Blood rushed into his head and his face was flushed red. It was a sign of one losing control of one's blood cycle. His circulation was disrupted by the force, leading to him needing a few seconds to gather his blood and then propelling them forwards. But in a battle, a few seconds of paralysis was not much different than losing on the good side but on the downside, it was no different than death. Meanwhile, Daisy's palm rammed at David's, she was stopped dead at her tracks in action. Disbelief filled her face as did she couldn't believe what was happening. David's condition could be said to be serious and likewise be taken lightly, as he could forcibly control his blood if he wanted to. With the level of control he had over his body and blood, such situation was as simple as flipping a coin. It wouldn't require much effort, but if he did that, it was no different than laying his cards bare for other to read. He wouldn't do that. Instead, he chose to wait for his body to recover naturally, but it would take at least 3 to 5 seconds to gather. But that was enough time for his opponent to pummel him. But to his surprise, the counter-attack he had been waiting for didn't come. He looks upwards only to realize that his opponent was on the ground, unconscious. It seems that the attack she had just performed was a double-edged sword. It increases her strength amount to a terrifying degree, but then she had to pay for it. David heaved a sigh of relief. He thought he was about to lose. If she had come at him that moment, he was definitely going to lose. He gathered himself and walked back towards his position in his line, as the instructor had called his win on the match and had taken the unconscious girl and laid her down together with the other unconscious students. David's eye shone as he took in a deep breath. It was the first time he tested out his strength amidst his peers. He couldn't help but think it satisfying. His thoughts were momentarily disrupted by the instructor. "Nihia and Mex," the instructor spoke loudly. David watched as Nihia walked towards the ring with steady and soft steps. Murmurs involuntarily entered his ears. "Mex? Is it the same Mex?" Someone asked in confusion. "You mean Mex Rawl? The one ranked 5th in the current rankings list?" another student asked dubiously. The students nodded their heads in confirmation. One then suddenly spoke up, "Then, that student should be done for." "Yeah, I agree with you. Since he is still able to keep the position, he is definitely very strong," the student beside him spoke up suddenly. "That other student is definitely done for. I wager he wouldn't last 5 moves from him," someone whispered. David didn't mind the murmurs. Instead, he focused his attention on the fight that was about to take place. Weirdly enough, Nihia had a confident expression on his face as he stood opposite his opponent. But his opponent had an even more ferocious and arrogant expression on his face as he gazed at Nihia with an indifferent expression. The instructor has long since grown tired. She tapped at her holographic projection, and the record of her voice played out. "Start." Contrary to one's expectations, none of them took the initiative to attack, and it seemed as if it was beneath them to do so. A minute passed, but both of them stood still without the slightest intent on attacking. The time continued to tick, and soon, 2 minutes had passed, but still both figures stood motionlessly at the field as though they were there to take a breath of fresh air, not at all concerned. Although the instructor hadn't said anything about there being no winners. It was known to everyone that should the match end as a draw, both students would have their credits deducted. After what seemed like forever, Mech's expression turned slightly. It was almost a minute to the end of their spar, meaning 4 minutes had almost passed, but as he looked at the face of his opponent, it looked quite relaxed, as though the loss in credits wasn't that big of a deal. But to him, he couldn't afford such losses. 5 credits was of huge significance to him, not to mention the 20 credits he would gain if he won the match. Therefore he grew impatient inside, but then, he suddenly smiled. "It's quite surprising. I've never thought you were quite the tolerant type." Mex glanced at Nihia. As Nihia was about to open his mouth to reply, his eyes suddenly flashed as his figure faded. Not even half of a second had passed, another figure occupied the spot along with a cruel and fierce wind accompanied by a hair-raising fist. Mex had taken the initiative. He wants to be able to graduate, or get chosen by a professor. Having a few points deducted from his current accumulations of credits would badly destroy his plans. He wasn't going to allow that. Now, all he needed to do was end the match in the next 40 seconds. Instantly, he pursued Nihia's figure, dishing out fist after fist with terrifying force. The 2 figures were like shadows, flashing in and out of existence on the field, stirring up the winds. Ordinary students were unable to figure out their current location. They could only gape in astonishment. David's eyes narrowed into thin slits as he squinted. If it wasn't for his body instincts, telling or more like warning him about Nihia, he would have been too surprised to say anything. Whoosh! The speed at which the two figures were moving were inconceivable. David figured he would only surpass their speed if he used twofold steps. He can regulate the amount of strength he chose to deliver. So instead of using threefold steps to triple his speed, he figured doubling his speed would suffice, hence twofold steps. Fist after fist whirled through the air, as terrifying shockwaves could be felt. Their movement speed were simply terrifying, and no one knows if they are utilizing a movement technique, but it was highly likely. Mech's face grew increasingly dark. According to his calculations, it would take more than 40 seconds before he could catch up to Nihia's figure. He didn't have time for that. His fire suddenly stopped and his smile grew sinister. "You are truly good, but these ends here you forced my hands," he suddenly shouted. Shadow eclipse. Swoosh. Nihia's face changed as he twisted his head sideways. A sharp palm blade suddenly swept past his face, drawing a thin line of blade down his ears. Mech's figure had somehow emerged behind him. Again, another palm sliced through the air, slicing the air apart with a screech as Nihia forcibly twisted his shoulder to evade the terrifying amount of force. Suddenly, Nihia's face grew savage, his wrinkled a bit as if he had gotten a few years older. His hair grew by a few centimeters, but only the hair in his eyebrows were visible, with a low growl escaping his lips. If one had a sharp eyesight, one would see as his fingernails grew a few centimeters long, curved and sharp, his body growing a few centimeters tall, his shoulders got broader. Wolf King's Curse. All of this changes happened in almost half a second. With a blast. Bang. The ground caved in and with amazing speed, Nihia's body flashed, escaping the mech's attacks. And before anyone could notice, a claw slashed through the air in a blink of an eye. Alpha's Claw. Whoosh. A figure screamed suddenly and unexpectedly. The figure was sent flying through the air as it zoomed out of the ring like a cannonball. Bam bam bam. The figure's momentum stopped and everyone could see who it was. Chapter 74, Flesh Adhesives. It was Mech's. His body laid flatly on the floor along with the skid mark it made. His face etched in horror as he watched blood pump out of his body. For bloody claw marks was visible through the torn cloth he worn. As blood gushed out through the holes like a rushing tap water. He was rapidly losing blood, and in a few seconds, it was quite possible he would die from the blood loss. A cipher dying from blood loss, it was the most common type of death back in the day. One of the disadvantages of being a Spryher was the rapid rate of blood loss in the body, as long as one was injured and a major blood vessel had been punctured or cut. Within a few seconds of the injury, the person would be dead before any medical care or fast first aid method could be put to use. The reason for that is because a Spryher in combat is always in an excited state. For a cipher, they had to pump their blood into their system to gain more strength. The faster the cycle, the stronger one would become. A thing everyone knows. Which means, they experience rapid increase in blood cycle and a fast rate of the heart beating. This process allows the blood to flow rapidly in the body, and if there were any type of puncture that had suddenly emerged, then the blood would gush out from that location like water that had escaped its constraints from a dam. The blood is just like a very fast-flowing and circulating river, and the body is the container, while the heart is just like the engine of an alternator that makes the water circulate in the container. If a puncture is to appear on the container, the contents inside will spill out thereby, depending on the force the engine propels the water at. Which means, a Spryher with 60 cpm will experience twice the same amount of blood loss of a Spryher with a 30 cpm cycle per minute. An example of that is Mech's. Currently the blood hadn't even lessened one bit as it gushed out like a water pump. Suddenly, a figure flashed and suddenly appeared beside the lying Mech, who was watching his blood flow with wide eyes filled with fear. She suddenly used her delicate fingers to hold each cuts together, dyeing her hands with a bloody hue and causing him to grunt loudly in pain. He bit his lips tightly so as to not shout out in pain. Then, with a spray of the container she had in her hands, Instructor Ayala carefully sprayed the liquid over the lines and cautiously glued back the wounds. The white spray glue was a type of glue that tightly holds the flesh back together. There was even a legend about it, or more like a rumor, that the flesh glue had even glued pieces of torn organs before. But no one dared experiment to confirm such groundless rumors. After half a minute had passed, she had glued the 4 cuts to perfection. It was as if she had done it a few thousand times before. It was like the injury was never there. The only proof of the injury was the blood splattered all over the floor and the 4 scar lines on Mech's chest and shirt. That's all. Done with that, Instructor Ayala turned to face Nihia with a vicious glare shooting outwards. You won already, so why won't you get off my ring, she thundered. She was incredibly angry at this moment. If anything happened to the students at this moment, she was the one to take care of it, and since a student was already ninja, she was the one to fulfill responsibility. But she was reluctant to do so. She had practically squandered a few thousand gyno points on a student. The flesh adhesive is a very important contraption that every Spryher must have, as it could save one's life in a desperate situation. An example of that is MERS. The students saw the instructor's angry expression and couldn't help but feel touched. Their instructor cared a lot about them. But they were sorely mistaken. Instructor Ayala never cared about them. They could be dead, for she knew, and that wouldn't affect the resources she would receive from the institute. But having a dead student leaves a pretty bad stain to her reputation, which could allow others the opportunity to target her. She only cared for her resources and the gyno points she had used to buying the flesh adhesive just in case the students encounter any mishaps. It seemed her intuition was right, but still it pained her to let go. She could return the flesh adhesive and then request a refund. But now that she had used it, it would be impossible now. Which was why she was angry. Oh, yes, coming back to his senses, Nihia got out of the ring. As the other students gazed at him with awe and respect, David watched on casually as Nihia approached his position, and then he joined his position he was in before amidst a straight line of students, beside David. He suddenly leaned over David's ear and whispered, "Boss, I did good, right?" Nodding his head as he yawned twice in a row, "Yeah, outdid good. Didn't expect you to be that strong. Anyway, do you have any idea what time this lecture ends?" He suddenly changed the topic as if it wasn't all important. Nihia stayed silent. It was obvious he was pondering some things, and then he smirked. "Why? Do you have something urgent you need to do?" "Of course I do have something important to do. I feel a little sleepy, so I need nap," David said obviously while glancing at Nihia as if he is stupid. He obviously wasn't going to sleep. With the battle that had happened just now, he felt the urge to increase his power quickly. It was a bit suffocating as their prowess was a little beyond what he had speculated. Nihia only rolled his eyes. That guy is simply far too lazy. A few matches took place which ended with little to no suspense or surprises. With a few sentences and words advice, the instructor ended the class and called forth her cruiser. In 5 seconds, the sleek cruiser zoomed above the field. With a stomp, the instructor jumped right into the open hatch. It was no surprise, and the students seemed to have gotten used to such a sight. V-room. Terrifying amount of energy burst out from the 2 thruster engines at each side of the skycruiser, taking off with inconceivable speed, leaving a streak of tailing lights. David parted ways with Nihia as they finished the last lectures for the day. Entering his room, he immediately activated the incognito mode in his room while simultaneously activating the training mode. The incognito mode secures every piece of information strictly to the room. The institute would be unable to gain access to any information about him during the period the mode is active. There would be no form of spying or peeking. The room was absolutely secure. The bright light display wallpaper instantly darkened by a few degrees, and then the lights turned red. The temperature in the room began to increase along with the gradual increase of his room size, after paying the required gyno points. Clang. Clang. A few mechanical sounds rang out, and then the room had finished its expansion. Various training tools had also formed as they were assembled by a few mechanical arms which had existed in the room. After the transformation was complete, David sat down to regulate his breathing. The temperature in this surrounding room had risen significantly and could be noticed by the multiple sheen of sweat dripping down his body. Raising his hands, he stood up, as stable as Mount Tai. With a humming sound, his muscles began to quiver as his blood circulated rapidly along his system. His body abruptly shook as he circulated scorching heat technique along his system. His training method requires the use of heat to increase the user's strength. The heat the body can generate itself is only so limited, which was the reason he had also chosen a combat technique that utilizes the body to produce heat. With the combat technique, he could utilize his body heat whenever he wished, and if his temperature dropped, he could just freely generate the heat himself by circulating scorching fury. In other words, he had found a kind of shortcut to practice his training manual a few times more than other Spryhers. As he activated scorching fury, the temperature of his body rose by a few degrees. As the sweat dripping down his body increased dramatically, he wasn't one to waste his time. His muscles shook, vibrating at a wired frequency, small-sized veins popped out from his body, looking intimidating. He was like a savage and cruel beast as the aura within him seemed to change. Suddenly, his chest puffed out like a balloon as the blood in his veins flowed like a river, creating a swooshing sound and the sound of his heartbeat running like an engine. Whoosh! 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 He propelled his blood cycle to its limits, creating thunderous sound inside his head. Abruptly, he shivered as a bang echoed in his ears, his blood screeched for a quarter of a second before resuming its cycle. Blood gushed into his head as it turned several shades red, his muscles shook as the temperature of his body reduced by more than 50 degrees Celsius. It was terrifying. He felt a tinge of pain in his heart, but compared to the last time he executed his training manual, it was a little painful. His blood cycle limits had increased again as newfound strength filled his body. He still had many more repetitions to go. Chapter 75, Skywalker Series. Executing any training methods was always uncomfortable and comes with bits of pains, which varies accordingly to the techniques or the number of repetitions made by the individual, which was the price for gaining an increase in strength. Every training manual has its limited amount of times it could be performed, no matter how easy it may seem. And more importantly, if a training method is used continuously without advancing to the next level, the efficiency fades after a period of time and the increase in strength after each repetitions reduces after a certain period of time. For example, the formless heat training method that David was currently practicing has 3 levels to it. The first level allows David to practice the training method for at most 2 repetitions only, forcing a sharp spike or an increase in his heartbeat, before his heart begins to fail due to the overusage of it. It was like forcing an engine used to moving a cart and then forcing the engine to move a train, it would fail. It was the same for the hearts. Or his body losing too much heat, which would also cause his organs to fail. With the great control of strength he had over his body, he could easily practice the training method a few more times higher than it was stated. He could easily avoid wasting energy mindlessly, unlike other Spryhers would. The warning was meant for those who mindlessly practiced the manual with no reservation, as they could only roughly propel their blood and roughly oscillate their muscles. It eventually lead into wasting too much energy and then overworking the hearts, which would eventually lead to 1 to 2 repetitions before they would reach their limits. But David was different. With his ability, he could smoothly propel his blood and easily oscillate his muscles at the frequency that had been stated. Little to no energy would be wasted during that period, compared to his peers, allowing him to execute the method a few times more than required, without overdrafting his heart. Grunting in pain, blood rushed once more into his head due to the disruption of circulation. His face, which was already red, couldn't even redden any longer. His body went cold for a few seconds, but he hurriedly no time in circulating scorching fury and heat returned into his body. He had long since reached the perfection state of scorching fury, burning blood. The heat, which was supposed to be generated in his arms with the circulation of the technique, was now generated in every part of his body. His blood practically boiled with heat as steam could be seen raising from his red-colored head. The hairs in his body had curled in every which way. It was a wonder if it could even be straightened back. Due to the terrible pain he felt, he knew he had almost reached his limits and he could perform another cycle of it before reaching his absolute limit, but David wasn't intending to do so. He preferred not to get close to that line, as it may affect his heart or cause some hidden injury which might surface later on. It was the 5th time and also the last time he was planning to do for the day. Gazing at the fitness tracker's holographic image, he smiled with what he saw. His CPM had increased to a terrifying 67 cycles per minute. His rate of improvement left him feeling satisfied, but soon, it was replaced by a serious look. He had something important he wished to do. David entered through the library. It was his first time in the library in this life for the previous ones ever since he had been admitted into the institute. The library was creepily quiet, but he could see lots of students walking to and fro from different directions, but he couldn't even hear a single sound of footsteps sounding out. But something caught his eyes. There was a transparent blue barrier that was enveloping the entire library with how huge it was. It wasn't very visible, but if one looked closely, one would be able to notice it. David's expression changed as he was suddenly reminded of the technology Lu Feng had used to block his imprint from sending out any forms of distress signal, F1B4U cubic EMP. But this particular one was different. It didn't seem to stop the function of his imprint. It seems its only function was to counter any sounds made in the library. Although he didn't know the principle behind such technology, it was nothing short of amazing to him. Which came down to the main reason he was here. He was here specifically for the gadgets the Institute had to offer. Last time he had suffered a loss because he couldn't find ways to counter the silencing series EMP. But now, he came to increase his knowledge and also, maybe get a few contraptions on his way to his room. What did you say? That guy is finally out. Nick's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly asked his clansmate who he had assigned to keep an eye on David. It had been quite the while he was hoping to catch David unawares. But every time he was hoping he would catch David after the lectures are over, but with every passing day, he always failed though, as David would always head directly to his classes, and then to his dorm almost immediately. There was not enough time for him to travel a few miles to teach Dav a lesson, as David had probably gone to his dorm. This situation frustrated him, but now, the opportunity had finally come, when he had almost given up. Yes, he entered the library a few minutes ago, the youth nodded his head in confirmation. Haha. Very good. Billy, he finally came out of his turtle shell. I will make sure to reward you well for bringing such good news. Nick laughed happily as he promised. He waved his hands, intending for Billy to leave the room. Then, he stood up from his seat as he turned towards a lanky youth who was by his side and whispered. Have you gotten that item from there yet? Glancing at door, Sebastian only spoke up once the door was closed. Boss, those people aren't easy to deal with at all, but thankfully, I didn't disappoint your faith in me. He then carefully opened up his backpack and then slowly took out a cubic glass object which seemed quite fragile. You didn't disappoint me as always. I'm sure you had quite the rough time, giving you a few gyno points in return doesn't he seem quite right? Nick carefully took over the cubic object with electric currents flowing inside. After gazing at it intently, he kept it safely as he continued. From now onwards, you will officially become my right-hand man as rise to power within the Institute. That is your reward, he said with an awe-inspiring time as he turned towards Sebastian. What do you think of my reward? Cursing in his mind, he was already the right-hand man. How was being officially assigned benefit him? But outside, his expression was happy as he replied, it's my honor. Let's go. And also, contact the rest. We need to make sure he doesn't SKO. Yes. Dav frowned as he walked out of a store. Gloom covered his face. He had never thought contraptions were very expensive. This was the fourth store he had gone to already, but the outrageous amount of gyno points scared him witless. He didn't even own enough gyno points to take care of himself yet. If he mindlessly spent it on some time-use gadget, the pain would hunt him for a long time. There was one that David had seen and it was absolutely amazing. He had wanted to get it the instant he saw it. But when he saw the price, he almost choked on his own spit. It was even the lowest grade of the Skywalker series, but it costs 10,000 gyno points. Selling himself might not cost that much. Forget it, although it's cool and nice to own a gadgets or contraptions, it is more important to increase his own strength rather than relying on something else. David forced himself to believe that. It was almost midnight. David left the section and headed towards his dorm. One might think he had been traumatized by the previous event, but David still took the same shortcut he had taken when he fought Lu Feng. He had only walked about a few meters when suddenly, the sound of different footsteps seemed to rhyme with his footstep. Every step he took, the other footsteps seemed to synchronize with him. He ignored it and walked a few meters forward, but suddenly, his heartbeat also seemed to beat in sync with the sound of their footstep as a weird energy seemed to generate itself along with the beating of his footstep and heart. But before the energy could be fully formed, it was suddenly burnt away by a scorching heat which David's body had generated itself. If it were an ordinary Spryher, they would be grievously injured if they weren't careful. But David didn't have to do anything. His scorching fury was at a high state. It wouldn't allow a different force to exist inside Dav's body aside from itself. It was law that two different energies were unable to exist simultaneously without one devouring the other unless there was a catalyst, enlisting an equilibrium to energy. David wasn't stupid enough to believe that with the vibrations his body got through the feedback from the ground, he wasn't strong enough to produce such intense vibrations. He knew he had been sneak attacked. Chapter 76, The Ambush. Squinting eyes slightly, he abruptly spoke out, such mind tricks would work more on a kid rather than showing such useless skill set to me. Disdain filled his voice as he seemed to be speaking to himself. Clap. Clap. Nick walked out together with a student in front of him. Meanwhile, behind him, two other fellows that David could barely recognize walked out from where they were hiding. I honestly thought that this was enough to work on you, but it seems you are quite skilled. I'm really intrigued. Nick smiled as he stopped a few meters away from David. Dav's eyebrows furrowed a bit as he tried to recall where he had seen this youth before. Suddenly, Dav's eyes flashed. Why would you attack me? Although he clashed with Nick a few days ago, he didn't think it was worth being this serious about it, so he had forgotten about it. But who would have known that this guy was a really petty youth, holding on to the tiniest amount of grudge? As Nick was about to proudly admit to attacking David, the lanky youth by his side, Sebastian quickly tugged on his cloth as he whispered something to his ears. Nick's express suddenly darkened as he stared maliciously at Dav. You are a very sinister person. Why would you suddenly blame me when we had just met? David sighed regretfully. Nick was about to fall for the trap, but his subordinates were quite smart. His previous sentence was actually a trap he had made, and if Nick had actually admitted to attacking another student without initiating a forced duel or a mutual duel, the institute would severely punish him for not abiding by the rules. If not because of the lanky youth, Nick would be a goner by now. He stared intently at Sebastian. He could barely feel any threats from the others. It was only Sebastian that gave him a slight feeling of caution. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here wasting his time with these people. He had more important things to do, like sleeping. Well, that's quite unfortunate. If that is all, I will be in my way now. Dav turned around intending to leave, when he heard Nick said in anger. Smash it now. Dav turned his head back to check, only to see a familiar blue cube streaking towards the floor with a blue blur. Without warning, Dav's legs exploded in size. He stomped his foot forcefully, and with a bang, his figure moved with amazing speed, stretching his hands to catch the cube that was about to hit the ground. David wasn't stupid. The last time he suffered a loss because he couldn't counter this thing, and now that he had just come from the library, he had at least a dozen ways to easily counter the effect of the EMP, but all of them required a certain amount of Gyno points to buy the contraptions to counter them. The only non-Gyno point method was to catch the cube before it broke, and that was what he intended to do. But as his hands touched the cube, his hair suddenly trembled, and without hesitation, he immediately withdrew his hands, but not without using his middle finger to lightly flick the EMP cube a few inches upwards. The moment he removed his hands, a pointed foot sliced through the air, cutting the tip of his middle finger like a sharp sword, slicing a bit of his fingernail in the process. All these took about a second to happen. David frowned slightly. A combat technique right off the bat. The situation was a little troublesome. The one who had sliced with the sword foot was the lanky youth, Sebastian. It was like he had predicted what David was going to do, and had attacked quickly. One would think Sebastian would undoubtedly be punished by Institute, but, according to the calculations made by the AI, since Sebastian was the one who had thrown the cube, and also the aim of his technique was also the cube, there wasn't anything that could be blamed on him. David's hands just happened to be in the way. In other words, Sebastian was only trying to break the cube he threw, but was interrupted by David's fingers. Since he couldn't pull back his technique, he could only watch with wide eyes as he almost cut off his fellow student's hands. That's exactly how the main AI would calculate it. Although one couldn't lie to the main AI, one could manipulate or deceive it. The sword foot is an extremely sharp attack that could cut through anything it passes by. Once practiced to the highest state, sword shadows, one's foot sword would create multiple shadows to cut down multiple foes. One can easily be able to sever the body parts of an evolved beast. Sebastian had chosen this technique for its deadliness and sharpness. Also, its attacks was also as fast as lightning. If he hadn't pulled his hands back when he did, David knew no matter how strong he was, he would never be able to repel the attacks with his fingers alone. David retreated a few steps backward. He watched with a serious expression as he gazed at the lanky youth and asked, "And who are you supposed to be?" David didn't mind as the cube smashed the floor, nor did he mind the arcs of lightning flashes as the EMP took its form and was activated. He only concentrated his attention to the one in front of him. Sebastian's gaze had also turned solemn as he saw David. His attack was very fast, and he had even struck out first, so according to his calculations, he should have severed at least the two tallest fingers on David's hands, but he hadn't. Expected his opponent to be even faster. Before he could respond, a loud voice echoed off, "Haha. You are done for. I will make sure to teach you a lesson to never mess with me. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and attack him." Nick shouted furiously while pointing at David. David said nothing, and watched on with cold eyes as the four students slowly attempt to surround him and pincer an attack on him. David wasn't one to keep quiet and silently suffer. He kept an eye on the lanky youth since David's intuition told him he was the real threat. Although he could barely feel any threats from Nick and the other two students, they outnumbered him 4-1. The threat level definitely increased with that. He peered at Nick intently. "You do not want to do this," he warned. "Who are you to tell me what and what not to do? You must be feeling fear now, right?" Nick sneered with a smirk. "Hurry up and beat him up. There is only 20+ seconds left for the EMP to end. Finish quickly and let's hurry," outbid her. Nick hollered. Hearing this, as Sebastian almost stumbled on his feet as he muttered, "This stupid idiot. Can't even keep his damn mouth shut. Now the opponent also knows to stall us for a duration of 20 seconds. This is going to be troublesome." David ignored the naive fool's words. He already knew that the EMP was a low-level gadget with only a 49 seconds duration. With a slight quiver of his muscles expanded. David's legs landed on the floor and it gave a deafening thud as he vanished from his position. His speed was simply too fast for his foes to react. The floor was made of a special type of metal mixed together with the concrete, causing a deep foot depression on the hard material. It was almost cold and sinister. Before they knew it, David was already before one of them. His figure dashed ahead with blinding speed. Heat circulated along with the flow of his hearts as he punched out. Fast. It was too fast. The spot David had stood before was a few meters away from them, but suddenly, everyone was just able to see a blur before David appeared before one of them. It was only then that they acted. Their reaction speed was simply too slow. Not good. The youth's heart jumped as he retreated while trying to quickly circulate his combat technique. Unfortunately, he could only cross his hands in a bid to block the attack. He didn't have enough time to circulate his combat technique as he needed almost a second to get the flow of his blood and his muscles to activate his technique. However, he was too slow, and in David's eyes, he was full of weaknesses, and 1 second was all that David needed. There was a cold glint in David's eyes as he punched of it with scorching fury. Bang! The air shook as the wind swirled. A loud explosion sounded out as a figure was sent flying in midair. David didn't waste his time to check on how the figure ended up. He swiftly turned around. A spinning kick was heading towards his head. Although he had been very fast, Sebastian had fast enough reaction speed to attack as he was busy dealing with someone else. Sebastian was spinning in air and had executed 3 sword foot. The air screeched with force. Seeing this, David's eyes flickered as he stretched both of his hands, flipping them sideways. He repeatedly slashed down forcefully at the sword foot. Clang! 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 It was almost like the sound of metals colliding. He blocked the attack. David's body trembled slightly due to the force. But before anyone noticed, he regained stability instantly. Chapter 77, True Face. Withdrawing his hands, a few drops of blood dripped down his palms, but he didn't mind them. David's physique had been enhanced right now, and with the hardening of his muscles, it was almost as hard as steel. What he was most concerned about was the strange force that had penetrated his defenses. The force, sharp and destructive, instantly burrowed through his flesh, attempting to sever blood vessels and veins that were in his hands. Although David was concerned, he knew he was worried for nothing. With the massive tremble of his muscles, his body created a unique oscillatory force. While the sword foot's force was sharp and piercing, the force David had just created was purely destructive. As soon as they met, the sharp force was instantly destroyed with no hopes of surviving. Having done this, David hurriedly dispelled the force. His body still wasn't strong enough to withstand it for a while. In his fight with Janine, it was also the technique he had used to quench the shockwaves from Janine that had entered his body that day. Some red-grade techniques are made from the compilation and compendium of numerous black-grade technique or a few anthology of brown-grade techniques. In this case, the red-grade combat technique David had practiced to the beginning stages of the second state was made from the collection of 3 different tier brown-grade technique to form a single red-grade technique. This shows how powerful a red-grade technique is. That is to say, 3-fold steps was made from the combination of 3 different brown-grade combat techniques. The technique had originated from when he had divided 3-fold steps into 3 different aspects and then practiced each one of the aspects separately to speed up his rate of improvement. The first aspect was the technique which constricts one's heart, making them skip a beat. It was a useless skill, and no one would ever thought to waste their time and gyno points to learn such useless skill. The second aspect was the technique that involves circulating the blood into special blood vessels while simultaneously vibrating the muscles at a special frequency, which produces a terrifying explosive force, attempting to destroy everything in its path. Unless the physique was strong enough, the force would eventually rampage recklessly through the body like a wild mammoth, destroying the veins and muscles. The third aspect involves directing a tremor generated by the foot to somehow redirect the explosive force to propel the body further. It is a series of complex theses and one wouldn't understand them just by explaining. Sebastian was only practicing a high-tier black-grade technique. The force that it could generate was extremely docile compared to the force David could generate. It was like an adult to a kid. Meanwhile, Sebastian retreated explosively as he seemed to dodge David's grab. His legs had hurt from the clash earlier and he literally felt like he had kicked an iron rod. Seemingly about to reach Sebastian, Dav's hand instantly shook as it changed direction and headed towards Spryher. The move was extremely smooth and slick, with no foul play involved. Sebastian was stunned. When he came to, he then realized that David's attack had been a feint. Sebastian's face darkened, he had been fooled. But he didn't panic. Instead, he remained calm. Nick watched with wide eyes at first, which was then replaced by anger and surprise as he witnessed one of his subordinates sent flying with his fate unknown. But as he saw David took Sebastian's sword foot with his hands alone, Hell immediately grew apprehensive, wondering if he had kicked an iron wall this time. Then he watched as David attempted to attack Spryher. He was then suddenly reminded of something and he smiled sinisterly. Kutung death, with eager eyes, he stood in place. Leaning forwards, David tightened his fist and punched out like a furious wave. Swish. Pa. David's not eyes widened in surprise as his fist was twat sideways by his opponent. Spryher was a huge individual with a muscular body. He had used a boxing combat technique to block David's fist. Spryher's body swayed slightly, but in a blink of an eye, he regained stability. This guy took 80% of my strength and is still standing. He sure has talent. David praised in his mind. With up to 5 repetitions on practicing his unique exercise method, his physical strength has improved tremendously, and from there he could vaguely feel his own strength and knew that not just anyone could take his punch and still remain standing. From the slight flow of blood he could barely hear coming from Spryher's body, he could vaguely sense that he hadn't even reached the 60 cycles per minute milestone. But he could take David's punch and remain still. Even if he had executed a technique, it was still a surprise. David had been surprised, which had given his opponent an opportunity to stabilize himself. He wasn't intending to do so anymore. He pressed on with his attack, sending fist after fist, raining them down on Spryher. He wasn't worried about the others because he had noticed them with the corner of his eyes that they were standing there watching them fight. Spryher struggled as he managed to block the third fist David had thrown out. His face suddenly paled as he staggered backwards to the force of the fourth fist attack. Roar. Embarrassed and angry, he roared out in anger. His body figure suddenly increased and his palm expanded by 2 folds. He hadn't though he was going to execute his killing move this early, which just served to make him even more angrier. Rupturing palm. He instantly sent a palm strike towards David's direction. That palm carried immense pressure as the surrounding gravity seemed to double. His outstretched fingers seemed to cover everything as he stroked down with incredulous speed while the air seemed to explode with its might. David's face twitched as he thought, it is true what they say, an ant will surely struggle at the verge of death. Not attempting to evade, not like he ever thought of evading, his blood boiled as the air around his fist distorted from pure pressure. He struck out once more. But using his full power this time. Nick smiled gleefully. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He hadn't seen a technique in its third state before. He had been eager to see, but as the boss, he couldn't be eager to do anything and just act cool, which was why he was seeing it for the first time. As expected, from the pressure alone, he was finally able to witness the sight. As for David also having a technique which he had also practiced to the second state, it never even crossed his mind. Those who had practiced their techniques to the first stage were rare to begin with, not to mention the second state. He proceeded to watch. He wanted to see David's miserable appearance before the next 10 seconds could pass by. Bang. Bam. 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 A figure stood still in the same striking position, slowly retreating their hands. While the other figure took 3 steps back consequently, leaving deep imprints on the solid material that made the ground. Blood instantly rushed to his head from the forceful reversal of his blood. His face turned red and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The attack had forcefully changed the direction of his blood, leading to blood disruption. He was unable to propel his blood during a short moment notice. He would need to recuperate first. But the main question is, was his opponent dumb enough to give him time to recuperate? With a slight bang, the figure was knocked out cold by his opponent. Then the figure's face cleared for all to see. It was unexpectedly Spryher. You. Nix gave contorted. Furious, he shouted as he rushed forward in anger. Die. Bang. Another figure is sent flying to the air. Nick had also been knocked out cold, leaving both Sebastine and David remaining in the EMP's force field. His darkened face suddenly smiled as he cracked his neck. Pa. 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 Terrifying bones-popping sounds could be heard. He said, "That idiot is finally quiet." Then he glanced at David with a face akin to a psychopath as he continued. "I suppose I should thank you for that. Tell me, how should I thank you? Should I break just one of your limbs or both?" He seemed to seriously ponder it. David only kept quiet as he stood still. There was only 7 seconds left anyways, he was starting to miss his bed quite badly. Seeing as David didn't reply, he proceeded to say, "I've decided, I will break all 4. The moment his last words came out, his figure vanished. It had been an after image all along. Shadow splicing. With the use of a gadget, manipulate the sight situated outside the visible spectrum at its red end, using a limited amount of radiation having a wavelength between about 700 nanometers and 1 millimeters. Basically, you can barely manipulate shadows. It was unknown where he got the money or connections to afford such things. David frowned. As expected, Sebastine was the most troublesome one to deal with. With the gadget activated, he couldn't clearly see where Sebastine was coming from and could only move according to his body instincts. He suddenly twisted his neck as a sharp-pointed foot attempted to puncture his head from the back. It was as if he had eyes at the back of his head. Bam. He blocked the second sword foot with his hands. Blood splattered. In that same split second. Bam. The third sword foot reached him. Bam. The fourth. Bam. The fifth. It appears that Sebastine had been concealing his prowess since the very beginning, no one knows why. The two fought with incredibly swiftness and horrifying force as danger seemed to be close. If one of them made a single mistake, it could lead to their deaths. It might seem like a long time, but it only took 3 seconds. 4 seconds left. Chapter 78, Light Manipulator. For a new student, acquiring a gadget was an impossibility. Even if it was only a low-level gadget, as they cost an enormous amount of gyno points in order to redeem them from the Institute. It was still unbelievable. A few days back, Nick had used his own means to connect to the black market and its people, which was very remarkable as a new student and shows how well connected he is. Considering how secretive the black market was. Settling up a meeting with one of its members, he had then sent Sebastine in his place to go purchase the cubic EMP as he didn't dare to go himself. The dangers involved were something he could deal with also, he couldn't afford to get caught, so he sent Sebastine in his place instead. But who would have known that not only did Sebastine not purchase the EMP, he had made good friends with the person he had met, which eventually lead him into getting a gadget for himself at an incredibly cheap price. Shadow Splicer, a low-level gadget of the Light Manipulator series. It basically had the ability to obscure one's presence by manipulating the light and shadows in the surrounding area with the use of radiation. It was a decent gadget to own. It was in a form of a flat transparent tablet. With crystal clear body. But, its only downside was that, it would only work on low-level Spryhers with blood revolutions lower than 60 cycles per second. Although it was decent, its functionality is very limited, as it would be of no use in a few weeks, as the other students would probably be string enough to ignore its effects. Repeatedly using his palms to block the unlimited amount of kicks headed his way, his hands was already bloody as Thameg had been dyed red by his own blood. The blue barrier began to flicker softly. David suddenly didn't bother to dodge anymore. He was only keeping up with this nonsense because he wanted to see he was going to far once he was put into a more severe situation than this. He could hold on a little longer, but his hands were already sore and tired. He wasn't a person who enjoyed pain, and once the pain was getting obvious, he instantly threw T-Plan to the back of his head. Circulating his blood to its limit, the feeling his brainwaves transmitted suddenly changed as an imposing aura covered the surroundings. Feeling this change, Sebastine hurriedly withdrew. Azar didn't know what had happened. He was clearly suppressing David, toying with him, but this situation suddenly popped up. What is happening? He suddenly heard David say, "Let this last move decide everything." Sebastine was an extremely smart person. All his years, he didn't waste them in foolishness. Although he didn't know what just happened, he wasn't foolish enough to remain idle. Before David's voice could fade, he immediately circulated his blood to its limit. His body turned red slightly due to its fast pace as his muscles shook like a stormy wave. Must rise from his head as the sweat that had accumulated in his body began to evaporate due to the friction in his vein. His figure suddenly rose a few meters into the air. Swish. His body quickly started rotating like a spinning top and a sharp aura pierced into the sky. He suddenly descended onto David like a turbo jet plane. Tens of sword foot instantly swished down towards David's head without warning, attempting to toggle his body with holes, turning his head into an hornet's nest. It was Sebastian's ultimate technique. A mixture of two mid-tier black-grade technique. But its might was almost comparable to a high-tier black-grade technique practiced to perfection. A lightweight technique which reduces one's weight by freely changing one's center of gravity for a few seconds, and a kicking technique which gets better the more weightless one could become. With that, he could dish out as many sword foot as fast as he can, but the strain of circulating two techniques was too much and the amount of concentration needed to do so was exhausting. If only one had the ability to double task, it might be slightly less difficult. He had come up with it just recently, as he had paid a little amount of gyno points to stumble on such information in the archives before he went to meet the member of the black market. He wasn't so stupid to go without protecting himself. And he was pretty sure that not just anyone could take his ultimate technique without being severely injured. The attack was piercingly fast as the shadows of kicks filled the air. One might think the shadows were after images, but they were all real attacks. Sebastian's attack was just too fast after he defied gravity for that single second. David's eyes lit up and he changed his stance in an instant. Entering threefold steps with a single stride, his foot stomped the ground as he suddenly halted with a screech. Boom. David's feet landed on the hard floor, and the ground, which was made with a special material in the street, instantly burst apart, creating a deep ravine a few inches deep and a few inches wide. Dust clouds flew into the air that had sentience, and the entire ground trembled. With a single threefold step, David's aura intensified as though he was about to break apart the earth. Not good. Sebastian's pupils constricted in fear and he almost lost his balance in the air. He quickly changed his position and then, like a swallow, he switched moves in an instant. Pa. Pa. David's muscles intensified as the veins in his body quivered incessantly like an anaconda. His tendons crackled in sheer might. A forward lean. And a stomp. Threefold stomp. Bang. The air shook as the wind swirled angrily. And Sebastian's figure shook slightly, and they passed by each other closely. Sebastian had actually managed to dodge the attack. He didn't wait to marvel at the skill of his escape technique. He dashed forward rapidly, attempting to leave the range of the EMP. David might have severely injured himself, or at the very least, his blood circulation might be disrupted because he had to forcefully pull back his technique since it met no feedback. But with his terrifying control he had over his body, it was a piece of cake. If it were another person, they might have used the opportunity to attack David while his blood revolutions were being disrupted, but Sebastian proved he was quite the cautious type. He took off instead with his fastest speed, attempting to dash out of the EMP's range. He didn't know what else David had up his sleeve, so it was better to just retreat. And as expected, he was actually right. Trying to flee. David snorted coldly as anger surged in his eyes. With the quiver of his body, David's feet sank into the sturdy floor as his figure disappeared. Fourfold steps. Boom. The ground trembled as his feet exploded by 4 times its previous size. Terrifying veins revealed itself like little snakes. He finally revealed his true strength. He covered 10 meters in a single stride and caught up with Sebastian in a few steps, throwing a fist at his back. Heat waves erupted from his fist, distorting the surrounding with its explosive might. Scorching fury. A fist with an explosive effect. Bang. Sebastian shrieked as his was sent flying like a cannonball to the direction he was fleeing to. He coughed out mouthfuls of blood as he stared at David in disbelief. He hadn't expected that even when he executed his ultimate technique, he would still be beaten, and that David had only shown his true might. His speed was simply too fast. Then he collapsed to the floor. He was already unconscious from the pain. His back had been scorched black as a faint black imprint. If a dust could be seen on his back, the smell of cooked meat roused the atmosphere. It smelt good, yet that thought was nauseating. David calmed down, his brain waves instantly receded back from their intense activity and his aura soon faded. In a flash, he disappeared from original position. In the next second, the blue barrier flickered unstably and then with a bang, it exploded finally. revealing 4 unconscious students lying down on the mangled floor. By then, David was long gone. Franklin shouted in anger. His AI notified him of a new task he had been assigned to. Franklin desperately needed the littlest amount of gyno points he could get in order to forward his experiments. He had failed miserably in creating his own basic gene fluid which would help in becoming an apprentice geneticist, finally becoming a member of the Generic Association. But he had been failing, and now, he was almost close to successfully creating the night vision gene fluid when his momentum was suddenly disturbed by the AI. Although the AI informed him as silently as it could, but his momentum was already disrupted, there was nothing he could do regarding that. Ah! He shouted furiously and angrily threw a glass tube to the wall in anger, but in a split second, he caught up to it in a flash as he held into it carefully, like one would to a baby. He panted hard as he thought of the situation he would be placed once he broke it. Right now, he was in one of the facilities of the institute used for various experiments. He had rented a room and it was cheap. The only downside to it was the rule. Break 1 by 3. The warning had been written in capital letters, every word was strong and forceful, no one would ever dare to ignore. It was in every single doors in the facility. No matter how expensive the equipment broken was, one would have to buy 3 of it. As a miser, he wasn't resigned to submit himself to such obvious robbery. He was in his 2nd year now in the institute and he still wasn't successful. The institute would soon send him off to the front lines once they saw that his potential was wasted. They had only kept him because he had shown talents in the field as a geneticist. That was why he wasn't sent to the front lines yet after his 1st year. Chapter 79, Night Vision Basic Gene Fluid. Opening up his holographic image, he skimmed through his messages. Franklin read over the task with the fastest speed possible before hurriedly accepting it. It was a fact that he wasn't the only one who had received the task request. There are thousands of students in the institute that are in desperate need for gyno points in order to advance in their researches or to purchase the resources needed to advance in strength. For example, the gene fluid Franklin was creating a while back, night vision gene fluid. Upon ingesting the gene fluid, the genetic arrangements and the DNA helix which made up the entire structure of the human eye would evolve as the genetic codes would be changed into a different structure. Eventually, the eyes would gradually possess the ability to see during the night time. As it was only a basic gene fluid, the effect was minimal. And takes a lot time to reconstruct, re-ediate, and imprint the night vision gene onto the existing gene. Also, the night vision vial only had a range of tens of meters, which allows one to only roughly see through the dark. It was a very complicated process. The night vision gene fluids cost an enormous amount of gyno points to purchase directly from the institute. The advantages is that it can be upgraded by an even higher level of gene fluid as the genetic codes that made up the eye structure would be forcefully overwritten. It was only cheaper to buy the materials needed for the preparation of the specified gene fluid from the institute. Otherwise, one could only purchase the cloud directly. Exiting the lab facility, Franklin didn't waste a single seconds as he activated his Skywalker. He jumped a few meters in the air and activated his Skywalker immediately. Soft waves of energy combusted fiercely, as waves flickered through the superscript 1, email protected. His figure floated a few meters into the air with the gentle thrusters of mini-engine placed underneath them. He turned towards a certain sun before he headed towards there in haste as he moved his legs as though he was running in the air while he moved both his legs with speed. Upon reaching his destination, he immediately frowned with what he saw. And he knew that things are about to get pretty serious. He saw 4 students, lying prone to the ground unconscious. As he was about to step forward to begin his task when he suddenly heard a sound. Whoosh! A figure dived down from above as it descended slowly. The thrusters of the boot surged with energy as the gravitational field was countered. At first, Franklin didn't see who it was since the figure was wearing a cloak, but as the figure closed in, descending to the ground, deactivating its thrusters, the figure landed with a slight thud. Franklin's face instantly darkened, but in a split second, his expression turned normal. "You are here," Franklin said as he moved close to one of the boys, currently unconscious. Checking in his injuries. Upon hearing this, the figure released the hood that was hiding their face. The clock instantly revealed a very beautiful lady with gray curves. Her eyes shone with a gray light as sharpness flickered imperceptibly. Kira wasn't even bothered about answering him. Instead she asked with another question of hers, "What happened here?" Not minding about the fact that he had been ignored, Franklin leaned forwards as he observed the surrounding scenario where the fight had taken place. "Don't ask me, because I also just got here." After his diagnosis, he then spoke up. They all seemed to be unconscious with only a few bones broken, just a minor injury, nothing major. He then stood up from his previous bent position. Although Franklin wasn't qualified yet as an apprentice geneticist, his year of experience didn't fail him as he fully diagnosed the situation. But although he was good at observing injuries, he wasn't really good in observing the battlefield. That was the reason why Udoing Institute and sent Kira to assist him observe the battery field for evidence and traces which could lead to the culprits involved in the forbidden fight. As it was illegal to start a fight in the Institute without initiating a forced duel first nor a mutual duel. Kira checked the surroundings and she scrutinized her eyes. A piercing gray light seemed to emerge from her eyes as the surroundings seemed to shine. It seemed as though she has activated some kind of technique to find out the traces and details involved in the surrounding of the previous fight. Then she spotted the deep ravine David had forcefully made with his leg. And the series of deep footprints deep in the ground. Franklin's voice sounded out. It should be group conflict. And judging by the fact that there was no recordings made, nor was there any distress message sent to the main AI, it's clear they had some kind of EMP activated. Only a group could afford such cost at the very of activating an EMP. Franklin thought thoroughly through the situation and that was the best conclusion you could come up with. Kira kept quiet for a while but her eyes continued to observe the battlefield. Then suddenly she shook her head, clearly stating that he had the whole situation wrong. From what I could observe, I think it is only one person there, not this 4 students unconscious. Franklin frowned slightly as he thought he had heard wrongly. Kira nodded her head in confirmation as she repeated that. I am pretty sure that it is the same person. They soon left to report their findings, along with various evidence. And the unconscious students too. A few weeks after his fight with Nick and his subordinates, David didn't let it affect him anyways, while he practiced in diligently every day, not wasting his days. The second week could be said to be quite hectic for him. As it was written in the student guide, every protected forced duels would be renewed every week. When one had been initiated a forced duel, the participant would be forced to fight in a duel, regardless of his opinion. Regardless of who won, the one who had initiated the forces duel would not be able to cast any free forced duel cards for a week. While the one who had been forced to a duel will have his or her profile protected by the AI for a week. In past 2 weeks, David had dealt with various situations and unexpected attacks from various people he didn't even know or had ever met. Someone had even bought a one-time contraption that targets protected profiles in order for the profile to accept the forced battle one more time. Just to deal with him. During that time, David had been quite relaxed, and had left down his guards by a few notches when suddenly, he had been forced into another duel. It came as a surprise to him, which had caused him quite a bit of pain as his opponent didn't let in on the opportunity to attack him fast. If not for his quick wits and his ability and the fact that he had grown stronger every single day, he might just be lying in an hospital bay right mo. David had just walked out from the large hall with Nihia in tow. It was also the last lecture they had for the day. Otherwise, they are free for the remainder of the day. As the duo said their goodbyes and parted ways, David didn't immediately head to his dorm directly. Instead, he headed straight towards the archives. The reason for that was because a few days ago, while he was practicing his training manual, David had suddenly realized that the efficiency of the manual had reduced by quite a lot, to the extent that there was little to no effect the last time he had practiced his training manual. On a normal circumstances, according to his calculations, the efficiency of the training method would only cease after a few years of repeated practice. Which had come to quite a shock to him when he realized that his heart rate and blood revolutions had failed to increase by even a single beat or a single cycle. It was as if there was something in his chest forcibly suppressed his blood revolution, refusing to budge in the slightest bit. David reached the archives and he entered into the building. The rows of bookcases were still empty, and when David looked towards the counter, he saw the young lady who had threatened him and Nihia the first time they had arrived at the archives. And this time, she was also busy reading a few books whose title was obscured from his vision. Taking large steps, he walked towards the young lady, and when he arrived in front of her, he loudly rapped his fingers gently on the iron counter to gain her attention. As for the warning she had given to him the previous time, he didn't really take it to heart. Since students weren't allowed to fight carelessly, he wasn't worried at all. Chapter 80, Trouble Within the Archive. Although his tap was soft and gentle, the archive was a very silent place to begin with. Such that even the sound of a pin dropping would be loud, so David's tap was specifically a little more louder. Although the archives had been altered to block sound, the librarian's seat was exempted from such altercations. Obviously startled, the young lady quickly did away with the books she was holding. Still with her heads down, she quickly adjusted herself and with the brightest smile she could possibly muster, she raised up and greeted David. "Good morning, sir. How can I help?" Her voice was suddenly cut off and suddenly her smile dropped as she noticed the person standing in front of her desk. With a frown and in an indifferent tone, she spoke up, "And what is it that you want?" Opening up the holographic image, she went back to what she was previously doing, ignoring David once more. She honestly thought it was another inspection that was made by the supervising depart. It had been a month since she had seen them, so she was a bit jumpy at this crucial moment. If they saw that she was reading the book that the students was supposed to pay to read, it might not cause any problems because the benefits of working as a receptionist includes reading books for free, but she tends to ignore her surroundings when she reads. She usually becomes immersed in her readings, and when disturbed, she tends to have a violent temper, as her mouth would do the talking before her brain responds. This had happened to him the previous time he had come here, so David wasn't the slightest bit surprised by this development. With a smirk on his lips as he replied in a deep voice, "Are you sure you want to ignore me this time?" It was as though he was threatening her. She suddenly stood up and eyes suddenly lit up in flames of anger. Sure. Sure. Yes, I am sure I want to ignore you," she babbled her response. And when she noticed David was keeping silent, she smiled satisfactorily and went back to her books. She didn't have time for his nonsense. But then, she suddenly heard David say, "All right, but who are those guys watching us at my 7-foot clock?" She subconsciously raised her head to check while simultaneously responding, "Why would I care who they are?" Her words were then stuck in her throat as her eyes widened in the as if she hadn't looked towards there the first instance. She acted quite casual, flipping down her imprint as she stood up with her back straight. She then smiled with her lips curled up. She was very beautiful as she smiled with her curves quite visible through the robes she was wearing. It appears that the glasses she was wearing and the big brown robes she always donned on obscured her beauty and her curves. She smiled as she spoke sweetly. "How long were they there for?" David took his time as he folded his arms, with a sinister smile in his face. Frida squinted her eyes and she gritted her teeth about to let out another stream of words. The corner of her eye caught into the people behind them, obviously spying at them. Her attitude changed, but through gritted teeth, she spoke up. "All right, what do you want?" she stated. "Now that's more like it." David smiled widely. It was an obvious blackmail. It would take quite a lot of time if he decides to start searching through all the books in the archives for the problems he was currently facing, but if he has someone who could help him through it, why not? His demeanor then turned serious as he asked, "The topics concerning problems a Spryher faces and the solution on how to overcome them. I need those books for a good buddy of mine. He didn't have time to come here, so I thought I should help out." The young lady stood still, as though she was frozen, and then without warning, she burst out with laughter while holding her stomach and the desk. David stood there blankly. He didn't know what to do. How did this situation turn out this way? Why was she even laughing? She is obviously not faking it this time. He was dumbfounded for a while and her laughter didn't seem to fade for a while. Wiping up her tears, she giggled softly as she said, "Sorry about that. So what particular problem is this friend of yours facing?" Placing emphasis on the word friend, she then held her mouth as if to stifle her laughter. If David didn't know the reason for her laughter by now, he should just go hit his head on a rock. With an expressionless face, "You saw through the lie, didn't you?" he confirmed. But this made her burst out into laughter once again. When she calmed down, it was very obvious. "Couldn't you come up with something better than that?" "That was a very stupid idea," she giggled cutely and her deep dimples made its appearances once again. She was a very beautiful young lady with a very long black hair, deep black eyes that shone like the very crystals they are. Long black eyebrows that almost looked fake. Her perfectly symmetric lips and nose that seemed to be in faultless work of art made David a bit stunned. Clearing his throat, he sighed. "That was what I could come up with, okay. All right, you've had your fun, now can you point me to the right direction? I'm in a bit of a hurry right now," he stated plainly. Being made fun of by a pretty girl would obviously spoil any guy's mood and make them embarrassed. Chuckling softly. "It been quite a while in had such a good laugh, so I might as well just reward you. Tell me what your problem is, I might be of help to you," Frida said. David hesitated. It wasn't quite sure if I should tell her the problem is currently facing with his practice. "I'm not really sure if I should tell you, and also, how do I know you can't help me?" Frida rolled her eyes as she said, "I've been in the institute for about 3 years now, so I'm pretty sure I have experienced more problems than you're currently facing, and if I guess correctly, You are a new student at the institute, so I'm quite confident in answering your questions correctly. Puffing up her bountiful chest. Also, I have a license as a consultant, and you should know, new students pay me quite a good amount of gyno point just for a little piece of advice from me, she stated Bradley proudly. David stared at her intensely. He wasn't sure if could trust her, as she doesn't seem to be responsible, but he decided to give it a try. A few meters away from where David and Frida were speaking, 5 people could be seen seated in a corner, talking with each other while at the same time glancing towards a certain direction. 3 young men, a middle-aged man that seemed to be a professor, and a pretty lady. The middle-aged man, called Greenstone, suddenly spoke up. Previously, you confidently stated that Frida doesn't deserve to be a receptionist, as she frequently ignored those who came to her for help, and you would show me evidence regarding that. But, Greenstone said with a furrowed brows as he glanced at the still smiling Frida. After a while, he continued, but from what I see and from the way she's interacting with the young man over there, she seems to be pretty good receptionist. I don't see any problem with that. He then stared menacingly the young lady and her group. Did you come here just to waste my time? I don't have enough time for myself, but you came here to waste my time for this nonsense. Do you know your crime, or did you think I came here because of that meager little amount of gyno points you sent me? This bastard, how is 50,000 gyno points a meager sum of money? The young lady cursed in her mind, but she hurriedly stood up as she respectfully said, Professor Greenstone, I promise that is not it. It wasn't my intention to bring you here for nothing. I don't understand what was happening either, but from what I can come up with, I think she spotted us already and is faking that smile. She stared hatefully at Frida. She had also applied for the position as a receptionist at the archives along with Frida and all beautiful female students, but Frida had been chosen because she was the most beautiful and respectful, and also with humble background. The group of girls who had applied as a receptionist, that wasn't all because of her deep beautiful dimples that seemed to make an impression on anyone. She had been chosen. At least, that was what Brenda thought. Chapter 81, Duped. Brenda was incredibly jealous of Frida. She had been desperately chasing after the position as a receptionist for a few years. Preparing herself for every moment, she fulfilled every requirement it might have taken, as she really needed the position. And according to her calculations, she had the most chances at attaining the job amongst other applicants. She just had to be patient and the job would gently land on her laps. But everything turned to shit when she didn't know exactly what had happened, but suddenly, someone else had been chosen in her stead. She couldn't quite believe it. The position was already in her laps. All that remained was for her to grab them, but someone else had done that instead. She was incredibly incensed to the extent that she filed numerous reports, but all that was for naught. The job was incredibly important to her. It wasn't about the gyno points. With a slight movement of her skills, Second could acquire as much gyno point as she wanted. It wasn't much of a problem to her. She didn't give up. As an employee in the archives, she could read any book she wanted except from the training method and combat techniques. Those were forbidden to be read by the receptionist, but apart from that, everything in the archives is free for the receptionist to read as she or he deem fit. No matter the amount of gyno points one might have, it was impossible to freely read some materials, as they required a specific amount of authority to access them. There are different levels to authorities, which allows access to a limited amount of resources and materials. And it is practically impossible to increase one's authority levels with gyno points. The AI records each contribution made to the institute, and then increases the experience bar accordingly. A new student in the institute is automatically granted a level 1 authority. But as their contribution or talents to the institute begins to grow, their experience point which is being installed into their imprint will also begin to grow, and after some time, the tag may be promoted to the next level, which is a level 2 tag. New students are usually ignorant about the authority level system, since it was almost useless to them during the first year of being in the institute. Only a few new student LS are aware of the fact. Meanwhile, a professor in the institute is directly granted a level 2 authority tag as soon as they begin working, and as their contribution to the institute begins to accumulate, the experience point system installed in their AI will also begin to grow until it breaks past the bottleneck of the level 2 authority and then promoted into owning a level 3 authority. For example, Professor Mu originally owned a level 2 tag. But as his contribution to the institute continues to grow, he was gradually promoted, and very recently, he owned a level 4 authority imprint which he had utilized almost immediately. But Professor wasn't as Prof Mu. Even after a few years, he was still stuck with a level 2 authority tag, unable to break past the final limit. It wasn't that he hadn't tried hard enough. He done his very best, but the fact that he was just a mediocre person who had gotten his position through treachery remained. He was not as talented as Professor Mu nor other professors in the institute. I don't understand what was happening either, but from what I can come up with, I think she spotted us already and is faking that smile. Brenda said as she turned to stare hatefully at the still smiling Frida. How she hates those deep holes on her cheek. Brenda could easily get hers, but that would be very obvious, and the fact that she wasn't born with it might make people disdain her. As soon as he heard those words, his face darkened. Nonsense. Professor Greenstone chortled. I specifically chose this spot due to the fact that it was an obvious blind spot. Haven't you heard of the phrase, the best place to remain hidden is to remain seen in plain view? Brenda's incredibly beautiful face turned red. She was angry this time. She could deduce that the professor wasn't willing to help her. What hidden in plain view? What evidence? If he really had the authority and wanted to help her, all he needed was a few words and his testimony, even if it was made up. The institute obviously won't choose a student over a professor. Now that she thought about it, she suddenly realized that she hadn't verified his original authority level in the first place. She had thought he was a level 3 authority owner, but from the situation she can finally guess that was Professor Greenstone was still just a level 2 authority owner. The same authority level as her. He had been lying to her and everybody all this while, although people were doubting she hadn't thought a professor would lie about that. She gradually calmed down as the respectful gaze she had used to look at him previously disappeared, and it appeared quite disdainful. This is an obvious waste of my time. Do not let me see you next time, young lady. He swung his sleeves as he turned around to leave. Brenda didn't say any more. She watched in as the instructor left. She had been scammed and she knew it. Although she said she could get as much gyno point as she wanted, but 50,000 gyno point was no small amount. It was an incredibly large amount of money. No one could just let that go, and with her character, she has been scammed of 50,000 gyno point. She obviously couldn't let it go. She would collect the money from him with interest. Her lips suddenly curled upward as she had already thought of a plan. Suddenly she was interrupted by a sudden bout of laughter. If it weren't for the fact that the archives had been installed with noise reduction gadget, everyone within the archive would have been terribly startled. As though she had known that ITT would happen, her face turned stoic and she indifferently stared at the three guys. In that moment, they choked in their laughter as they shut their mouths. They looked to be in their 20s and were incredibly handsome. A French guy, a Spanish one, and an Indie-looking guy. Simultaneously named John, Pedro, and Sanjay. As soon as the professor left the exit through the exit of the archive, the three of them instantly burst out laughing with tears and falling from their eyes. But they didn't dare to face Brenda's fury either, so they quickly stifled their laughter. But the fact that Brenda got scammed by that professor was still incredibly funny to them. Do any of you recognize the boy with Frida? Brenda suddenly asked after they had calmed down. The boys simultaneously shook their heads as they and as us at the same time. No. Jeffrey suddenly intercepted. They might be incredibly close to each other, or they might be friends judging from their behavior. Brenda frowned, then she shook her head. Frida barely had any friends since she took job. She has been spending most of her time reading the books in the archives, trying to memorize as much books as she could, just in case she was removed from the position. I think he is just there to ask for directions from her. Sanjay blinked. And who would believe that? Pedro snickered. Before they could stay arguing, Brenda interjected. You guys stay here and watch him, while I deal with something important first. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she turned around to leave. Should we deal with him? He looks quite weak though. Pedro blurted out. Brenda stood still as she pondered. No, let him be. It's been quite a while. Frida laughed last. Send the video recordings to Clinton, he would deal with him for us. No need to trouble ourselves further. The three guys suddenly shivered. Brenda, you as savage as usual. Yeah, I fear the day I might have to cross you. But Clinton is a very smart person. He wouldn't fall for such things. Of course he will notice, but he will have no other choice than to fall for the plan. As it is, I don't think he has ever made her smile. Frida has a lot of love interests. Those who are willing to get close to her. The benefits are immense. She is very beautiful, and the most important, she is a receptionist at the archives. Stay and watch his movements, update me if anything comes up. I will go deal with that professor. If he thinks he can just take my gyno points and get away with it, I will assist him in changing that mindset of his. Her eyes lit up in anger, but still, she was still incredibly beautiful. The boys sighed as they tuned down their lust, but Pedro wasn't a shy person to begin with. Should we head over to your room this night? He breathed roughly as he attempted to calm himself down, but he kept on failing. His eyes then turned into slits as they seemed to resemble that of a rattlesnake. A sudden emergence of an invincible wave burst out from his eyes, attempting to skin Brenda's body. Brenda did nothing as though she couldn't see the waves. The waves skin her full body. From the chest, down to the bottom in places which is supposed to remain hidden. Seemingly done with its job, the waves bounced back attempting to send the signal and result of what it had scanned. Pedro's breathing got a notch rougher and faster. But as the waves were about to merge with his brainwaves to send its results, there was a sudden swish. Puff. The waves was destroyed instantly, just like a smoke. Pedro glared angrily, attempting to fight it out with the person who ruined his moment. But all he saw was Brenda's cold eyes. He instantly calmed down. You boys won't be getting anything until this matter is settled. That's your punishment for attempting to use your genetic ability on me. After saying that, she turned around and left, but not without seductively swaying her hips. The boys instantly felt as if a cold water had been splashed on their heads. They angrily turned towards Pedro. This is all your fault. Chapter 82, Heartlock. So, if I get this straight, you are currently experiencing an heartlock. Frida said while squinting her eyes, scrutinizing him. I guess so. David replied with a slight hesitation in his voice. Frida replied as though she couldn't quite believe him. And this is also your first time experiencing this? She asked again. David sensed something wasn't quite right with the way things were going, but he didn't know what, so he answered. Yes, it's the first time I am experiencing such things, so I got really worried. He frowned as he recalled the amount of repetitions he had gone through, but still, his heart failed to break past its limit even by a little amount. It was as if his heart, blood, and veins had been locked down by something, refusing to increase its blood circulation. That was why he was here currently. PPFT, a small laugh escaped her lips again, but as she tried stifling them with her hands, she accidentally sprayed some droplets of liquid crystal on David's face. David hurriedly closed his eyes. But he could do nothing about his face, as he hadn't even expected something like this. He immediately grew angry. What type of situation is this? Does this young lady find everything funny to her or something? Glaring angrily at her. Are you even a consultant? He doubt in his heart began to grow. Which consultant bursts out laughing when her patients tells her about their problems? She is obviously lying. No. I mean, yes, of course I am. It's just that your problem is a bit funny to me and also very cute too. She chuckled. David's eyes widened in disbelief. Cute? Cute? Who calls a man cute? You can call me something else, but do not call me cute. Calming his mind, he asked. What is funny about the fact that I am experiencing a problem which may very well be a crisis? David almost roared at her face. Whoa there, little guy. Calm down, all right, she smiled as she calmed herself too. Then she said seriously. How long was it since you had been admitted into the institute? Seeing that she had finally turned serious, David pondered before responding too. It should be almost a month now. He nodded as he confirmed that it really was almost a month. Frida didn't say anything as she just stared seriously at David. She didn't know if he was serious or if he was just joking. If he was joking, then it was a pretty good joke which had lightened up her mood. But if he was serious, then things would turn more serious than she had imagined. She suddenly leaned over the desk as she suddenly said, What did you say your talent was again? Looking at her suspiciously, Am I even allowed to reveal that to someone else? David replied. Just answer the damn question. Her expression turned a total 360. She appeared really anxious. David's eyes flashed for a brief moment, but then, his face turned expressionless as he replied, Never mind me, I was just joking earlier. I have something to do, so I will see you later. After saying that, he turned around to leave. As he walked towards the exit, he could feel a bit gaze watching him as he left. As he was about a few meters away from the exit, a semi-transparent bubble enveloped his surroundings, with him as the center. David's face immediately turned ugly. He turned around and he shouted. What is the meaning of this? David had read about the transparent barrier that enveloped him. It was a mid-level gadget which forms a delicate barrier that has the ability to absorb the surrounding color to camouflage and obscure the areas within the barrier. David glared at Frida from a distance, demanding for an explanation. And as Frida was about to explain, David's body shook, and surprisingly, his legs expanded by multiple folds. Bang! With the strength contained within his legs right now, he could easily stomp a mammoth to death with a single strike. But as his legs made contact with the ground, the floor didn't even shake as one might have expected. David's figure instantly flashed as his body was sent catapulting backwards with immense speed like an arrow imbued with air resistance. Whoosh! He was about to burst through the barrier to exit the archives when he suddenly heard a sigh. His spine tingled as the hairs on his neck stood on end. He instantly felt cold. It was his body warning him of danger. He roared loudly as he attempted to increase his speed when coil. Screech. A soft-like thing wound around his calf, his moving figure was suddenly pulled to a screeching halt almost instantly. It was a vine branch which had wound up around his feet. It was also moving upwards, trying to wound up his waist, without giving him the slightest bit of opportunity to fight back. David instinctively knew that he couldn't let the vine reach his waist, unless he would be doomed. In that instant, he propelled his blood with maximum velocity, pushing his blood, veins and body to its limit. The blood within him flowed like a river within his veins as his heart pumped dark red blood into his system like a blood machine. Heat waves spread visibly from him and the surrounding air distorted and the wind churned in fury. The heat seemed to want to burn almost everything surrounding him. Obviously feeling the intense heat, the vine started to loosen from his thigh. As he was about to sigh in relief, his face suddenly paled. Two purplish vines, which appears to be quite thicker than the first one, swept through the air as they wrapped around his waist and his arms, like an anaconda as they began constricting themselves, squeezing his bones and flesh. David tried to struggle, but it was for naught. He suddenly heard Frida's voice. Frida stood at a corner of a bookshelf as she glanced at David with a smile. Trying to leave, or are you planning on escaping? That was just wishful thinking. No one knows this yet, but in here, I am God. She shrugged as though what she said wasn't anything surprising. David glared at Frida with his bloodshot eyes. Hesitation flickered in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. He didn't know what this crazy lady was up to. His brain told him that the situation was quickly getting out of his control. He was mortal danger, but yet, instincts told him otherwise. It had remained quiet throughout the ordeal. He hadn't sensed anything at all, which made him quite hesitant. As if he had made a decision, David suddenly spoke up. Thinking about holding me here, naive, in a deep tone he shouted. Ah. Open for me. The heat waves in his body suddenly great and an orange color bathed him in their lights. It was as if there was an orange halo around him. Although it wasn't clear at the moment, but the heat waves in his body had began to take in an orange hue. Crackle. The air in the surrounding bubble crackled with pure heat. As the distortion in space grew and the heat in the environment increased at a terrifying pace. It had never happened before. But David was too far gone to notice. Frida raised an eyebrow in surprise. This new student was interesting. If she was truly an evil person and truly didn't want to help him, she might just want to hold him hostage. Suddenly, David's figure trembled incessantly and his body turned a few shades red. Huge amount of red veins popped out from his body as though attempting to burst out from his body. Swish. Swish. Blood revolved in his body with no end like an engine. It was as if his heart was an internal combustion engine as the strength in his body also gradually increased. The orange color of the heat wave began to grow more prominent, distorting the air with its force. His skin cracked as though about to break. His tendons shook and vibrated, his head streamed out steams of air. David gritted his teeth as he shouted in his head, a little more, just a little more. David's mind suddenly turned blank as a bang went off in his heart. It was at this moment that the green vines receded back as they loosened their hold on him. But if one checked properly, one would see a few parts of the vines had been burnt black. Upon seeing this, Frida was stunned, and when she recovered, she turned towards David in anger. The vines were her most precious. She had nurtured them to be quite resilient, and with her resources, she was finally succeeded, but with the few charred sides of the vines would need to recuperate for a while, messing up her plans. And she would also have to spend a few gyno points to do that. She doesn't really have the time for all that. She still needed to read as much book as she could. Chapter 83, Breakthrough. David stood there blankly, as though he had lost his soul. He wasn't even aware of Frida's glare. He closed his eyes as he felt and observed his body. The blood in his body flowed more naturally in his veins, as if there wasn't anything forcefully pumping them to begin with. Everything flowed quite smoothly, and he felt that lock which had been preventing him from progressing also loosened its hold. His mind also felt cleared up, but it was in that moment he remembered his situation. As he was about to burst out with more power, he noticed that the situation had changed. The vines which had tied him up quite nicely was also gone. He cast a confused glance at Frida, who was currently glaring at him. A light bulb suddenly went off his head. Although he still didn't know what was going on, he could guess, and in the next moment, he tilted his head downwards as he said, "Thank you for your teachings. I'm incredibly sorry that I misunderstood you from the beginning." Upon hearing this, Frida calmed down a bit and she nodded. At least this guy knows how to show his appreciation. Do not worry about it, the plan wouldn't have worked if you noticed anyway. That was my thanks to you for not letting me get into a tough situation. She cast a glance at the three men who were still angrily bickering with each other. They couldn't see her, because of the camouflage effect of the barrier, but she could see them very clearly, but she didn't stare at them intently, just in case they noticed. Glancing back toward David, she explained, "Heartlocks are common to Spryhers. It usually only occurs a few weeks after you begin to practicing the exercising manuals. Yours just came a bit later than the others, is all. Unless you have been slacking off in your practice." Her voice deepened as she tried to sound intimidating, but it just made her cute. Shaking his head, of course not, he didn't think there would be a single student who would dare to slack off in the institute. "Well, I also think I should apologize for that." She sounded a bit guilty as she didn't dare look into his eyes. Her eyes shifted, she suddenly said, "The best way to clear an heartlock is to place oneself amidst danger to naturally break past the heartlock or..." David nodded his head as he pondered. He had experienced it first and he could say with certainty that it works quite well and fine, but it would be very difficult if he wanted to that once again. He had almost cracked his veins and there were small amounts of hidden wear and tears in his muscles. Veins and flesh. But they were slowly healing. It wouldn't take quite long to heal them fully. He then suddenly thought of something. He looked towards her, signaling for her to continue, but she just averted her gaze from him, refusing to look straight at him. David's eyes twitched as he pressed on, sighing, or you could just purchase a low-level heart-breaking serum from the institute, she finally revealed in a low voice with her head lowered. David's lips quivered and his expression twisted. So he had suffered all this for naught. His lips opened up naturally to release the curse at the tip of his tongue, but he immediately stopped. He then turned around and left. He needed to heal his injuries, and also, if he stayed a moment longer, he didn't know just what his mouth would spill out. Frida watched with a worried face as David left without saying a word. "Come back again." David almost stumbled. "Like hell I would." But she didn't stop him and only mumbled, "I think I got too carried away. It was my first time being a consultant, so I was pretty excited." "Well, it worked anyways, that is all that matters." Her pretty smile returned to her face. If David heard her words, he would surely spit out a mouthful of blood from anger. What David didn't know was that breaking the heartlock by oneself was the most perfect way to advance. Using the serum would only expend one's talents, and if one were to become reliant on the serum each time they encountered a bottleneck, it would have an adverse effect instead. Although breaking the heartlock with the serum was normal, it was a known fact in the institute that those who broke the lock by themselves amidst danger would surely grow more in power and mindset than those who had opened the lock with serums. There was a sudden ding sound. David stopped in his tracks. He turned on his holographic image as he checked his inbox for the message. The small smile on his lips disappeared and his eyes turned expressionless. Another student dead. He gazed at the shimmering ray of light that had emerged from his wrist with coldness in his eyes. It is the 24th death since they had been in the institute. At first, David felt that being here was heaven itself, but he didn't think so anymore. Every student in the institute receive a message about the death of another student so as to remind them that they need to work hard and practice diligently to survive. Waving off the ray of light, David decisively headed towards the direction to the energy room. He had died once already. He swore to himself never to experience the process ever again. His main purpose of growing stronger was to eliminate the process, never having to pass through it once more. His first priority was to heal himself from his injuries first before beginning to practice. He had been delayed for a few days because of the heartlock. He wasn't sure the other students might have likely surpassed him in strength, but he was a little doubtful about it. As the numbers of time he practices his exercising techniques is almost double that of his mates, he doubted if any of his new students could match up to him in strength. Pedro had a pained expression on his face. His punishment had been decided by Jean and Sanjay already, which had put a stop to their argument. He wouldn't invite it into the room at night. He was extremely distressed. It would be quite painful to him. He stared hatefully at both Jean and Sanjay and his heart burned with jealousy. Ignoring the both of them, he turned his head away, trying to distract himself. his eyes widened. Guys. Of course they ignored him as they began to discuss their methods. Guys. They both turned around at the same time and simultaneously shouted, "What?" Pointing towards Frida, "Where is the kid?" Chapter 84, Exposed. Pa. Pa. Pop. His bones popped, his muscles shivered and his tendons stretched out with extreme flexibility. Clenching his fist, he could feel every muscles, veins and cells in his body shiver in excitement as they had just been soaked in the energy room for a few hours. His heart purred in satisfaction, and his blood flowed quite easily. Although his strength didn't increase as, his body felt quite full of energy. His was at a stage where his strength wouldn't increase easily, and even if he were to soak inside the energy fluid for a whole day, his strength still wouldn't increase a single bit. As he exited the energy room, he received a message from his imprint. It was a message from the institute saying that there was an emergency gathering the next day. His eyebrows furrowed as he thought. This was the very first emergency gathering and David didn't know if it was a good or a bad thing. Thinking too much was usually his problem, so he just left it as it was. When he gets there, he would know. David dismissed the message as he turned around to leave. As soon as he entered his room, he slept off immediately. His snore resounded in his room. When David woke up, the sun was almost up. But the weather was extremely cold. It appears BAS though it was winter already, but there wasn't snow, nor was there rain, but the weather was a bit cloudy. As soon as he finished cleaning himself up, he left his room, unhurriedly. He didn't head towards the cafeteria this time, he felt quite full of energy. He might just end up making himself more uncomfortable. Leisurely, he walked out of the dorm. He was in quite the good mood. He nodded his head at any and every one he came across with. Soon, he spotted Nihia from a distance. David glanced at before he nodded his head. Nihia smiled. "You always leave immediately after class, it's been a while since I have seen you." Nihia grinned and his white teeth with his long canine could be seen jutting outwards. With a raised eyebrows, David said casually, "Why do you still keep up the facade? I assume you must be tired by now." He turned towards Nihia as he scrutinized him. "That doesn't seem to be the case." Nihia visibly froze. He gazed at David, trying to figure something out. David's eyes were normal as though he didn't care. Both of them held their gazes for almost 30 seconds straight. Suddenly, Nihia bursted out laughing. "All right, you caught me," he said, but his expression changed instantly from his previous smiling face to just pure indifference. "When did you notice?" His tone was cold, freezing to the ears. It was like the warm-hearted Nihia wasn't there to begin with. "Does it matter?" David smirked as they continued to walk towards the distance. Nihia frowned. He needed to confirm something. A glint flashed in his eyes. "You sure are very stupid to get deceived for this long." Nihia mocked with a small laugh. Giving him a sidelong glance, David responded, "You don't need to instigate me." David snickered. "I found out during our first meeting, I just wasn't sure," he responded with disinterest. Nihia's frown deepened. And he replied, "That is impossible." Obviously finding it very hard to believe. "Oh, why is that?" David chuckled. "Then why didn't you say anything?" Nihia appeared truly confused. David snorted, "Why would I?" David questioned back. While also mumbling, "I was too lazy to read the student's guide, so you think I have time for your nonsense?" He cast a disdainful glance at Nihia. Nihia finally kept quiet. He squinted his eyes as he observed David, but his expression soon turned indifferent. Silence reigned amidst the duo, which was immediately interrupted by the massive flow of students flooding in like a wave towards the large hall at a distance. The hall was unbelievably large, but it looked really old as the signs of time visibly shone. It looked a single fist stroke was all it would take to make it crumble to the ground. There was almost 1,000 students that stood outside the hall discussing amongst themselves. The large hall was closed off, so they needed to wait for the hall to open and other to enter. David and Nihia stood in a corner near the hall, under a large tree. There was a sudden emergence of sound and murmurs rose up among the students. "Isn't that Nia Ming?" One of the youth suddenly spoke up. "The one currently ranked 5th in the rankings." "Yes, that's right. I heard his sword palm can slice apart anything." A fierce-looking youth walked by as the crowds parted a way out for him. His was a Chinese youth that had practiced the sword palm combat technique to almost the perfection state. Utilizing the sword palm, he had severely injured the former student that was in the 5th rank position previously. And now, he had occupied the position in the ranking. He walked until he directly reached different of the door and then he sat down closing his eyes. The waves of murmur died down for a bit. David opened his eyes to check, then he closed them back. He was enjoying the breeze and the morning sun, while Nihia remained indifferent, as if the fifth rank position was nothing to him. There was a sudden racket in the crowds, obviously larger than the previous time. The cause of the racket was a black male student that seemed to originate from Africa. His skin color was all black and his body huge. He was a very handsome man with a punk haircut. His pupils were golden and they shimmered like starlights. On his face, 2 lines drawn horizontally on his right and on his left cheek making them 2. They almost looked like tribal marks, but they appeared different. Lion King, Sturm. Chapter 85, White-Haired Men. Sturm the Lion King, the crowd of teenagers instantly drew back in fear. He was the undefeated. He placed second on the rankings list. It was rumored that if it wasn't for the fact that the current number 1 on the rankings list remained unknown, it was certain he would have grabbed the first place from that person. I heard that his blood cycle had reached a terrifying 1 cycle per second, a teen whispered. Really? Then doesn't that mean he could advance to the next stage anytime soon? Rumor has it that he killed the previous guy who was placed second on the rankings list, someone suddenly said. Immediately, the person's surroundings cleared as if no one had been there. The person was obviously not stupid, he left the specific area with them too. Sturm's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked towards that direction. But the area was already empty and even if it weren't, there were a lot of students there since he couldn't find the specific person that said those words, he obviously couldn't beat everyone there. It was the same as courting death. Upon hearing the whispers, David glanced at Sturm's direction. He immediately recognized the fella. It was the guy who had almost crushed him a few weeks ago. His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Then he smirked, 1 cycle per second on. As if feeling something, Sturm turned around and faced toward David's location. Suddenly, as though he recalled something funny, Sturm chuckled. Then he brought his hands to his stretched neck. He forcefully swiped his thumbs across his neck, cutthroat. David indifferently glanced at him from the distance before retracting his gaze. But deep inside, he had marked Sturm down on his kill list. That person obviously wanted to kill him, so he deserves to die for that thought. As he was about to rest his back towards the branch, the corner of his eyes caught onto a figure and before he could truly see who it was, the figure was submerged into the seas of crowds. David unconsciously squinted his eyes, searching, wanting to see that figure again, but it was all in vain. Suddenly, an indifferent voice spoke out, "What is wrong with you?" Nihia had a slight surprised expression as he asked. "What do you mean?" Puzzled, David reluctantly turned away as he gazed at Nihia. With furrowed brows, he replied, "Your breathing got rougher for just a moment." Taken aback, David checked to confirm, and indeed his breathing got rougher. Even his heartbeat was stronger than previously. But the most important aspect was that he didn't even notice. He waved his hands dismissively, "I was just slightly circulating my blood, don't mind me." After saying that, he sat down to rest on a branch. Nihia had an expression which practically said, "Do you take me for a fool?" David didn't reply though, as he already knew the reason his body reacted in such a way. "It is that girl again." There are also some pretty important figures that were supposed to seen and discussed about, but from the looks of things, it was obvious they had hidden carefully amongst the crowds not wishing for attention. Inside the old hall, several figures sat in a high platform at a far distance from the dilapidated door and they kept staring at several spots on the metal door as if there was something special on there. It appears as if they had the ability to see through the doors, which shows how powerful they are. They sat in the shape of a V as a white-haired middle-aged man could be seen seated at the forefront, while there were 2 people seated directly at his left and right-hand side. Other people were also seated besides them. "There seems to be a few talents amongst this group of students," someone spoke up. "That's right. But the trick we pulled regarding the early posting of the rankings list caused quite the commotion amongst the new student. The rankings list was a mess for a few weeks," another elder spoke up. "Hee, of course it would. But it has already been corrected. The owners of the rankings had taken back what was originally theirs," another middle-aged woman spoke up. Then she pointed towards a direction. If one could see through the door, one would notice that he was pointing directly at a female student. That girl is called Janine Fox, and although she is currently ranked 10th on the list, she had almost mastered her shockwave palm to perfection. She only needs a few pointers and she would perfect the combat technique. The other elders nodded their heads. She does indeed have potential. She is only ranked 10th in the rankings. What potential does she have? Someone suddenly snorted. The previous elder's face turned red from embarrassment, and as she was about to defend her, the person spoke up once more. You obviously can't compare her with Philida. She has a 3-star talent and had practiced her brown grade combat technique to the 2nd level, which shows highly on her perception. The elder spoke proudly with excitement in his eyes, and he pointed towards a figure clearly hidden amongst the crowds, and at the same time, he glanced towards the middle-aged white-haired man who was seated at the forefront to see if he was listening. But was disappointed as the senior professor's face was expressionless. There was no sign that he was listening. They were trying to promote their family's kids in front of the senior professor just in case he was looking to choose a disciple. Professor, the higher-ups demands that you chose a disciple this time. Or they might be forced to randomly select one for you. An old man professor who was seated at the right seat of the white-haired man spoke. The white-haired man rose his head and he responded, "Let it be. When it's time to choose a disciple, I will naturally select one for myself," he said indifferently. Another middle-aged lady elder seated directly on his left side swiftly spoke up. They seem pretty serious about it this time. The white-haired man frowned a bit as he pondered. Then I will just select the student that places first in the events." The group of elders were obviously stunned and they instantly shouted. "Senior! You can't do that. My decision is final, don't try to persuade me." After a while. The death count is only 24 in the past 3 weeks. This batch of students are obviously weaker than the previous ones, a middle-aged lady suddenly spoke. They are truly weaker. I don't think half of them would survive the event, another supported. Several figures nodded their heads in acknowledgement, but a voice cut them off. "Jerkins, what do you mean weaker? Do you want to see them killing each other like dogs before you find them strong enough?" an old voice retorted. Obviously angry with their thoughts. The previous batch had more than 100 death counts in the first few weeks of being in the institute, which made the students battle-hardened and strong-minded because of their intense competitions. But the drawbacks were obvious. Many potential talents died off during the process, leaving the institute at quite a loss. The old man didn't want that to happen again, so he was obviously happy to see such small amounts of death rate. The others quickly shut their mouths, as they withdrew their heads. The middle-aged lady, Kenny Jerkins, but as a professor, they would only be called by their surnames. The middle-aged lady sneered as she replied, "Jeremy, the older you get, the more softer you seem to become." The old man's expression darkened instantly when he heard her words. "Don't drag me into this. We are talking about the institute and its students, not me. If the amount of students dwindled by the same amount as last year, do you think the institute would sit still this time?" This finally shut her up. The white-haired man suddenly piped in, "It's time. Open the gates." The group instantly responded in a loud and synchronized voice. "Yes." After a few minutes, the doors to the large building suddenly trembled and then, with a groan, the doors forcefully opened slowly and steadily. The crowds instantly turned to look as murmurs and all sorts of noises filled the air. Both David and Nihia also turned to stare at the piece of crap metal they called door, open. Rays of sunlight instantly pierced through the entrance, revealing a couple of people who stood still at the entrance. A slightly old man suddenly shouted in a deep voice, "Quiet." The crowds of teenagers instantly felt their heads buzzed as though the sound of a horn had rung beside their ears, and they felt lightheaded. David was no exception, and likewise Nihia. David forcefully propelled his blood in his body, strength returned to him as the force from forcefully circulating his blood countered the buzzing sensation. David observed his surrounding, and he noticed that he wasn't the only one to have recovered. Nihia also recovered just a second after him. Chapter 86, Senior Professor White. David observed his surrounding, and he noticed that he wasn't the only one to have recovered. Nihia also recovered just a second after him. His eyebrows furrowed. Several students also seemed to have recovered from the stunning noise, and they used the opportunity to estimate the strength of other students. Across from the crowd, from a distance, a blond youth suddenly held gazes with him, and in a split second, coldness flashed in his eyes, but he outwardly smiled and waved towards David as though they were friends. Then he glanced at Nihia and retracted his gaze. Dav only responded with an indifferent glance. When the figure had looked at him earlier, he felt as though he had been locked onto by a cold and sinister viper snake. But David didn't even have to do anything, and the feeling died down itself. His formless heat wouldn't allow any foreign energy in them and only seek to destroy or devour. As expected, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the institute. David then heard a chuckle by his side. It had been Nihia. That guy is interesting, he licked his lips as excitement shone in his eyes. As he looked towards that blonde guy's direction. The old man, Professor Jeremy, smiled as he nodded his head in approval. There were a lot more people who recovered in less than 3 seconds than he had expected. He could finally put his mind to peace. They were obviously stronger than they seem. You may enter the hall, the old man who was currently standing said. The students at the forefront. Those who had publicly shown themselves moved first as they entered into the hall. Soon after that, the remaining students rushed in like a wild flood. When that had been settled, the old man lamented. This old building had been personally built by the founder's very own hands when the institute had first been created. Sighing, he continued. This building indicates our survival through all hardships and never to forget the pain and sacrifices we had to pass through to get to where we are today. He gazed at the students as though they were his children. It's been a few weeks since you all had been admitted to this very institute, and I must say, we are both happy and proud to have you join us, he smiled gently. You must have experienced quite the hardship and pain being in the institute. I get it, I feel your pain and also your sorrow. But you must persevere and stand strong. If you willed your mind to it, you can achieve anything. The old man's tone grew strong as he continued. Most of the students glanced at each other blankly. What pain? What sorrow? What is with this situation? David blinked as he also didn't know what was going on. Was the old man sympathizing with them? They obviously don't need it. As the old man was about to continue, the white-haired man coughed lightly. Get on with it. Clearing his throat in embarrassment, the old man continued. Ahem. The institute has decided to open a 1-week survival and hunting event that every new student must participate in. It is a competition and a test to observe and notice those with hidden talents and potential we might have missed. Now, the main theme of this event is killing. The students were obviously stunned as this was the first time they heard of such things. The evolved beasts in the location of the event are numerous and quite wild. You should be very careful when dealing with them, and a single mistake made might possibly be the last one you would ever make. So do be careful, the old man said with a serious expression. Even though the previous students had gone through the process, the institute had insisted they signed a non-disclosure agreement, forbidden from ever speaking to it to any new students. It has been decided that the students would leave when they least expected it. And the less prepared the students are, the better it would be. Although it sounds unfair, when in a real battle, you will be unable to speak out the word unfair after you are dead. This was the message the higher-ups were trying to pass across. Not waiting for the students to digest the information, his voice sounded out once more. Now, the higher the numbers if REBs killed the better. And if you are lucky enough to get first place in this event, there would be a very enticing rewards in store. The reward system has been sent over to your computer. Check them out while you can. The event will be starting in. Checking his watch, he raised his head and stated, 15 minutes. What? The students instantly shouted as a clamor overcame the surroundings. The noise was deafening. It was simply too outrageous. Even if they wanted to open an event for the students, they should have been informed earlier at least to get ready. Even with the loud noise from the crowds of students, the old man's voice sounded more prominent. No need to panic, we have everything you would need over there, including your daily basic necessities. Everything has been dealt with. The students instantly quietened down. They had no choice, their ears had almost been wounded by the old man's loud voice. He had used the weird ability again. Instructions has been sent over to everyone's imprint. Check your inboxes and you would see them. Read the instructions very carefully and observe every one of them. Although, the event rarely contains any brown-grade beasts, the black-grade evolved beasts aren't that easy to deal with, he warned. Now, I will give you the basic overview of situation you will have to face when you get dropped off to the location the event will take place. Then for the next 10 minutes, he went ahead to explain the rules of the match. He repeatedly warned as he instructed them to be more careful. David listened very intently as the old man continued speaking. He had been very surprised and obviously stunned when he heard all of it. It was news to him that the institute would release them to kill off evolved beast, but wasn't it just too early for them? He wasn't the only one thinking like this too. There were several other students on the same page as him. But there was obviously nothing they could do to change the situation. All of a sudden, the white-haired man spoke up. It is time to depart. Oh, just in case, I will be selecting anyone who places first in the event as a personal intern, so do your best. The crowd suddenly boiled over in excitement as whispers sounded out. Isn't that Senior Professor White? A senior professor suddenly deciding to choose a personal intern during event. I must become his personal intern at all cost. With that meager power of yours, do you think you would have any chance at it? Someone snorted. I will certainly try my luck, the person huffed. While some elders cursed in their minds. Things would get pretty difficult this time. As the elders had already secretly informed some of the youths they had favored or those that were of the same family as them about the news and already started to plan on taking advantage of the situation and those ignorant students to group up with their representatives. But now that the announcement had been made public to the crowds of youths, making use of the ignorant would be quite hard and getting first place wouldn't be as easy more. Isn't that the old man back at the energy room? David's eyebrow rose. He evidently recognized the white-haired man who had spoke up and was currently standing on the platform. Then he snorted as he glanced disdainfully at the old man. See him acting like a big shot. Personal intern my foot, he snickered. The white-haired man suddenly frowned and he looked over at his direction. David was taken aback at first when he saw the white-haired man look towards him, but he naturally composed himself and he rolled his eyes at him. The white-haired man was a little surprised upon seeing who it was. Then, having thought of something, he suddenly smiled and nodded subtly towards David's direction. The smile barely visible, and the nod was short and almost imperceptible to notice, but those with sharp minds perceived it. And David also saw through it. His expression turned ugly as he discerned several vision landed on his figure, giving him goosebumps. He shivered as he angrily gazed at the petty, old, and shameless white-haired old man. You personally know Professor White? Nihia questioned, noticeably very surprised. Who? The old man. We have only just met once and he almost tricked me. David huffed. Nihia frowned. He didn't know what to say, so he changed the subject. You are quite deep in trouble this time, referring to the malicious glances that had turned David's way. David's eyes flashed with a cold light. They are only flirting with disaster if they think I am that easy to deal with, and his gaze hardened. Chapter 87, Gyre Falcon. Upon exiting the large hall, the students were greeted by 15 massive and dreadful-looking skycruisers. They were horrifyingly frightening as the ghastly air they seemed to give off was spine-chilling. The skycruisers were pure black in color, giving off a metallic sheen. They were in shapes of various powerful flying beasts, with two beastly claws as the landing gear supporting the whole craft from the air. Thick finely lined-up scales neatly covered up the body of the skycruisers with the two outstretched wings installed with an omnidirectional thrusters underneath them. The forefront of the skycruiser was just like the head of an eagle with a sharp beak that seemed to want to pierce through anything like a sharp sword. And the two eyes in front that seemed to stare menacingly at everyone no matter how much you tried dodging its gaze. It was as if they had downed the skycruiser with the flesh of an evolved beast. In fact, it wasn't really that far off from truth. They had skinned the corpses of brown-grayed evolved beast. When David saw it, his heart immediately skipped a beat. The aura was intimidating. He was only able to shrug off the effect after a while, and as he scrutinized the aircraft, he recognized the beast one of the craft seemed to portray. The only problem was it should be practically impossible for that beast to grow this large. A falcon. Although he wasn't 100% sure, he could still say with certainty that it was a gerfalcon. But the one before him was way too huge. It might as well be an imitation. Alright students. Your seat number has been sent to you. The first letter represents the skycruiser you would enter while the numbers represents your seat number. You have only 2 minutes to settle down. Good luck. The old man said his final piece, tapping on his imprint. Hazel, what's my plane and seat number? David mentally asked. It had been a while since he had spoken with Hazel using his brainwave, and that was because of the side effects it would bring if he abused using it. His brain activities would start to deteriorate and his thinking faculties would inevitably decline. That was the reason why he rarely used it. But in this competition that was about to take place, he would have to utilize the AI with the best of its capabilities. The AI responded immediately, A12, with its sweet but robotic voice. He then turned toward Nihia. Mine is A12, what's yours? Nihia responded almost immediately, G14. B turned his indifferent eyes towards David as he said, we will meet over there. It sounded like a statement but almost like a question. David's lips curled up, sure. And after saying that, Nihia turned around and left with an arrogant vibe. It's been almost a month now and you have found out absolutely nothing. The elder scolded as his face was scrunched up in anger. Philida lowered her head but her face was beautiful and sharp. She wasn't intimidated at all as she stood elegantly before the elderly men, and she still replied, "He had been wary of me ever since the first time we met. I just gave him enough time for that feelings to fade before making my move." Raising her head slightly, she pressed on. "If I still continued, it might have an adverse effect and may possibly backfire. Do not worry, Elder. I know how important this is to you, and I will make sure to find out every single details from him in this competition." Phil Lita said resolutely, and her golden eyes glinted with coldness. Upon hearing this, the elder instantly calmed down. "Good. And that is that. Now the most important matter, you must absolutely place first in the competition at all cost, do you understand? This is also about the well-being of the clan and the orders from the clan master," the elder said in a solemn tone. She was instantly taken aback. Clan head came back already. He came back a week ago. I've informed him about this matter and he was quite serious about it." The elder nodded and said deeply. Phil Lita could tell he was very serious and also nodded her head quite seriously. The elder was about to leave, but then he hesitated. "Use that thing if you have to." Her mouth popped open in surprise. She was stunned and didn't even know when the elder had left. She was only meant to use it when in grave danger, but now that the elder said they could use it, doesn't that mean she could possibly die there? In a different place, at a secluded corner of the hall, several youths could be seen standing at a distance from the sky cruisers, and one was a red-haired beautiful young lady with cherry-like lips and soft skin. It was silent as the breeze blew by. One of the youths suddenly broke the silence. "I still don't understand why you hid your face from the public," he said, speaking to the blue-haired youth before him, genuinely confused. By the rankings, the blue-haired youth was already the number 1 on the rankings list. That means that he was the strongest amongst this batch of new students. But since then, the blue-haired had been silent ever since then. He refused to show his face to the public after he had fought the previous student that was in the position before him. The blur-haired youth was Lu Feng. Lu Feng remained silent for a few seconds before he responded. "Do you know how many students was admitted into the institute?" Lu Feng asked. Genian and the others looked at each other before replying. "By my calculations, it should be 892 students." Lu Feng instantly laughed mockingly at those words. Naive words. The others frowned and someone else swiftly asked, "You mean to say there are even more people than the number count?" Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The others were instantly stunned. They didn't know this sort of information. Lu Feng took in a deep breath and he continued, "These people do not care about rankings or whatnot. All they do is practice, and the resources needed had already been accounted for. A meager 10,000 gyno points for the first place is not nearly enough for them to make a move." The youth's eyes opened wide in surprise. This was definitely bad news. When Lu Feng had heard that piece of information from the underground world, he had been dispirited and had almost gave up all hope. But he wasn't that weak-minded, so he had recovered quickly. He was arrogant by nature, he wouldn't let anything stop him and from his deductions. He would have a chance at fighting evenly or even beat them if he saw one of them, as they wouldn't have enough combat experiences to fight. But that's impossible. Who would provide the resource for them? How would they get the gyno points they would need to survive? Sumiyomi immediately questioned. Lu Feng arrogantly gave the person a sidelong glance. "I do have the authority, you can go ahead and question the institute." The youth instantly shrank back. Lu Feng had almost gotten himself into problems for eavesdropping such sensitive information in the underground world. "While we are here fighting with our lives on the line to be on the rankings, they're laughing at us for our ignorance," Lu Feng said as he clenched his fists tightly at the humiliation. The others clenched their teeth in anger, while Janine scrunched up her beautiful face. "I don't believe that they could take on the full power of my shockwave palm attack." Lu Feng glanced at her but didn't say anything. "Just be careful when you fight." The others nodded their head. "Let's move." "Yes." In several secluded corners in the surroundings of the old hall, several figures could be seen secretly giving some items to the students who would soon be set to leave to the event ground. "We should be stopping things like these from happening, but it's the same things every year." The old professor, Prof. Jeremy, complained with a frown on his face as they gazed at the students from the hall. The other elders who were beside him gave him reproaching look. Some of them had sent their people to hurriedly give their youths a few items to survive with, as it wasn't against the institute's rules. They quickly glanced at the senior professor. And although some of them were at least a few years older than him, they still haed him the respect of a senior professor. The white-haired man then shook his head and said, Let them be. Those who would survive and those who won't come back, he said indifferently. The elders quickly heaved a sigh of relief. If the white-haired men had forbidden the students from accepting the items, they would have no other choice but to follow orders and confiscate items. Things would definitely be bad by then. David stared at the entrance of the skycruiser with remnants on his face, and after a while, he turned decisive as he entered without hesitation in his movements along with several other students. There was nothing in him except the clothes he was wearing. 12, 12, 12. Wriggling through the crowds of students, David began to search for his seat number, and very soon, he found his seat. Found it, settling in his seat, he sat comfortably. It was almost as comfortable as his bed back at his dorm. Dav smiled at the thought. The sky cruisers were huge, so it contained about 200 to 300 students. The arrangements of the seat was almost similar to that of an airplane. The only difference was that the line of the seats wasn't exactly horizontal. As David rested comfortably into his seat with his eyes shut, he suddenly heard a sound from the seat beside him. It was different from the ruckus caused by the other students. He could guess the owners if the seat beside him had occupied it. All of a sudden, a burst of fresh fragrance entered into his nose. He inhaled deeply, and it seemed to remind him of the smell of wild strawberry, a hint of violet, some jasmine, and something else in the mix. It made him want to relax his mind and body. Suddenly, David opened his eyes as he looked at the person who had occupied the seat beside him, and he was immediately taken aback. "Hello David, we meet again." Phil Lita smiled sweetly. Chapter 88, Before the Drop. "Hello David, we meet again." Phil Lita smiled sweetly. Although thief seats were a few distance away from each other, he could still smell the fragrance coming off her. Blinking his eyes, David was silent for a few seconds. His lips suddenly curled up as he smiled. "Hello, Phil." She was a little taken aback, obviously stunned by his reply. She had expected him to resist, for just a little bit. She hadn't expected things to go quite smoothly, and the idiot had even shortened her name. He is truly foolish, she thought. At this moment, she even felt as though he had ignored her back then so as to gain her curiosity. She snickered, and her golden eyes held a tinge of disdain within. She quickly responded. "You remember me?" she asked, as though that had been the main reason she had been stunned. David looked towards her with a smirk. "Of course." Then he looked downwards toward her laps. There was a small compact backpack on it. "I thought we weren't expected to bring anything along with us?" David asked with raised eyebrow. With a beautiful smile, Phil Lita responded slyly. "They didn't say it was forbidden." As soon as she said those words, a loud voice reverberated from the surroundings. It was almost unbearable. "Everyone, please make sure to place in your seat hold, as those without seat holds on will all be electrocuted within 10 seconds. The voice spoke coldly, but it also had a tinge of excitement within. It was as though the owner of the voice was looking forward to the students disobeying his words. David blinked his eyes. 8. The other students were perplexed. 7. Phil Lita swiftly pivoted the soft triangular iron shaft at the top of her seat and moved it flatly on her shoulders and chest, just like a vest. 6. Then she gracefully fastened the ends to the straps on the seats by her waist. 5. The voice was audibly excited as it continued its count. 4. Phil Lita then looked towards David. 3. She raised her eyebrows with what she saw. It was unknown when, but David had already placed himself within his seat hold and resting his head. She had thought he wasn't going to listen, but he did listen. 2. The students had already placed in their seat holds, keeping their bodies in place within the seat. The male voice didn't even count to 1 yet. Suddenly 5 students shook vigorously as they screamed out in pain. Electric arcs flowed from the chair to their bodies as the current passed into their bodies. Electric arcs flashed through the air as more than 100 joules of electricity flowed into the students, and they screamed out in pain. This shows how desperate and excited the voice in the plane was to see the students scream out in pain. They were more than 5 who were being, but the other students gritted their teeth to hold in the pain. It must be known that people who are stubborn are truly stubborn until the end. Even when in pain, they refused to give the voice in the skycruiser the sense of satisfaction to see them in pain. Damn it. It wasn't even 10 seconds yet. A student couldn't help but shout out loud in pain and anger. He was only teasing the owner of the voice, as he could guess the owner of the voice was watching them, judging by the excitement from the voice. He had planned on put his seat hold on in the last second, but who wild have expected the voice to lie. This was plain cheating. Ha ha ha. Yes. That is what I am talking about. Scream your lungs out. Ha ha ha. Although the students were screaming in pain, none of them were stupid. In fact, among the students in the institute, only 2% could be stupid, but almost everyone was smart. Gritting his teeth, a guy quickly swung his iron seat hold over his head and did his straps. As soon as he did that, his body stopped shaking and he breathed in a sigh of relief. As soon as that happened, other students also copied his movements, and soon enough, there weren't any students screaming out in pain anymore. Obviously disappointed, the voice grunted. Just make sure to read the instructions sent to you. The voice dismissively, as though it wasn't important. But the majority of the students on board aren't stupid and had learnt their lessons. For the voice to mention reading the instructions so dismissively, meant that it was very important, and even if it wasn't, most had planned on viewing the rewards listed for each placed position in the competition. Anyway. The voice grunted again in displeasure as he saw various students opening up their systems as various lights pierced through the air. Others can't hope to read another's hologram except if the person purposely allowed it. Since it had been programmed according to each person's genetic codes. David opened up his system, and he checked the Institute's homepage. Clicking on them, he saw the instructions and began to read them seriously. But after a few seconds, he grunted as he rested his head on his seat. He was already having a headache. He honestly doesn't love to read books as far as they weren't novels, he hates them. Even getting stronger didn't help with that. Frowning slightly, he ignored the feeling as he forced himself to read. There were different things the instructions stated, which were things like be careful of this and that. David drilled past those ones, but something suddenly caught his eyes. He frowned as he had seen this word been repeated over and over and over again in various parts of the instruction page. And that word was really getting to him as his body was giving off the same weird sensation. The first instruction, before the drop, make sure to select the exact position in the map in which you wish to touch down on. The third instruction, before the drop, it is advisable to keep circulating one's exercising method to be ready for any unexpected surprises. The seventh instruction, there are various safe zones on various part of the map. Selecting one should be the priority before the drop. Although the word came out in 3 instructions out of 7, but it still gave David a weird feeling. All of a sudden, his eyes glinted as though he had thought of something. After that, he dropped the instruction book back into his inbox and took the map sent to him by the Institute. Buzz. Hum. But before he could do that, there was a sudden humming sound emanating from TH Skycruiser. The Skycruiser rose into the air slowly, but David could his body getting lighter as his shirt floated in the air. Surprised, David blamed around and noticed that he wasn't the only one experiencing such phenomenon. Shriek. All of a sudden, a high-pitched piercing bird cry rang out from the Skycruiser, dazing the students with its loud sound. The hum instantaneously increased as the Skycruiser seemed to vibrate intensely. Whoosh. Wings spread, the engine revolved, the thrusters buzzed. It flew. By the time David and the other recovered, they were already in the air. Phil-Lita shook her head. She was still feeling a bit dizzy, but she had recovered. She glanced at David and saw that he was still in a daze even after most of the students already recovered. She was truly disappointed in her heart. As expected, he was truly very weak. She had expected and had thought that he would be a challenging task to handle, and he could even have the power to struggle with her for a few moves, but she had to expected him to be this weak. Then she saw David held his head with his hand as he groaned slightly. "Are you okay?" Phil-Lita asked worriedly. Glancing at her, he nodded his head. "Yes, thanks for asking." "That sound was truly too loud," he complained. Phil-Lita's eyes was filled with disdain as she went back to her system. Not minding her, David only smirked and also went back to his system to check on the location of the maps he would like to land in. David was instantly taken aback. The map was a very large one, and David concluded that if he were to use all of his strength to run from one end of the map to the other end without rest, it would take him at least a few months to get there, and that was if he didn't rest, which was completely impossible. Checking the map again, he saw that the map was that if a large city which was already in ruins and was infested with evolved monsters of various kinds and human mutants without any sentience left. There were 7 safe zones which was in the map and were colored blue, while the location colored red was infested with evolved monsters. Chapter 89, Radiation Zone. There were also other colors in the map, but the one that got to David was on a wretched, infested, yellow hue. Zooming in, the word was written in a huge capital letter. Radiation Zone, only accessible with a combat suit. David frowned deeply when he saw the description. because the radiation zones. On the map were numerous, tabbing about 30% of the entire map, but those were the places most evolved mutants settled in. But the most troublesome part was that those radiation zones were the places marked with the gold color, which signifies high-quality supply zones. But David's frown loosened a bit, and that was because there were other supply zones marked on the map. Silver marked zone represents a mid-tier supply zones, while those locations marked with bronze color signifies a low-tier supply zone. The locations on the map marked with bronze color weren't too far away from the safe zones, so it would be quite easy to get enough supplies from that location. Rubbing his non-existent chin, David scrutinized the entire map, and from there, he started to strategize his own plan. He firstly marked the location at which he wished to drop subtly, and from there he marked the routes which he would take, which would require him to touch entirely different parts from his drop location. David wasn't the only one who was busy selecting his drop zone. Other students were also making their own selection as the skycruiser flew in the air. David glanced at his side and saw Phil-Lita wearing a solemn and contemplative look, while staring at the rats of light before her. David took back his gaze and he rested his body in the seat. After a while, he heard Phil-Lita spoke up. "I didn't really get the chance to properly introduce myself. I was originally from Sector B-76. How about you, what sector were you from?" Phil-Lita said as she placed her backpack on the ground by her legs. David's eyes twitched and he tilted his head up. "I don't even know who my families are supposed to be. How would I know where I lived?" David grumbled in his mind, but outwardly, he smiled at Phil-Lita and he replied, "Does that really matter?" Phil-Lita's body froze slightly, but she nodded her head positively. You are quite right. It truly doesn't matter," she answered in a weird tone. Before David could talk, the skycruiser suddenly trembled violently, and then, its speed suddenly increased by a notch. Suddenly, the craft swayed sharply to the left, and there was a sudden booming sound as though something has been blasted into pieces. Shriek. The high-pitched Pirung cry rang out again, but to David and the other students, it wasn't so kid anymore, since the captain of the cruiser had activated a silencing gadget. The sways of the cruise continued as the skycruiser was seemingly dodging something. All of a sudden, there was a violent crash, and the cruiser was forcefully halted in the air, ricocheting backwards a few meters. In the centro center of the cruise, Captain Steve suddenly stood up as he said in a cold voice which held a gunge of excitement within. He had thought this was going to be a boring ride, but he had never expected to be attacked by 3 brown blaze of oval beast. It was a delightful moment for him. "All right, Lieutenant, get off my ship. This baby needs Daddy's touch to perform better." The lady who was previously dodging the attacks from the beast rolled her eyes as she swiftly pressed the autopilot mode, and she took the helmet off her head. Rubbing his hands gleefully, Steve took the helmet and placed it in his head. Instantly, huge amount of data streamed into his head as his brainwaves was forcefully merged with something else. His body shuddered from either fear or excitement as a surge of euphoria blasted into his body. In a split second, the stream of messy data instantly organized themselves, and he could clearly see what those data were. "It's been a long time, baby." The captain smirked while the others in the cabin snickered. "Wasn't it yesterday he rode the cruiser last? Why is he acting as if it had been a few years ago?" The cruiser spun as it moved backwards due to the kinetic energy as the 2-clawed mutant pigeon took the opportunity to land another attack after the brief second pause, lashing its snake-like tail at the cruiser. Whoosh! The cruiser forcefully stabilized itself in the air as the thrusters under its wings forcefully let out multiple streams of energy to counter its backwards momentum. Activating its thrusters, it swayed lightly, shifting its position, barely dodging the snake-like tail that had swept towards its direction. Angry at the Then, like a nimble sparrow, the cruiser maneuvered over to the back of the beast. The 2-clawed mutant pigeon was too slow to react, and before it knew it, the war machine had arrived behind it. There was a sudden mechanical sound that had emerged from the, and then a rectangular hole appeared by the 2 sides of the cruiser, revealing 6 sets of muzzles. 3 each by the flank, by both sides of the skycruiser. A slight hum echoed as though the weapon was storing energy within, and then... Rat. Ta. 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 Bullets as big as an arm poured out from the muzzles like rain as it tore through the air. The 2-clawed mutant pigeon was only able to shriek out in a piercing manner before it was downed by the bullets. Sounds of explosions rang out as the each arm-long bullets hit the 2-clawed mutant pigeon dead on. Boom. 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 Instead of the sounds of the flesh being pierced through, it was the sound of explosions that rang out. Each bullet seemed to possess the power of a missile as explosions rang out repeatedly through the air, drowning the beast with a fiery flare. Stopping its attack, the sky cruiser retreated backwards for a moment, as though to observe the piece of art it had made. Captain Steve smiled as looked expectantly to see the beasts dying in its pool of blood, but soon his expression froze when the fiery heat cloud in the sky faded. The beast was instantly revealed. It had multiple holes on its body as though it had been stabbed multiple times by huge spears. A red glow began to emit from its eyes, which seemed to have a tinge of yellow within. If it were another person, they would think the beast was only very angry, but Steve was an experienced captain. He knew what a thus meant. A red blaze evolved beast would usually have a red glow from its eyes, but if it were to be mixed with the color orange, then that means. Steve's expression was ugly as he muttered to himself, "This mutant beast has reached the peak of red blaze and is about to advance to the next stage, the orange glow," as its eyes already had a tinge of orange in it. Evolved beasts could be measured according to their power levels. The lowest rank evolved beast is the dark blaze mutant, in which the color of its eyes is pure black without any tinge of whiteness. The next rank is the brown shade mutant, in which the color of its eyes are brown in color. The same goes for the red blaze beast too. Evolved beast could also be graded according to the amount of radiation level they emit. Scanning them for the radiation level was a very simple matter. As long as one was a few hundred meters away from the beast, the scan could be taken. But the scanning distance could also be increased if one had better equipments. Scanning a few kilometers wouldn't be a problem. Before selecting this location for appropriate for the competition to take place, the Institute had scanned the entire map of its radiation level and had determined that it was a suitable location. The two-clawed mutant pigeon's eyes reddened as the glow within its sayas increased. With a sudden shriek, the air tumbled as a shock wave was produced, rushing towards the ship. Steve's face darkened as he instantly shouted, "Activate the quantum energy at full power. We need to get the hell out of here." Dealing with a red blaze beast was an easy feat for Steve as long as he merged his brainwave with the skycruiser's electric charges. He could handle the situation. But a red blaze beast about to advance to the red glow stage, the sudden increase on strength wasn't something he could handle even if he had more rounds of ammo of that special bullets. Not stupidly waiting for the beast to recover nor for the shock wave to hit home, Steve maneuved the ship as the ship trembled in pure force. Hum. Whoosh. The skycruiser suddenly took off, leaving two white stream of combustible energy which had recess off the thrusters. Chapter 90, Before the Drop, 2. A cold light flashed within the two-clawed mutant pigeon's eyes. Scree. It let out a high-pitched cry and its wings suddenly trembled. Although the holes in its body was bleeding profusely, the monster didn't seem to care as it set its eyes on the ship whose figure was about to disappear onto the horizons. The reddish-orange glow seemed to spread from its eyes to its wings, and the surrounding clouds tumbled and rolled as though there was something summoning them. Its body seemed to absorb the surrounding clouds, and then, with a single flap of its wings, the air behind the beast trembled and minute bits of clouds were blasted from its back, propelling it forwards like it was a booster in itself. It had instantly activated its skill without caring for its price at this moment. Cloud Blast. The bird was immediately propelled forwards, and with a single flap of its wings, the gap between the two-clawed mutant pigeon and the skycruiser immediately shortened. Since Steve had the helmet on, his vision was a whole 360 wide and he could see everything happening within a radius of half a kilometer. He noticed the beast closing in on them, he cursed their luck, and he accelerated the cruiser forwards as it pierced through the clouds like a dragon with terrifying speed. David and the other students held on to their seats as the cruiser moved through the air, trembling like a roller coaster. Although David wasn't aware of what was going on, it didn't take a genius to understand that they were under attack. The other students were also able to deduce the facts as they leaned tightly on their seats. But David wasn't the least bit worried. Since the Institute had dared to take them out for the competition, they surely possess a few methods to protect them from harm. Sure enough, as Steve was about to activate the quantum energy at 120%, a sigh sounded out from the corner of the control cabin. Steve's subordinates instantly quietened their chatter as a middle-aged man stood up from the retractable chair he was sleeping in. "Boy Steve, no need to waste the energy core of the ship. Open the panoramic," the middle-aged man said in a low tone. "Yes, Mr. Smith," Steve replied, and he halted the movement of the cruiser. Pressing a button, a hatch which was a meter wide opened at the top of the control cabin. Suddenly, there was sounds of bones cracking as a muffled groan rang out. "It is from Mr. Smith." He groaned as two large pairs of wings emerged from his back, still dripping with the bodily fluids in his body. The wings were thin and leathery, similar to a bat wings. The wings was almost 2 meters long and was as black as ink, while the joints formed a few pair of hooked claw-like sharp bone blades. Thump. With a light stomp of his feet, his body moved forwards like lightning, and the claws of his wings caught onto the edges of the hole as he catapulted forwards, through the panoramic on the roof. His movements, untraceable as he disappeared into the air. Upon seeing this, Steve quickly flipped a switch. Suddenly, the sky cruiser walls shimmered, as though a glitch had been discovered, and then, with a schwa sound, the exterior walls of the ship seemed to have turned completely transparent, as those who were inside of the could practically see through the walls, having a view of the outside world. The students' eyes opened wide in surprise. It was a shocking sight to behold. The clouds were practically visible to see, drifting. It wasn't that they weren't aware that such technology existed, and in fact, they had heard about such things. It was the fact that the technology was a very expensive piece of equipment to procure and was rare. They hadn't expected to see one so soon. David was also surprised, as he couldn't comprehend what was happening. He could really see the clouds drifting and tumbling through the walls of the ship. While it might have looked like magic, it was in fact just a piece of finely connected cameras, placed in a special matrix around specific points of the sky cruiser, until it covered its whole exterior. The gadget would then receive the projected data, which is in a video format, and then projecting them towards the interior in a holographic image which covered the entire interior of the sky cruiser. The whole effect would look as though the walls of the cruiser had turned transparent. But as he was deep in though, something instantly caught his eyes amidst the clouds. He caught sight of a huge beast almost 3 meters long. The beast had the head of a pigeon but beak as sharp as a sword. Feathers and wings just like that of a normal pigeon, but instead of the soft and fluffy feathers of a bird, it was instead a hard and flexible rows of gray scales that covered its entirety of its body. Looking as though it was as hard as steel itself. With its long snake-like tail that lashed around randomly like a mad whip. Its most prominent features were its talons. While a normal bird of prey had about 5 claws and at least 3 claws, this beast had only 2 claws. But, the 2 claws was its strongest point, its nail long and very sharp, looking like 2 curved scythes from hell. Was its most terrifying weapon. David was dumbfounded, and he doubtfully thought to himself, isn't that a pigeon? He blinked his eyes, but the beast was still the same. A pigeon that had evolved from its previously weak form to a more stronger form. But in the next second, there was a sudden flap of wings. Entirely different from the previous set of flaps coming from the 2-clawed mutant pigeon. Shifting their gazes, the students saw a middle-aged man with wings almost 2 meters long, appeared before the mutant pigeon in a ghost-like manner. Obviously stunned, the 2-clawed mutant pigeon let out a sudden shriek and flapped at its wing in a panic, trying to move backwards. This was the first time it had experienced someone getting close to it with a speed its eyes couldn't discern. Whoosh! A sound akin to one's flesh been sliced rang out, and a blinding silvery white lights flashed from the middle-aged man's position. His wings flapped rapidly and his body moved as 2 steel blades seemed to have appeared out of nowhere onto his hands. His body moved and no one is able to discern its position. In a split second, his body strangely passed through the 2-clawed mutant pigeon as he reappeared at the flank of the bird. But his posture was weird, as his hand which held onto the blades was raised. A few drops of blood could be seen on the face of the swords. Suddenly, the mutant beast's body shivered and immediately, it burst into several chunks of meat. Blood, guts and fluids flooded the entire sky. And the body parts. One strike, the men had used just one strike to finish off an evolved beast which was also almost very close to reaching the orange glow, already very close to peaking the red state. It was almost impossible to comprehend, leaving the crowds of students in awe. Seeing as the beast was dead, the ship continued on its way to the map. David kept thinking about the middle-aged men. He had concluded that it was a powerhouse who had been assigned there to protect them from any unexpected or unforeseen circumstances. Breaking his chain of thoughts, a soft voice rang out to the students 3 hours after the flight. We would reach the destination soon, get ready. It wasn't the raspy and cold voice of Captain Steve, it was Aone of the crew members. Hearing her words, the students instantly readied themselves as they circulated their blood and combat techniques while still seated in the seat they had been assigned to. David also circuits his blood, and small amount of slightly visible heat waves could be seen from his body. Meanwhile, Captain Steve replied to his subordinate as he asked, "Are we already situated at the center of the map?" "Not yet, but we will be there in a few minutes. I just confirmed that, sir," she replied while still seated in her chair. Is that so?" release them already. I've wasted enough time with them as it is. She looked upwards at the standing Captain Steve up from her seat and she replied worriedly, will that be okay? Won't that just be unfair to some of them due to the distance? Waving his hands dismissively, he replied. We are almost there anyway, a few kilometers won't matter, make the drop. Steve replied as his tone grew sinister as his expression was expectant. Chapter 91, The Drop. The other crew members shook their heads in pity for what the students were about to experience. The lady hesitated, but she steeled herself. It was a command from Captain himself anyways. If somehow they get into trouble, she would just place all the blame on him, simple. After going through that thought, she leaned to her left, few meters away from the control center. There, a red lever was hanging slanty, almost against the ground. Touching the lever, she swiftly pulled the lever upwards with her strength. Bam! The red lever locked in place and a series of events took place soon after. Suddenly, David's heart palpitated, his body became slack and his eyes drooped. He immediately knew things were going bad. Propelling his blood fiercely, his muscles bulged and his veins popped out. He grabbed a hold of his seat and held onto it tightly. But if one observed the entirety of the students, one would see that David wasn't the only person who had done this. Several other students had also taken precautions. In a split second, the resonating sounds of a siren reverberated through the entire ship and an automated voice suddenly rang out. Get ready for the drop, be prepared. The clueless youths glanced at each other, puzzled as to what was going on. Abruptly, they instantly felt the floor beneath their seats gave out and below their feet was actually just empty air and clouds. Everyone's mind turned blank in that instant as though they had rehearsed it previously. Even though some had been warned, their informant actually hadn't told them of the situation which would occur. David blinked his eyes, but before he could blink them again, he plummeted down from the sky with increasing speed. Screams of horror rang out as almost all the 200-plus students in the plane shouted out in fear. But the screams were instantly drowned by the sounds of air rushing past them. David felt his heart dropped and it actually skipped a beat, which signified how bewildered he was. He knew something was about to happen, but he hadn't expected this to happen, which reminded him of the instructions he had read. He had been suspicious and was doubtful when he saw the sentence, "Before you drop." He knew something was wrong with the sentence, but who would have expected it to be true? They were literally dropped from the sky. Is the Institute's method usually this absurd, or is it that the captain had actually gone insane? Numerous speculations popped out from the students' thoughts as they descended towards the ground. David held on tightly to the seat hold, securing his body to the seat, and he leaned back. While his body fell, rotating headfirst towards the rapidly advancing Earth. He closed his eyes tightly as his brain rapidly churned. He was thinking about how they were going to survive this disaster, but soon after, he frowned. The pain-inducing headache was here again, but he had concluded that the Institute wouldn't just put all 800-plus students to their deaths. They must have a few means to keep them alive. Upon coming to this conclusion, David sat back nonchalantly and he indifferently glanced at the other falling students whose body were also spinning while they were busy shouting in alarm and flaying their hand all over the place in panic. His sight also noticed Phil-Lita, who closed her eyes tightly shut, her beautiful lashes trembled incessantly, holding securely her little black box against her chest. Retracting his gaze, he casually closed his eyes and relaxed, taking in the freshness of the air. Although it was a little difficult to breathe, the atmosphere it pressed was a little too much, but to the students, breathing in that situation was still an easy feat for them. As though answering to David's thoughts, a few sounds of machinery rang out and David felt the heavy chair he was still sitting on vibrate in a weird manner. Rearranging its components, the seat swiftly formed two Omni-Mini turbo thrusters looking exactly like an aircraft wings by both sides, and it immediately activated as two fiery stream of combustible energy blasted out in an overwhelming manner. When the turbo engine ignited, David felt his entire being rumbled as though he had been forcibly jacked upwards with incredible speed when his original displacement was actually downwards. If it weren't for the fact that he had been circulating his blood round his system, he would definitely be slightly injured by the resultant force. The solid turbo thrusters blasted off, giving him a massive kick in the back as the engine swirled with flexibility to maintain a stable position. The pounding exhaust from the twin boosters shook David continuously as he accelerated, ripping through the upper atmosphere under massive pounds of explosive force. David wasn't the only one to experience such things. The rest of the 200 to 300 students also had the same experience as their thrusters began to ignite like fireflies in the sky, stabilizing their downward momentum. David was about to wipe off cold sweat on his forehead after he had stabilized, currently floating on the air, when he suddenly heard his AI say, Emergency AirPod had been activated. Suddenly, a screen popped up from the armrest of the seat. It was the map that had been handed to him by the Institute. It marked the current position he was currently in, which was right at the center of the large map with his face on it. Then it also showed the location David had previously marked as his dropped position. Afterwards, the system had connected both of the dots in a straight line and also showed the distance at which he would need to get to his drop zone. In the next second, the AI spoke again. Initializing a connection to the emergency AirPod. Initialization completed. Determining the drop location of the host. Location determined. Time taken to get to the drop zone, 25 minutes and 14 seconds. Ready for the takeoff, please be prepared. David didn't have the chance to digest to assimilate its meaning when all of a sudden, the turbo thrusters that had been maintaining his stable self in the air stirred slightly to the sides, and then, the turbo output increased exponentially as his figure was been blasted off towards a certain direction with astonishing speed, almost marching the terrifying speed of Mach 1. Surprised, David immediately spoke up. Wait. Hold up. I apologize, David, but this is a command instilled by the Institute which directly overrides your authority level. You cannot stop its movement now. Unless it drops down at its location, his AI replied in its usual robotic female voice, but it held an apologetic tone within. David frowned upon hearing this and he reprehended. Not able to control the movements of the emergency AirPod simply means the students would be unable to make any alterations to the location they had chosen to drop at. David was slightly disappointed, but he had already made his decision, he wouldn't change it. His pod accelerated with full speed and David had the luxury to view the situations of other students. He relaxed a little when he saw their situation was slightly similar to his. And he wasn't at all surprised when he saw a little more than 100 emergency pods moving along the location he had selected, since it was one of the low-level safe zones available in the entire map. The region was actually a very large and prosperous city called the Sunset City a few decades ago. It had been a stronghold in itself, as the mayor of the city was a very strong powerhouse. He had repeatedly resisted the assault of various strong beasts in his city and had protected its citizens from those vile evolved monsters. At that time, he never collected a single din from the citizens. His only condition was for his people to keep the city clean, and the citizens should make amends to the city once there was any shortcomings in the surrounding area. It was quite the favorable condition for everybody, so why not? The citizens of the city worshipped him like a god and had accepted him as an overlord. Several statuses had been placed on various popular sites in the city for both the foreigners from other strongholds and the citizens from their city to admire. It was a nice place to raise a family at such a peaceful location. That was why the foreigners from other strongholds would choose to settle in, deciding to never leave. But this drew in jealousy and envy from other strongholds. Under the span of a single night, the city had been put to ruins as the rapidly evolved beings terrorized the city without leaving out a single child alive. Unfortunately, the mayor wasn't available to resist the waves of beast for the people. He had been invited to a banquet by other mayors. They could only cry out in terror and fear as they were being killed. Mach 1 times the speed of sound, Mach 2 times the speed of sound. Chapter 92, The Gadgets. A few minutes later, the blurry Earth's surface began to clear up and David could see the ruins the city had been transformed into. It was the smell which engulfed him at first and he almost felt like puking. It was a wretched smell of decayed blood and broken buildings. From the air above, David couldn't see the whole map, but from his point of view, all he could perceive was trees, vines, and a few weather-worn and destroyed buildings surrounded by massive amount of grasses and weeds. The roof of the buildings he could see had caved in, weighed down by vines and other unknown foliage. After about 20 minutes, the turbo thruster suddenly rumbled as it changed its general direction, which he and other students had been moving towards. Previously, they were like a flock of birds, flying towards a certain direction, but David's pod change of direction could clearly be seen by most of the students. As if that was a green light, a few other students' pod began to separate from the park and they flew in innately different directions. Although the safe zone was safe and all, it wasn't in David's character to stay in hiding. Notwithstanding, the safe zones had several basic amenities, equipments, and was a low-tier loot zone, they were severely limited. If he landed on the safe zone, he would need to fight for resources with the other students. David frowned at the thought. Fighting was fine by him, but battling like a maniac with his peers for a low-level equipment was just stupid to him. There were several high loot zones in the map. He wouldn't waste his time battling for a low-level gadget when there was a mid-level or high-level gadget sitting around the corner. After 3 minutes, David scanned his surrounding sky around him and saw that there were 7 figures zooming in the same direction as he was, directly behind him. His eyebrow rose when he saw this. Scrutinizing their faces, David couldn't recognize any of them, but he was sure that they were all male students. After his scrutiny, his eyes turned indifferent as he instantly retreated gaze. He had seemingly lost interest in them entirely. As he was getting closer to the wet and muddy floor, David's eyes lit up in joy as he saw what was on the ground, around the area he had calculated he would drop. I knew I was right in my decision. David smiled. It seems as though luck was on his side. The low-level gadgets was directly a few meters away from his drop location. Although he couldn't determine the amounts of the gadgets on the ground, it didn't matter to David. He was going to take the all. If it was only 1, then fine. If it was 2, he was going to take 2. If it was 3, he would still take the whole 3, and if it was 10 that was there was no need to think, he would take the whole thing, not leaving a single thing for anyone. He smirked at his good luck. Suddenly, he heard a few voices laughing out. Haha. My luck is unexpectedly so good today. A gadget on my drop site, what luck. Someone let out a peal of laughter as it reverberated through the air. It was obvious Bronx had focused his blood circulation in his lungs and had hardened the muscles significantly, momentarily granting him the ability to shout as loud as he wished. Someone immediately let out a cold snort that resonated like thunder in sky, and they said with a chilling tone, "If anyone dares to touch my things, they are asking to die." Icarus said in a threatening tone, his tone not a single pitch lower than Bronx's. I think you guys should all calm down. We can settle the matter more amicably, but first, we need to touch down, after which we can discuss things. Xavier said as he tried to pacify things, and it seemed to work as no one else said anything. David gave them a sidelong glance and he didn't mind them anymore. He was ahead of them and it was apparent that he would be the first to get there. What was surprising was that neither did Xavier, Bronx, Icarus, nor the other 4 people said anything about him. It was as if they had intentionally disregarded him, almost as though he wasn't worth their time nor concern. David didn't mind it though. He actually liked the fact that they had neglected him. It was to his advantage, so why would he attempt to stop them? His smile grew a notch wider. Suddenly the turbo thruster's output slowed down considerably as its altitude began to decrease, also the few dead trees in the surroundings. Just 10 meters away to touchdown, the voice of his AI spoke again. Destination reached, activating self-eject code. Self-eject code activated, please be prepared. This time, David had learned from his mistakes. He didn't bother himself pondering the words his AI had spouted, he immediately circulated his blood, strengthening every part of his body. There was a sudden rumble and David felt like someone had given him a solid kick in his butt. The force was powerful as his figure immediately catapulted to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that he had been prepared, the experience would be quite painful for him. Still in the air, David calmly twisted his body as he used the momentum to land gracefully on the ground, but a few mud and dirt splashed in his black trousers, staining them to ash. David almost shouted out in fury. It was his favorite pant because it had lots of pockets in them, which he had counted, and it was about 25 and counting. 10 on the left leg, then on the right leg, with 5 hidden on the interior part of the pants. Although he was slightly frustrated about the matter, he swiftly threw that to the back of his mind as he remembered there was something important of his he had to get. The students were still a few meters away from David's position, and 2 unexpectedly self-ejected like that while the other 5 emergency pod passed over David's head. Although they ought to have dropped together with David, they didn't select the exact spot David had chosen as his drop spot. But the position wasn't exactly far off from David's location. David moved swiftly towards the direction of the in which the gadgets were located. Upon reaching there, David immediately pulled the box lid open, but he failed. It was as thought, it had been locked tightly. What nonsense is this? If you want to give us something, why put a lock on it? David grumbled to himself, but while he was doing that, he immediately took his left end and placed it on top of the box. Shwa. David felt a type of vibration on his arm, as it was being scanned by the box. A few seconds later, the box let out a peal of air, and with the sound of a treasure box being opened. David gleefully opened up the box. He saw 2 pieces of equipment within. As he was about to stretch out his hands to take them, he suddenly felt the wind behind him stir slightly and earth vibrating softly. His eyes flashed, and without looking back, he revolved his blood slyly and he sent a fist hurling backwards. The fist was swift, fast, and silent, but was in fact more fierce and deadly. As if he had eyes had the back. Bang. His fist instantly connected with another person's fist with a bang that had been silently approaching his back. If it weren't for the fact that the wind was disturbed, someone else might not be aware of such attack until it was too late. David's body trembled slightly and that was all, but his attackers couldn't help taking a few steps backwards, but he used the momentum to retreat speedily and his expression darkened. He had outright used an ambushing combat technique, but David was able to counter it with his ordinary fist. No technique involved. He knew he had met an extremely troublesome opponent this time. That person was unexpectedly Xavier, the one that had acted like a gentleman previously and had tried to mediate between them. He had unexpectedly been the first person amongst the 7 people to have gotten there. David removed his stretched hands from the box to see the person disturbing him from his moments. "Do you need something from me?" David asked puzzledly as he glanced at the handsome youth. He looked like a normal gentleman and David wouldn't expect that he was the type to sneak an attack on him. Well, at this point in time, David wouldn't judge a book by its cover anymore, nor would he call a spade a spade. No students in the institute was really that kind-hearted, even he could feel himself changing. But it was a change he liked. Chapter 93, Deception. David swiped his hands gently on the box. Instantly, its component disassembled and after which it reassembled back. But this time it formed a very light compartment backpack. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, David lifted the backpack and placed it onto his back. The backpack instantly got a few notches flatter on his back. It was as though there was nothing in his back to begin with. It was very sleek and dark in color as it merged from its previous color to a darker shade of black, making it the same as David's shirt color. If one saw it, one might just think it was a vest of some kind. Xavier's eyes flashed with a hint of greed within them when he saw this scene. This was an unexpected surprise. It seems that every loot zone was with a corresponding compartment park, which means that in this zone, although the backpack was only a low-level gadget, it was still a gadget anyways and it has its own uses. Noon would complain of having too much gadgets in hand. David smiled. He didn't feel any sign of weight on his back. This was an unexpected gain. So instead of 2 gadgets, there was 3 within. If he were to go to the high loot zones, he wondered how the backpacks in there would be like. "Do you plan on keeping that to yourself?" Xavier asked, directly ignoring David's question. David indifferently glanced at him and he asked, "And do you plan on stopping me?" David revolved his blood and the pressure around him began to increase. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. It wasn't the first time he had killed anyway. The feeling of killing a human shouldn't be any different than the feeling he had gotten when he had killed the rat in his room back on Earth. Xavier's expression changed when he felt the pressure. It wasn't literally a pressure in the atmosphere, it was a kind of special wave created by the brain and emitted from the body only, which another body could, or living organisms with brain and a body could feel. He could guess David might want to silence him before the others came, but he wasn't the least bit afraid. If someone could kill him as they wished, he wouldn't be here standing a lie at this moment. His confidence returned and his will to do battle rose and he smiled weirdly. "I'm really not one to fight, but you can't just hoard the equipments all to yourself, you have to learn to share." David snorted. "As though it was your grandfather that kept it there. Why would I have to share with you?" The disdain in his tone apparent. But in the next instant, the pressure he had been emitting receded back and his expression softened into that of innocence. Astonished, Xavier casted a confused glance at David. He didn't know what just happened. But soon, he found out as the yellow bushes and tress behind him shook. A figure bursted out from the tress and shrubs with savage expressions on his face. "Don't you dare touch one, I have set my eyes on Bronx." Icarus' voice resounded from behind, but it was apparent that he was still far behind. Bronx didn't even bother answering to them. He swiftly moved into the location they had marked, expecting to see the equipments in place, but he was instantly disappointed. His eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings. He saw both David and Xavier standing in different directions. David had an innocent look on his face, but Xavier was emitting waves of one who was ready to strike. He didn't think too deeply into the matter. He took a large stride in Xavier's direction as he asked in a threatening tone. He was in no mood for any impractical nonsense. He had to get the gadget no matter what, and from there, he would advance to other loot zones. That way, he could get a few head start above everyone else. Winning the competition would become a lot easier for him. Xavier frowned at the unexpected accusation, then he finally understood why David had retracted his back a waves and had an innocent look on his face. It was a sinister plot to frame him. But he soon relaxed. If it were that easy to frame him, he also would be here. He immediately responded, "What makes you think the gadget is in my possession? That guy had it with him." Bronk's eyes hardened as he shouted in a low voice, "So you take me for a fool? If you refuse to drop the gadget, I just have to forcefully collect it from you." He immediately made his move, but before he could move, Xavier hurriedly shouted, "If I had it on me, why would I still be here?" he said anxiously. Bronk stopped in his tracks. He knew that Xavier was a trickster, but if Xavier had truly gotten hold of the gadget, he would definitely have been long gone, as he wouldn't have waited to trick him. He turned his head as he looked doubtfully at the weak-looking guy who seems to be still wet behind the ears. Even if the guy had taken it, Xavier would undoubtedly steal it from him. Then he turned angrily at Xavier. "If you weren't the one who has the gadget, who else has it?" Scrunching up his face at the accusation, Xavier said, "I know he looks weak, but don't underestimate him. He took my combat technique without using one to counter it." The seriousness was apparent in his tone. Bronx paused slightly and the way he looked at David changed. As he was about to question David, Icarus suddenly ran out from the trees with blinding speed. His blood was boiling as he was still circulating his blood in the system. Power filled his body, ready to explode anytime soon. When he saw there wasn't anything left in the ground, he glared towards the two people there with him, directly neglecting David's presence. "Who dares touch my things?" His voice was deep and was laced with a murderous tone, speaking towards Xavier and Bronx. It was apparent he was ready to kill for the gadget and would strike anytime soon. Chapter 94, The Fight for Gadgets. Bronx only pointed at David and said only one word. "Him." Icarus frowned as he looked towards David. David's eyes glinted as he instantly put up a fearful expression. "On me. I just got here before him." He pointed at Xavier and he continued. "There was also nothing here when I saw him." Bronx and Icarus were suddenly confused. Who actually had the gadgets with them? An evil light flashed in Icarus' eyes as he laughed coldly. "They will naturally confess after we capture them. I will take on the dude over there. You handle Xavier." Without waiting for Bronx to agree to his suggestion, he instantly made his move. Bronx's eyes flashed with realization as he felt it wasn't really a bad idea. Since they couldn't differentiate who was lying and who was speaking the truth, they just need to capture them and search their bodies. Very simple. Having thought of this, Bronx also made his move. A few meters away, on a large tree, several figures could be seen standing on a tree branch leisurely as they quietly watched the battle that was about to unfold. "Shouldn't we join the fight for the gadgets?" someone asked casually. We should, but we will just have to wait since we don't actually know who truly had the gadget." The second youth interrupted. "Let them exhaust each other, that's the moment we need to strike. Not like they would be able to take us on anyway. We also need to silence them, the lesser the people who know about the gadget the better." The third said, "Why killing intent? I think we should retreat, I don't feel too good about this." The fourth suddenly spoke up. The second immediately snorted as he said with disdain, "You don't feel too good about anything, how is this one any different? As long as they aren't in the top 500 in the rankings list, they should be easy to deal with." Not minding him anymore, they turned to face the battle that was about to start. "Crazy B*** starred. David muttered to himself. He had wanted to play with them for a bit before taking his leave, but who would have expected it would be ruined so quickly? Whoosh! He stepped backwards slightly as he avoided a punch heading to his temple with terrifying force. The punch wasn't as silent as Xavier's, but the force behind the punch was much more deadly. Whoosh! 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 David kept on swaying his body like a leaf, moving his body both left and right. He kept dodging the barrage of attacks sent his way. No matter which moves he made, David evaded them by a hairbreadth every single time. Bronx suddenly backed away with his expression rather ugly. "Where are you ranked among the top 500 students?" Bronx tried to find out about David. His body looked quite weak, but his thighs looked incredibly sturdy, as if they could stomp the earth down itself. "Does it matter?" David questioned. After which he said to the people in the forest with him, "I will be leaving now, fellow students, please don't mind me." The ground under his feet exploded, several clumps of mud flew about and his figure flashed as he disappeared from his previous position, disappearing into the forest. Instantly, numerous voices shouted out in fury. "You dare! Stop right there! Don't allow him to leave! Stop him!" Since David had retreated first, it was obvious that the gadgets was in his possession. They obviously wouldn't allow David to go as he pleased. A few minutes later, when David was sure he had lost them, he stopped in his tracks as he rested on a slightly yellow tree branch. It was obvious that the radiation in the atmosphere had affected its color. "Come out," David said, but if one were to observe the surroundings they would realize that there was no one in his immediately surroundings as it was empty. A minute passed, but still, the area was as empty as it was the first place. David's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he asked, "Will you come out or should I force you out myself?" The threat was apparent in his tone. He hated those who snuck around, attacking in the dark. Suddenly, a few large trees at some distance away from him trembled and 3 figures swiftly jumped out from the tall tree, landing on the ground with a few thuds. David scanned the 3 male figures with his eyes, his face expressionless as he asked, "Is there a reason as to why you guys decided to tail me?" A slim but fit male youth who appeared to be the leader sneered. "It seems you were in a hurry to leave since you forgot to drop our belonging before you left." David's face remained expressionless. Alas, he asked, "What are you ranked among the top 500 students?" He wanted to confirm a speculation he had on his mind. "Unfortunately, I'm ranked 374th. Rex stated proudly with a hint of disdain in his tone. Amongst the new students, those who are ranked 500 plus are true genius, with most of them having 3-star talent, while most of them are stuck in their heartlocks, unable to advance in their blood revolution. These people had gained a massive amount of experience fighting each other. Since they couldn't advance to the next blood revolution by practicing, they spent the remainder of their time battling each other every day. Their techniques had mostly reached the 2nd level, added with other advantages. To them, crushing other students who had reached 50 cycle per minute was as easy as starting an automaton. 374 on. This ranking was much lower than David had expected. Rex remained still. He was also trying to gauge David's strength. If it were on a normal circumstance, he would have undoubtedly attacked without wasting his time. But he was a bit weary of David. Because he and his group had to utilize their motion techniques to catch up to his speed, even though they hadn't gone all out in their endeavors, it was still slightly surprising to Rex. "Make your move." David didn't bother to change his stance, nor did he immediately circulate his blood. Had he done so, even if he didn't use his full strength, his opponents would all fall in a few strikes. At the same time, he wished to know the combat ability of a top 500 student would be. "Fascinating, be careful." Signaling his hands to his teammates that he would attack alone, Rex's figure flashed. His legs moved like spiders, as he trotted forward, sending a spinning kick towards David's direction. Mid-tier, black class kick style. Spinning spear kick him technique. David let out a grin as he also let out a storm-like kick that spun like a whirlwind. Low tier, black class kick style, cyclonic kick. He had purchased this technique a while ago from the archive for an expensive amount of gyno points. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few breaths, the 2 of them let out kicking attacks that like bullets. Within the radius of a few meters, sounds of explosions could be heard, and the sound of their blood revolutions that sounded as fast as a piston in a cylinder and as loud as thunder. Rex's blood circulation was at 57 cycles per minute, almost reaching the 60 cycles per minute benchmark. Once one had passed through the 60 cpm milestone, which was equivalent to 1 cycle per second, one could decide if they wanted to advance to the next stage or continue to increase and improve the blood circulation. His exercising technique, the stress variance technique, was almost reaching the 2nd level, only needing a bit of a final push, and his kicking technique, which was at the 2nd state, almost reaching the 3rd state. From a spectator's point of view, he should have the upper hand in all aspects, and should have overwhelmed David. According to the sounds of their hearts beating, although an ordinary person wouldn't be able to make count of the beats considering how fast their hearts are beating, but the students watching could do so. And from their observations, David's blood cycles was definitely slower than Rex's, but David could still take on Rex's kicking technique without any problems. It made the 2 who had been watching confused as to what was happening. Who knew David had long passed the limit of 1 blood revolution per second. His exercising technique had long since surpassed the 2nd state, which was even a low-tier, red class motion technique. He was only using Rex to brush up his fighting style and experience. Even though the combat technique, cyclonic kick, was only a low-tier, black grade, and was even 2 tiers lower than the spinning spear kick art, he had since reached the perfection state of the kick technique long ago, and that was due to the ability he had gained after he reincarnated. Chapter 95, The Fight on the Trees. That was due to the ability he had gained after he reincarnated. The ability to control his body freely as he pleased. A combat technique requires extreme control, likewise an exercising technique. But there was no body like David who could perfectly control his muscles, bones and body at such level that was why other would practice the technique repeatedly until they reached the glimpse state, and with even more practice, they would advance to the next state, and when their bodies had gotten used to the movement and control, they could finally advance to the perfection state. But David only needed to practice the technique a few times just to remember them, and then he would easily reach the perfection state with groundbreaking speed. He had perfected Cyclone Kick, and apart from that, his physical strength was at a very terrifying state. Even though he limited his blood circulation, his body sturdiness wouldn't lie. He can't possibly waste his concentration to lower his muscles' density just because of this. And most especially he didn't think of that. Not only did all this compensate for the difference in blood revolution, this combat ability had overall exceeded Rex's. As expected, he really had a truck up his sleeves. Rex's expression turned grave. Before he attacked, he had only taken David a little serious due to his speed and felt like he could easily defeat him with his current ability. But now, that mentality had changed. What body refinement technique did you practice? Rex questioned. He too practiced a body refinement technique, but it was just the common bronze vest technique which one could acquire for free if one tried really hard. Although it was a very effective technique that helps refine the body, it requires a very painful process, and the time needed to touch upon the glimpse state was even higher than most high-tier black-grade technique. It wasn't really worth it to practice such hard and painful technique. Because of its extremely high difficulty, he didn't intend to spend too much time and resources to practice cultivation techniques. Does it matter? David queried. Not that he wanted to conceal anything, he just hadn't practiced any. But if he revealed that, Rex might just get suspicious, which might end his training a little earlier than he had accounted for. Rex's expression turned a bit black as he thought. Then with a glint in his eyes, he said, "Let us fight on the trees." Rex stomped forcefully on the ground and his body catapulted upwards like a huge bird. On land, there wasn't any guarantee that he could beat David quickly, but on the trees and with his motion technique, he thought that he had a higher possibility of beating him quicker. He hadn't thought that he would resort to such tactics, but desperate times called for desperate measures. David's first thoughts was to instantly refuse. What a joke. He was too lazy to fight Bronx and the others, as he thought it was a hassle, and now this guy was saying they should take their fight to the trees. His thoughts were, he'll know, he had forced himself to waste his time already. He didn't want to fight anymore, but then again, if he didn't, it would seem as though all his effort to gain a bit of experience would all be in vain. What? Are you afraid I'm going to beat you? Rex mocked with a sneer coldly plastered on his face. With a darkened expression, David replied reluctantly, "You asked for it." He stomped his feet forcefully and the muscles in his legs seemed to vibrate like a wave and twist like a cyclone as advanced towards the huge tree. Rex's mouth twitched as he saw that. He had reached the perfection state, no wonder he dared come up here. He had actually reached the perfection state. The perfection state doesn't just come with a major boost in strength or technique, it comes with the ability to freely control or utilize the technique as one wished or when one felt like it. For example, in David's situation, the cyclonic kick was only meant for attacking and attacking alone. But in the perfection state, one could utilize the technique for anything, just like David did. He changed an attack technique to a motion technique. He had activated it to lift himself up from the ground and had controlled its strength to land in the exact position as he had wished. Even when he moved slightly, he unconsciously used it as he pranced within the trees. This was what the perfection state grants, the ability to freely control the output of strength the technique gives. Tap tap tap. The two were like monkeys as they moved almost effortlessly on the trees. Meanwhile, David was still astonished about how the trees in the surroundings seemed to be bigger than an entire house, and the shortest amongst them seemed to be 20 meters in height. This is where the sounds are coming from, someone said as various groups of students popped out from within the bushes. The location of their fight wasn't that far from the safe zone. The students there had been hearing the sounds of explosions. So they had gathered to check it out. It Rex Fatrum, he is among the 9 Rex's experts. That's right, Rex is ranked second among the 9 expert, he has a lot of fighting experience. Who is his opponent though? I haven't seen him before. The person sounded really confused. I think I know who he is. His name is David, he was quite lucky and had ranked in the 7th position of the rankings during the unexpected ranking release. That powerful? No, you are mistaken. He had been only lucky to have measures his strength earlier than the others. I thought he would be able to have been once ranked in the rankings. It was said that he almost died on the 4th day, but he was pretty lucky to have survived. What is his rankings now? From the strength he displays, he should be at most in the 400th place in the rankings. Chapter 96, SHIELD Series. Terra Firma Crush. Rex abruptly stomped his foot forcefully on the tree. The tree trembled as massive amount of leaves clouded the entire space. And under the cover of the leaf cloud, Rex sent a flying kick piercing at David. The kick was sharp and ferocious. Unlike the previous ones, this was more dangerous and harder to deal with. Rex sure is smart, obscuring his enemy's line of sight before striking out a trump card. A short and bulky-looking young man said with a smile. Someone then added, "You can only blame David's stupidity, who actually thought to fight square and fair." They all acknowledged David's ability since he had once held the 7th place for a while, but he seemed to be a little too innocent. Storming Purse. David's body suddenly turned hazy as though the world had turned blur. On the tree, there seemed to be a condensed spear that seemed to pierce through the barrage of falling leaves in the air, piercing through every corner of the space David was occupying like a beehive. Spinning Wind. David's body spun rapidly like a revolving top. On the tree, there seemed to be a tornado up on the tree as David's body spun rapidly. Rex's attacks couldn't even touch the edge of David's clothes. Spinning Wind was the final style in cyclonic kicking technique. It placed emphasis on the body's form, adaptability, and control. It was the core essence to practicing the technique. And after practicing it to the perfection state, one's speed would be like the cyclone. Fast but also deadly, soft but also tough, formless but tangible. Swoosh swoosh. The trees vibrated and swayed with force as David's body kept spinning around Rex, flashing like the winds. He was moving at such a high velocity that his body seemed to be everywhere at once, and with the yellow leaves that were occasionally dropping obscured his location more. Without any warning, David appeared behind Rex like the wind. He sent a palm attack towards his back utilizing the Scorching Fury. He had practiced both Scorching Fury and Cyclone Kick to perfection. His attacks can be as fierce and as fast as he wants without any intervals. His palm turned a bit red as it was about to connect. Suddenly, at the crucial moment, Rex swiftly turned back as he locked David's hand in an iron grip. With a light bang, the surrounding leaves was instantly cleared away, revealing the two-figure. Rex was violently shaken as he knocked down wards by the force, breaking 4 branched in the process before regaining his footing in the 5th, but it was clear the branch was also about to break due to the force. Whilst David skidded backwards 5 steps, a slight suction force could be heard in the background. And just when Rex thought he had broken free, David sucked in a few sturdy leaves with his palms utilizing the cyclonic technique, and without waiting for Rex to find his footing, he shot them out with extreme speed. It is at this moment Rex had no other choice but to use his trump card. A blue transparent veil instantly enveloped Rex and it shimmered with a resplendent glow. Pi pa pa pi pa pa. The leaves were no different from ordinary bullets as they struck against the blue transparent veil, shielding Rex. But they were immediately repelled by the magnetic force field. It was a low-level defensive gadget in TE Shield series. It had been produced by condensing and compressing insane amounts of magnetic force into a small size part and using the theory of magnetics energy. Alike poles repel and like poles attract. Like for example, there are 2 pipes in the magnetic field, the North Pole and South Pole. If different poles like the South Pole and the North Pole meet, they would attract each other. If the same poles meet each other, such as the South Pole and another South Pole or North Moke and another North Pole, they would repel one and the other. The force field series were basically based on such logic. 2 like poles had been compressed to contain massive amounts of magnetic field and had been tightly secured next to each other inside a device, which upon activation, electric currents would be directed which would activate its magnetic field, forming a barrier that wouldn't let anything pass through it. It can only be broken if there was a strong kinetic force stronger than the flux energy in the device to forcefully break the protective barrier. I have to admit, your combat ability is more greater than I had expected, but I, Rex, wouldn't allow myself to be defeated. Propelling his figure upwards, he jumped onto the branch David was situated on. Rex dashed towards David with a forceful pierce of his leg. The piercing leg was silent, but it still accompanied a long but soft whistling sound. The tore apart under his skill as he sent it towards David's direction. It gave of the appeal as though it was unblockable. David wasn't complacent at all. Since he had decided to limit his blood circulation, he was going to see through it to the end. But that didn't make him careless at all. Form. He instantly rotated his arms forcefully, forming a sort of yin-yang pose. This was another move from the cyclone kicking technique. His hands drew a semicircle in midair and the air vibrated Y-force. The semicircle seemed to form a blurry color of white and black, but it was impossible to witness clearly which is it. The decayed leaves that were flying about seemed to be pulled towards the semicircle. It was like the eye of a tornado. Likewise was Rex's powerful piercing attack, it was forcefully pulled in the middle of his hands. Just like a magnet. All of a sudden, he seemed to have grasped hold of Rex's leg. Using your opponent's momentum against them to gain more kinetic energy. Not good. Rex's expression changed drastically. Chapter 97, Life Form Detection Module. Not good. Rex's expression changed drastically. The blur, which seemed to contain the color of black and blue, seemed to envelope his vision, making him unable to see where his attack was coming to hit. His only option was to retreat without hesitation, because he knew if the pale technique was to get hold of, he would be done for. Eldest sister, it seems we all have underestimated him, and I apologize for doubting your judgment previously. Evans extenuated. Phil-Lita's eyes flashed as she watched the battle that was ongoing. It seems she too had underestimated him a little, then her eyes changed into one of indifference. Although his combat abilities had exceeded her expectations, he was still too weak to resist her. After she had used the butterfly's effect serum to assist her break the heart lock and help her improve on her exercising technique. Her strength had grown by leaps and bounds, and her blood revolution had passed the 60 cycle per minute benchmark. So, she would obviously not take David seriously in her eyes. After watching them fight, she had complete confidence in defeating David. But is it true he tried to learn a red grade combat technique? Evans asked. Phil-Lita maintained her expressionless face as she nodded in acknowledgement. If that is so, isn't he just plain stupid? Or does he think he had the talent to succeed in practicing a red grade manual? He is simply too naive. Another person spoke up. If one had paid to acquire information on David from the Institute, they would see that he had a red grade technique listed among the list of techniques he had practiced. But what the Institute won't state is that, they absolutely wouldn't reveal if said had succeeded in practicing the technique or not. In fact, David wasn't the only one to have made such a mistake. There were several other students who had unknowingly chosen a combat technique they were unable to practice. That was why the Institute was unconcerned about it. If not, they would have fully investigated the matter. Where do you think you are going to? David stomped his foot and the branch beneath his feet jet out a deafening cry. His hands instantly latched onto Rex's leg, and with a twist of his waist. Bang. 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 He lifted Rex's body with pure strength as he smashed him down repeatedly on the tree branches. The tree shook violently and Rex could only guide his head in fear. The expressions of Rex's teammates changed as they yelled with anger. Release him. You dare. Seeing as the two figures were rapidly approaching his location, he swung Rex's body in a circle as he built up potential energy, and with full force, he swung Rex's body to their direction. He was already done with his experiments and had enough fight to roughly gauge his strength. There was no point in remaining here any long. With a stomp, the tree shook and David instantly flew towards the dense trees, vanishing from everyone's sight. Rex lost. This is unimaginable. This David guy seems strong. At the very least, he could rank top 200 in the rankings. When he had gotten further away from the crowd into a secluded place, David glanced around carefully as he stood still. The reason he had fled so hurriedly wasn't about the fact that he was afraid of Rex and his teammates. It was because if they were to let out the fact that he has a gadget with him, he would truly be done for. Although he was a 50% sure they would keep the secret to themselves in order to acquire it from him without having to face the crowds. He still couldn't bet in the remaining 50. After a few minutes, he was finally certain that he was alone. Detaching the compart backpack, he hurriedly opened up the pack. There were 2 items in there, a microchip and a very thin vest that was as light as a feather. Furrowing his brows, the chip was as small as his fingernails and he twirled it with his fingers. After a few minutes of scrutiny, David felt a headache coming. He was unable to figure out the exact usage of the microchip. As if sensing his misery, his AI suddenly spoke up. Detecting an ability microchip, should system proceed in processing and extracting the data installed in it. Stunned, David let out a grin as he replied. Sure. Please do. Extracting data now. Extraction completed. Name of data that was extracted, low-grade lifeform detection module. Scan for any lifeforms within the perimeter of a 100-meter radius. Can only be utilized 3 times a day and it lasts for the duration of 30 seconds. David's side grin turned into an ugly expression. It was no different than being useless then. Lasts for 30 seconds and can only be used 3 times a day. For only a radius of 100 meters. How is that any different from not having anything in the first place? David grumbled to himself in displeasure. He had already marked the ability useless. But first, he needed to test the ability. Opening up his interface, he clicked on the ability menu and he saw the description of the ability in his interface. David wasn't in a hurry to activate it as of yet. Firstly, he created a shortcut to use the ability whenever he wished. He inserted that only if he tapped on his imprint 3 times in a second would the ability activate. Closing his holographic image, he tested the shortcut he had created. Okay, let's do this. Tapping his imprint 3 times, it was as though reality flickered for a moment and then, a few red dots filled his vision, enveloping his eyes. If he looked away from the direction of the red dot, a small arrowhead would indicate the presence of a life form at the edge of his vision. But if he were to stare directly at the dots on his vision, they seemed to widen the closer he got and then get smaller the farthest he was from the life form. Fascinating, this piqued David's interest. But there was something important he needed to do first. A large red dot was blinking right in front of him. Chapter 98, A Deadly Mistake. A red arrowhead was projected right at the top edge of his vision. Astonished, David raised his head upwards to inspect where the life signal was coming from, but he saw nothing apart from a heavy shade of trees, keeping the sun rays from piercing through. There was nothing on the trees, but as David tilted his head sideways, the red dot in his vision remained still at a particular branch of a large tree. David let out a smirk and he retracted his gaze from its upward stare, casually moving forwards, as though he was about to leave his position. His spine suddenly tingled and David felt his hair stood on end as his body switched to its lazy but optimal posture. Whoosh! Instantaneously, his body swayed and his figure seemed to want to fade as a yellow blur of something flew past his ears with astonishing speed almost comparable to that of a bullet. If David hadn't performed the technique in that instant, it was unknown what would have happened. David's eyes glinted with a cold light and he simultaneously sent his arms soaring backwards, towards the yellow flying thing that had missed him. Got you, he caught the yellow blur in midair with his hands. David laughed coldly, looking at the tiny little thing squirming with fear, lying between his hands. It was a little yellow snake-like beast with a flat and streamlined body which allowed it to glide in the air for short periods of time with astonishing speed. In his lectures, David had heard about the snake before, although nothing much, but he still heard bits and pieces of the information. The soaring thread serpent can be a very dangerous beast in the wilderness if one knew nothing about its features and its characteristics. But, if one was informed about it in the first place, it would be quite easy to take care of. One of its characteristics was its speed. Its speed was definitely very fast, to a terrifying level, but it can only move in a straight line on the air. And it uses its sharp horn-like tail to pierce through its opponent just like a bullet would. A new Spryher would definitely die if it encountered something like this, but a seasoned Spryher whose blood revolution had surpassed 1 cycle per second could easily dispatch a beast of such caliber only if he or she was aware of its information. But an unaware seasoned Spryher, it was unknown what would happen. Especially when bitten by it. A soaring thread serpent rarely uses its mouth, releasing its toxins, as it contains a very powerful toxin it had accumulated for a few decades or even centuries. Even a 3 cycles per second Spryher would die upon being bitten if not treated within a few days. Its other characteristics was that, it flies. One might be thinking, so what if it flies? But that was truly ignorant thinking, because it flies backwards. As David was about to get a closer look at the beast in his hands, he felt something was off as he recalled the information about the tread snake. Moreover, his instincts hasn't relaxed yet. In that moment, he suddenly recalled the words, and a single word came to David's mind as he shouted in his head. F***CK. His heart skipped a beat and his legs' muscles inflated by more than 3 times its previous size. It was as though his leg had been pumped full of air, but the alarming twisting veins in his leg said otherwise. And as he swiftly stomped his foot to the ground, he hastily made an explosive retreat, and his right hand, which had been holding onto the beast, quickly released its hold, but still, not without activating scorching fury. The temperature in his hands rose like the scorching sun and his body exploded backwards. Previously he had used the cyclonic kick art as a motion technique, and since he had reached the perfection state, he could utilize it as he wished. Using it as a motion technique made his movement speed quite fast. But cyclonic kick art was only a low-tier black-grade technique. Its speed in the perfection state could never match the speed of the threefold step in its prosaic state or even the glimpse state. He was like a bullet shot out from a machine gun as his body shot backwards. If Rex saw this right now, he would definitely be frozen in shock. The speed David displayed was simply too astonishing. But sadly that wasn't enough to save him from his current predicament. Although his speed was amazing enough to stun anyone, he wasn't faster than the snake that he had been previously holding. Two things happened in that scenario. Another characteristic of the soaring thread serpent was that its thinnest part was its tail. No, it was its head. Normally a snake would definitely have a slight circular shape at the end of one part and eyes with a mouth born with it, which indicated that it was the head part of its body. But a soaring thread serpent was true at its deception. Its head was cylindrical, the same as its body but only smaller, which would definitely allow someone to mistake the head for the tail, and its tail had the perfect contour on a snake's body with a sharp horn to boot. With its speed, it was able to pierce its prey with ease, but on the premises that it was unable to do so and its prey suddenly got a hold of it, it would definitely be surprised to realize that the head which it had caught was just its tail. But that simple second for it to take the prey to confirm its conjecture was enough for the serpent to strike a deadly counterattack. First was that he had cleanly and perfectly gotten hold of the little beast, but as he recalled the information regarding the beast, he was fast to make an explosive retreat. But that wasn't enough. The snake's head suddenly rose like an anaconda, its speed surpassing all limits as it immediately butted David's retracting hands. Chapter 99, The Formless Heat. Bam. 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 David knocked down a few trees down his road with his speed, but that just made him slower as the obstruction stalled him. David's expression changed. He was horrified, but he could only watch with widened eyes as the soaring thread serpent bit at his hand. In that moment, he felt a great force grip his wrist tightly and 7 sharp needles penetrating his hand. A sudden chill was then felt as his hands was starting to go numb almost immediately. His mind suddenly turned blank. He knew he was in trouble this time. He was stronger than the beast, that was a fact he knew and even the beast was aware of, but what was this helplessness he was feeling? He recalled the information about the thread serpent's poison. The thread serpent could be categorized as a mid-level dark haze beast. The only reason it was even categorized was because of its speed and its poison. Its strength was negligible to say the least. David could only hope that the thread serpent had accumulated its toxins for just a few years, or if he was lucky, months. He might be able to survive if it was that little. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he remembered something. If he was going to go down, he wasn't going down this easily. Dying was still a terrifying term to him which had scarred him. He wasn't going to go through the process once else more. Suddenly, his muscles undulated as his heart constricted. 5-fold strength. Boom. His hands instantly inflated in size and his veins throbbed in absolute strength. But that wasn't all. Scorching fury. Whoosh. The air twisted and the temperature rose at an astonishing degree. His muscles oscillated as he activated the technique. PSSH. Suddenly, tiny bits of blood sprouted out from his hands like a geyser as the tiny veins in his hands exploded one by one with force. SSSSSSS. The soaring thread serpent swiftly released its grip as the hissing sound of misery escaped its lips. It suddenly dropped to the ground and started twisting its tails as though it was about to die. David finally breathed out a sigh of relief. He had gambled upon this method, but he wasn't sure if it would work. He wasn't sure if only Scorching Fury would work, which was why he added the 3-fold step technique to it. 3-fold step increases one's leg muscles by 3 times, which also simultaneously increases one's speed by 3 times. But the wired thing about this technique was that it also staked an increase in other techniques when used. At first, he wasn't sure of his conjecture when he had previously practiced it, but now, it had been confirmed. The chills he had felt also subside as the hidden effects of this exercising method, formless heat, thermodynamics. The power was also amplified and chilling energy in his body was also converted into heat. First law of thermodynamics. It would always try to convert any form of energy that was intruding its host into its form without reserve. The conversion had been quite slow, but as David activated the 3-fold steps, its power also exploded and the chilling energy in his hands was almost gone now. He quickly deactivated his technique as a few strong vessel was about to show signs of tearing due to the friction produced by the blood circulation that had forcefully increased with the activation of the 3-fold step technique. He then stared at the dead thread serpent in front of him. A sweet aroma entered his nose, but David was in no mood to enjoy such things. The body had been burnt completely black as though it had been cooked from inside out. Its mouth had even almost turned to ashes and David wasn't sure if it would disintegrate under his touch. That's the law of heat transfer. Heat can be transmitted through conduction as anything would accept and absorb heat. There are very clear differences between heat and flame. Flame is the visible energy when burning something. Heat is given off a flame and countless other things. Flame produces heat, but heat does not always generate from flame, and heat almost never produces flame. Friction might count. Heat, a form of energy that is transferred by a difference in temperature. Flame, the process of combustion of materials producing heat and light and, often, smoke. If you want to think of it a different way. Flame is what you see when you look at a fire, and heat is what you feel from the fire. Heat is formless, invisible, and traceless. But you can see flames as it is being transferred from one body to another. While flame is visible and untouchable, you can still see it with your eyes and avoid touching it. You would never touch a pot that is on fire with your bare hands, but you will definitely touch a pot that is on the floor, not knowing it was on the fire a few minutes ago. I almost died. He gazed downwards with a complicated expression. It was still a mystery to him. He was clearly stronger than the damn beast, but he had been deceived into thinking he had the situation under control when it was completely opposite. This forest is more dangerous than I had imagined. He shivered as he remembered what he had just been through. Then he heard a voice speaking out. Killed a mid-level, dark haze beast. 10 points acquired. Congratulations, you have activated the Institute's rankings list for this competition. And your position? You are 698th on the rankings. Please kill more beasts or mutated beasts to ensure you stay at your current position. His eyebrows rose upon hearing the words from his AI. 698th position. That is too low. Seems I need to go on a rampage. David muttered to himself. It was as if he had forgotten his previous predicament. His nose twitched. The aroma was tickling his nose and his throat bubbled up and down as he gulped. It surprisingly smells good. He blinked his eyes and he looked left and right. Without ceremony or any care, he totally dismantled the body of the beast. But he kept the poison sac and the needle thread to himself. It might come into good use. Chapter 100, Protective Vest. After he was done, he kept the sharp horn of the soaring thread serpent he had used in skinning the beast. The meat tasted quite delicious, but it was a bit difficult to chew on. He only had a slice of it though because the meat wasn't properly cooked and he still didn't know if it was poisonous or not. But David could feel a slight warmth enter his body and he felt quite refreshed. It was the same energy he always felt if he had breakfast in the morning inside the Institute. Which seemed to imply that the Institute provides low-level dark haze beast as breakfast to its students. Such extravagance wasn't something an ordinary organization could provide. He couldn't help but admit at the might of the Institute. For every single student to have a low-level dark haze beast as breakfast, every single student, it would require an astronomical amount of gyno points. Checking his interface, still 2 uses left on, the life sign reader still had 2 uses left for today. The effect of the ability had faded a while ago. While its duration is incredibly little, it's still quite useful. David muttered to himself. He then turned his attention towards the thin vest that was still in the backpack. It was incredibly thin, almost as thin as cicada's wings, and was as light as feather. It was ash in color with 2 straps installed in it, which was used to tighten its reins on the shoulder. David didn't hesitate. He pulled off his shirt, revealing a muscular and streamlined body. His skin was pure and white as he hasn't been in the sun for a few weeks. A few weeks ago, he was thin and he could remember vividly complaining about it. But in just a few weeks of practicing the exercising manual, and the food he had been given, he had buffed up quite a bit. He wore the thin vest on his naked body, but he realized that it was a bit bigger than he had expected. And as though it had heard his thoughts, the vest tightened around his body, making it very fit according to his body size. David sniffed in surprise. It was more convenient, putting on his shirt. He opened his interface to check on the map of the location. He was about to execute his plan. David frowned with what he saw. The map had been deleted. Hazel, what is going on with the map? David interrogated, obviously puzzled. The map was only provided in order for the students to select their drop point. It had been programmed to be deleted as soon as you landed. The robotic voice of his AI responded back to him. The crease on his forehead increased. This situation had made his plan difficult to execute. He had only seen the map twice and it wasn't enough to memorize the entire thing. But he had definitely imprinted the loot zone in his head. That was something he was never going to forget. The only problem was that he didn't know his current position. which made things slightly difficult for him. Breathing in deeply, he put on his shirt, his gaze determined. He remembered there were a few life-form signs he had detected a few meters away from. Stomping his foot, he dashed away and his figure faded within the forest. Back at the safe zone, 3 groups stood in a triangular position at the gate to the safe zone. The situation was immensely tense as the temperature in the surroundings turned a few degrees colder. Lu Feng stood at the forefront of one group, his blue eyes in a glare, and what was surprising was that Sturm, Phil Lita, and the 6 other students ranked in the rankings list were standing beside Lu Feng, glaring at the 2 groups of students standing opposite them. Standing in front of the second group was a female student with 5 other people behind her. She was as beautiful as a flower and as delicate as a silk. Her face was white and smooth with no pores to spot. No blemish could be seen either, and her green eyes seemed to shine together with her floating blonde hair and her succulent lips. But currently, her lips was curled up in a sneer as she gazed at the 2 groups in front of her. The third groups just consisted of 3 people, a male with the bearing of a gentle young master at the forefront and 2 beautiful women behind him that seemed to be his maids to him. While their numbers are little compared to the other 2 groups, the brainwaves they exuded almost rivaled that of the other 2 groups. The other students had moved away from the tense location as they didn't want to be caught in the crossfire between the 3 strong groups. Numerous other students stood far away on trees as they watched the unsettling situation. Suddenly, Phil Lita broke the quiet stare on as she said, "I will repeat myself, who are you people?" Avian's sneer widened as she replied, "What does that matter? If you wish to battle, then let us fight. I want to see who will dare snatch the safe zone from my hands." The chill in her eyes increased. "I have never seen you in the institute, and neither did any of you attended classes. Who exactly are you people?" Sturm growled loudly. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Feng hadn't initiated an attack yet, he would have long since attacked. The safe zone was a very important location to possess, as the area surrounding the safe zone had been cleared of any dangerous beast. Moreover, it contained numerous houses and foodstuffs with a few basic amenities to help the student pass through the days. And more importantly, it contained low-level gadgets that could increase the survival ability of the students and could also increase the combat ability of the students. Droxford smiled gently as he said, "Of course we are students of the same institute.